In the dilapidated rental apartment of Jiang City, a young man abruptly jolted upright from his bed, uttering expletives. "Damn that Annihilation Emperor! I will surely slay you." No sooner had he cursed than he sensed something amiss. Where is this? Why is it pitch black? Wasn't he just engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the Annihilation Emperor of the Nanook star system? His last memory was of being pierced through the chest by the Annihilation Emperor's devastating artifact, which had slaughtered an entire galaxy. He was dead. Soon, Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon an old computer on the desk, and he froze as if struck by lightning. Memories surged chaotically, disbelief clouding his eyes. Had he been reborn? Before him lay the very rental apartment he had occupied right after graduating from university back on Blue Star. As he rummaged through his pockets, he quickly fished out his phone. After glancing at the time, Lu Yuan felt a wave of certainty wash over him. He had indeed been reborn. The date was October 20th, 2053, 7:59 a.m. in the Blue Star Federation calendar. Upon seeing this date, Lu Yuan's mind raced, and he hurriedly opened the old computer to search. The holographic game Divine Realm will officially launch on October 20th. Expected server opening time. Claimed to have 99 realism. The holographic game Divine Realm has surpassed 1 billion reservations. Lu Yuan stood frozen, staring at the search results on the old computer. He had returned to the very day Divine Realm opened its servers. Although this game was touted as a virtual online game developed by over 200 countries worldwide, he knew it was far from simple. It was crafted by the deities of the galaxy, expending their powers to prepare for the impending invasion from the Nanook star system years later. Initially, people believed it to be a groundbreaking virtual game, but the brutal war that ensued transformed the entire galaxy into a slaughterhouse. In his previous life, he had survived until the end, only to be slain by the Annihilation Emperor. He had thought life was a river of time, unyielding and devoid of regret. But this time, he had rebooted his life. Once a level 200 Supreme Mage in the Divine Realm, armed with memories of his past experiences, he might just be able to alter the fate of the entire world when confronting the Annihilation Emperor. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. As the pages of memory turned, he astonishingly realized he could vividly recall all he had once experienced. Movement techniques, skills, resources, treasure chests. At that moment, Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to raise his voice to the heavens, proclaiming, "Who else but I?" Everything was in place, but for the lack of a favorable wind. All he needed was access to the Divine Realm, and he could rapidly ascend. With his abilities, earning money would be a trivial endeavor. There were two methods to enter the Divine Realm, as per Lu Yuan's recollections: a virtual helmet or a gaming pod. The gaming pod, a luxury item costing upwards of 100,000, was beyond his current means. However, the virtual helmet was significantly more affordable, priced at merely 3,000. Lu Yuan began rummaging through drawers in search of money, checking the balances on several bank cards. Ultimately, he gazed at the 28 red bills before him, his expression tinged with a sense of helplessness. He was no longer the supreme mage capable of casting forbidden spells as he had been in his past life. Now, he was merely a recently graduated, unemployed student beset by poverty. The harsh realities of war had yet to descend upon him. He still had time. His gaze lingered on a name, his hand gripping the phone, trembling slightly. Lu Shui, his younger sister, who had just graduated from high school. A sister deserving of all the beautiful words he could muster. Yet, merely a month after the launch of the Divine Realm, she was diagnosed with a grave illness, and the cost for her treatment was exorbitant beyond his means. Watching Lu Shui's frail, pale smile on the hospital bed toward his heart. From that moment, Lu Yuan understood that there was but one affliction in this world, the affliction of poverty. He dialed her number. The call connected swiftly, a soft voice emanating from the other end. "Hello, brother." A smile flickered across Lu Yuan's face, though it quickly faded. "Shui, do you have any money left?" Lu Shui, lying at home, turned over and poked at her phone. Could it be that her brother intended to send her money? "I have some left." Lu Shui replied honestly. Could you transfer 300 to me? I'll pay you back in a few days." Lu Shui's breath hitched. Oh, her modest savings of 500 instantly shrank by more than half. With Lu Shui's assistance, Lu Yuan quickly managed to gather 3,000. Today marked the launch of the Divine Realm, and Lu Yuan stood in line for 2 full hours to secure a budget virtual helmet. Once he donned the helmet, he swiftly entered the realm. After a series of scans confirming his identity, he found himself on a platform. Before him stood several colossal statues, a clear indication for players to choose their professions. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected the mage class, in which he had excelled in his previous life. For his nickname, he opted for the one he had used before, Justice Maniac. Nickname, Justice Maniac. Profession, Novice Mage. Confirmation complete. Lu Yuan made his selection swiftly. Skipping character customization, he had spent time adjusting his appearance in his previous life, but this time he opted for simplicity. Time was of the essence. As the countdown to the server launch approached its conclusion, he was eager to proceed. Skip, he commanded before the opening animation even began. Your character has been successfully created. Welcome to the Divine Realm. Ding. You have entered Novice Village 9527. This notification resonated in his ear, though he was already accustomed to it. Despite his rapid skipping, many others were equally swift. Considering the Novice Village could accommodate 10,000 players, over 9 million had entered the Divine Realm before him. He accessed his backpack interface and quickly opened the treasure chest within. This was a gift from the gods to all his talent. Ding! You have opened the Novice Gift Pack and received the SS level talent. Infinite Evolution. Lu Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Wasn't his talent supposed to be the level fire enhancement? The difference between S rank and a rank is akin to a chasm measuring 100,000 miles, let alone this unprecedented SS level talent of which he had never heard. He swiftly examined the attributes of this Infinite Evolution. Infinite Evolution LV1. Skill power permanently enhanced by 100. Lu Yuan exclaimed, "Is this for real?" He found it hard to believe his own eyes. 100%? Damage doubled. In his previous life, even a flame enhancement that boosted fire damage by merely 20 had placed him in a position of great prominence among mages of equal rank. And now, the damage of all skills was simply doubled. Lu Yuan pinched himself, the palpable sensation of pain confirming that he was not dreaming. Upon regaining his composure, a fierce determination glimmered in Lu Yuan's eyes. In his past life, even with just a flame enhancement, he had fought his way to stand before the great Emperor of Annihilation. This time, the Infinite Evolution had unveiled a glimmer of hope, the genuine hope of saving the world. With an increasing number of players surrounding him, Lu Yuan hurriedly made his way toward a certain location in the Novice Village. While the wild monsters at the village entrance were tempting, he recalled that within this Novice Village, numerous hidden quests awaited discovery. He soon arrived at the doorstep of Widow Li. Chapter 2. Widow Li, you surely do not wish to. The Novice Village map was not extensive. It did not take long for Lu Yuan to locate Widow Li's abode. He knocked on the door, which was ajar, revealing Widow Li's ample figure leaning against the entrance. Lu Yuan marveled once more at the realism of this divine realm. Even the delicate fragrance emanating from Widow Li wafted into his nostrils, her snow-white complexion captivating his gaze. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuan proposed, "Widow Li, you do not wish to discuss matters concerning the village chief." However, before he could finish his sentence, Widow Li had already reached out and pulled him inside, hastily glancing around before shutting the door. After a while, Lu Yuan finally emerged from Widow Li's home, where the door had been left slightly ajar. Inside, Widow Li was half-dressed, her complexion flushed. Lu Yuan toyed with the necklace in his hand, still warm to the touch. Widow Li's necklace. Quality, green. Level requirement, level 1. Intelligence 2. Mana regeneration 1 per second. Evaluation. This is Widow Li's personal item. Lu Yuan gazed at the necklace in awe, pondering how the first player had uncovered this secret and exploited it. After equipping the necklace, Lu Yuan checked his own attributes. Nickname, Justice Madman. Level, 1-0-100. Profession, Initial Mage. HP, 100-100. MP, 60-60. Strength, 4. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 2. Constitution, 3. Spell attack, 20. Physical attack, 10. Free attributes, 0. Luck, hidden. Talent, Infinite Evolution, SSS level. Skills, Fireball, 1 star. Equipment, Widow Li's necklace screen. His attributes were rather unremarkable. even somewhat dismal. The 4 primary attributes for an ordinary person ranged randomly between 0 and 10, and even with the 2 intelligence from the necklace. His intelligence stood at a mere 7, indicating a natural deficiency. Yet, he was fortunate to possess an SSS-level top-tier talent. Such minute differences in attributes were inconsequential to him. With unwavering determination, he traversed the novice village swiftly, starkly contrasting with the other players floundering about like headless chickens. He possessed a remarkably clear plan. The experience gained from slaying a monster or 2 paled in comparison to that obtained from completing a hidden quest. The hidden quest he had accepted promised experience equivalent to what other players would laboriously earn by mindlessly hacking at monsters for an extended period. Opening his inventory, he retrieved the meager 10 copper coins he possessed and made his way to the general store, purchasing 2 bottles of strong liquor. He handed the 2 bottles to the burly, sweat-drenched blacksmith, who regarded Lu Yuan with a newfound interest. This lad, how curious he is. After downing a couple of gulps, the blacksmith felt invigorated. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Ah, young lad. I happen to be in need of some materials. The claws and beak of the rooster at the village entrance make excellent crafting components." Lu Yuan feigned confusion. "But aren't the wolf fangs and claws from the wild wolves superior?" The blacksmith chuckled heartily. "If you can bring those to me, that would indeed be a feat." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Yuan departed from the blacksmith's shop, his task list now populated with 3 ordinary quests. With a mindset inclined towards efficiency, he intended to tackle each task without hesitation. Once again immersing himself in the crowd, he accepted the quest from the village chief to collect rooster tail feathers, and thus, he finally stepped beyond the threshold of the novice village. Among the 4 quests he had acquired, 2 were notably straightforward. The tail feathers and sharp beak of the rooster at the village entrance could be procured simultaneously, rendering the rooster his inaugural target. Lu Yuan swiftly arrived at the village entrance, where a cacophony of voices filled the air, a throng of players already assembled. "Don't harm my little chick. I've been waiting for nearly a minute here. Do you comprehend the notion of first come, first served? Brother, could you let this little chick go to my sister? Please? Is there a kind brother willing to assist my sister? Seeking a party, is there anyone with an A-grade talent willing to guide me, supporting RMB transactions?" Lu Yuan observed the scene with a sense of melancholy. Hundreds of players vied for the chance to slay monsters, and the unfortunate little chicks had barely respawned before being met with a flurry of blades. It was a sight too tragic to behold. Once, he too had been among this throng, but in this life, he was determined to forge his own illustrious path. As he walked, his foot encountered something hard beneath him, which caught his eye with a slight glimmer. He stepped down firmly, feigning about to tie his shoelaces, and discreetly retrieved the coin. Clearing his throat, he reminded himself that regardless of his past prowess, it was now but a fleeting memory. In life, one must remain grounded. Lu Yuan recalled that within this novice village lay a hidden quest, albeit one with stringent prerequisites. It required at least 2 gold coins. Given the exchange rate of 1 gold coin equating to 100 silver coins or 10,000 copper coins, he needed to amass an additional 19,999 copper coins to have any hope of undertaking that hidden quest. Earning such a sum in the novice village was no trivial feat for Lu Yuan. Every single copper coin held immense significance, as the reward for that hidden quest pertained to an extraordinarily potent item. Having been reborn, he certainly did not wish to let such an opportunity slip through his fingers. After walking a short distance, a man clad only in shorts ran out from the village entrance, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. "My money! Which scoundrel picked my pocket? This wretched game. I can't even slay a single chicken. Is this even playable?" Lu Yuan quietly distanced himself from the commotion. As he ventured further, the number of players dwindled around him, and he finally caught sight of his quest target. Several roosters, each about a meter in height, strutted proudly, their splendid tail feathers resplendent in color. A glance at the rooster's sharp beak and claws revealed that a strike from them would not be pleasant. They were truly the warriors among roosters. The attributes of the rooster materialized before Lu Yuan's eyes. Rooster, ordinary monster. Level 3, attack 15/25. Health 180/180. Skills, none. Assessment, born to be beautiful, it revels in flaunting its tail feathers. Both its damage and health surpassed his current capabilities. After all, the rooster is a level 3 creature, and for an ordinary level 1 player to challenge, it is tantamount to courting death. The individual who earlier exploded with copper coins likely attempted to engage beyond his capacity, only to be effortlessly pecked to death, leading him to question the meaning of life. Casually casting a fireball spell, Lu Yuan intended to draw its aggro, luring a large rooster toward him. As Lu Yuan chanted his incantation, a fireball, akin to the size of a ping-pong ball, gradually took form and hurtled toward the rooster's head. 80. Weakness. The staggering damage figure emerged, leaving Lu Yuan astonished. The damage was utterly explosive. A mere fireball had managed to inflict nearly half of the health of a level 3 rooster? Was this the kind of damage a level 1 mage could unleash? He glanced at a nearby group of players, laboriously hacking away at another creature, their inflicted damage lamentably meager. 10-12. After a prolonged struggle, they had only managed to reduce the rooster's health by half. Returning his gaze to his own situation, Lu Yuan skillfully manipulated the distance. And as his fireball spell cooled down, he launched another precisely aimed strike at the rooster's forehead. 80. Weakness. With 2 fireballs unleashed, the large rooster was left with a mere 20 health points. As it approached Lu Yuan, it was barely clinging to life. It brandished its sharp beak, poised to peck at him. Lu Yuan wiped his fists and delivered a powerful punch to the bird's head. 20. Weakness. As a mage's decisive blow, the rooster's health plummeted to 0, and it collapsed onto the ground. You have slain. Rooster, level 3, 1. Experience gained. 24, level up, bonus 20. The experience bar rose by a little less than a quarter, and Lu Yuan calculated that slaying 4 more should suffice to elevate him to level 2. Keen-eyed, Lu Yuan noticed that the fallen rooster seemed to have crushed something beneath it. Upon investigation, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Chapter 3. Jokingly. I am the messenger of justice. With 2 fireballs and a devastating punch, Lu Yuan successfully dispatched a level 3 rooster. The experience points rewarded were substantial. More importantly, Lu Yuan noticed that the rooster had seemingly pinned something beneath it as it fell. Skillfully looting the corpse, Lu Yuan's eyes brightened. It was a pair of rudimentary cloth shoes. 1 cloth shoes. Quality, common. Level requirement, level 1. Speed 1. Evaluation. Wearing these shoes gives a sensation of flying. Lu Yuan had not anticipated that his first monster kill would yield equipment. The probability of common monsters dropping white gear was merely 15. And for him to obtain one was indeed fortuitous. Though the attributes were lackluster, it was better than nothing. A slight increase in speed would facilitate maneuvering around these creatures with greater ease. Quickly donning the cloth shoes, Lu Yuan distinctly felt an enhancement in his movement speed. He glanced towards the distance, where a trio of players was screaming in despair. Oh dear, I was wrong. Please don't peck me. How could it be so difficult for 3 people to take down a single chicken? Amidst their cries of anguish, the players were swiftly dispatched by the valiant battle rooster, vanishing into a wisp of white light. Observing the rooster, which stood tall and proud despite its dwindling health, as if it had emerged victorious, Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment, then resolutely embraced his righteous cause. Fireball. What a jest. He was, after all, a messenger of justice. This rooster had slain 3 players right before his eyes. Such a transgression could not go unpunished. A fireball struck accurately against the rooster's visage. Experience 24. Clearing his throat. Lu Yuan swiftly employed his innate gathering skill, meticulously extracting from the rooster. Gathering successful. You have obtained a fine tail feather 1. Gathering successful. You have obtained a sharp beak 1. After thoroughly looting both roosters, Lu Yuan promptly departed from the scene. His gathering progress had increased significantly. He checked his quest log. Ordinary task. Gather fine tail feathers, 210. Only 8 more kills were needed to fulfill both tasks. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Lu Yuan's gaze quickly fixated on the roosters in the distance. Fireball. 1 by 1, fireballs rained down, each rooster collapsing to the ground. After eliminating 3 more, Lu Yuan's level ascended to 2. Your level has increased to level 2, gaining 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all points to intelligence. Other professions required careful consideration regarding attribute distribution, as each class had distinct growth patterns. An increase in intelligence for a warrior and for a mage held entirely different implications. In Lu Yuan's recollection, various classes could evolve into different specializations based on their attribute allocations. However, the esteemed, and somewhat simplistic, mage had no such concerns. All points into intelligence. The focus was on delivering explosive damage. Upon leveling up, Lu Yuan's damage output surged significantly. Each point of intelligence now granted him 5 points of spell attack and an increase of 5 points in mana, especially under the boundless evolution of enhancements. The damage dealt is utterly astonishing. In the distance, a rooster leisurely strolls as a fireball crashes down from the thicket. 180. Instant kill. Originally possessing a spell attack of 20, it is now surged to 45. With the amplification from infinite evolution and the critical damage bonus from exploiting weaknesses, Lu Yuan's strike successfully obliterates the rooster in one blow. Observing the damage he has inflicted, Lu Yuan's eyes gleam with satisfaction. A level 2 mage dispatching a level 3 creature with a single skill. Who would believe such a tale if he were to share it? He had initially intended to complete his gathering quest and submit it, leveling up before confronting mightier foes. However, it seems unnecessary now. If a fireball can annihilate a level 3 creature, there is no need for him to expend 2 fireballs to forcibly defeat level 4 or 5 monsters. Such an approach would be far less efficient. With a deft control of his fireball, as long as he strikes the rooster's head, Lu Yuan can ensure a guaranteed kill. Mastering the art of directing fireballs is precisely within Lu Yuan's expertise. 1 fireball is cast, and a rooster falls. Experience 22. Although the experience gained is somewhat modest. With each level requiring only a 10 increase in experience points, Lu Yuan's rate of experience accumulation continues to rise. You have slain. Rooster, level 3, X1, gaining experience, 22. You have slain. Lu Yuan observes as his experience points steadily increase. He has already gathered the required tail feathers and sharp beak for his quest. By continuously eliminating roosters, Lu Yuan has also acquired 2 pieces of equipment. Fortune smiles upon him as he obtains a staff and a piece of clothing. In the realm of divinity, equipment is categorized into weapons, accessories, helmets, tunics, bracers, belts, trousers, and shoes. Among these, the probability of accessories dropping is the lowest, making them the rarest. The quality of the equipment remains basic, as these ordinary creatures can only yield standard items. The staff grants Lu Yuan an enhancement of 5 points to his spell attack, which is quite commendable. The clothing bestows an additional 20 points to his health, rendering him slightly more resilient. After several minutes, Lu Yuan finally ascends to level 3. He continues to allocate all his points to intelligence, further amplifying his magical damage. Not only has his character level risen, but through the relentless usage of skills, his fireball technique has also advanced by 1 level. Fireball technique. Level 2 fire elements coalesce into a sphere, inflicting a certain degree of flame damage, dealing 120 spell damage, mana cost, 5, cooldown period, 5 seconds. Proficiency, 1-200, rating, the most fundamental application of fire elements. As Lu Yuan gazes at his upgraded fireball technique, various playstyles for this skill emerge in his mind. One approach focuses on rapid fire casting, maximizing quantity, releasing fireballs akin to a Gatling gun, unleashing 600 rounds per second, purging the world. Another style emphasizes explosive power, concentrating quality, where the fireball resembles a nuclear bomb. Upon impact, a mushroom cloud rises. There are also some peculiar play styles, each undeniably potent in their own right. Lu Yuan reflects on these thoughts. Soon, he sets aside his musings and returns to the novice village. Having submitted 2 ordinary quests, Lu Yuan's experience points surge dramatically, reaching level 3 at 86. The experience gained from completing the task surpassed that acquired from slaying monsters for over 10 minutes. Additionally, the quest rewards included a modest sum of copper coins. Without a moment's pause, Lu Yuan hurried towards the village outskirts, casually opening his attributes to glance at his coin total, 1 silver coin and 2 copper coins. After a considerable duration of monster hunting, coupled with the monetary rewards from the quests, he had barely managed to accumulate a silver coin. In the early stages, this amount held a value approximating 100 units. Lu Yuan had spent some time in a gold farming studio, thus he possessed a fair understanding of such matters. Although this sum was not insignificant, it still fell considerably short of the 2 gold coins he required. As he traversed the path, Lu Yuan instinctively recalled Lu Shui, furrowing his brow as he silently vowed that in this lifetime, he would never again feel as powerless as he had in his previous existence. Upon moving away from the village entrance, Lu Yuan observed numerous players gathering in the vicinity of the level 3 rooster, forming teams to collaborate in its defeat. The players were not lacking in wit. Recognizing their inability to conquer the challenge alone, they opted to team up with 2 or 3 companions for a more manageable endeavor. "Hey, brother, judging by your attire, you're a mage. Care to join us?" A voice called out from nearby. Chapter 4. Wild Dogs. He approached, and without uttering a word, unleashed a fireball. A voice emanated from the side as Lu Yuan raised his gaze. The newcomer, clad in warrior attire, wielded a black machete and revealed his level and nickname, Level 2, General Little Flower. In such a fiercely competitive early game, reaching Level 2 was noteworthy. Yet what piqued Lu Yuan's interest was the name itself. General Little Flower? Are they affiliated with the General Guild? A glance at the names of the 2 individuals trailing behind him, General Phoenix Chicks and General Sleeping Dragon, further solidified Lu Yuan's suspicions. He had heard of the General Guild. In his past life, it was neither insignificant nor overly prominent. Although teaming up offered a certain experience boost, it required sharing among 4 players, which, to Lu Yuan, outweighed the benefits. He politely declined and moved away into the distance. Once he had distanced himself, Sleeping Dragon could no longer contain his disdain. "This kid is truly arrogant. Even we from the General Guild look down upon him. How dare he venture out alone? He must have never encountered the ferocity of the wild dogs outside." Phoenix Chicks nodded in agreement, his expression reflecting approval. However, General Little Flower frowned. Those who dwell in isolation are either beasts or deities. He had witnessed a level 3 rooster fall at Lu Yuan's feet. The ability to single-handedly slay a level 3 monster spoke volumes about his prowess. The 3 level 2 players working together could barely defeat such a creature. Had it not been for this, he would not have sought to invite Lu Yuan to join their ranks. Lu Yuan's refusal had been anticipated, watching him stride towards the area where higher-level monsters respawned. General Little Flower hesitated. "Should we follow him? I have a feeling he's a master." Sleeping Dragon appeared reluctant. "Flower, didn't we just get annihilated by that wild dog up ahead? Its speed is so formidable that we cannot outrun it. If we die again, our progress will surely lag behind others." Phoenix Chicks chimed in. "Exactly. Our leader is counting on us to exit the novice village soon." General Little Flower's expression was conflicted. Betting their time on a hunch was evidently unwise. Should they perish once more, their departure from the novice village would inevitably be delayed. As the saying goes, one step behind leads to being perpetually behind. With a sigh, he waved his hand. "Very well, let us focus on leveling up first. Once we reach levels 4 or 5, we shall take our revenge on those mutts." Meanwhile, Lu Yuan remained tense and vigilant. Infinite evolution had augmented his damage, yet he remained a fragile mage. As a level 3 player encroaching upon the territory of level 5 wild dogs, a moment's carelessness could lead to his instant demise. Armed with the knowledge from his past life, he understood the monsters of this novice village well. Wild dog, common monster, level 5 attack, 35 to 55 health, 420 skill, bite evaluation, relentlessly hunts, howling incessantly. From a distance, Lu Yuan cautiously observed a few stray wild dogs. One should not underestimate these creatures. Within the novice village, they are undeniably the bane of inexperienced players. It is said that the remains of novice players who fall victim to these wild dogs can litter the village thrice over. These wild dogs serve as the first lesson bestowed upon newcomers in the realm of the divine, a lesson aptly titled Cruelty, with a minimum pain sensitivity set at 30. Being torn apart by wild dogs becomes a nightmare for many fledgling players. Ahem, it is worth mentioning that Lu Yuan himself had once learned this lesson the hard way. The illustrious Supreme Mage had been slain by wild dogs on 3 separate occasions. If this were to become public knowledge, Lu Yuan would be thoroughly humiliated. After traversing endless years, Lu Yuan found himself once again in this place, his gaze fluctuating as he regarded the wild dogs. I, Lu Yuan, shall repay my grudges. A fireball shot forth, striking the wild dog squarely in the mouth. Boom. The wild dog whimpered in agony as the fireball exploded, nearly dislocating its jaw, and a substantial amount of damage erupted above its head. 360. Weakness. The crimson damage almost obliterated the level 5 wild dog in an instant, leaving it with merely 60 points of health remaining. At that moment, the wild dog finally caught sight of Lu Yuan, concealed within the grass. It whined, a fierce glint igniting in its eyes. Even in death, it was determined to take a bite. It charged forward with alarming speed. Only then did the true terror of the novice killer reveal itself. The wild dog's speed was double that of an ordinary player. This meant it could easily close the distance on its prey. A foul wind swept through as the dog approached, its mouth dripping with blood, fangs bared. A grotesque mixture of blood and saliva cascading down. The scene was strikingly vivid, had it been an ordinary player facing such a ferocious wild dog. Their legs would surely weaken, and they would be incapable of mounting a proper defense. However, Lu Yuan was accustomed to such encounters. In the realm of the divine, he had faced far more sinister, terrifying, and horrifying creatures than this mere wild dog. With an expression of indifference, Lu Yuan steadied his staff. As the fireball spell was nearly ready once more. Boom. This time, the fireball detonated directly in the dog's mouth. The lethal strike extinguished the wild dog's life, its headless body collapsing limply to the ground. Lu Yuan had positioned himself expertly, shielded by the underbrush, and in a mere 5 seconds, he had effortlessly vanquished a novice killer. His experience bar surged dramatically. Experience 44, Lu Yuan's experience, which had initially been at 86 of level 3, now soared to 90. Just a few more kills, and he would ascend to level 4. Remarkably, within less than an hour since the server's launch. Lu Yuan's rate of advancement was akin to that of a rocket. Positioning himself astutely, he targeted solitary wild dogs for swift strikes. It was crucial to note that once the wild dogs began to gather in packs, the difficulty of defeating them would increase significantly. If their numbers exceeded 5, even Lu Yuan would have to retreat momentarily. 2 fireballs dispatched a single wild dog. Experience 44, experience. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Lu Yuan's level rose to 4. He continued to allocate all his points to intelligence, bringing his magical damage to a formidable 100. Now, the damage inflicted by Lu Yuan has reached a remarkable enhancement. A fireball descends upon the head of a wild dog. The damage amplification is such that Lu Yuan can now vanquish the wild dog in a single strike. From having to employ 2 fireballs to achieve a kill, he has now increased his efficiency substantially, achieving a kill with just 1. His experience points are accumulating at an astonishing rate. After nearly half an hour of relentless effort, Lu Yuan is on the brink of reaching level 5. However, the drop rate of equipment is rather disheartening, despite the extensive time spent. He has only managed to gather a handful of items. Is the probability of equipment dropping from ordinary monsters not 15? Why has he not seen a single drop after so long? Lu Yuan feels somewhat disheartened, sensing a significant decline in his luck since his rebirth. After spending dozens of minutes, he has only managed to collect a few copper coins, rendering him an extraordinary example of bad fortune. Just as Lu Yuan silently laments his plight, his peripheral vision catches something, and upon turning his head, his eyes suddenly gleam with excitement. Chapter 5, Elite Wild Dog. Lu Yuan's gaze brightened. Not far away, a wild dog, approximately 2 meters in size and as robust as a calf, was leisurely strolling. A striking inscription crowned its head: Elite Wild Dog, Elite Monster. Level 7, Attack 55 to 85. Health points 1500. Skills: Bite, Claw, Strike. Evaluation: this is the elite among wild dogs. What had Lu Yuan discovered? A solitary elite monster. The attributes of elite monsters overwhelmingly surpass those of ordinary ones, and the probability of dropping rare equipment significantly increases. Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Slaying an elite monster grants a remarkable 30% chance of obtaining green gear. At the current stage of the game, green gear could undoubtedly be considered powerful divine equipment. An elite monster such as this is a rare find indeed. Naturally, Lu Yuan had no intention of letting it slip away. However, the damage inflicted by the elite wild dog heightened Lu Yuan's vigilance. With his current health points, he could withstand only one blow. A second strike would surely spell his demise. Fearlessly, Lu Yuan unleashed an orange fireball, which struck the elite wild dog squarely on the head. 480. Weakness. The defense of these novice village monsters was negligible. Lu Yuan's fireball nearly took away 1/3 of its health. He could see the elite wild dog's eyes turn red as it sniffed the air, quickly detecting Lu Yuan's position and charging towards him. The calf-sized wild dog nearly matched Lu Yuan's height, and such a frenzied beast racing towards him would send most individuals into a panic. Yet, Lu Yuan's gaze remained as calm as still water. He did not dodge immediately. Instead, at the moment the elite wild dog closed in, he executed a subtle twist of his body. The wild dog's speed was astonishing, but this slight movement allowed it to narrowly miss him. Lu Yuan could even feel the soft fur of the wild dog brush past him. The cooldown for his second fireball had completed. Striking a fast-moving target had become second nature for Lu Yuan. With 2 fireballs launched, the elite wild dog's head tilted. Its health reduced to a mere 540 points. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had already begun to retreat, creating distance as he awaited the cooldown for his third fireball. The wild dog had yet to land a hit on him, while it had already lost more than half its health. This was the most fundamental kiting strategy employed by mages. As Lu Yuan withdrew, he sensed something amiss, his brows furrowing slightly. With the skill cooldown complete, he prepared to strike again, but this time, the fireball soared towards a patch of grass. A hint of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth. Did they think they could reap the rewards without effort? Such fortune does not come easily. The fireball exploded in midair, revealing a phantom figure gradually taking form. 240. Instant kill. His expression turned to one of shock as his body slowly crumpled to the ground. How? How did it discover me? The fiery orb unleashed by Lu Yuan was far beyond what a mere fragile assassin could withstand. Before he could even react, Lu Yuan swiftly obliterated him. In an instant, he transformed into a wisp of white light, leaving behind a dagger that shimmered faintly on the ground. Lu Yuan hastily retrieved the dagger and stowed it in his backpack. A foul wind brushed past him as the elite wild dog approached from behind. To eliminate the hidden assassin player, Lu Yuan disregarded the elite wild dog, allowing it to close in on him. The massive creature bit into Lu Yuan's unprotected waist, inflicting a ghastly wound. 75. With that bite, Lu Yuan's health plummeted. Just as the wild dog lunged again, Lu Yuan rolled to evade. With his current frail stature, another hit would surely be fatal. Initially, Lu Yuan was confident about defeating this elite wild dog. However, the unexpected appearance of the unfamiliar assassin disrupted his plans. Once his fireball spell was ready again, Lu Yuan aimed at the wild dog's eyes and unleashed it. 500. Weak point. The fireball detonated within the wild dog's eye sockets, spilling blood profusely. The lone wolf could now be aptly renamed the One-Eyed Wolf. The elite wild dog howled in pain as Lu Yuan surged forward, thrusting his wooden staff viciously towards its other eye socket. He utilized every possible advantage to maximize his damage output. As a mage, Lu Yuan possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding melee combat. 50. Critical hit. The elite wild dog let out a mournful cry before its heavy body collapsed to the ground. A torrent of experience surged into him, and Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how much more experience elite monsters yielded compared to ordinary ones. Upon inspecting the corpse, he soon spotted a glimmer of green light. Feeling a flicker of excitement, Lu Yuan swiftly picked up the item, a piece of green-quality cloth armor. Regrettably, it required level 7 to equip, while he was currently only at level 5. There was still a need for continuous leveling up. At the resurrection point of the novice village, the renowned assassin from the Dynasty Guild, known as Gisi, was still grappling with the shock of recent events. What had just transpired? As a top-tier assassin of a prominent guild, how could he have been so effortlessly eliminated by a single fireball? How had he been discovered? Wasn't he in stealth mode? A flurry of questions bubbled up in Gisi's mind. He had barely ventured out of the novice village. With his skills, facing a level 3 chicken alone was hardly a challenge. However, He had been drawn by the distant sound of barking dogs and had gone to investigate. To his astonishment, he encountered a rather sizable elite wild dog. Before the elite creature stood only one player. Observing the elite monster's health reduced to half, Geese's mind began to entertain some mischievous thoughts. Who didn't know that elite monsters dropped better loot? This half-health experienced monster was practically served on a platter. Not taking the opportunity to slay, it would be a waste. As for Lu Yuan, who stood before the elite creature, Geese paid him little mind. After all, he was merely a novice mage, and his class was a natural predator of mages. Yet, what Geese failed to anticipate was the mage, pursued relentlessly by a pack of elite wild dogs, unexpectedly unleashed a fireball upon himself. The shadowy assassin, who had intended to reap the benefits without effort, was utterly taken aback when Lu Yuan directed his attack towards him. He was certain that he was concealed within a state of stealth. Could it be that sheer luck had favored him? The shadowy assassin found it hard to believe. However, what astonished him even more was the damage dealt by Lu Yuan, which obliterated him in an instant. The damage that sprang forth, if his memory served him right, seemed to surpass 200. How elevated must that mage player's magical damage be? Wait, the shadowy assassin recalled his previous encounters with this mage player. Did that mage wield a staff? Such formidable magical damage, could it be attributed to that staff? The expression on the shadowy assassin's face shifted continuously as he hastily opened his friends list, his demeanor quickly transforming into one of utmost reverence. Tiangu. Chapter 6. The Hidden Treasure Chest. Tiangu. The Imperial Assassin contacted someone with a respectful demeanor. A question mark was sent in response. The Imperial Assassin promptly recounted his encounter outside the Novice Village. Oh? At Novice Village number 251, a proud warrior raised an eyebrow. Do you suspect that there is an issue with his staff? The Imperial Assassin hurriedly replied, I am uncertain, but it is evident that this young man possesses some remarkable treasure. Rumor had it on the forum that certain players had unearthed blue equipment from their novice gift packs. Upon hearing the mention of blue equipment, the expression of Huangqiao Zhantian shifted. He had only managed to don a complete set of white gear thus far, without a single piece of green equipment to his name. The rarity of blue equipment, surpassing that of green, was self-evident. Such high-quality rare gear could only realize its full potential in the hands of their Imperial Guild. With this thought, Huangqiao Zhantian began to devise a plan. He resolved to ascertain the situation of this individual. Exiting the novice village later would pose no issue. If the young man truly had drawn blue equipment, if given the opportunity and he willingly surrendered it, they could let bygones be bygones and welcome him into their Imperial Guild. However, should he refuse to part with it? The Imperial Assassin nodded earnestly, understood. Once the conversation with Huangqiao Zhantian concluded, he swiftly began to inspect his own equipment. His expression darkened. The dagger he had painstakingly acquired from a long session of grinding had been lost. His experience points had dropped by half a level, and the death penalty weighed heavily upon him. The thought of having fought for half an hour only to lose his equipment soured his mood. Gazing into the distance, his tone grew somber. I hope you are wise enough to understand. Otherwise, you shall learn the consequences of crossing a rogue. Outside the novice village, near the forest, the howls of wolves echoed far and wide. Lu Yuan, not far from the forest, soon encountered a new monster. Wild wolf, common monster. Level, 8 attack, 105 to 135 health, 960 skill. Pursuit evaluation, the most common predator in the green forest. The wild wolf was significantly larger than a wild dog. This difference was most evident in their respective auras. The wild dog exuded a ferocity that instilled fear merely by sight, while the wild wolf possessed a sinister demeanor. Its emerald gaze felt like a chill upon the spine. The hidden quest that Lu Yuan had taken from the blacksmith involved collecting wolf fangs and claws. The wild wolf's health was nearly double that of the wild dog, with an attack exceeding 100. This meant that with Lu Yuan's current health of 120, he stood a high chance of being eliminated in one blow. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan remained unfazed. In his previous life, he had leveled up in a conventional manner, never considering any shortcuts. It was only after leaving the novice village that he stumbled upon such methods through a forum post. Observing the wild wolf in the distance, Lu Yuan refrained from initiating an attack. The speed of the wild wolf rivals that of elite wild dogs, and a single bite could prove fatal. Lu Yuan deemed it unnecessary to take such risks. After wandering through the forest, he soon spotted a crooked tree, which brightened his spirits. He stowed his staff and swiftly ascended the tree. Perched upon its branches, Lu Yuan felt as if he were seated on a swing. The player who had discovered this crooked tree was undoubtedly skilled. Lu Yuan recalled that this player had seemingly been enjoying an intimate moment with his girlfriend in the tree, inadvertently attracting nearby monsters. By a twist of fate, they were astonished to find that attacking monsters from this tree would not cause them to lose aggro. Without the ability to retreat and recover health, this provided them with a strategic advantage, an unharmed kill. Now, this prime location was fortuitously available to Lu Yuan. The crooked tree was not very tall, its branches merely 2 meters above the ground. This height prevented the wild wolves from breaking their focus. Lu Yuan gently leaped from the tree. Having found a suitable spot, all that remained was to continuously lure the monsters. Moreover, the wild wolves possessed a unique ability. When their health was low, they would howl, summoning their kin nearby. For others, this would be a considerable challenge, but for Lu Yuan, it was a blessing. The more, the better. Summon your brethren. Lu Yuan swiftly attracted the attention of a wolf nearby. As he watched the ferocious creature sprinting towards him, he made a hasty retreat to the familiar crooked tree, climbing it with ease. The wild wolf soon arrived at the base of the tree, circling around it. Lu Yuan unleashed a fireball, striking it squarely in the forehead. 480. Critical hit. The wolf's emerald eyes glinted with a cruel intent, eager to rend its prey to shreds. Unperturbed, Lu Yuan awaited the cooldown of his fireball, then struck again, this time hitting its leg. 240, not a fatal blow, but he anticipated as much. As the wolf's health dwindled, it threw back its head and howled. The prolonged wail echoed through the forest. Lu Yuan did not wait long before 2 more wolves emerged from the woods. With a sigh of relief, he cast a fireball, extinguishing the life of the wounded wolf. You have slain. Wild Wolf, level 8. 1. Experience gained. 130. Lu Yuan sat quietly in the tree, awaiting the refresh of his skills. One fireball after another rained down, inflicting significant damage. With just 2 fireballs, he could dispatch a level 8 Wild Wolf. You have slain. Wild Wolf, level 8. 1. Experience 130. Experience 130. The experience bar steadily climbed. Under Lu Yuan's deliberate strategy, the number of wolves beneath the tree increased rather than diminished. When the time was right, Lu Yuan ceased to lure more wolves, decisively unleashing 2 fireballs to eliminate them swiftly. Beneath the tree lay a mound of wolf carcasses, some of which had begun to decay. Lu Yuan seized the moment to gather resources, employing his gathering technique on the corpses strewn across the ground. Gathering successful. Obtained. Sharp Wolf Fang 1. Gathering successful. Obtained. Sharp Wolf Claw 1. Within his backpack, the quantities of wolf fangs and claws steadily multiplied. Utilizing the advantageous terrain, Lu Yuan continued to eliminate the wolves without sustaining any injuries. A final fireball concluded the encounter, and the wolf's body collapsed to the ground. Familiar with the gathering technique, he heard the system's notification echo in his ears. Gathering successful. Your gathering skill has risen to level 2. Lu Yuan glanced into his backpack, now filled to the brim with an impressive total of 99 wolf claws and fangs. Not only had his gathering skill improved, but his level had also ascended to level 6 through the relentless slaying of wolves. He had acquired a notable amount of basic equipment, boosting his health by an additional 50 points. With a familiar allocation of points into intelligence, Lu Yuan's intelligence attribute reached 32, elevating his spell power to 150 points. Under the enhancement of his infinite evolution talent, a single fireball could inflict 360 points of magical damage. Should he strike a weakness, the damage would undoubtedly be even greater. Observing the collection of quest items in his backpack, Lu Yuan nodded to himself. It should suffice. Just as he prepared to depart and submit his quest, a flash of white light caught his eye. Narrowing his gaze, he scrutinized the nearby thicket. Among the layered foliage, something seemed to be concealed. Cautiously advancing, Lu Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Before him stood a silver treasure chest. Chapter 7. The Skill Book. Lu Yuan pushed aside the underbrush and soon beheld a silver treasure chest nestled within. His spirits lifted as he recalled that the post he had read seemed to have omitted any mention of this so-called chest. Perhaps it had already been claimed by someone in his previous life, hence its absence from the guide. Lu Yuan quickly deduced that the chest radiated a silvery sheen, exceedingly alluring. The quality of this treasure chest was rather commendable. Having battled his way to the supreme mage within the divine realm, he had encountered countless treasure chests. These chests were categorized by quality, ranging from the lowest to the highest: tattered, ordinary, fine, perfect, epic, legendary, and mythical. Such chests were scattered across the vast expanse of the divine realm, with opportunities to discover them lurking in every corner. In fact, Lu Yuan's memory held several locations where high-quality chests were cleverly concealed. However, accessing these high-quality chests would require him to first depart from this novice village. Setting aside his thoughts, Lu Yuan scrutinized the silver chest before him. His gaze lingered upon it. Fine chest 1. The exteriors of chests varied greatly with their quality. Yet it was not uncommon for lower-quality chests to yield high-quality items. This fine chest was, fortunately, not locked. As he observed its luster, Lu Yuan contemplated whether he should procure a key. It now appeared he had saved himself some effort. After a quick glance around, Lu Yuan promptly opened the chest. Upon its opening, a radiant light burst forth, momentarily blinding him. A surge of joy filled Lu Yuan's heart. As an experienced treasure hunter, he had anticipated this very scenario. Surely, he had unearthed something remarkable. Upon closer inspection, his expectations were confirmed. A skill book lay quietly within. Lu Yuan's heart raced as he swiftly retrieved the skill book. Early game skill books were notoriously expensive. For popular classes, the price could range from hundreds to thousands. Glancing at the name of the skill book, Lu Yuan's breath caught in his throat. Rapid Fireball, 2 stars, even though he had encountered countless formidable skills and forbidden spells in his previous life. His heart raced with excitement. In his past, he had reached the pinnacle, viewing these skills and spells merely as embellishments, hardly stirring his composure. But this was a different matter. No one understood better than he how fortunate it was to unearth a 2-star skill book on the very first day of the game's launch. Thoughts of various paths for mage's advancement flooded his mind, and his eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Without further hesitation, he swiftly learned the skill. The 2-star skill book transformed into a green light and disappeared into Lu Yuan's hands. He then examined the skill's effects. Rapid Fireball, level 1, quickly releases 2 fireballs to attack the target. Each fireball inflicts 60 spell damage. Mana cost, 10, cooldown, 10 seconds. Proficiency, 0-100, evaluation, more powerful than a single fireball, for it is 2 fireballs. In Lu Yuan's hands, 2 fireballs hovered silently in the air. Any ordinary mage player witnessing this would surely be taken aback. Fireball, can it be unleashed in such a manner? In their minds, skills were primarily utilized against monsters. Where could one, like Lu Yuan, play with fireballs as if performing a juggling act? It was simply a matter of mastery. After countless spell casts, Lu Yuan had indelibly etched these techniques into his memory. The 2 fireballs descended onto a nearby tree trunk, leaving behind a small charred mark as the flames dissipated. Each fireball's power had diminished, yet the total damage surpassed that of an ordinary fireball spell. Lu Yuan nodded silently, thoroughly satisfied with the rapid-fire casting of the fireballs. Possessing 2 skills, his strength had increased significantly. After thoroughly inspecting the treasure chest to ensure no items were overlooked, Lu Yuan swiftly departed from the area. With the hidden quest items collected, he was now ready to complete the task. Lu Yuan strode purposefully towards the novice village. Time is money. After completing this hidden quest, he was confident that his level would be the highest among players in the divine realm. Leveling up was of utmost importance. If Lu Yuan recalled correctly, the first player to reach level 10 and leave the novice village would receive a generous reward. Accordingly, his goal became exceedingly clear. Ascend to level 10 swiftly, earn 2 gold coins, accomplish the exceptionally challenging hidden quest in the novice village, and be the first to exit. Leveling up to 10 was not particularly difficult. Lu Yuan held a modicum of confidence in his grinding efficiency. However, those 2 gold coins were quite valuable in the early stages, requiring nearly 20,000 coins to purchase. The thought of money dimmed Lu Yuan's expression slightly. He was in dire need of everything: time, money. Faster, even faster. It was as if a voice incessantly urged him on. Lu Yuan understood that he could not afford to pause. The world remained oblivious to the impending danger sweeping across Blue Star. Not wishing to see the tragedies of his past life replayed, all he could do was exert every effort to quicken his pace. Players began to appear before him. Yet Lu Yuan kept his gaze fixed ahead, hastening his journey. He concealed his username and level, presenting himself as an ordinary mage. Nevertheless, the plain white staff in his hand still garnered envious glances from numerous players. Bro, selling that staff? For a plain one, I'd buy it for $10. If you agree, let us be friends. How high are you leveled? Want to help out a little sister? She's very obedient, handsome. Add me as a friend. Our team only accepts experts like you. Lu Yuan remained silent, focusing solely on his path. A few players, noticing his aloof demeanor and lack of response, exchanged disdainful snorts. It's just luck that he got a broken staff. Acting all high and mighty. As if anyone cares, haha. I pulled an A-grade talent. Extraordinary physique, yet I don't flaunt it like he does. A-grade talent. That is quite commendable. Perhaps you might consider our proposal. Not far from the novice village, the illustrious warrior, Xiao Hua, observed Lu Yuan hastily returning to the village, lost in contemplation. The trio had tirelessly battled monsters in this vicinity, yet their levels had barely ascended to level 4. The experience required for the next level was daunting. Merely slaying chickens seemed an endless endeavor. A thought of venturing further afield the train surged within Xiao Hua's mind. More formidable creatures would undoubtedly yield superior equipment and greater experience. Seeing Lu Yuan, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Hua's eyes. Lu Yuan's attire clearly marked him as a mage, boldly traversing into a region teeming with higher-level monsters. To Xiao Hua, this appeared tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, remarkably, he seemed to have returned alive from that perilous venture. His appearance suggested he had acquired several new pieces of equipment, embodying the very essence of a triumphant return. A jolt of surprise coursed through Xiao Hua's heart. It seemed this individual was indeed a remarkably powerful lone wanderer. He pondered the possibility of inviting him into their illustrious guild. Glancing at his companions, Wulong and Fengchu, sprawled on the ground, marveling at the lush greenery. Xiao Hua felt a twinge of exasperation. Why had fate granted him such teammates? His resolve to recruit Lu Yuan into the guild strengthened. Time to cease this idle play and hasten back. Perhaps they could enlist a formidable ally into their ranks. With a sense of urgency, Xiao Hua also set forth on the path back to the novice village. Chapter 8. Surpassing Expectations. In the novice village, the blacksmith shop bustles with players, all of whom covet the high-quality weapons displayed within. However, upon inquiring about the prices, they are left astounded. Even the most inexpensive basic weapon commands a price of 20 copper coins, while the buyback rate is a mere 10 copper coins. Nothing short of extortion. Some players, having completed the most fundamental of tasks, might, with a stroke of fortune, afford a modest basic weapon. The prices for other weapons of varying qualities are even higher, with the most expensive blue weapons priced at a staggering 1 gold coin, given that players start with only 10 copper coins. Even a horde of players laboring tirelessly to accumulate wealth would require a significant amount of time to gather a single gold coin. Moreover, blue weapons in the novice village are often discarded upon leaving this initial realm. Players are not naive. Who would invest heavily in a weapon soon to be rendered obsolete? Before the forge, the blacksmith, a burly man, sweats profusely as he strikes the anvil, creating a crisp ringing sound with each blow. The sword's shape gradually takes form through relentless hammering, a vital step in the forging process meant to expel impurities from the iron. The blacksmith's formidable strength, hidden beneath his unassuming exterior, is a result of years spent honing his craft. Do not underestimate him due to his honest appearance. His prowess is indeed formidable. Once, a player attempted to provoke the seemingly benign blacksmith to trigger a quest. Ultimately, he succeeded in angering the blacksmith, who swung his heavy hammer and turned the player into a mere puddle of flesh. In the novice village, this scene became a recurring spectacle. It was only after the player was reduced to level 0 that the blacksmith resumed his humble demeanor. During this tumultuous time, not a soul dared intervene, be it player or NPC. Thus, the blacksmith's reputation spread far and wide, attracting countless players eager to test their mettle against him. Lost in thought, Lu Yuan stood quietly to the side, waiting patiently. Beside him, a warrior player, visibly impatient from having waited for some time, urged, Hey, are you done yet? I've gathered all the materials you asked for. Hurry up and give me my reward. After several persistent prompts, the blacksmith, distracted, misstruck, damaging the freshly forged sword. With that blow, the sword was completely ruined. The blacksmith's expression darkened as he set aside the damaged blade and turned his gaze behind him, only to be surprised to find Lu Yuan among the crowd. Redirecting his focus, he regarded the impatient warrior player who received his quest reward before departing. As Lu Yuan approached, the blacksmith's face broke into a warm smile. Ah, it is you. Among the many players, he had not forgotten Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan nodded and retrieved a wolf fang from his backpack. The blacksmith accepted the fang, examined it carefully, and a satisfied smile graced his features. Excellent. The quality of this gathering is commendable. Lu Yuan chose to submit a complete set of 99 wolf fangs. The blacksmith uncle's face was filled with astonishment. This quantity far exceeded the requirements of his quest. Such a multitude of wolf fangs, surely the wolf pups in the forest must have been eradicated. Nevertheless, it was indeed a boon, alleviating some of the village's woes. Observing Lu Yuan, his satisfaction grew. Well done, well done. Here is your reward. He waved his hand, and a stream of white light surged into Lu Yuan's body. You have exceeded the hidden quest requirements. Quest evaluation. Perfect. Quest reward enhanced. You have received an additional reward. Wolf Fang Club 1. You have gained 5,000 experience, 10 silver coins. The substantial experience caused Lu Yuan's level to rise immediately. Yet this was not the end. The blacksmith uncle gazed intently at Lu Yuan. Young brother, your prowess is remarkable. There is a wild boar king to the north of the forest. If you could bring me its tusks, I shall bestow upon you a reward of great magnitude. At that moment, a notification echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. You have triggered an A-level hidden quest. Slay the forest wild boar king. Will you accept? Naturally. Lu Yuan had no intention of refusing. This wild boar king was indeed part of his plans within the novice village. Upon accepting the quest, the blacksmith uncle's eyes sparkled with further satisfaction. Din Ge's favorability 10, current favorability 60, friendly. Typically, NPCs exhibit an initial favorability of 50, neutral, towards players. Favorability can be influenced by various factors, such as charm, demeanor, and actions. These elements require players to continuously explore and discover. However, Lu Yuan, having been reborn as a mage god, understood that this realm was far from simple, and that NPCs possess their own distinct personalities, akin to real individuals. They should not be perceived as mere repetitive automatons. Higher favorability yields subtle yet significant effects. Not only does it facilitate the acceptance of quests, but it also enables players to purchase items at reduced prices, and even unlock certain unique opportunities once favorability reaches its zenith. After accepting the quest, Lu Yuan swiftly departed from the blacksmith shop. This A-level hidden quest posed a considerable challenge. In his recollection, the Wild Boar King, as a level 10 boss in the novice village, was tough-skinned and robust. It would take dozens, if not hundreds, of players to take down such a formidable creature. To slay it single-handedly would be no small feat. As he pondered his strategy, several dark figures approached him. Lu Yuan raised his staff slightly, readying his skills. However, he quickly recalled that he had not yet left the novice village, and that players could not attack one another within the safe zone. He composed himself. Observing the individuals from the renowned General Guild, he recognized a few of them, yet was unsure of their intentions. What brings you here? Lu Yuan inquired. Before Wulong and Fengchu could respond, they were silenced by a fierce glare from the guild member Xiaohua. If those two foolish teammates were allowed to speak, who knew what unforeseen circumstances might arise? May I inquire as to your name, esteemed sir? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan decided to reveal his name. Upon seeing it, the renowned warrior, Xiaohua, felt a twinge of regret. A champion of justice? I consider myself a paragon of virtue. Uncertain if this brother of justice, was aware of their illustrious guild, he inquired. Are you acquainted with the illustrious champions guild? Lu Yuan nodded, acknowledging his familiarity. Ah, you've heard of us? That's splendid. A faint smile graced Xiaohua's lips. Brother of justice, would you entertain the notion of joining our guild? While we may not be a prominent guild, our members share a spirit of camaraderie and mutual support. As we grow, You could very well become a venerable elder in our community. Lu Yuan listened attentively but shook his head gently. At present, I do not have intentions of joining any guild. A sense of regret washed over Xiao Hua, yet he respected Lu Yuan's decision. In that case, I apologize for the intrusion. Just as he prepared to turn away, Lu Yuan called out to him. Wait. Gazing at the esteemed Xiao Hua before him, Lu Yuan recalled the hidden quest he had recently undertaken. This could very well be an opportunity to assist him in completing that quest. Although I cannot join your guild, I have a collaborative proposal that I wonder if you might find intriguing. Chapter 9. The Scheme for the Wild Boar King. Level 10 Boss. The Wild Boar King. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's plan, the renowned general, Xiao Hua, could not help but exclaim. Realizing his indiscretion, he glanced around and lowered his voice. Brother Genie, do you happen to know the whereabouts of the Wild Boar King? Any player with a modicum of experience understands the significance of a boss. Greater experience yields rarer equipment. Bosses are categorized into a handful of tiers: Chief, Leader, Lord, King, and Overlord. The higher the tier of the boss, the greater the challenge in defeating it, and the more magnificent the spoils. Although the Wild Boar King in the Novice Village is merely a low-tier chief boss, it can still drop blue equipment. The higher the tier and level of a boss, the more splendid the loot it drops: blue, purple, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. The ultimate Overlord boss even has a chance to drop mythical equipment. Having wielded mythical-grade gear, Lu Yuan understands better than anyone the immense power it possesses. Such gear is a true artifact forged with the might of the gods. Lu Yuan shook off his reverie. One must take things one step at a time. No matter how formidable mythical equipment may be, it is irrelevant to him at present. Defeating the Wild Boar King and acquiring blue gear would be an extraordinary achievement. If he could enlist the assistance of the renowned General Guild in this endeavor, it would undoubtedly ease the process. This was precisely why Lu Yuan had called out to Xiao Hua. Furthermore, Xiao Hua's perceptive response prompted Lu Yuan to consider leveraging the renowned General Guild's resources. He intended to share the coordinates of the Wild Boar King, but Lu Yuan had his own stipulations. Should his conditions not be met, he would not hesitate to approach another guild. The allure of the first boss in the Divine Realm was something no guild could afford to dismiss. Of course, however, I have a few stipulations after defeating the Wild Boar King. Xiao Hua nodded in agreement, indicating he was open to discussion. He certainly did not expect Lu Yuan to willingly divulge the boss's coordinates without conditions. Without stipulations, he would even question the validity of the information. First, all magic gear dropped by the Wild Boar King belongs to me. Second, I have a use for the Wild Boar King's tusks. After hearing Lu Yuan's demands, Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment. While he did not find the request unreasonable, given the significance of the first boss in the Divine Realm, he felt it necessary to consult his guild leader. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Novice Village, the renowned General, Zhan Han, widened his eyes in astonishment upon receiving the news. Good. He readily agreed. This was an opportunity that seemed to have fallen from the heavens. If the first boss in the Divine Realm could grant his renowned General Guild the first kill, what a splendid beginning. He could already envision the guild flourishing, becoming a prominent name across the entire Divine Realm. In comparison, the cost to him was negligible. It was akin to acquiring a boss for free. Only a fool would refuse. Receiving the affirmative response from the renowned General Spirit, the esteemed General Xiao Hua finally broke into a smile. He nodded vigorously. No problem. What about the coordinates? He ventured cautiously. Lu Yuan smiled slightly, saying, We shall discuss this when your strength is sufficient to vanquish the Wild Boar King. Before him, General Xiao Hua was merely at level 4, and it was doubtful he could even pierce the thick hide of the beast. Let us speak again when you reach level 8, Lu Yuan added, quickly adding General Xiao Hua as a friend before vanishing from sight. Once Lu Yuan disappeared, General Xiao Hua suddenly recalled something. Even if they could not join a guild, they could still attempt to team up. Having a skilled mage would undoubtedly facilitate their leveling process. However, with Lu Yuan already gone, he had no choice but to abandon the thought. General Wulong huffed indignantly. How arrogant. When the time comes to face the Wild Boar King, I shall see what he is truly capable of. I hope he isn't one of those who merely stands by watching, waiting to reap the rewards. General Fengshu nodded in agreement, affirming his sentiment. General Xiao Hua, with a serious expression, interjected, "All right, I believe Brother Jingyi is not that kind of person. Let us focus on leveling up. We are progressing too slowly. Our guild leader is almost at level 5. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan returned to the forest to continue his grinding. After completing a hidden quest, his level rose to 7, and he acquired a weapon, a Wolf Fang mace. Holding the mace and examining it, Lu Yuan shook his head slightly. Its attributes were commendable, yet it was unsuitable for a mage and could only be sold. Wolf Fang mace. Quality, green. Level requirement, 5, strength 2. Physical attack 25. Cripple, 15 chance to slow on attack. Evaluation, crafted from wolf fangs, it possesses remarkable hardness. Lu Yuan promptly accessed the trading post and listed the Wolf Fang mace for 5 silver coins. As soon as it was posted, it was snapped up immediately. This was a level 5 green weapon, perfectly aligned with the mainstream equipment sought by players. The moment it appeared in the trading post, it was quickly purchased by others. Transaction successful. After a 20 transaction fee, you have received 4 silver coins. Quite outrageous, Lu Yuan frowned. The trading post's 20 cut was nothing short of extortionate. Glancing at his notifications, he noticed a friend request from the buyer. "Brother, I am willing to pay top price for high-quality gear. If you have any green items to sell, feel free to message me. This platform is too greedy." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan decided not to decline the request. With the 4 silver coins credited to his account, his total wealth reached an impressive new high, 15 silver and 12 copper. However, there remained a considerable gap to his anticipated 200 silver. He needed to earn more swiftly. As he traversed the novice village, observing players being relentlessly pursued by wild dogs, Lu Yuan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Once upon a time, he too had been among those fleeing in panic. Just as he was lost in reflection, a player in the distance leaped up, loudly alerting those nearby. "Crap! A pack of dogs is coming. Run, brothers!" As Lu Yuan lifted his gaze, he noticed a pack of 7 or 8 wild dogs charging towards him, while he could handle 2 or 3. The sight of this larger group left him with no option but to flee. Cursing under his breath, Lu Yuan hurried into the depths of the forest. Once he entered the woods, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was not the territory of the dogs, who had their own established range. However, lurking within the forest was another formidable threat. A pair of emerald-green wolf eyes fixed intently upon him from the shadows. It seemed the wolf had yet to detect his presence, but suddenly, it leapt forth, its sharp fangs aimed at Lu Yuan's throat. Realizing the danger, Lu Yuan felt a surge of irritation. Being chased by a pack of dogs was one thing, but now a wolf dared to approach him. "Eat my fireballs," he exclaimed, unleashing 3 fireballs that soared swiftly through the air. With 3 resounding explosions, they struck the oncoming wolf's head with a force akin to that of colliding stones. The sound alone made Lu Yuan wince. Was it melodious? Indeed. A delightful sound it was. 3 substantial damage numbers materialized. -420. Weakness. -210. -210. The trio of fireballs caused the wolf to stagger, inflicting over 800 points of damage, leaving it momentarily dazed. By the time it regained its senses and leapt towards Lu Yuan once more, he had already dispatched it with a final, effortless fireball. Yet, Lu Yuan found himself somewhat dissatisfied with the damage inflicted. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the presence of wolves diminished, and soon new creatures emerged before him. Chapter 10. The damage escalates. Before Lu Yuan, a new creature swiftly appeared. A wild boar, common monster. Level 9. Attack 45 to 65. Defense 75. Health 1,800-1,800. Skill, charge. Evaluation. An entity even the wolves dare not provoke recklessly. At a distance of several meters, a 2-meter-sized black-backed wild boar was foraging for fruits on the ground, oblivious to Lu Yuan's presence. Its tusks extended over 10 centimeters, sharp as a dagger. Given its size, this wild boar likely weighed between 400 to 500 pounds, and when it unleashed its charge skill, it barreled forward like a tank. Lu Yuan had no doubt that a collision with him would send him flying several meters away. Surveying his surroundings, Lu Yuan positioned himself beside a tree with a trunk half a meter in diameter. He cautiously launched a fireball to test the damage. -345. The fireball struck the wild boar's thick hide, inflicting significantly less damage. Successive fireballs yielded even lower damage. 135-135 after a series of attacks. He managed to reduce the wild boar's health by 615, nearly a third of its total. The wild boar pawed the ground and charged furiously towards Lu Yuan. Its blade-like tusks aimed directly at him. Lu Yuan deftly dodged behind the tree, but the boar couldn't halt its momentum, crashing headlong into the trunk. The tremendous recoil caused a dazed status effect to appear over the boar's head. 120, he cast another fireball, but the boar quickly recovered from its stupor. Glaring at Lu Yuan with fierce eyes, Lu Yuan kept moving, circling the tree. When the boar lunged left, he darted right. When it veered right, he shifted left. As his skills cooled down, he unleashed another fireball. The wild boar, exhausted from the chase, found itself unable to breach the tree to strike Lu Yuan, infuriated to the point where it seemed ready to uproot the tree itself. Yet, even in its fury, it never managed to land a blow on Lu Yuan. Upon vanquishing the wild boar, the familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his ears. Talent skill has leveled up, current level 2. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The speed at which his talent skill was advancing was quite impressive. The damage, he surmised, would also see an increase. Wait. Lu Yuan suddenly realized that his talent was no longer that mediocre A-level talent. The flames had ascended. Now, his talent was an SSS-level elite skill, capable of infinite evolution. He had initially gained a 100 boost in skill damage. How significant would the enhancement be upon further elevation? Excitement surged within Lu Yuan as he eagerly examined his talent skill. Infinite evolution. Level 2, your talent can evolve indefinitely, increasing skill damage to 1000. Evaluation. Infinite evolution. Infinite possibilities. Lu Yuan? He slowly typed out a question mark. To what extent would the skill damage increase? 1000%? Tenfold damage? The disparity between the first-level talents was a staggering ninefold. Such a terrifying talent was almost unheard of. Had he awakened this talent in his previous life, he believed he would have emerged victorious. Tenfold skill damage. Lu Yuan is undeniably the most astonishing mage. He could hardly fathom it. In contrast to the A-grade talents from his previous life, the difference is stark. SSS represents the pinnacle of quality, not merely the limits of Lu Yuan's talents. He believed there had been a misjudgment regarding the tier of this talent. Having numerous S's would be entirely reasonable, with a tenfold increase in damage. Lu Yuan licked his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to test the terrifying power of this talent. In the distance, a wild boar remained oblivious to the impending danger, leisurely foraging for berries among the bushes. Lu Yuan aimed at the boar. Bang! He softly uttered, mimicking the stance of firing a gun. Following the enhancement of his talent, the fireball skill had taken on an extraordinary quality. With a swift motion, the fireball shot forth, directly piercing the boar's body. 1675. The damage exceeded 1,000. The injury leapt across multiple folds. The once healthy boar was left with a mere sliver of health. This fireball was remarkable. It penetrated the boar's hide and ignited its bristles. 100. Burning. Before the boar could utter a sound, it succumbed to the relentless flames. A fireball spell, and it was vanquished in an instant. Lu Yuan swallowed hard, astonished by the sheer absurdity of it all. One skill, and it was annihilated. This talent had evolved to an outrageous degree. A dangerous glint appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes as he gazed into the depths of the forest, revealing a sinister smile. Little piggy, I'm coming. That night, the cries of the boars echoed mournfully. After grinding for 3 to 4 hours, Lu Yuan was thoroughly exhilarated. A level 7 player slaying a level 9 wild boar was something he wouldn't have dared to dream of in his past life. Lu Yuan organized his backpack, donning the equipment that had dropped. The elite wild dog yielded a green bracer, and in his exhilaration, he nearly forgot to equip it. Wild dog bracer. Quality, green. Level requirement, 7. Strength 2, attack 15, critical hit 1. Evaluation, a rather decent bracer. After equipping it, his previously useless strength had increased. Fortunately, the bracer, unlike a weapon, merely augmented physical attack power. Its attributes were beneficial for all classes. After slaying numerous wild boars, Lu Yuan quickly donned a fresh ensemble. His once plain shirt, pants, and belt had all been replaced. His attributes had also seen significant growth, with health reaching 200 and a notable increase in defense. Regarding magic damage, the primary influencing factors were Lu Yuan's intelligence and equipment. Lu Yuan's level had risen to 8, with magic damage soaring to 215. This meant that, under the influence of his talent's damage amplification, a single fireball could inflict a staggering 2,150 damage. After hours of hunting wild boars, fortune finally favored Lu Yuan. He managed to acquire 3 books of the charge skill. This quantity astonished even him. The drop rate for skill books is notoriously low. Achieving even a 1 drop rate is commendable. Once again, he listed them on the trading post, this time altering his strategy. Asking price, 10 gold coins. Such exorbitant pricing has undoubtedly deterred numerous players who covet this skill book. Typically, tank players are instantly captivated upon encountering the charge skill book in the marketplace. However, upon seeing the steep price of 10 gold coins, they indignantly close the trading interface, often muttering a curse under their breath. Curse luck. If you don't intend to sell, then don't. Yet, some players remain undeterred and privately message Lu Yuan. Brother, this skill book is rather impressive, but this price, could it be a misprint? 10 gold coins? Who possesses such wealth nowadays? Lu Yuan inquires about the other party's anticipated price. How about we add each other as friends and settle for 100 renminbi? A direct transfer. 100? That's merely a pittance. Lu Yuan scoffs, closing the chat. It is evident that the other party is not genuinely interested in a transaction. Given Lu Yuan's valuation, such a book should command at least 500. This is an essential skill for tank warriors, with charge-type abilities being exceedingly rare, especially during the critical early stages of the game. A swift move leads to further advantages. Lu Yuan would not entertain offers below 500. Numerous inquiries have arisen. Yet few bids align with Lu Yuan's expectations, all ranging between 200 to 300, with some even attempting to resort to verbal threats. Respecting the diversity of existence, Lu Yuan considers reaching out to the acquaintance from his friend list who previously purchased a Wolf Fang Club. Friend, are you interested in the charge skill book? He attaches a screenshot of the skill. After a moment of silence, the reply comes. Price? Lu Yuan straightforwardly states 500 RMB per book. Per book? The other party replies, momentarily taken aback. How many do you have? 3. The response is prompt, almost instantaneous. 2,000. I'll take them all. A smile spreads across Lu Yuan's face. Generous indeed. In a flash of white light, Lu Yuan swiftly logs out from the realm. Chapter 11. Earning money. As Jasmine logged off from the realm of the gods, Lu Yuan promptly added the elder brother. Without any unnecessary chatter, the other party initiated a transfer of 2,000 yuan. Upon seeing the amount on his phone, Lu Yuan felt a flicker of excitement in his heart. He swiftly sent 500 yuan to Lu Shui. Moments later, a reply arrived. Sister, thank you, brother. Lu Shui lay on her bed, her delicate legs playfully kicking in the air, filled with joy as she carefully deposited the money into her little treasure chest. Her heart brimming with dreams of blissful days in college. She had heard from some senior sisters that university life would be much more relaxed. By then, she intended to savor all the culinary delights and behold the splendid blossoms on campus. A gentle smile graced her fair features. As Lu Yuan gazed at the sweet emoji sent by his sister, warmth enveloped his heart. With a month remaining, he needed at least 1 million yuan. If he could alleviate Lu Shui's ailment, when the realm of the gods was fully integrated into reality, her condition would hopefully cease to be a challenge. Earning 1 million in a month posed a daunting task for Lu Yuan, yet it was not entirely unattainable. Glancing at his phone balance, he noted just over 1,500 yuan. A wave of hunger washed over him. Placing his helmet gently on the bed, Lu Yuan donned his jacket and stepped outside. Once he amassed sufficient funds, he might consider upgrading to a more advanced gaming pod. The helmet had its limitations. If he switched to a nutrient-supplying gaming chamber, he could engage in battles within the realm for several days without feeling hunger. However, the price was rather steep. Stepping outside, the evening breeze prompted Lu Yuan to tighten his clothes. The night in Jiangcheng was not boisterous. It was tranquil and serene. This calmness was somewhat disconcerting for Lu Yuan, who had grown accustomed to the chaos of battles and cries of anguish. As he wandered through the streets, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd, His heart gradually found peace. He cherished this world in which he had lived for 20 years. In this lifetime, he would never permit the events of his past to unfold again. He casually entered a noodle shop, where 20 yuan sufficed for a meal. Lu Yuan soon returned home. Preparing to re-enter the realm of the gods, chance led him to glance at his phone, where he noticed a message. It was from the elder brother who had purchased 3 skill books with a wave of his hand. "May I inquire where you farmed the charged skill book?" The message had been sent 10 minutes prior, and he had been eating at the time, oblivious to it. Lu Yuan picked up his phone, raising an eyebrow slightly. The other party appeared to harbor suspicions. The skill book was sold individually, and the buyer likely assumed he had acquired it through completing tasks or opening treasure chests. However, selling 3 copies in succession raised questions about whether Lu Yuan had access to a continuous source for obtaining skill books. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yuan replied, 10,000 yuan, and I will reveal the farming location. The other party responded promptly, transferring the funds without hesitation. Lu Yuan accepted the transfer and quickly sent the coordinates for the wild boars. Deep within the forest? Upon observing the coordinates, the other party hesitated. Did you accomplish this alone? How did you deal with the wild wolves on the outskirts of the forest? The attack power of level 8 wolves is exceedingly high, far beyond what an ordinary player can withstand. There was a hint of skepticism in their tone as they probed Lu Yuan. Yet, Lu Yuan remained silent. Increase the funds. Ahem. Lu Yuan cleared his throat, contemplating that circumventing the wolves to delve deeper into the forest was not an insurmountable task. But he chose to say nothing further. The opposing party clenched their teeth and turned around once more. Finally, Lu Yuan spoke softly. Although the aggro range of the wolves extends to 15 yards, their line of sight is not as expansive. If we stay close to the trees, the wolves may sense our presence, yet they will be unable to locate us, allowing us to meld into the depths of the forest. Gazing at the 12,000 coins he had acquired, Lu Yuan couldn't help but reflect on his fortune. If only such a magnanimous elder brother could be even more generous. Within half a month, Lu Yuan was confident he could amass 1 million. After waiting for a while, with no further response from the other party, Lu Yuan shrugged and donned his helmet, entering the divine realm. Jasmine, is this information truly reliable? A plump-faced priestess in the team inquired with curiosity. Jasmine, clad in warrior armor and exuding confidence, replied, there should be no issues if we can obtain 3 skill books. I trust there are very few players of such caliber in the entire divine realm. Deep within the forest, there are wolves, Jasmine. Given our current stature, no main tank can withstand them, can they? The off-tank could handle 1 or 2 without issue. Jasmine maintained her composure, seeing the determination in the team leader's eyes. The plump-faced priestess refrained from further objections. The group swiftly approached the forest's edge, where the haunting howls of wolves echoed through the trees. They soon spotted a lone wandering wolf and quickly assumed a battle-ready stance. Wait, Jasmine raised her hand, signaling the team to halt. Let us hide behind the trees and circumvent it. Some archers in the group displayed impatience. Jasmine, it's just 1 wolf. Can't our team handle it? Jasmine shot him a dispassionate glance, choosing not to respond. Amidst the forest, the trees loomed tall, shrouded in dense underbrush. Cautiously, they crept deeper into the woods, with Jasmine's keen hearing even picking up the wolf's labored breathing mere meters away. Yet, astonishingly, the wolf remained oblivious to their presence. A flicker of joy sparked within Jasmine. It seemed that the information they received was indeed accurate. There was a way to traverse the forest. The investment of 1,000 coins had not been in vain. As they infiltrated the depths of the forest, they gradually approached a specific coordinate. The plump-faced priestess swallowed hard. Nudging Jasmine, she whispered, aren't actually going to slay that creature, are we? Following her gesture, Jasmine's gaze fell upon a 2-meter-tall wild boar, likely weighing over 100 pounds. Its sharp tusks rendered it a formidable opponent. After examining the attributes, Jasmine felt a jolt of surprise deep within her. This creature, with its tough skin and resilient flesh, would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time to slay. However, upon witnessing the boar's skill charge, it was evident that the fundamental skill books she had collected were all contributed by this formidable beast. Yet, with such rugged hide and robust physique, it would likely take her group of over 10 individuals quite a while to defeat even a single one. The question lingered in her mind. How had the opponent managed to procure 3 skill books? This puzzlement rooted itself in Jasmine's thoughts, leaving her in a state of contemplation. With a glance at the board before her, she sighed softly. It was time to withdraw. She was confident in the authenticity of the information received. Yet knowing this was futile, as they lacked the capability to aggressively hunt boars for skill books. It seemed absurd to have arrived here only to leave empty-handed. As if they were being mocked. The expression of the archer in the group was somewhat grim. However, considering that the leader was not only their captain but also their benefactor, he restrained his emotions, allowing his countenance to shift without erupting. The group quietly began to retreat towards the edge of the forest. Suddenly, a crack echoed as a dry branch snapped underfoot. Nearby, a wolf perked up its ears, slowly approaching the thicket. Danger was closing in. Chapter 12. Upgraded and Encountering Assassins. In the forest, the howls of wolves echoed, interspersed with occasional grunts. Lu Yuan faced 3 wild wolves with an air of ease, casting a barrage of fireballs with a casual flick of his wrist. 2 fireballs struck the wolves, one after the other, inflicting devastating damage that obliterated them instantly. The last wolf, caught off guard, met its demise as Lu Yuan unleashed another fireball, sending it to its final resting place. Neither the wild wolves nor the wild boars stood a chance against Lu Yuan's explosive damage. They were no match for his might. In fact, the rate at which monsters respawned in the forest barely kept pace with his relentless onslaught. Often, just as a creature emerged, a fireball was already hurtling towards its face. The damage was catastrophic, annihilating foes in an instant. With such efficiency, Lu Yuan ascended in levels at a remarkable speed. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of boredom. Is this the solitude of invincibility? Thus, Lu Yuan found himself in a paradox of pain and pleasure. The system notifications rang continuously in his ears. You have slain. Wild boar, level 9. Experience 180. You have slain. Wild wolf, level 8. Experience 110. You have slain. Experience. Lu Yuan's level swiftly escalated to level 8, with his experience bar climbing at a terrifying rate. Presently, the damage of his fireball had surpassed 2,000. Such damage in his previous life was typically reserved for mages of levels 20 or 30. Yet here he was, merely at level 8. Equipped with nothing but tattered white gear, with scarcely a few green items to his name. Is this truly what level 8 entails? Lu Yuan could hardly fathom the horror of his damage when his equipment became extravagant. He shuddered to think of the potential heights his infinitely evolving talent could reach. As he continued to dispatch wild boars and wolves, even with a streak of bad luck, the sheer volume of kills yielded a plethora of equipment. His gear underwent a significant upgrade. Although the attributes of the level 8 white gear were minimal, they were better than nothing. Lu Yuan's spell attack had now risen to 230. After clearing the corpses of the fallen beasts, he casually brushed up on his gathering skills. Gathering was of utmost importance. Missing out on high-grade materials due to insufficient gathering proficiency would undoubtedly be an irretrievable loss. While gathering, Lu Yuan paused, a sense of resignation washing over him. Come forth. I know you are here, he called out calmly, his voice resonating through the forest. The wind rustled the leaves, but no figure emerged. A smirk of disdain crept onto Lu Yuan's lips. As a god of magic, he had faced more assassination attempts than ordinary players would encounter in their lifetimes. Did they really believe their sneaky tactics could elude his keen perception? They were foolishly persistent. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Yuan cast a fireball towards a patch of bushes. A figure, caught off guard, stumbled away in disarray. The eyes of the assassin from the imperial dynasty widened in shock. Once again, he found himself unveiled in his stealth. While a single instance could be attributed to mere fortune, the revelation of his concealment on 2 separate occasions sent a shiver down the spine of the imperial assassins. Lu Yuan's gaze seemed to penetrate his very being. How did you discover me? The imperial assassin asked coldly. Lu Yuan chuckled softly. Your skills as an assassin are abysmal. Not only are you not top tier, but you don't even qualify as second rate. With your abilities, you are squandering your stealth talent. He shook his head, a look of regret upon his face. The imperial assassin was taken aback by Lu Yuan's words. Not even second rate? Did he consider himself a third-rate assassin? His expression darkened as anger began to swell within him. He acknowledged that Lu Yuan might possess some skill, yet to be so arrogantly dismissive. To label him as merely third-rate was intolerable. And what level do you claim to be at? He managed to ask, suppressing his fury. Lu Yuan smiled. Me? I am naturally at the pinnacle of the divine realm. In both my past and present lives, I possess the audacity and the right to make such bold assertions. Having ascended to the status of supreme mage through A-grade talent, standing before the ultimate emperor of annihilation, I am undeniably at the top. And in this life, endowed with SSS-grade talent, calling myself top tier would be an understatement. Arrogant, excessively so, the imperial assassin gazed at the mage, feeling a profound sense of shamelessness. As he belittled himself as a third-rate assassin, he simultaneously exaggerated his own prowess as a top-tier mage. Little did he realize that Lu Yuan's words were devoid of any pretense. To put it plainly, even if Lu Yuan were to switch to the assassin class now, he would undoubtedly be a master of the craft. As the nemesis of mages, assassins had been Lu Yuan's most frequent and perilous encounters. As the saying goes, prolonged exposure breeds expertise. Over time, Lu Yuan's understanding of assassins had transcended that of many ordinary assassin players. Were it not for his ulterior motives, the imperial assassin would not have wasted further words with this mage. Considering that Lu Yuan might be equipped with a blue-grade item, the imperial assassin composed himself and inquired, "Have you heard of us, the Imperial Guild?" He slightly lifted his head, his expression one of disdain. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, then recalled the name from his memory. He had indeed heard of the Imperial Guild. Not only that, but it seemed he had even been a part of it. Memories flickered through his mind like pages of a book, remnants of the past resurfacing. His eyes grew subdued, tranquil as an ancient well. "I have heard of it," he replied, "but it is not a fond memory. Who would have thought he would encounter a member of the Imperial Guild in the novice village? What a small world it is." "You have heard of it?" The Imperial assassin scoffed. "That's excellent. It saves me the trouble of explaining. The president has stated that if you wish to join our guild, it is possible as long as you—" "When did I ever say I wanted to join your guild?" The words of the Imperial assassin lodged in his throat, his expression one of surprise. "What did you say?" He dug at his ear, leaning in closer, seemingly unable to comprehend. Lu Yuan, however, took a step back, maintaining his distance. The Imperial assassin glared fiercely at Lu Yuan, his tone becoming increasingly rude. "Kid, have I given you too much face? What does it matter if I'm third-rate, first-rate, or top-tier? Just see if I can take you down in an instant." Yet, Lu Yuan remained highly alert. Had he advanced just moments ago, the Imperial assassin would have already launched a sudden attack. "Today, I shall impart a lesson to you. Even a third-rate assassin can kill you as easily as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Playing as a mage, you truly think yourself a lord, don't you?" The Imperial assassin's form became ethereal. The time for idle chatter had elapsed, and his stealth had cooled down once more. He swiftly maneuvered left and right, zigzagging towards Lu Yuan with lethal intent. Lu Yuan tilted his head. Was this fellow maneuvering? Is this what one calls maneuvering? Chapter 13. Preparing to confront the Wild Boar King. Within the depths of the forest, Lu Yuan observed the erratically swaying figure of the Imperial Shadow Dagger, lost in contemplation. Is this what one would call maneuvering? Noticing Lu Yuan's prolonged inaction, the Imperial Shadow Dagger scoffed inwardly. How dare he claim to be a top-tier mage? With merely a slight shift, this so-called master was rendered incapable of mounting an attack. He twisted his body, weaving to the left and right, gradually inching closer to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of uncertainty. Perhaps he had misspoken. The creature before him was hardly even third-rate, more like a complete waste of time. With a soft sigh, he conjured a fireball the size of an apple. Without even glancing, he casually hurled it into an empty space beside the Imperial Shadow Dagger. Just as the fireball was about to land harmlessly, the Imperial Shadow Dagger, accustomed to dodging, inadvertently intercepted it perfectly. Boom. The fireball erupted. 2150. Instant kill. With eyes wide in disbelief, the Imperial Shadow Dagger slowly fell, his form dissipating into a gleaming white light. What kind of damage was this? How could he have been struck? Confused and bewildered, the Imperial Shadow Dagger was once again sent back to the resurrection point by Lu Yuan. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan continued to wander through the forest. The intent was all too clear. Such a level of prediction was exceedingly simple for him. For the wild wolves and wild boars in the forest, today was nothing short of a calamity. Lu Yuan relentlessly dispatched the creatures of the forest, his experience bar steadily increasing. You have slain 1,000 wild wolves, earning the title Wolf Slayer. You have slain 1,000 wild boars, earning the title Boar Slayer. His level ascended to 9, with a spell attack power of 240 points. As he continued to annihilate wild wolves and boars, Lu Yuan even unlocked 2 new titles. Upon reviewing them, they were somewhat lackluster. Wolf Slayer. Quality, green. Level requirement, none. Upon equipping, damage dealt to wolf-type creatures is increased by 5. Evaluation. I am the Wolf Slayer. The Boar Slayer was similarly modest, providing a 5 damage increase against boar-type creatures. The difference was negligible for Lu Yuan, as he could eliminate foes with a single spell. However, it could be deemed somewhat advantageous. With the enhancement of his talent skills, the overwhelming damage had somewhat disrupted Lu Yuan's rhythm. He needed to re-strategize. It was time to challenge the Wild Boar King. As he continued to slay monsters and collect equipment and coins, the amount of currency in Lu Yuan's backpack swiftly rose from 15 silver to 20 silver. During this time, he also encountered several formidable elite monsters, such as elite wild wolves and robust wild boars. Yet, in the face of Lu Yuan's absurdly high damage, they were swept away effortlessly. Fortune smiled upon Lu Yuan as he procured several green quality items, though only one was suitable for use. Boar leather pants. Quality, green. Level requirement, 9. Constitution 2. Health 20. Evaluation. Crafted from the thick hide of wild boars, exhibiting commendable resilience. Upon donning the attire, Lu Yuan's vitality surged to 250 points. His backpack contained several pieces of green equipment, yet regrettably, they were merely leather armor and other such items. The only apparel Lu Yuan could equip was cloth armor. Gazing at these green items, he resolved to sell them. He contacted a familiar benefactor, who expressed delight at the abundance of high-level green gear, perfectly suited for current players. Lu Yuan set a firm price of 20 silver coins, to which the benefactor readily acquiesced. Jasmine, 20 silver coins is acceptable, please hold on. In the early days of the server, 20 silver coins were quite substantial, a fact Lu Yuan appreciated. Having engaged in several transactions previously, he felt assured and sent the equipment via mail. However, the coins remained insufficient. With Lu Yuan nearing level 10 and poised to exit the novice village, he still had not amassed the requisite 2 gold coins for a hidden quest. The defeat of the Wild Boar King must be prioritized. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuan swiftly reached out to the illustrious General Xiaohua. Justice Madman, what level are you all currently at? The response from General Xiaohua arrived promptly, level 6. Since parting ways with Lu Yuan, their trio had tirelessly continued their leveling journey. How many members are in your guild, and what is their strength? After pondering, General Xiaohua concluded that assembling 100 players for the Wild Boar King's hunt should pose no challenge, although some participants might be of a lower level, predominantly around level 5. 100 players, all at levels 5 and 6. Lu Yuan felt a sense of disbelief. Even if the Wild Boar King were offered to them, he doubted their ability to contend with it. Fortunately, he remained confident. The situation was manageable. Let us gather. I am confident we can slay the Wild Boar King. Upon grasping the situation, General Xiaohua exclaimed, Wait, are you saying you all can defeat a level 10 boss? The Wild Boar King. Yet, since Lu Yuan had asserted such confidence, they could hardly lag behind. After all, it was the first boss in the realm of divine domains. A surge of excitement ignited within General Xiaohua. Members of the General Guild began assembling. Lu Yuan provided the coordinates, and soon, players flocked to his side. Lu Yuan scrutinized the gathered players before him. Over 100 individuals, all at levels 5 and 6, faced the daunting task of successfully vanquishing a level 10 elite boss. For most, this would seem a fanciful dream. However, Lu Yuan reflected upon his innate talent. This infinite evolution was the pivotal element that could alter the course of events. The leader of the General Guild was not present in the Novice Village 9527, thereby entrusting the command of the group entirely to Lu Yuan. He quickly formed a team, incorporating General Xiaohua and others, with 7 players per group. They were divided into over 10 teams. Let us set forth. Lu Yuan stated succinctly, leading the way, with General Xiaohua closely trailing behind. Along the journey, the others remained oblivious. By chance, General Wulong glanced over and was taken aback. Goodness, you're already level 9. Under the astonished exclamations of the renowned general, the remaining members of the team hastily opened the party list. Upon glancing at it, they were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. The esteemed warrior, Xiaohua, could hardly fathom the astonishing speed at which Lu Yuan's level had escalated. The last time they parted, he was merely at level 5. Yet, in the span of just a few hours, he had already attained level 9. Furthermore, this Justice brother appeared to be adventuring solo, without any party. Xiaohua had thought that his own group's leveling speed was commendable, having reached level 6 within less than a day of the server's launch. However, witnessing Lu Yuan's rapid ascension to level 9 in such a brief period, nearly on the verge of exiting the novice village, was simply astounding. General Fengchu could not suppress his curiosity any longer and inquired, "Justice Master, might you possess some secret method for rapid leveling?" This level 9 was unprecedented. Among their hundreds of friends, the highest level was merely 7. Upon hearing Fengchu's question, Xiaohua's expression shifted slightly, instinctively glancing towards Lu Yuan. Noticing Lu Yuan's unperturbed demeanor, he let out a subtle sigh of relief and scolded his teammates in hushed tones. "Is that something you can casually inquire about?" Lu Yuan, snapping back to reality, replied nonchalantly, "There's no secret. I just have a slightly higher efficiency in monster hunting. Just a tad." The few members in the team who had been eavesdropping felt a twinge of disappointment. Deep within the forest, Lu Yuan came to a halt, a cool breeze enveloping him. And he softly declared, "We have arrived." Chapter 14. The Slaying of the Wild Boar King. A shock to all. It had arrived. Unbeknownst to anyone. Dark clouds veiled the sky, casting an ominous gloom over the depths of the forest. "Where is it? I can't see," murmured the renowned strategist. But his voice soon faded into silence. As his eyes adjusted to the dimness, he was suddenly confronted with a colossal shadow looming just a few meters away, exuding a terrifying aura of oppression. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his mind went blank. Before him lay the 10-meter-long wild boar king, whose thunderous snores echoed through the air as it slumbered. He gulped hard. Goodness, is this truly the first boss of the divine realm? The players of the renowned General Guild crept forward cautiously, fearful of awakening the slumbering giant. The wild boar king was an immense creature, weighing who knew how many tons. Its tusks, jutting from its mouth, measured a staggering 1 to 2 meters in length, glinting ominously like cold steel. Beneath its glossy fur lay an incredibly thick hide. Upon glimpsing its attributes, the previously confident strategist, Little Flower, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Wild Boar King, boss level. Level 10. Attack 275 to 300. Defense 250. Health 10, 000, 10, 000. Skills, Charge, Iron Wall, Frenzy. Evaluation, it is not to be trifled with. With an attack power nearing 300. Coupled with its formidable skills, how many players of their current level could withstand such damage? Almost none. The players of the renowned General Guild glanced at the Wild Boar King's defense, their expressions turning bitter. Its defense surpassed their own attack power, and the creature's health instilled a sense of despair, 10,000 in total. Could such a monster truly be defeated by them? Even with their numbers exceeding 100. They felt no confidence in overcoming the Wild Boar King. Little Flower observed the Wild Boar King's stats, his lips twitching in dismay. He cautiously turned to look at Lu Yuan. "Brother Justice, I feel should we choose another day to fight?" Their current levels were only around 5 or 6. Unable to breach its defenses, 10,000 health points. How long would that take to whittle down? Lu Yuan shook his head. "There is no better day than today. Do not worry, I am confident." Little Flower felt like weeping. "You may be confident, but I am not." He glanced at his own attack power, a mere 125. The Wild Boar King's defense value of 250 was nearly double his own attack. Hitting it might only inflict a single point of damage. And yet, the Wild Boar King boasted a staggering 10,000 health points. If they couldn't breach its defenses, it would take an eternity. However, since Lu Yuan had expressed such assurance, Little Flower did not wish to show any signs of cowardice. Since Lu Yuan was confident, they might as well give it a shot. They prepared to engage the beast. The tank players stepped forward instinctively. Lu Yuan raised his hand and cast a spell. A fireball soared through the dim forest, striking the wild boar king with a resounding impact. The slumber of the wild boar king was abruptly disturbed, its furious roar echoing throughout the forest. The light distorted, yet some players from the renowned guild remained oblivious to the change. The wild boar king quickly rose to its feet, and the players gazed upward at this formidable boss. Lu Yuan noticed that some fellow mages from the guild were so intimidated by the wild boar king's presence that they momentarily forgot to attack. Silently shaking his head, Lu Yuan unleashed a barrage of fireballs. 2 fireballs struck the dark, luxuriant fur of the wild boar king, scorching a patch of it. The acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the forest. At last, a player took note of the damage and couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? Did I just see that? 2 consecutive damage numbers over 1,000? This can't be real, can it? This wild boar king is tough as nails. Who could inflict such tremendous damage upon it?" His gaze shifted to the boss contribution leaderboard in the upper right corner. First, Justice Madman, damage dealt, 4410, 44-1. Second, Renowned Little Flower, damage dealt, 50-05. Third, wait. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the wild boar king's health bar plummeted by nearly half. Renowned Little Flower snapped back to reality, dazed, nearly getting grazed by the wild boar king's tusks. What kind of damage is this? Over 1,000? No, 4,000. Wait, what? Renowned Little Flower stammered, his words tumbling out in confusion. 2 skills had dealt 4,000 to 5,000 points of health to this formidable boss? What a joke. After all that effort, he had only managed to inflict a meager amount of damage. Wielding his green longsword, Renowned Little Flower swiftly struck at the wild boar king's thick hide, channeling an aura of mighty force, yet the damage left him feeling utterly embarrassed. -1 force damage. What the hell? Why is this happening? His attacks only inflicted a mere point of force damage. Glancing back at Lu Yuan, he saw that the wild boar king had abandoned the tanks from the guild and focused solely on Lu Yuan. The extraordinary damage dealt by Lu Yuan had almost instantaneously drawn its ire. The wild boar king charged forward, its several-ton frame resembling a tank. One of the guild's tanks stood bravely in its path. The next moment, bang, the player was sent flying. -750. Instant kill. The unfortunate player had not even touched the ground before vanishing into a burst of white light. The sound of swallowed breaths filled the air. Several tank players silently stepped aside. Who would dare stand in the way of such a terrifying creature's charge? Whoever stood against it would surely perish. Lu Yuan observed the astonishing maneuvers of the guild's tanks, his face twitching. Come on, look at the damage output. No one can die but me. If I fall, who will deal the damage? With a sigh, Lu Yuan decided to retreat. In his eyes, the wild boar king's charge revealed numerous vulnerabilities. If he were a tank player proficient in the charge skill, he might even have a way to intercept the charging wild boar king. However, he was merely a fragile mage. Lu Yuan deftly maneuvered his feet, swiftly evading the charging path of the wild boar king. Once the cooldown expired, he unleashed his fireball spell once more. This time, the results were remarkably evident. The fireball struck directly into the gaping maw of the howling wild boar king. To his surprise, the creature's entire face contorted in agony, its soft palate seared by the intense flames. The damage inflicted was substantial. -5160. Weakness. The vivid crimson numbers of damage left the surrounding players in sheer disbelief. Could this truly be the kind of damage a player could inflict? For an ordinary mage, inflicting 500 points of damage would be considered exceptional. Yet, this fireball dealt a staggering 5,000. Wait, who is truly the boss here? Within mere seconds of combat, the wild boar king's health had plummeted to below 400. This outcome was utterly unexpected for the members of the renowned guild. In their minds, the quest to vanquish the wild boar king was envisioned as an arduous battle. Yet, the reality was starkly different. In just over 10 seconds, the massive creature lay defeated on the ground, charred and lifeless. Within that brief span, with just 3 or 4 spells, Lu Yuan had utterly obliterated the wild boar king. The speed was astonishing, almost nonchalant. It felt as though this was not the first boss of the divine realm, but rather a stray mutt easily dispatched by the roadside. As they beheld the wild boar king sprawled on the ground, Silence enveloped the players in attendance. Chapter 15. Ascending to level 10. In the mind of the renowned general. Xiaohua. Thoughts swirled chaotically as he stared blankly at Lu Yuan, still in a state of disbelief. The other players on the field shared his sentiment, gazing at Lu Yuan. Momentarily lost in thought. They had anticipated that this battle would be exceedingly arduous. However, the conflict had concluded in a mere 10 seconds. Lu Yuan's damage output had reached an astonishing 9,990.999. It was only when Lu Yuan stepped forward to search for loot beneath the carcass of the wild boar king that they finally regained their composure. The terror that engulfed Xiaohua's heart was beyond verbal expression. How could a level 9 mage eliminate a level 10 boss with just 3 or 4 skills? Was it he who had lost his mind? Or was the world itself gone mad? So this is what you meant by having assurance? Has he activated some sort of cheat? At that moment, Wulong and Fengchu were rendered speechless, appearing almost dazed. Lu Yuan rummaged through the spoils of the wild boar king. As the first boss in the divine realm, the loot from this creature was exceptionally luxurious. A plethora of equipment dropped, a vibrant mix of green and blue. Lu Yuan meticulously selected his prizes. 2 pieces of blue equipment emerged, along with several green items, no less than 5. The players from the renowned guild were awestruck. Many of them had seldom encountered even green gear, yet now they beheld such an abundance of high-quality equipment, nearly drooling in astonishment. While examining the blue gear, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled upon discovering a sturdy piece of armor. His gaze brightened even more at the sight of another item. After such an extensive grind, his luck had finally turned in his favor. He had looted a blue-grade staff. Upon scrutinizing its attributes, Lu Yuan felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. Exquisite staff. Quality, blue. Level requirement, 10. Intelligence, 5. Spell attack, 35. Additional skill, Wine Blade, level 1. Evaluation, a rather exceptional creation. It was a significant improvement over the shabby, worthless item he had previously held. The experience gained from defeating the wild boar king surged through Lu Yuan, nearly elevating him to level 10. Simultaneously, a system notification appeared. Congratulations on your first defeat of a level 10 boss. Would you like to announce it server-wide? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Was there any need to deliberate? It had to be announced across the server. In this lifetime, he was determined to stand in the spotlight, becoming an entity that all players would look up to. He aimed to lead the entire Blue Star, reversing its fate. 3 announcements across the server were hardly sufficient. Lu Yuan wished to broadcast it 10 times. Server announcement. Congratulations to Dragon District player Justice Madden for the first defeat of a level 10 boss. Rewards, Reputation 200, Gold 1. Server announcement. Congratulations to Dragon District player Justice Madman. The series of 3 server announcements sent shockwaves across the realm. Countless individuals were still engaged in a battle of wits with the wild dogs before them, and the appearance of the system notification nearly shattered their resolve. Damn it, Rem. Did you hear that? A level 10 boss? I struggled just to take down a wild dog, and you're telling me others have slain a level 10 boss? I have perished twice, yet I am still languishing at level 4. The disparity between players is utterly infuriating. How on earth does this righteous fanatic manage it? Even a moment's contemplation reveals that it cannot possibly be the work of a single individual. It must be a horde of brainless minions. This fellow undoubtedly gathered a multitude of accomplices and seized the final blow. The system announcement refocused the attention of the players on the battlefield. They gazed in awe at Lu Yuan's retreating figure, their expressions imbued with reverence, especially the fellow mages who regarded him as if he were a deity. The chasm in damage output was staggering. The same fireball that barely breached the defenses of the wild boar king in their hands transformed into a lethal weapon in Lu Yuan's grasp. This is truly extraordinary. How is it even possible? Lu Yuan meticulously selected items, claiming the blue staff without hesitation, and collected several commendable green items as well. After completing his selection, he beckoned the guild member, Xiaohua, to approach. Lu Yuan himself had not anticipated that this boss raid would be so effortless. When he initially recruited members from this guild, his abilities had yet to be upgraded at that time. Single-handedly defeating the robust wild boar king with its immense health was evidently no simple feat, however, after the evolution of his talents. The damage he dealt was beyond what the wild boar king could withstand. Although he had announced earlier that a mere blue item would not compel him to break his word, given his formidable prowess, Lu Yuan could easily venture out of the novice village and slay more powerful bosses. With this thought, his heart grew increasingly tranquil. Xiaohua stepped forward and immediately spotted the blue plate armor and several green items, his heart racing with excitement. That was indeed blue equipment. Specifically, a piece that could be equipped by a warrior. Xiaohua swallowed hard. If he could don this blue item, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Yet, the ease with which they acquired this equipment felt somewhat disconcerting. Although their guild had sent around 100 players, their combined output barely amounted to a fraction of Lu Yuan's damage. He felt a pang of hesitation. If the guild had contributed significantly to defeating this boss, then they would rightfully deserve the equipment. However, as it stood, Lu Yuan had effectively single-handedly vanquished the boss, and yet they sought to partake in the spoils. Xiaohua felt a twinge of embarrassment. He sent a private message to the guild leader, Mingjiang Zhanhuan. Upon hearing the news, Zhanhuan was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression transformed into one of elation. What? Blue warrior equipment? Why would one refuse? As a mage, it holds no use for him. Our guild has indeed sent players, albeit with a minor impact. With a sigh, Xiaohua placed the equipment into his backpack. Who could have imagined that the prowess of Righteous Brother would be so exaggerated? Our guild has certainly benefited from his extraordinary capabilities. Lu Yuan nodded, his internal plans shifting once more. He nearly forgot about this detail. The first player to slay a boss receives a reward of 1 gold coin. In addition to the existing quantity of coins, he only required an additional 50 silver coins to attempt to undertake the hidden quest. This hidden quest would unlock a concealed dungeon, and the rewards for successfully completing the dungeon were exceedingly lavish. He was determined to acquire it all. As he departed, Lu Yuan did not forget to collect the fangs of the Wild Boar King, continuously recalling the locations of the treasure chests within the novice village. Lu Yuan began to deliberately search for them. On his way back to the novice village, he discovered 3 treasure chests. Unfortunately, the items within were of little value. It was evident that his initial luck in finding a skill book was a stroke of fortune. The chests contained only some rather ordinary equipment, and after selling them at the trading post, he garnered merely 5 silver coins. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Lu Yuan promptly submitted his quest. Presenting the fangs of the Wild Boar King, the blacksmith's expression reflected a hint of astonishment. You completed this so swiftly? That creature is no easy foe. Well, it appears you are indeed a formidable adventurer. Here is your well-deserved reward. A surge of experience flooded into him. Having already been close to reaching level 10 after defeating the Wild Boar King, he finally ascended to level 10 under the substantial experience granted by the hidden quest. The familiar sound of the system notification resonated. Congratulations on becoming the first player to reach level 10. Would you like to announce this to the entire server? Chapter 16. The leaderboard unveiled. A galloping triumph. You have become the first player to reach level 10. Shall we announce this to the entire server? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan chose affirmation. Within less than half an hour, the system's announcement resonated once more in the ears of all players across the server. Server announcement. Congratulations to Dragon District player Justice Frenzy for becoming the first player to attain level 10. Reward. Reputation 200. Galloping ahead 1. Server announcement. A player has reached level 10. The leaderboard feature is now officially launched. The rewards for the Blacksmith Uncle's hidden quest were exceedingly generous. In addition to substantial experience points, he was also generously awarded a hefty sum of 10 silver coins. Based on the current market rate, those 10 silver coins were valued at nearly 1,000 currency units. As for the title Galloping Ahead, it was a green-grade accolade. Galloping Ahead. Quality, green. Agility 1. Movement speed 5. Exclusive to player, Justice Frenzy. Evaluation. Awarded to the first player to reach level 10. A slight enhancement to movement speed was quite commendable. He glanced at the newly released leaderboard. The top 10 players were closely matched, their levels almost identical. However, there were exceptions. 1. Justice Frenzy, level 10, 23, Initial Mage. 2. Carefree Wanderer, level 7, 81, 5, Initial Warrior. 3. Glorious Crimson Leaf, level 7, 70, Initial Warrior. 4. Glorious Scarlet Lotus, Level 7, 66, 4. Initial Warrior. 5. Among the top 10, Lu Yuan recognized several familiar names. Unlike the renowned guilds such as the legendary Generals and the Dynasty, Glory had consistently maintained its position as a premier guild in Lu Yuan's memory. At its peak, the Glory Guild boasted a membership that reached a staggering 1 million. Such an exaggeration. Moreover, Lu Yuan discerned a subtle observation. Among the top 100 players, the overwhelming majority were initial warrior players, with only a handful being initial archers. The number of mage players was scarce, with limited skills in the early stages and lacking area of effect abilities. Mage players were far less efficient in combat compared to warriors and archers. Yet, Lu Yuan became a remarkable exception. With a 3-level lead, he left the majority far behind, galloping ahead with unparalleled speed. This astonished and intrigued countless players, leaving them to wonder how the player in first place achieved such a feat. In the newbie village number 10026, a 100-player cohort completely monopolized the area where the wild wolves resided. The players sported similar titles, proclaiming glory. Their numbers were significant, and their ranks were distinctly organized. Glorious Crimson Leaf, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, furrowed his brow in astonishment. Who is this justice frenzy? How could he surpass us by 3 levels and be the first to reach level 10? Moreover, he even defeated a level 10 boss. Each piece of news stirred a tempest within his heart. Beside him, Glorious Scarlet Snake also frowned, speaking in a solemn tone. He is certainly not an unknown figure. I find it hard to believe that no one supports him. Yet, I am uncertain which guild stands behind him. Glory Hongya hesitated, contemplating whether to add him as a friend and inquire about the location of his monster farming, which would greatly benefit our Glory Guild. After attempting, Glory Chilian's expression turned to one of frustration. No luck. This fellow declined my friend request. Glory Hongya also displayed a look of regret. It is puzzling how this individual has leveled up so rapidly, as if propelled by a rocket. I have left a private message, hoping he might consider adding me. Glory Chilian then pondered, articulating a thought. What if? But he quickly shook his head, dismissing his own speculation. No, it cannot be. Hongya looked at him in surprise. What is impossible? What if? Chilian's expression grew complex as he responded. What if that individual has no one backing him and has somehow reached level 10 by defeating a level 10 boss? Hongya chuckled softly. Chilian, have you lost your mind? How could that be possible? Yet, observing Chilian's serious demeanor, Hongya's smile gradually faded. He exhaled deeply, reflecting. If that were the case, it would be truly terrifying. We, Glory, must do everything in our power to recruit him into our guild. I hope I am mistaken. It is improbable for a solo player to reach level 10. Chilian also shook his head, negating his own hypothesis. Lu Yuan's focus remained on locating treasure chests. He could not help but appreciate the advantages of vivid memories. Following the treasure map etched in his mind, he searched the novice village for chests. In a nearby cabbage field, Lu Yuan picked up a hoe and began to dig vigorously. As he unearthed the chest, distant shouts echoed, "My cabbages! You little thief! Don't run away!" Lu Yuan had already vanished in a flash. In the backyard of Widow Li's house, Lu Yuan boldly knocked on the door and entered uninvited. Widow Li, voluptuous in figure, furrowed her brow upon seeing Lu Yuan. "I have already given you what you wanted. Why do you return?" The fragrant scent wafted through the air. Yet Lu Yuan remained oblivious. Casually strolling into Widow Li's backyard, he retrieved a treasure chest from the water vat and stowed it in his backpack. Just as he prepared to leave, Widow Li grasped him. "Impertinent apprentice, do you think I don't know what men desire? You come here repeatedly, is it not for?" Her alluring visage flushed, radiating a tempting charm. "Very well, I shall indulge you, you shameless apprentice." She loosened her robe, pulling Lu Yuan closer for an inappropriate encounter. Lu Yuan, taken aback, thought, although the divine realm is an entirely open world where one can indeed engage in various pursuits, who does she think I am? A paragon of justice. How dare you regard me as such? He chastised her with righteous indignation, causing Widow Li to lower her head in shame, abashed by her recent thoughts. Not long after Lu Yuan's departure, she suddenly came to a startling realization. What nonsense was this little thief spouting? With a face full of righteousness now, who was it that had stolen her cherished necklace back then? She stamped her foot in frustration, yet felt utterly powerless against Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had already made his escape. He bore no disdain for the intimacy shared with characters within the divine realm. In his previous life, he had also enjoyed the company of several fair maidens within this realm. At that time, he was naive, perceiving the divine realm merely as a game. It was only later that he awakened to the truth. This divine realm was, in fact, a world forged by the united efforts of the gods of Blue Star. The NPCs within possessed their own genuine emotions. In essence, they were no different from him, mere travelers from disparate worlds. Thus, when faced with the widow Li, Lu Yuan could seize all she possessed to enhance his own power, or without hesitation, eliminate her for obstructing his path. Yet, when it came to matters of the heart, Lu Yuan was reluctant to treat them lightly. As he departed, his gaze remained as indifferent as water, but deep within his eyes, a captivating silhouette was reflected. Chapter 17, The Trial of the Gods. On his journey away, Lu Yuan opened the treasure chest. He meticulously scavenged every chest within the novice village. Once he had unlocked them all, he selected the items of higher value. His coin count in the backpacks swiftly escalated to 1 gold and 80 silver. However, the prospect of grinding monsters to sell equipment for that additional 20 silver seemed an arduous endeavor. Contemplating this, Lu Yuan quickly reached out to his friend, Brother Jasmine. To his friend list, "Could you lend me 20 silver coins? I will repay you upon leaving the novice village." The message was sent. After a short while, a prompt reply arrived. "Let me gather some funds." Meanwhile, Brother Jasmine sighed, glancing repeatedly at the sender's name, Justice Madman. Astonishingly, he was the player ranked first, having already reached level 10 and slain the level 10 boss. A sense of shock enveloped Jasmine. Ever since this individual sold her 3 copies of the skill book charge, Jasmine had harbored suspicions. What ordinary player could achieve such feats? Those were level 9 monsters. The drop rate for skill books was notoriously low. To obtain 3 copies, one could only imagine the multitude of monsters he must have defeated. When she heard the system announcement, it rang a bell. She checked her friend list. Justice Madman? Goodness. It truly was him. Jasmine's emotions were a whirlwind. It was quite the coincidence that the seller she had randomly chosen was the top-ranked player. And now, this illustrious figure was asking her for a loan. 20 silver coins were not an insignificant amount. Jasmine contacted several friends and swiftly procured 20 silver coins at a premium price of 2,200 renminbi. After sending the coins via mail, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Initially, she had merely perceived him as a formidable player. Yet now, he was the number 1 on the leaderboard, outpacing the second by 3 levels. If she could somehow deceive him, to recruit him, Jasmine's eyes sparkled with ambition. Simultaneously, Lu Yuan received the 20 silver coins. Grateful for his generous benefactor, he finally amassed a total of 2 gold coins. With these coins in hand, he promptly returned to the blacksmith shop. Inside, aside from the smelting furnace, numerous weapons were displayed on the other side. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over the weapons until it settled on 2 similar longswords. "Good sir, how much for these 2 swords?" The elderly man reclining in a chair opened his eyes, surveying the swords mounted on the wall. They were 2 blue-tier weapons, intricately engraved with patterns on fine steel, radiating sharpness. "These are the treasures of our shop. How about 1 gold coin for each?" Lu Yuan produced 2 gold coins. "Then I shall take both." The blacksmith sprang from his chair, his eyes gleaming with surprise. "What? Both?" Lu Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, both." The blacksmith swiftly retrieved the longswords and handed them to Lu Yuan. 2 gold coins. Thank you for your patronage." In light of the amiable demeanor of the traveler, he generously bestowed upon him a green leather wristband. 2 gold coins are certainly not an insignificant sum. Within the blacksmith shop, the 2 azure weapons had been on display for quite some time. Even if someone expressed interest, upon hearing the price of these blue weapons, they would be dissuaded. The villagers would never purchase them, and the players could scarcely afford such luxuries. Thus, these 2 blue weapons remained suspended upon the wall, gathering dust until today, when they were repurchased by the traveler. As he departed from the novice village, the traveler brandished the long sword in his hand. Skyward. Quality, blue. Level requirement, level 10. Sharpness, 11. Attack, 4565. Strength 6. Evaluation, a 3-foot azure blade, displaying unparalleled sharpness. The other sword was nearly identical, crafted from the same mold. Upon reaching a secluded area in the wilderness and seeing no one around, the traveler casually plunged one of the longswords into the ground. Gripping skyward, he decisively swung downwards. Both swords boasted a sharpness of 11. Yet, with the full force of the traveler's strike, both longswords shattered simultaneously. These two longswords, acquired for the hefty sum of 2 gold coins and considered premier blue-quality equipment, were so easily destroyed. The sight of them broken in two made it evident that even if they were remade, restoring their original attributes would be exceedingly difficult. The traveler, however, remained unfazed. Kicking aside the shattered blades, his true objective had never been these 2 blue longswords. He retrieved the sword embedded in the ground, and from within the fractured blade, a slender thread was faintly visible. Pulling on the thread, the traveler swiftly extracted a small parchment made of sheepskin. It was hard to fathom that within this blue longsword lay such a significant piece of parchment. Ordinary players, upon acquiring a blue-quality longsword, would typically handle it with utmost care, fearing any wear, damage, or destruction. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this particular sword concealed an extremely important sheepskin scroll, and this scroll was precisely what the traveler sought. To him, the 2 blue longswords were of little consequence, but the potential of the sheepskin scroll stirred a sense of envy within him. Unfolding the parchment, its attributes came into view. God's Trial Grounds ticket, upon activation, grants access to the God's Trial Grounds. A smile crept onto the traveler's face, his joy no longer suppressed. The God's Trial Grounds. The rewards of this arena were extraordinarily lavish. In his past life, countless individuals squandered vast sums of money merely for a ticket to this esteemed venue. Yet, the difficulty in obtaining such a ticket was exceedingly high, with some ordinary players finding it nearly impossible to acquire even one in their lifetime. Who could have imagined that nestled within the novice village lay such a treasure? And now, this very ticket was in the traveler's possession. After stowing the sheepskin scroll in his backpack, he did not immediately use it. Instead, he swiftly sought out the mage instructor within the novice village. Upon witnessing the traveler reach level 10 first, the mage instructor was left utterly astonished. The interface displayed, revealing familiar mage skills before the traveler's eyes: fire-based derivative skills, explosive flame arrow, flame nova, ice-based skill, ice arrow, wind system skill, wind blade technique, lightning system skill, thunderstrike. The skills currently available for learning are predominantly fundamental skills from various systems. Advanced skills can only be acquired at higher levels. Originally, these skills were priced at 1 silver coin each, but with a grand gesture from the mage mentor, they became entirely free. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan promptly learned them all. Surveying the familiar skills in his skill bar, Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He approached the village chief to accept the quest to leave the novice village. Everything was in readiness. Lu Yuan swiftly selected the parchment from his backpack and used it. A flash of white light enveloped him, and his figure soon vanished from the spot. Darkness enveloped him, and he beheld what seemed like an infinite expanse of starry skies. Countless celestial bodies appeared diminutive, their galaxies swirling like whirlpools. The majestic figures of the gods emerged, their authoritative voices resonating throughout the cosmos. The trial of the gods has commenced. Chapter 18, Trial Challenge. The familiar voices of the gods echoed in his ears as Lu Yuan gazed at the boundless starry sky, enveloped in silence. The gods, divine realms, invasions, wars, and the Emperor of Annihilation swirled in his thoughts. As memories flickered in his mind, Lu Yuan realized he had materialized within a vast arena. The arena was ancient, its floors stained with faded blood. The system prompt interrupted his contemplation. You have entered the trial grounds of the gods. Current level, first stage. In the distance, a hyena, 3 to 4 meters in length, swiftly emerged. Demonized hyena, elite monster. Level, 10. Attack, 110-125. Health, 1,500-1,500. Skills, demonization, bite. Evaluation, blood and entrails are its favorite delicacies. The monsters in the trial of the gods matched the players' levels, with the quality of the monsters escalating alongside the stages. The first stage presented an elite-level monster. Lu Yuan raised his hand and unleashed a spell. A fireball instantaneously pierced the demonized hyena's skull. Having reached level 10 and equipped with blue gear, His spell attack power soared to 330-4158. Instant kill. The demonized hyena emitted a few pitiful sounds before its head was obliterated by Lu Yuan's fireball, leaving it utterly lifeless. The first stage was effortlessly cleared. For Lu Yuan, it posed little challenge. 100 attacks and 1,000 health points might trouble an ordinary player, but for Lu Yuan, was it merely a matter of one fireball? Demonized hyena defeated, proceeding to the next stage. In the second stage, the monster remained a demonized hyena, albeit with enhanced size and attributes. This was a demonized hyena boss. Its attack exceeded 300, and its health reached 5,000. As the boss prepared to roar a warning at Lu Yuan, his fireball had already lodged itself in its mouth. What was it trying to say? 8316. Instant kill. The level 10 demonized hyena boss, with 8,000 health points, was similarly vanquished by a single skill from Lu Yuan. The demonized hyena's damage exceeded 300, and a mere touch would spell near certain doom for any level 10 player. Yet, that was only if it had the opportunity to strike Lu Yuan. With his staggering damage output, the boss had barely registered any reaction before being decisively eliminated by Lu Yuan. This was a boss of the same level. Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of his SSS level talent. In his previous life, he had similarly entered the trial grounds of the gods, confronting a boss of equal standing alone. Had it not been for Lu Yuan's exquisite maneuvers, maintaining distance, and meticulously whittling down the boss's health, he might have faltered at the second layer. Yet, despite his deft skills, the confines of the arena proved limiting. When faced with the third layer's chief boss, Lu Yuan from his past life found himself at a disadvantage. In his previous life, Lu Yuan's best record was marred at the fourth level, facing a boss of the supreme caliber. At such a level, no mere throngs of dozens or hundreds could contend. However, in this life, Lu Yuan breezed through the initial two stages, scarcely taking a few seconds. The disparity was evident. In the third stage, the creature transformed. Adorned in hues of red and green, it was a monstrous, gigantic carnivorous plant. Two robust green leaves served as its feet, while its flower center resembled a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth. Its attributes were even more formidable. Carnivorous Plant Chief, Boss Level. Level 10. Attack 500 and 4,580. Defense 300. Health 25,000. Skills: Entangle, Venomous, Devour. Evaluation: the leader of the carnivorous plant clan, weakened under trial, yet still terrifyingly powerful. Lu Yuan raised his hand, launching a fireball towards the gaping mouth of the carnivorous plant chief. At the boss level, it was not merely a mindless target for attacks. It swiftly extended its vines in an attempt to intercept the fireball. Yet, the ensuing spectacle left it stunned. The fireball pierced through its vines and struck its body, inflicting a horrific damage. 8016. Effective. The carnivorous plant chief was bewildered. How much? One skill reduced a third of its health? Was this truly a level 10 opponent? After all, as a boss, it possessed considerable intelligence. Restricted by the trial grounds, its level had been forced down to 10, with its attributes significantly diminished. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, it had already condemned him to death in its mind. A mere level 10 mage player, was he not easily manageable? However, after enduring a fireball, it was left aghast. Was this truly a level 10 player? His fireball damage was approaching 10,000. Without further hesitation, the carnivorous plant chief unleashed a furious assault. Dozens of vines extended from all directions, swiftly reaching for Lu Yuan. Should even a single vine ensnare him, the others would converge, tearing him apart entirely. Witnessing the frenzied assault of the carnivorous plant chief, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He was no longer the person he once was. Explosive flame arrow. Rapid-fire fireballs. The vines of the carnivorous plant chief were scorched by the searing flames. Amidst its wails, its form wilted. 8940. Effective. 4290. Effective. 4290. Effective. With 3 skills unleashed, the boss-level carnivorous plant chief could endure no longer. It could scarcely lift its gaping maw, its stem bending as it collapsed to the ground. Gasping for breath, fear and trepidation coursed through its being. Was this truly a human? How could such terrifying damage be unleashed? Lu Yuan remained motionless, as a frost arrow pierced through the creature's head. Carnivorous plant chief defeated, transitioning to the next level. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan had entered the challenge of the 4th level. The fallen carnivorous plant chief rose once more. Its status has been fully restored, and its strength has even seen an enhancement. Carnivorous Flower Lord, Lord level boss. Level 10. Attack 1112.50. Defense 680. Health 100, 100, 000. Skills, Entangle, Venom, Devour. Evaluation, it has gained new enhancements during the trials. The Carnivorous Flower Lord regained its senses, a flicker of surprise crossing its features. Though it had not returned to its peak form, its power had significantly increased. It cast another glance at Lu Yuan, a sinister grin creeping across its visage. With its ascension to the Lord-level boss, the once slender vines now bristled with thorns, rendering its form even more formidable. Its tendrils had multiplied, now occupying a corner of the arena, wildly extending towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's expression grew grave. This Lord-level boss was no longer something that ordinary players, numbering in the dozens or hundreds, could contend with. It typically required thousands of players to have any hope of victory. Nearly at level 10, it possessed a staggering 100,000 health points. The sheer terror of it was palpable. Furthermore, the attack power of this carnivorous flower lord was equally formidable, exceeding 1,000. This still meant that with each successful strike, Lu Yuan would face certain death. Countless vines wove a hellish tapestry, enveloping Lu Yuan in an aura of impending doom. Chapter 19. Uninterrupted victories. The arena of the divine trials had nearly transformed into a veritable hellscape. The Lord of the Man-Eating Flower, now manifested as a formidable boss creature, flashed with resentment in its eyes. It had not forgotten the scene of being annihilated by Lu Yuan's skills. As a Lord-level boss, it vowed to utterly shred Lu Yuan. A terrifying shriek erupted from its maw, and vines encircled Lu Yuan within mere meters. Just as it seemed that Lu Yuan would be ensnared by the dense thicket of vines, he snapped his fingers. Fire Nova. A massive conflagration surged towards the Lord of the Man-Eating Flower. The vines engulfed in flames were swiftly incinerated, and Lu Yuan, trailing closely behind the fire, dashed towards the creature. The flames carved a path, steadily diminishing the distance between Lu Yuan and the Lord. For a brief moment, the Lord of the Man-Eating Flower was taken aback, but then it rejoiced. Was this not a gift delivered directly to its maw? It gaped wide and lunged fiercely at Lu Yuan. Though countless vines served as its weapons, its sharp, serrated fangs were equally formidable. Lu Yuan smiled subtly. The Lord of the Man-Eating Flower had practically delivered itself to him. He rapidly unleashed his spell skills into the creature's gaping mouth. Ice Arrow, Explosive Flame Arrow. The dual sensations of ice and fire erupted simultaneously within its mouth, creating a delightful sting. The elemental explosion wreaked havoc, dealing astonishing damage. The Lord of the Man-Eating Flower erupted in a violent cough, a plume of white smoke billowing from its mouth. 9240. Weakness. 8580. Weakness. 17820. Explosion. Lu Yuan adeptly utilized elemental reactions, quickly racking up an impressive total of damage, nearly 35,000. Once the Lord of the Man-Eating Flower ceased coughing, it gazed at Lu Yuan with a hint of terror. What had just transpired? It felt as though a party was erupting within its mouth. Quickly learning from its mistake, it firmly closed its jaws. The myriad of vines began to sway once more, lashing towards Lu Yuan with renewed vigor. This time, it abandoned the idea of consuming him and instead aimed to suffocate him with sheer numbers. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of regret. It appeared that this boss possessed considerable intelligence. If only the blazing fireball could find its mark within the Lord of the Man-Eating Flower's mouth, the resultant damage would be substantial. The vines weaved closer, while Lu Yuan deftly maneuvered. His movement was not stiffly retreating. He occasionally veered left, at times pulling back, guiding the multitude of vines. The Lord of the Man-Eating Flower seethed with indignation. As a level 60 boss, even if its level plummeted to 10, it was not something a mere 10-level mage could provoke. It stretched its vines to their utmost, the tendrils extending to dozens of meters, nearly engulfing the entire trial arena. Finally, Lu Yuan halted his movements, leaning against the wall of the arena. Surely, there was nowhere left to flee. The Lord of the Man-Eating Flower was nearly ecstatic. Its vines were poised to ensnare Lu Yuan. But at that moment, it was struck dumb. No matter how forcefully the vines thrashed, they merely quivered slightly. Though the path seemed close at hand, it remained tantalizingly out of reach. What could be the reason for this? A wave of astonishment washed over it. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan noticed its predicament and stepped away from the wall, casually brushing off his shoulder that had grazed the surface. Before him lay an immense green carpet woven from countless vines, nearly covering the entirety of the trial arena. Upon closer inspection, this verdant tapestry was peculiar indeed. It was comprised of numerous tendrils entwined in an uncanny manner. As it turned out, under Lu Yuan's guidance, the carnivorous flower lord had fixated solely on capturing him, oblivious to the fact that its own vines had inadvertently ensnared one another. Even the distant carnivorous flower lord found itself somewhat immobilized. Lu Yuan prodded with his staff. Excellent. A true knot. He withdrew his gaze from the entangled mess. Although the carnivorous flower lord possessed some intelligence, it was not particularly high. Who would grasp someone while entangling their own limbs? After a brief exploration, Lu Yuan felt reassured and approached the green carpet unhurriedly. As he drew near, the carnivorous flower became agitated, rapidly opening its gaping maw filled with menacing teeth, clashing continuously. The sound of its teeth clashing was unsettling, yet Lu Yuan remained unfazed. If anything, it felt somewhat odd, akin to someone tapping rhythmically at his ear. Seizing the moment, he sent a fireball into the carnivorous flower lord's mouth. The flower lord promptly snapped its jaws shut. Maintaining a precise distance, Lu Yuan wielded his staff, swinging it vigorously as though playing golf. With a resounding thud, the staff struck the flower lord's gaping maw. Infuriated, the flower lord lunged toward Lu Yuan, yet its position was severely restricted, rendering it unable to reach him. Lu Yuan unleashed a flurry of fireballs into its mouth, each skill striking true and inflicting substantial damage, amounting to 8,000 or 9,000 points. Even with its mouth tightly shut, the flower lord's health continued to plummet. Its gaze toward Lu Yuan was tinged with fear and despair. It had not anticipated that, despite being a lord-level boss, it would find itself utterly powerless against Lu Yuan. There were still numerous skills it had yet to employ. However, now bound by the myriad vines, it was rendered immobile, forced to endure the onslaught. At last, a final fireball struck the head of the carnivorous flower lord, and Lu Yuan finally exhaled in relief. The carnivorous flower lord has been slain, proceeding to the next stage. A ripple of excitement stirred within Lu Yuan. In his previous life, he had only reached the 4th level of this divine trial arena. Yet in this life, he had ascended to the 5th level. The rewards would undoubtedly be even more splendid. Lu Yuan could not help but begin to anticipate the abundant treasures that the divine trial would bestow, as rewards were allocated based on the levels achieved by players and their respective ranks. In a previous life, when Lu Yuan encountered the trial grounds of the gods, he had already transcended the 100th level. At that time, the reward for conquering the 3rd tier had bestowed upon him an epic mage ensemble, a treasure of immeasurable worth even at the 100th level. However, Lu Yuan had seldom learned of the rewards from the higher tiers. This was due to the fact that the monsters within the trial grounds were tailored to the player's own level, with increasingly formidable foes lurking in the higher tiers. For instance, the Lord-level monster Lu Yuan was currently vanquishing was merely at level 10, yet, in the outside world, it would require thousands of players of equal standing to overcome such a beast. What then of the monsters in even higher tiers? Although Lu Yuan had not reached the 5th tier, he could surmise the daunting challenges that awaited there. Elite monsters, chief monsters, boss monsters, lord monsters. Surely the next tier would feature a king-level boss. With a thought, Lu Yuan's mind raced. King-level bosses were exceedingly rare and were invariably the epitome of formidable adversaries. Soon, the boss of the 5th tier materialized before Lu Yuan, and he raised an eyebrow in astonishment at the creature before him. Chapter 20. The Monarch-level boss. The carnivorous flower lord has been vanquished, and we are about to advance to the next level. Lu Yuan swiftly entered the 5th layer and beheld the creatures that inhabited it. As he had surmised, it was indeed a monarch-level boss. However, there was a subtle shift in the situation. Not far in front of Lu Yuan stood a diminutive figure, a young girl, her gaze fixed intently upon him. After confirming once more, he realized that this was the boss of the level. Carnivorous Flower King, Monarch-level boss. Level, 10. Attack, 2,000 to 2,250. Defense, 900. Health points, 250. 0000250 000. Skills: Entangle, Venomous, Devour. Evaluation: the sovereign of the carnivorous flower clan. Lu Yuan looked down at the seemingly petite entity, barely standing at 1.5 meters. Could this be the formidable monarch-level boss? He had faced numerous such bosses before, yet he had never encountered one with such an appearance. Sensing something amiss, Lu Yuan's heart raced, heightening his vigilance. This carnivorous flower king appeared capable of influencing emotions. It was as if it instilled a sense of unwarranted relaxation within him. Her attributes clearly showcased her immense power. Lu Yuan dared not let his guard down. His gaze was inexorably drawn to the carnivorous flower king. In the absence of an immediate confrontation, the carnivorous flower king resembled a young girl in both demeanor and appearance. Her delicate profile, elfin ears resembling polished jade, and her deep green, luminous eyes scrutinized Lu Yuan with an unsettling intensity. Danger! Lu Yuan's pupils constricted as he clumsily rolled away from the very ground where he once stood. A sharp vine erupted. Had he not evaded in time, lost in the intangible allure of the carnivorous flower king, that vine would have delivered a chilling fate. As Lu Yuan stumbled in his retreat, the carnivorous flower king refrained from pursuing, instead observing him with a hint of curiosity. Was this the might of a monarch-level entity? She felt an inexhaustible power coursing through her, sensing that her tendrils could easily engulf the entire arena if she so desired. Turning her gaze back to Lu Yuan, memories of her previous defeats flickered in her deep green eyes, now ablaze with fury. Die! She stamped her foot, causing the ground to ripple as bulges resembling serpents writhed toward him. This time, having learned from her past encounters, the vines broke through the hard soil, systematically encircling Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan swallowed hard, his expression tinged with resignation. The moment the monarch-level boss made her move, he felt an overwhelming threat. The vines lay concealed beneath the earth, dozens converging to block all his avenues of escape. He could only continue to retreat. Should he find himself cornered against the wall, there would be no avenue left for him. Regaining his composure, Lu Yuan opted not to retreat, but to advance, leaping over the bulging earth. Tendrils, agile and nimble, emerged from the mounds, racing toward his ankles in an attempt to ensnare him. Alas, they were a moment too late. Lu Yuan had already broken into a sprint across the trial ground. The tendrils swiftly burrowed back into the earth, each one creating a bulge that closely followed Lu Yuan's trail. Lu Yuan employed his abilities to eradicate the bulges on the ground. Yet the sheer number of tendrils proved overwhelming. His space for survival was increasingly constricted, soon bringing him perilously close to the carnivorous flower king. 2 fireballs were hurled. Yet the carnivorous flower king showed no intention of obstructing them. The delicate skin of the young girl was severely singed, revealing unsightly, spiderweb-like veins beneath. However, before long, a ghostly green glow began to shimmer across her form. Remarkably, she was regenerating. For 1,000, Lu Yuan's expression froze, gradually succumbing to despair. The wounds swiftly healed, restoring her skin to a pristine whiteness. Lu Yuan caught a glimpse of her gaze. Barely perceptible triumph flickered within it. It seemed she believed victory was assured. And indeed, the reality mirrored her confidence. Lu Yuan's chances of success had dwindled to near zero. He sighed inwardly, recognizing the futility of the situation. Conquering this Lord-level boss had already been a formidable challenge. Vanquishing the Monarch-level boss seemed akin to scaling a mountain. Once again, Lu Yuan felt the daunting difficulty of the trial of the gods. Even he had reached a standstill at the 5th level. Following this Monarch-level boss, he speculated that it must be the highest Dominator-level boss within the entire divine realm. Bosses of such caliber were typically the sovereigns of their domains or leaders of their races. He continued to evade, yet remained ensnared within a trap. The carnivorous flower king, having exhausted its amusement, clapped its hands together. Countless vines swiftly emerged from the soil, and 2 enormous wooden hands lunged toward Lu Yuan. His fireballs now seemed feeble. The skills he unleashed dissipated upon colliding with the colossal palms, which continued their relentless advance, enveloping Lu Yuan. You have died. Challenge failed. Your final score, 5th level. Your rating, S-Class. S-Class reward has been issued. A flash of light enveloped him, and Lu Yuan found himself back in the novice village. S-Class? Quite commendable. In his previous life, he had achieved A-Class, Yet the rewards had still been substantial. What, then, would the S-Class reward entail? He promptly delved into his inventory. With a single glance, his eyes widened in astonishment. Rose Swordsman Class Change Scroll. Upon use, you may change to the Rose Swordsman class. Quality: Amethyst. Restricted Class: Warrior. Rating: Rose Swordsman, the Bloom of the Flower Spirit. A Hidden Class Change Scroll. Moreover, for the highly sought-after Warrior-type Hidden Class, its value was considerable. This was a prized item. Many affluent players would lavishly spend their riches merely to acquire a hidden class within the divine realm. Hidden classes boasted a higher potential than conventional ones. Regrettably, it was not a magic-type class. Otherwise, Lu Yuan could have utilized it himself. Yet, the additional item in his inventory was not limited to the Hidden Class Change Scroll. Lu Yuan noticed a skill book among his possessions. His heart raced as he swiftly retrieved the skill book. Upon finishing, Lu Yuan swallowed hard. Resistance Fire Ring, 5 stars. Is it truly this? A tumult of emotions surged within Lu Yuan's heart. The Resistance Fire Ring is indeed the arcane prowess of mages in the early stages. Lu Yuan hurriedly examined its attributes. Resistance Fire Ring Level 1 summons flames to push away nearby objects. The Fire Ring inflicts 80 spell damage. Mana cost: 15. Cooldown: 20 seconds. Proficiency: 0-100. Evaluation: Proximity prohibited. This is the arcane prowess of mages. In the early game, when mages lack teleportation skills, they possess almost no means to counter aggressive abilities. The emergence of the Resistance Fire Ring compensates for this deficiency. It is an extraordinarily cost-effective skill for survival. Moreover, it is a formidable 5-star skill with a high growth potential. If learned early and cultivated to a higher level, it will yield transformative results. Naturally, Lu Yuan would not consider selling a skill that he could utilize. Soon, the icon for the Resistance Fire Ring appeared in his skill bar. In addition to these rewards, Lu Yuan also discovered several pieces of equipment. These items were equally impressive. Chapter 21: The God-Given Ring with a Ticket to the Trials of the Gods in Hand. Lu Yuan successfully reached the 5th stage and was rewarded handsomely. However, standing before the Monarch-level boss, he felt a sense of helplessness. His skill set was too limited. Had he been at his peak, he might have attempted a different strategy. But in his current state, he lacked sufficient AoE, area of effect, skills. The Fire Nova could deal significant damage within a small radius. Yet facing the nearly omnipresent Monarch-level Carnivorous Flower King, Lu Yuan found himself at a disadvantage. Aside from the job transfer scroll for the Rose Swordsman and the Resist Fire Ring skill book, he had also gathered a considerable amount of equipment. A fleeting orange glow caught his eye as he glanced into his backpack. Lu Yuan's breath hitched. He could hardly believe what he saw. Suppressing his excitement, he swiftly retrieved the orange weapon from his pack. Upon inspection, he felt waves of emotion stirring within him. An orange item. The hierarchy of regular equipment, from lowest to highest, is as follows: white, green, blue, purple, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. Yet, orange items do not belong to any of these tiers, for they are exceedingly rare growth type equipment. Low-level orange items might even be inferior to standard blue items, but high-level orange items can rival epic, legendary, or even mythical gear. Lu Yuan had never anticipated such bountiful rewards from the trials of the gods. To receive a continuously evolving orange item at level 10 was astonishing. He examined the attributes of the orange item. God-Given Ring Growth Potential. Quality: Orange. Level Requirement: 10. Intelligence 5. Mana Regeneration 2 per second. Spell Attack 45. Spell Critical Rate 1. All skill levels 1. Spell Shield. When health drops below 30, gain a shield equal to 50 of maximum health. Cooldown: 1 hour. Attached skill. Source of Spells. Level 1. Evaluation: This is a divine gift. Lu Yuan's expression froze. His breath grew heavy, and joy surged in his eyes. An incredibly powerful piece of equipment. It was truly exceptional, providing both offense and defense, but most importantly, it possessed a skill. Source of Spells. Once activated, it allowed skill casting without consuming mana for a period of time. During this interval, Lu Yuan could transform into a formidable spellcasting machine, unleashing a plethora of powerful skills without concern for resource depletion. Moreover, This was an exceedingly rare accessory, surpassing even weapons in rarity. Wait. Lu Yuan's gaze swept through his backpack once more, landing on a staff radiating with a deep purple glow. There was still a weapon. Staff of Extreme Ice. Quality, purple. Level requirement, 10. Intelligence, 10. Spell attack, 70. Attached skill, Ice Arrow, level 3. Evaluation, can you feel it? The chill of extreme ice. Lu Yuan glanced at the blue staff in his hand, a spoils from vanquishing the Wild Boar King. Upon receiving the newly acquired amethyst staff, Lu Yuan initially felt a sense of satisfaction. However, after casting a glance at this newfound artifact, his attitude swiftly shifted. What? A blue staff? How trivial. Without hesitation, he discarded the blue equipment and promptly donned the amethyst staff. The bountiful rewards from the divine trials had once again reshaped Lu Yuan's understanding. To obtain a growth-type orange gear at such an early stage was beyond his imagination. This was merely the reward for completing the 4th level. He pondered the possibilities. Should he conquer the king-level boss, or even the Dominion level 1, what magnificent rewards might await him? Could it be that he would encounter the pinnacle of mythical equipment? Though uncertain, an intense premonition surged within him. Swiftly organizing the items in his backpack, Lu Yuan could only describe his haul with one word: invincible. The treasures he had amassed were beyond the wildest dreams of an ordinary player. With a heart full of ambition, Lu Yuan soon approached the village chief in the novice village. After a brief exchange, a colossal world map materialized before him. The human region illuminated, while others remained shrouded in shadows. Lu Yuan attempted to select a teleportation destination to other races, but the message read, "The regions ahead are to be explored at a later time." He scoffed, ultimately choosing a main city within the human realm. Powerful adventurer. Are you certain you wish to teleport to Maple Falls City? The system prompt flickered before him. Upon leaving the novice village, re-entry will be impossible. Lu Yuan glanced back at the novice village, where players bustled about, and he recalled the times when he was just one among the multitude. After meticulously reflecting on his experiences in the novice village, he made a resolute decision to depart. As white light enveloped him, Lu Yuan vanished from the novice village. In that fleeting moment, the system's announcement reverberated once more, this time addressing the entire server. Server announcement: congratulations to the Dragon Zone player, Justice Madman, for being the first to leave the novice village. Rewards: reputation 1000, gold 1. Lu Yuan had invested considerable time in the divine trials. While others on the leaderboard were merely at level 8, he had already reached level 10 upon leaving the novice village. Within Maple Falls City, Lu Yuan materialized at the teleportation array. The average player level had yet to reach 10, rendering the city somewhat desolate. The streets were tranquil, with a serene atmosphere. However, Lu Yuan understood that this calm would soon be disrupted with the arrival of more players. The phrase "like wild dogs crossing a path" seemed far from an exaggeration. Maintaining peace would become increasingly challenging. As Lu Yuan traversed the city, Maple Fall appeared just as he remembered, with maple trees lining both sides of the street. In the autumn breeze, the fiery red leaves blazed like flames. Yet, Lu Yuan's purpose extended beyond mere sightseeing. Along this journey, he had already identified several quest NPCs with precision. The tasks at hand were comprehensive, and Lu Yuan swiftly selected 3 that were closely related and straightforward. The vast Maple Leaf City welcomed him as he journeyed westward, soon exiting the city limits. West of the city lay an expanse of wilderness, where monsters roamed freely. These creatures were familiar to Lu Yuan. They were the first type of monster he had encountered in the trials of the gods, the hyenas. However, unlike the demonic hyenas from the trials, these appeared relatively normal in form. Wandering hyena. Level, 12. Attack, 85-95. Health, 1250-1250. Skill, bite. Rating. It has a penchant for delicacies. As a common creature, their attributes were quite commendable, yet they paled in comparison to Lu Yuan's prowess. Glancing at his task, which required the extermination of 30 ordinary hyenas, he prepared to engage. A fierce glint of determination ignited in his eyes as he unleashed his skills. With a swift motion, any skill he cast upon these ordinary hyenas resulted in instantaneous annihilation. Hyena? Chapter 22. Crushing Wild Beasts. Leveling up. Lu Yuan departed from the novice village and arrived at one of the human race's main cities, Fengluo City. Within the city, he quickly accepted several quests and made his way towards the western outskirts. Upon exiting the city, he beheld the vast wilderness teeming with hordes of monsters, predominantly hyenas. These creatures, though diminutive in size, sported a reddish-brown coat and exuded a menacing aura. Almost immediately upon spotting Lu Yuan, they began to encircle him relentlessly. Oblivious to the terror they were up against, the hyenas swiftly formed a circular formation around Lu Yuan, yet he remained motionless, perceiving them as nothing more than harbingers of their own demise. As the hyenas lunged at him, Lu Yuan finally sprang into action. With the casting of his skill, a ring of fire rapidly ascended around him, expanding outward. Repelling fire ring, he intoned firmly. The fiery circle spread at an astonishing pace, and a tremendous repulsive force soon confronted the advancing hyenas. Bang! The hyenas were sent flying by the overwhelming force, crashing to the ground like dumplings. Explosive damage numbers erupted from their bodies, and none who fell could rise again. 3600. Instant kill. 3600. Instant kill. The repelling fire ring, having fully unfurled, wrought considerable devastation. In an instant, every hyena in proximity was annihilated. It was as if celestial maidens scattered blossoms from the heavens. Lu Yuan's experience bar surged dramatically. Experience 432. Experience 432. The outcome of this particular repelling fire ring was astonishing, having obliterated nearly 20 hyenas in one fell swoop. The figures soared, and in that moment, Lu Yuan's quest was more than half complete. His brow arched slightly. The damage output of the repelling fire ring, amplified tenfold by his talents, seemed to have morphed from a defensive skill into an extensive area of effect attack. Quite a splendid transformation. Indeed, with the surrounding hyenas now vanquished, Lu Yuan shifted his gaze towards the distance. Drawing the ire of the distant hyenas, they swiftly converged upon him once more. Unhurried, Lu Yuan lightly tapped his amethyst staff, unleashing a series of skills. Fireballs struck the hyenas with unwavering precision, akin to the grim reaper marking his targets. Not a single cry of despair escaped their lips as they were toppled to the ground. 5400. Instant kill. 2925. Instant kill. All damage numbers soared into the thousands. The relentless stream of crimson damage figures left Lu Yuan momentarily dazed. Had any player been fortunate enough to witness this spectacle, they would likely question whether they were indeed observing the same game, marveling at how a level 10 player could so effortlessly dispatch level 12 monsters. Even the hyenas themselves would have been taken aback by their own fate. They would be effortlessly obliterated by Lu Yuan, who regarded them as mere prey. The speed at which Lu Yuan dispatched his foes was astonishing. It was often only when these hyenas congregated that they unleashed their group attack skills. A single fire nova would pass, and yet another cluster of hyenas would perish. 5600. Instant kill. As time progressed, the rate at which the hyenas respawned could scarcely keep pace with Lu Yuan's relentless extermination of monsters. Lu Yuan continued to advance, and the level of the surrounding creatures began to rise significantly. Yet, for Lu Yuan, this elevation in level made little difference. Whether they boasted a few hundred or 1,000 extra hit points, they were still destined for instant demise before him. After traversing much of the wilderness, Lu Yuan finally experienced a rise in his own level 1121. 5. The speed of his advancement was exhilarating, and Lu Yuan found himself enraptured by the thrill of rapid progression. The consumption of mana was equally swift. Had it not been for the mana regeneration provided by several pieces of equipment, he might have long since depleted his reserves, given his relentless onslaught. In a sense, mana is akin to the lifeblood of a mage. A mage devoid of mana to cast spells is akin to a tiger stripped of its teeth. Naturally, some mages recognized this predicament and thus pioneered new schools of thought. The melee mage. True to their name, these mages forsook the advantages of their class to explore the arts of close combat. Some may deem them foolish, and perhaps they are. As a distinguished mage, is it not delightful to remain safely at the rear, dishing out damage like a stationary artillery piece? This is the sentiment shared by the majority of mages. But is it truly so? Lu Yuan does not concur. Though he is not a melee mage himself, He has never underestimated any of them, even as a traditional mage. Lu Yuan has continuously sought to grasp the nuances of melee combat. Especially after attaining the pinnacle of traditional magehood as the supreme mage, he did not halt his pursuit. The melee mage represents a different school of thought, though niche, its prowess is indisputable. In terms of traditional techniques, Lu Yuan has reached a plateau. After all, if he were to concede second place, there might not be another player in all the divine realms who could claim the first. This is Lu Yuan's confidence. The confidence of the foremost supreme mage. However, in the realm of melee combat, he acknowledges his many shortcomings. Through numerous battles, Lu Yuan has gradually come to a realization. There are limits to being a traditional mage. Henceforth, he shall not confine himself to that role. Yet, the cultivation of a melee mage is not a journey that can be completed in a day. The path of the melee mage is fraught with challenges and thorns. The difficulty of a fragile mage contending with the armored might of a warrior or tank is evident. Only by merging the pinnacle of both skill sets can one hope to achieve this feat to become the strongest melee mage in history. This is a goal in which even Lu Yuan harbors little confidence. The ascension of a mage to divinity is an endeavor starkly different from that of a warrior. Lu Yuan gazed intently at the frost staff in his hands. The staff measured a length of 3 feet and 1 inch, its surface shimmering with a silvery hue, while the top was adorned with a gem as blue as a sculpted ice masterpiece. As he casually waved it, the staff emitted a chilling aura with a fierce sweep. Yet, Lu Yuan shook his head, a look of regret crossing his face. The significance of weaponry for a melee mage is undeniably paramount. The quintessential weapon for a melee mage is a cold weapon blade that seamlessly integrates with magical abilities. Only by possessing both sharpness and the essence of spells can a melee mage inflict dual damage, both physical and magical. However, the frost staff in Lu Yuan's grasp evidently lacked the requisite sharpness. Most staves are crafted from materials that prioritize magical conductivity over durability. Even the frost staff, though forged from amethyst, would surely shatter if Lu Yuan were to use it as a bludgeon against the skull of a hyena nearby. Faced with the absence of a superior weapon, Lu Yuan reluctantly dismissed this tempting notion. The frost staff sighed in relief. I have been saved. Chapter 23, Level 15 Dungeon, Solo Challenge. Lu Yuan's level was rising rapidly, a feat closely tied to his relentless pursuit of defeating high-level monsters. At level 11, he had already ventured into the realm of level 19 creatures, swiftly dispatching a multitude of them, surpassing by 8 levels. Coupled with the substantial base experience provided by the level 19 monsters, each creature yielded him over 1,000 experience points. The pace at which he was leveling up was astonishing. In less than half an hour, Lu Yuan had ascended to level 12. And his progress continued to surge at a terrifying speed. Having completed nearly all the quests he had accepted, Lu Yuan finally spotted the destination of his journey in the vast wilderness. The level 15 dungeon, Wandering Wilderness. A deep blue vortex stood still before him, profound and dark, capturing his full attention. The dungeon promised greater experience and richer rewards than the wilds. Moreover, the attributes of the monsters encountered varied significantly based on the difficulty level. High-difficulty dungeons offered experiences and equipment that far exceeded those of low-difficulty ones. The dungeons were categorized into several tiers of difficulty: easy, hard, nightmare, and hell. The easy-level dungeon did not consume attempts for challenges. However, from hard onward, each challenge would require the depletion of 1 attempt, regardless of success or failure. Fortunately, players were granted 10 challenge opportunities each day, and the attempts refreshed daily, with special items available to increase the number of attempts. Lu Yuan stepped into the blue vortex, and a system prompt soon appeared before him. Warning: level difference of 3 levels. Risk is extremely high. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Lu Yuan: I shall disregard the risk and challenge. In the realm of the divine domain, the dungeon levels corresponded to their difficulty ratings. The peril for lower-level players attempting higher-level dungeons was indeed immense. For a level 15 dungeon, players generally needed to be at level 15 to have any chance of clearing the easy difficulty. As for higher difficulties, only players of greater strength stood a chance. Lu Yuan: so what does that have to do with me? Disregarding the system's warning, Lu Yuan swiftly entered the dungeon, opting to first attempt the easy difficulty. The brilliance of the blue vortex surged, and he soon vanished within. As his surroundings brightened, Lu Yuan found himself amidst an expansive, desolate plain. 10 meters away, hyenas roamed restlessly. Observing them closely, he noted that they differed from the hyenas outside the dungeon. Raging hyena. Level, 15. Attack, 155-175. Defense, 100. Health, 1,800-1,800. Skills, Bloodthirst Bite. Evaluation. They have sensed blood and become agitated. The attributes displayed before him revealed that these raging hyenas were considerably stronger than their wild counterparts. Visually, these ferocious hyenas leaned towards a crimson hue, their eyes a haunting green, gleaming with bloodlust. Even from 10 meters away, the raging hyenas began to sniff the air restlessly. Lu Yuan understood precisely what they were sniffing for. Although he had not yet entered their realm of hatred, they were still aware of Lu Yuan's presence. Even if Lu Yuan did not seek them out, they would eventually discover him after a time. Lu Yuan advanced slowly, boldly confronting these frenzied hyenas. In close proximity, he could see them more clearly. The frenzied hyenas bared their teeth, revealing sharp fangs, with drool dripping from the corners of their mouths. As Lu Yuan stepped into their hatred range, their eerie green gazes fixated on him, an unsettling sight. While others might be startled, Lu Yuan remained unfazed. The speed of these frenzied hyenas surpassed that of their counterparts outside, but this only hastened their demise. With his eyes devoid of emotion, Lu Yuan unleashed the fire rings. Sending the hyenas flying at an accelerated pace, he leisurely strolled through the dungeon, witnessing the hyenas rush at him only to be dispatched one by one. These frenzied hyenas, ignorant and fearless, continued to charge forward, even as countless kin fell to Lu Yuan's might. Not even the elite hyenas could withstand his two skills. In just 1 minute, Lu Yuan had cleared all the minions, standing before the final boss of the level. It was a grotesque wolf-like creature, drenched in blood. As if birthed from a pool of crimson, demonic hyena, stand, boss level. Level, 15. Attack, 255-275. Defense, 250. Health, 7,500-7,500. Skills, demonic transformation, pursuit, bloodthirst. Evaluation, you have nowhere to escape. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Is this it? With these attributes, he wondered how many he could dispatch with a single hand. The demonic hyena stand moved its body, its cold gaze scanning Lu Yuan's limbs, head, and throat. Did this lone human dare to challenge it? Just as it pondered where to strike, Lu Yuan initiated his attack with a simple fireball. Stan nearly laughed aloud. Did it think of him as just another mindless hyena? What damage could such a trivial fireball inflict? Stan stood tall, not bothering to evade, maintaining its haughty demeanor. What a joke. This little fireball could at most singe its magnificent fur. Stan was determined to show this mage human. This mere fireball, it didn't even need to dodge. At least, that was its thought before the fireball struck. Just another fireball, nothing to worry about. Until, boom. Stan was propelled backward by the impact of the fireball, crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Its chest, where the fireball had exploded, was scorched, flesh-charred, and is struggling to maintain his balance. Stan discovered that the sorcerer had approached him. 2 equally sized fireballs floated ominously in his hands. Once more, this time, Stan dared not underestimate the damage these small orbs could inflict. One of those fireballs had nearly cost him his life, and now 2 of them. In a moment of panic, Stan attempted to evade them, but it was far too late. He could only watch helplessly as the fireballs struck his chest, one after the other. The impact caused a deep indentation, igniting his fur completely. 3412-3620. Burning. These 2 spells effortlessly subdued the corrupted hyena. Lu Yuan gazed at the burning creature on the ground, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Why did this beast not attempt to evade? His initial fireball had merely been a test, and he certainly did not anticipate that the corrupted hyena would be so compliant, daring to absorb his spells head-on. Puzzled, Lu Yuan shrugged, reflecting on the creature's resilience. This corrupted hyena could be considered tough. It had taken 2 of his spells without uttering a sound. Corrupted hyena, I may not be truly human, but you are undeniably a mere dog. The system announcement echoed once more. Chapter 24. The Emergence of S-Class Talent. as Lu Yuan vanquished the demonized hound, Stan. The system announcement resonated once more. Server announcement. Congratulations to the player Justiciar from the Dragon Zone for being the first to complete the level 15 easy difficulty dungeon. Wandering Wilds. Reward. Reputation 500. Upon hearing the system notification, players were left in sheer bewilderment. They glanced at their own levels. Most had just ascended to level 10, preparing to depart from the novice village. Yet, this system announcement left them flabbergasted. What? We haven't even left the novice village. How could someone have completed a level 15 dungeon? Looking at the leaderboard, their expressions turned to astonishment. The top player, this Justiciar, was only at level 12. But could a level 12 truly conquer a level 15 dungeon? Although it was merely an easy difficulty, the monsters within were all level 15. In an instant, the discussions erupted. Within the Glory Guild, Glory Hongye wore a look of conviction. This individual must be backed by a top-tier guild. The question remained, which one? Achieving a level 15 dungeon completion at level 12 implied that his teammates must also be exceptional. Which elite player had emerged from the shadows? Was it the Qin dynasty or the Proud World? Glory Chilian's countenance shifted to one of concern. If it were the Qin dynasty, it would be manageable, as they would remain in their respective lanes. However, if you were from the Proud World Guild, it would present significant trouble. No one wished to see their rival guild gain another formidable contender. The guild leader seemed to have noticed him as well, prompting a decision to investigate his background. Glory Chilian muttered to himself, pondering why this individual neither accepted friend requests nor checked private messages. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Yuan had, after ascending the leaderboard, preemptively set his status to disallow friend requests to avoid complications. As for private messages, he typically only glanced at them occasionally, thus overlooking the inquiries from the two. Consequently, to this day, no guild had obtained concrete information regarding this sudden emergence of Justiciar, in which major guilds he belonged to. Meanwhile, members of the Famous Generals Guild engaged in light-hearted banter. Among them, famous generals Xiaohua quietly defeated monsters to level up. The system broadcast echoed in their ears, catching their attention. This? Justiciar? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Isn't he the one from last time? The guy who took down the Wild Boar King in just a few skills. Indeed, absolutely incredible. Upon hearing that familiar name again, famous General Xiaohua cast a glance at his friend list, spotting that ever-present name. Indeed, it was him. A sigh of admiration escaped him. While other players might question Lu Yuan's prowess, those from the Famous Generals Guild, who had witnessed him defeat the Wild Boar King with mere skills, would never entertain such doubts. Alas, a player as formidable as Justiciar had yet to be recruited into their guild. If only he could be brought in, the entire guild might soar to unprecedented heights. Famous General Xiaohua felt a surge of excitement, but it quickly subsided, replaced by a bittersweet smile. From the moment Lu Yuan effortlessly vanquished the Wild Boar King, he became acutely aware that the opposing party was of an entirely different caliber. What merit did their guild possess to entice Lu Yuan to join their ranks? After a moment of reflection, he continued his tasks without pause. Ultimately, he dispatched another creature, elevating his level to 10. Bidding farewell to the other members, he swiftly embarked on his journey away from the novice village. Just as one wave subsided, another surged forth. Discussions on the Divine Realm Forum were fervently underway regarding the identity of this righteous maniac who had remarkably led his team to achieve the first completion of the level 15 dungeon. Before a conclusion could be reached, another post rapidly gained traction. Novice Village number 98010, S-Class Talent Player emerges. Once published, the post incited heated debate. The vast majority of players possessed only D-Class or C-Class talents. Even B-Class and A-Class talents were exceedingly rare. Thus, the emergence of an S-Class talent instantly captivated the attention of the gaming community. Countless players flocked to the post, causing its popularity to surge past 1 million, nearing 10 million. However, the post appeared to be mere clickbait, filled with vague descriptions of the S-Class talent's prowess, yet lacking any substantial videos or even decent images. The influx of players expressed their outrage. What clickbait? You must be joking. No pictures, no credibility. Damn it, I thought this was real. What a fraud. S-Class talent? There are hardly any A-Class talents around. Who knows if there is even one S-class talent in the entire world? Yet, before the discussion could linger too long, the original poster swiftly responded, "Apologies, I forgot to include the image. Here it is." This time, the post featured a game screenshot. The players clearly beheld the image, and momentarily, they fell silent in astonishment. Weapon Master. Max level, you can now wield all weapons. Weapon options. Melee weapons, ranged weapons. Damage bonus. 100 melee weapon damage, 70 ranged weapon damage. Cooldown none. Evaluation. You are a true weapon master. A chorus of lamentations erupted in the post. First floor, Meteor Milk Bun. My heavens, the S-class talent is indeed real. Second floor, Nanch undefeated guest. I'll curse you, monkey. 100% damage bonus. Why aren't you soaring to the heavens? Third floor, Mop dipped in excrement. D-class talent passing through. I feel like a stray dog on the roadside, inexplicably kicked by the original poster. 786th floor, Glorious Red Leaf. I perceive your remarkable potential and extraordinary talent. Would you consider joining our glorious guild? Feel free to message me privately if interested. 787th floor, Prideful Wudong. Our prideful guild equally cherishes talent. Should you wish to join us, the terms are entirely up to you. 12,500th floor, Smoke of Red Dust. I wonder if you're a brother or sister. Our Red Dust Guild is filled with beautiful souls, and we warmly welcome you to join us. The messages from players piled up into the thousands, whether it be the illustrious Honor Guild or the esteemed AO Sure Guild. None can remain idle at this moment. The president of the Honor Guild, Honor Huaxia, has summoned numerous high-ranking officials for an urgent meeting. With a multitude of players within the guild, it is regrettable that, due to the constraints of the Divine Realm, many can only hold nominal membership. Among the countless individuals, the number of players with advanced talents is exceedingly rare. There are merely 2,000 players with B-level talents, while the count of those with A-level talents has drastically dwindled to just over 100. Astonishingly, there are no players with S-level talents in the Honor Guild. Honor Huaxia's expression hardened as he proclaimed, the existence of S-level talent is evident to all. Such exceptional individuals must not slip through our fingers. Even if it requires a substantial financial investment, we must recruit them into our guild. He turned to Xiaoyu, instructing, reach out to the original poster. He may very well be the S-level talent we seek. If that fails, connect with other players in the 98010 region, develop connections, and ensure we secure him for our guild. Honor Muyu nodded vigorously in agreement. Suddenly, Honor Hong Yi recalled the Justice Maniac. It remains uncertain whether this player, who has repeatedly appeared on television, broadcast by the system, possesses S-level talent. The allure of this S-level talent is not solely captivating the Honor Guild. It has also caught the attention of AO Sure, the Reincarnation Guild, and the Mysterious Pavilion. The emergence of S-level talent has nearly captivated the gaze of every guild within the Divine Realm. Concurrently, the path of the Dungeon Conqueror, Lu Yuan, stumbled upon the post. S-level talent? Master of Weapons? So it was you. Chapter 25, Hellish Dungeon. As Lu Yuan gazed upon the contents of the post, a glimmer of recollection flickered in his eyes. An S-grade talent, a master of weaponry. In his previous life, this S-grade talent had etched his name multiple times upon the leaderboard, wielding the power of his exceptional gift. Even though this player had established his character a day later than the typical players, he swiftly caught up, thanks to his S-grade talent. If Lu Yuan recalled correctly, this player was known as Quanglan. Memories swirled within him as he looked back at Fengluo City. With the emergence of the S-grade talent, it wouldn't be long before they arrived, would it? Lu Yuan harbored some doubts regarding this talent. Was its manifestation truly random? If his own talent had undergone a transformation, could the talents of others also change? He could not ascertain. The game crafted by the gods was far more intricate than he had imagined. However, this S-grade talent was of little concern to him. In his past life, he had still been somewhat naive, prone to feelings of envy. Yet in this life, he had adopted a much more indifferent stance. On one hand, talent did not equate to everything. With his A-grade talent, he could steadily grow stronger, surpassing numerous players with higher-grade talents. Talent merely set a higher ceiling for players, not the entirety of their potential. Moreover, with his SSS-grade talent, Did he need to envy a player with merely an S-grade talent? Shaking his head, Lu Yuan calmly stepped once more into the blue vortex. Dungeon difficulty selection complete. Hellish level. Entering dungeon. This time, Lu Yuan was set to challenge the utmost difficulty, the Hellish Dungeon. Alone. This was undoubtedly a perilous endeavor. Lu Yuan was acutely aware of his actions. Typically, a Hellish Dungeon for level 15 would require a team of level 20 players to successfully navigate. Furthermore, the equipment demands for players were substantial. For someone like Lu Yuan, attempting a level 15 Hellish Dungeon at level 12 would provoke nothing but scornful laughter from ordinary players. It was sheer folly. Had it not been for his SSS-grade talent boundless evolution, Lu Yuan would never have dared to undertake such a reckless venture. Yet he possessed it. Infinite evolution heralded infinite possibilities. Challenging a Hellish Dungeon alone, combined with Lu Yuan's unparalleled skills, why should it be deemed impossible? Within the hellish wilderness, Lu Yuan's figure soon materialized. Upon entering the dungeon, he immediately sensed an unusual aura. The stench of blood hung thickly in the air, almost palpable. The sky was overcast, and the atmosphere was stifling. The ground too had transformed, appearing as though it had been stained with blood, a dark crimson hue enveloping it. A chilling wind swept through, and such an eerie environment would send shivers down the spines of ordinary players. Lu Yuan stretched his limbs, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. This was a battle that promised to be intriguing. In the distance, the hyenas had undergone a significant transformation. Their size had nearly doubled, resembling young calves, with sharp, elongated tusks sprouting from the corners of their mouths. Demonic hyena. Level 15. Attack 300 to 340. Defense 300. Health 3,500, 3,500. Skills, demonization, bite, bleed. Evaluation, relentless pursuit. Unceasing bloodshed. The attributes of the minions in the Hellish Dungeon were almost twice that of those in the ordinary dungeon. Upon the appearance of Lu Yuan, these demonic hyenas quickly fixated on him. Lu Yuan displayed a disdainful smirk. Is this what a Hellish Dungeon entails? They would still fall before him in an instant. He stepped forward, into a more spacious area. The demonic hyenas charged at him with ferocity, a foul wind assaulting his senses. Unperturbed, Lu Yuan accurately struck each hyena on the head with his skills. His damage output was substantial. Those struck by his abilities were instantly annihilated. High damage numbers continuously erupted forth. Experience sword. The experience gained from the monsters in this hellish dungeon was several times that of those in the simple dungeon. Experience 2880. Experience 2880. Lu Yuan reveled in the grandeur of experience acquisition. Each monster granted him nearly 10 experience. How extravagant! Given the heightened experience of the monsters in the hellish dungeon, coupled with Lu Yuan's lower level, the pace of his level progression accelerated dramatically. Before he could finish off the remaining minions, Lu Yuan had already leveled up. You have reached level 13, earning 5 free attribute points. Familiar with the process, Lu Yuan allocated his points to intelligence and continued to dispatch the nearby demonic hyenas. He found their numbers somewhat lacking. If there were more of these demonic hyenas, Lu Yuan conjectured that by the end of this dungeon, he might very well reach level 15. After leveling up, the speed of his experience gain slowed slightly. Yet it remained rapid. Lu Yuan experienced what it truly meant to ascend levels at a breakneck pace. Outside, players remained oblivious until one suddenly gasped in astonishment at the leaderboard. No way. How did the top player reach level 14? This revelation instantly redirected the attention of many players from the S-class talent individual back to the player leading the level rankings. What the heck? The top player is now level 14? Half an hour ago, he seemed to be only level 12. In the blink of an eye, he leveled up twice. Cheating. He must be using hacks. I refuse to believe one can level up this quickly. I toiled for hours to reach level 10. And this guy levels up twice in half an hour? An S-class talent. I suspect this individual possesses an S-class talent as well, perhaps one that enhances experience gain. Countless players were left in awe and astonishment. Meanwhile, within the depths of the hellish dungeon, Lu Yuan arrived at a critical juncture. The standard monsters in the hellish dungeon posed no challenge for him. However, the boss might prove to be a different story. Several dozen meters away, There lay a colossal hyena resting upon the ground. As Lu Yuan took his first step forward, the system's notification arrived belatedly. Fireball skill level increased. Current skill level, level 3. Multi-fireball skill level increased. Current skill level, level 3. Ice arrow skill level increased. Current skill level, level 2. A series of skill level enhancements surged forth. Lu Yuan halted his pace to examine each one. With the fireball skill reaching level 3, its damage multiplier became 1. 4 times. The multi-fireball skill, now at level 3, increased the damage of each fireball by 0.7 times. Similarly, the damage boost for ice arrow and other skills also rose to 1.2 times. While this may represent a modest improvement for an ordinary player, for Lu Yuan, this enhancement was monumental. It significantly bolstered his confidence in defeating the formidable hyena boss before him. Evil demonized hyena leader, Stan, boss level. Level 15 attack, 675, 700 defense, 500 health, 50,000 skills, bloodthirsty, demonization, earth split strike. Evaluation. It is wicked, bloodthirsty, and powerful. With a firm resolve in his heart, a smile crept upon Lu Yuan's lips. Is that all? Chapter 26. The First Conquest of the Hellish Dungeon. Lu Yuan stepped forward to draw the ire of the malevolent, mutated hyena leader, Stan. The battle erupted swiftly. Stan's speed was astonishing. Even before Lu Yuan could launch an attack, the beast lunged towards him with incredible swiftness. Its massive shadow loomed over Lu Yuan. Unfazed, Lu Yuan lightly tapped his frost staff. An icy arrow swiftly struck the mutated hyena leader, Stan. Frost quickly enveloped Stan's fur. 60-100 in an instant. Stan's health plummeted by 10. While the damage was significant, the real crux lay in the accompanying effect of the icy arrow. The speed of the mutated hyena leader was drastically reduced. The 30 movement speed debuff proved to be a formidable constraint on such a fast-moving creature as Stan. Lu Yuan deftly evaded, continuing to unleash spells with his frost staff. Elemental forces coalesced in the air, and fireballs rained down upon the mutated hyena leader. 7200. Burning. 100. Burning damage. 3350. 3350. A flurry of high damage numbers erupted. Lu Yuan's skills flowed seamlessly. After a brief charge, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a thumb, descended from the heavens, striking Stan as he turned to pounce on Lu Yuan. Stan froze mid-motion, his body rendered rigid. The damage from the lightning strike was considerable, accompanied by a 0.5-second stun. Lu Yuan took a few steps back, and a flame nova erupted above Stan's head. This time, the damage finally exceeded 10,000. In his stunned state, Stan's unprotected head was struck by Lu Yuan's skill. 17600. Weak point. The flame nova, despite its limited area of effect, unleashed devastating damage upon Stan's head, leaving it charred and bloodied, with one eye nearly dislodged, an utterly gruesome sight. Throughout the encounter, Stan had been completely ensnared in Lu Yuan's rhythm. Without landing a single blow on Lu Yuan, he had already suffered catastrophic damage. Lu Yuan's arsenal of skills had yet to conclude, and Stan's health had dwindled to less than 25. Stan was utterly powerless to retaliate. As the final skill was cast, the mutated hyena was inevitably slain by Lu Yuan. The system announcement resonated once more. Server announcement. Congratulations to the Dragon Zone player, Justice Fiend, for conquering the level 15 Hellish Dungeon, Wandering Wilderness, for the first time. Rewards. Reputation 2000, Gold 1. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. The rewards for being the first to clear the dungeon were quite satisfactory. At present, 1 gold still held significant value. As for reputation, its worth was more modest, primarily used to elevate a player's status. With sufficient reputation, one could even secure a position among NPCs. Before him lay the fallen mutated hyena leader, its splendid equipment strewn across the ground. This elite-level monster surpassed even the formidable bosses, yielding treasures of greater rarity. Lu Yuan swiftly collected the spoils from the corrupted hyena. After a brief moment, he completed the task of gathering the loot with remarkable efficiency. It could be considered a significant haul: 2 pieces of green gear, 1 blue item, and 1 purple crystal equipment. His gaze was drawn to the blue item and the purple crystal equipment. The blue item was a pair of trousers, while the purple crystal equipment was a helmet. Refined leather pants. Quality, blue. Level requirement, 15. Strength 10. Physical attack 30. Evaluation, durable material, not easily damaged. A quintessential warrior's gear, which held little value for Lu Yuan. The helmet, however, bore attributes more suitable for him. Intelligent wolf's head helmet. Quality, purple crystal. Level requirement, 15. Intelligence 15. Spell attack 45. Spirit 1. Bonus skill, clarity, level 1. Evaluation. Wearing it will enhance your intellect. Lu Yuan examined the wolf's head helmet closely. It was evident that it had been crafted in the likeness of the corrupted hyena leader. He silently scoffed, finding no trace of intelligence in these corrupted creatures. Nevertheless, the purple crystal helmet was indeed impressive. The amount of currency dropped was also considerable. This single boss had yielded nearly 10 silver coins for Lu Yuan. The conclusion of the hellish dungeon brought him substantial rewards, with the most generous being the experience points. After completing this challenging dungeon, Lu Yuan's level surged from 12 to 14, 85. The threshold to level 15 was now tantalizingly close. Upon returning to the city to submit his quests, he noticed that many players had already begun to enter Fengluo City, the main hub for the human race. The newcomers gazed in wonder at Fengluo City. Despite having experienced the new player village, which had showcased the extraordinary realism of this divine realm, many players could not suppress their astonishment upon entering the city. Wow, this is incredibly detailed. You can even see the veins of each fallen leaf. So many NPCs. This city is quite bustling. Wait, there's someone selling roasted sweet potatoes. 3 copper each? I must buy one to try. This little sister is so exquisite. Let me hug her. Wait, I'm not a creep. Let go of me. How can these NPCs be so good at catching me? Lu Yuan noticed a commotion in the distance. A player was being forcibly restrained by fully armored NPC guards and dragged away to a prison cell. He shook his head, dismissing it from his mind. There would always be foolish players in the world. This was a prime time for the server launch. Wasting time by being imprisoned for foolishness was utterly ridiculous. After submitting several quests, Lu Yuan's level rose to 15. A glance at the leaderboards revealed a clear distinction in levels, with Lu Yuan standing far ahead at level 15. The second-ranked player, known as Carefree, stands at level 11, while the third is a somewhat unfamiliar name, the level 10 player, Jun Mo Xiao. Upon seeing him, a flicker of recognition ignited in Lu Yuan's eyes. Increasingly, familiar faces emerged, whether it be the S-grade talent, Kuang Lan, or the level just below him, Carefree, or this newly appeared Jun Mo Xiao. All were renowned experts etched in Lu Yuan's memory. In his previous life, during the initial launch of the game, he did not belong to the ranks of these masters, merely gazing up at the titans of the leaderboard with a sense of reverence. As memories flowed, a radiant light shone in Lu Yuan's eyes. These experts and deities hailed from all corners of the world, each a rare gem among countless others. Truly a selection of the finest. And now, there is but one true champion atop the leaderboard. Me. What of A-grade talent, or S-grade talent? What does it matter? Even if one is a prodigy, the entirety of Blue Star is not devoid of talent. Talent is merely the threshold to witness my prowess. Dedication and struggle, all aimed at keeping pace with my strides. Everything, indeed, is entrusted to me. I shall lead the entire Blue Star to defy fate. Chapter 27. Master Alchemist Lesa. Within the bustling city of Maple Fall, as players progressively ascended to level 10, an ever-increasing throng of adventurers flooded into the main town. The atmosphere in Maple Fall became extraordinarily lively, with players curiously surveying their surroundings and occasionally rummaging through everything in sight, including trash bins. Ugh, what are you doing? One player gazed at another in sheer horror. The latter withdrew his hand from the refuse, stained with a yellowish residue, his face contorted in disgust. Damn it. Whose garbage is this? It's all sticky, wet, and emanating a foul stench. Surrounding players recoiled a meter away, rolling their eyes, nearly fainting from the noxious odor. Lu Yuan maintained his distance, holding his breath as he navigated through the crowd. Some players, quick on their feet, hastily exited the city in search of monsters to slay. After completing his quest, Lu Yuan chose not to rush out to grind for experience, but instead wandered around the town. Within less than 10 minutes, Lu Yuan's eyes brightened as he spotted a middle-aged man resting under a large tree. The man bore the title above his head, Ordinary Townsman, Lisa. Lu Yuan's presence promptly alerted Lisa, who opened his eyes to assess the newcomer. Upon recognizing him as a level 15 novice mage, Lisa nonchalantly closed his eyes once more. Respected Master Lisa. Lisa opened his eyes again, gazing intently at Lu Yuan. After a moment, he remarked coolly, "You must be mistaken. Who would have imagined that the former chief alchemist of the Empire, an esteemed member of the Mage Association, would live incognito in such a small town for over a decade? Could Lu Yuan truly be mistaken? That was evidently impossible, as his true identity was unveiled." The words above Lisa's head twisted. Alchemist Master. Lisa now regarded Lu Yuan with a hint of surprise. "How did you discover me?" Lu Yuan smiled in silence. Leaning against the tree, Lisa continued coldly, "Speak. What do they want? I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. I have had enough. I will not conspire with them any longer." Lu Yuan shook his head. "I am not one of them." A look of astonishment flickered in Lisa's eyes. "Who exactly are you?" Doubt began to swirl within him. He had concealed his identity in Maple Fall for over a decade, yet suddenly, a mage apprentice had revealed his true self. How could he not feel perplexed? Lu Yuan articulated his intention. "I wish to learn your alchemical skills." Lisa's expression grew increasingly peculiar. "My alchemical skills? You mean the forbidden?" Before he could finish, Lu Yuan interrupted. Looking at him earnestly, he said, "Just ordinary alchemy, nothing more." Lisa's lips parted slightly, as if he had not caught Lu Yuan's words. "What did you say? Just ordinary alchemy? You seek me out for that?" His gaze upon Lu Yuan was filled with incredulity. "Just ordinary alchemy? Why would you come to this hidden figure after so many years? Finding any apothecary would suffice to learn the most rudimentary alchemy, wouldn't it? Why seek him out specifically?" Lisa was utterly perplexed. However, if it were merely basic alchemy, imparting it to Lu Yuan would not be entirely out of the question. After all, a mere apprentice mage posed little threat to him. With this thought, Lisa exhaled softly. "Adventurer, I am willing to teach you this alchemical craft, but you must promise me one thing." "Speak freely," Lu Yuan replied. "It concerns my existence. Although I am unsure how you came to know of it, I would appreciate your discretion." Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. "Of course, but should they discover this place?" Lisa sighed. "That matter is irrelevant to you. I shall depart from here. You wish to learn alchemy? I happen to possess some knowledge in the field." No sooner had he spoken than a notification chimed in Lu Yuan's ears. "Alchemy Master Lisa offers to teach you alchemy, level 3. Do you accept?" A smile crept upon Lu Yuan's lips. Level 3 alchemy. This would save him considerable time. If he were to seek out the Apothecaries Guild within the city, he would have to meticulously complete tasks, and the highest level of alchemy he could obtain would merely be level 1. Yet, as an alchemy master, Lisa casually offered a skill of level 3. This would place him 2 levels ahead of other alchemist players. "Yes." Lisa waved his hand, and a surge of white light flowed into Lu Yuan's being. The middle-aged man leaned back against the tree, shutting his eyes once more. "Very well. It is merely the most basic form of alchemy. I will still need to take action myself, truly." Lu Yuan pondered. "If you are indeed an alchemy master, might you be lacking in materials? Perhaps I could assist you?" Lisa did not even open his eyes, filled with disdain. "You? A mere apprentice mage? What assistance could you possibly provide?" Yet before he could wallow in his contempt, he felt an intense heat. Lisa's eyes flew open. Fixated on the fireball in Lu Yuan's hand, his expression one of horror. "You? How is this possible?" A tempest of emotion surged within him. This force could not possibly be unleashed by an apprentice mage. Even some novice or intermediate mages would struggle to achieve such power. Though Lisa was merely an honorary member of the Mage Association, his experience was vast. He could sense the potency contained within the fireball. It was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an apprentice mage. His gaze sharpened. True strength was the key to changing one's attitude. He quickly suppressed his astonishment, striving to maintain composure. "Well, I am currently researching a potion that requires a few more materials." After bidding farewell to the alchemy master Lisa, Lu Yuan walked through the streets of the city, his brow slightly furrowed. Level 5 materials, Firestone Herb. Level 3 materials, Nightshade. Level 3 materials, Ash Fruit. The levels of these materials were quite high, with Firestone Herb reaching an impressive level 5. The surrounding guardian monsters are estimated to be at levels 40 to 50. Nightshade and Ash Fruit should be relatively common. If the material level is 3, the guarding monsters should be between levels 20 and 30. The collection of these two materials is not particularly challenging for Lu Yuan. At this moment, his collection skill is precisely at level 3. After long periods of monster grinding, Lu Yuan has not forgotten to utilize his collection skill to seize the full value from the monsters. However, acquiring level 5 materials such as Firestone Grass is quite difficult for him in a short span. Nevertheless, he believes he can attempt to gather level 3 materials like Nightshade and Ash Fruit. Given his current strength, dealing with monsters of levels 20 to 30 should pose no significant issue. Before he could exit the city, private messages began to flash incessantly. Lu Yuan promptly clicked to check. Players who are not on his friends list can still send private messages, but they are limited to a single message, and the recipient does not receive a notification. The flashing private messages indicated that a friend had reached out to him. Lu Yuan opened the message. "Jasmine, are you there? Big shot? I was wondering if you could take me through a dungeon?" Lu Yuan understood the implications. The two system broadcasts announcing the completion of a level 15 dungeon suggested that the other party had noticed Lu Yuan's prowess, and even their attitude had shifted. However, since they were merely requesting him to lead a dungeon run, Lu Yuan could only decline. He levels up most efficiently on his own. Bringing a team along would only hinder his progress. Just as he was about to express his refusal, another message appeared. "Jasmine, I'm willing to compensate." Lu Yuan's gaze grew resolute. "Justice Manic, come to Maple City." Chapter 28, Leading People Across the Bridge. "Justice Madman, come to Maple Fall City." Upon seeing the response from the other party, Jasmine felt a surge of joy in her heart. It seemed there was hope. Glancing at her teammates beside her, Jasmine contemplated for a moment before promptly selecting 5 individuals. "Xiaoyu, Yoda, you all come with me." Looking at the leaderboard, it appeared that this Justice Madman was a mage. Thus, the team composition should ideally revolve around him. Initially, Jasmine had not perceived any peculiarities about this seller. After adding him as a friend, he suddenly posed a question. To her astonishment, he inquired about 3 skill books right off the bat. This left Jasmine feeling somewhat insecure. Were skill books now so easily obtainable? Having spent over 10,000, she had also managed to discover the locations for skill book refreshes. Until just before leaving the novice village, she had been grinding monsters alongside a few members from her studio. She had questioned this phenomenon until she truly obtained 2 skill books through her efforts. A premonition began to brew within Jasmine. This individual might not be simple. Who, in their right mind, could acquire 3 skill books at the onset of the server launch? Could a single person truly handle the wild boar? It was only when she noticed the system announcements that the reality of his stature dawned upon her. Whether it was being the first player to reach level 10 or the first to clear the level 15 dungeon, all showcased his formidable prowess. This player named Justice Madman was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual, seeing that he had even successfully cleared the Hell level dungeon. Jasmine could no longer contain herself and proactively sent a message. She was somewhat cautious. Typically, skilled experts harbored their own quirks, and she could not ascertain whether he would accept her request. Fortunately, he was amiable and agreed. She swiftly led her 5 studio players to Maple Fall City. Upon exiting the teleportation array, she had not walked far when she spotted a young man who had been waiting for some time. The youth stood still, resembling a cold, unyielding iceberg, exuding an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. However, upon seeing her, or rather, upon noticing the name above her head, the iceberg melted away. Lu Yuan's face broke into a warm smile, radiating a congenial charm that instantly fostered goodwill. He concealed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. "You are Jasmine." Jasmine nodded in response. The young man before her bore little resemblance to her preconceived notion of Justice Madman. Justice Madman? She had imagined him to be a burly man with a scruffy beard, wielding a shotgun, and smoking a cigar, with a hearty laugh. Jasmine's thoughts were in disarray. Well, he's quite handsome. The chubby priestess beside her gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Lu Yuan smiled at her, which made the priestess shyly retreat behind Jasmine. peeking out with a flushed face. Finally, Jasmine snapped back to reality. May I ask who you are? Lu Yuan flashed his name to assert his identity. At that moment, not only did the chubby priestess peek out from behind Jasmine, but even the previously quiet teammates were wide-eyed in astonishment. Justice, madman. You are the player who holds the top rank on the leaderboard. Goodness. When did Sister Jasmine get acquainted with him? How come we were unaware? It turns out this esteemed individual is also part of our studio. Our studio is truly remarkable. The members exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment in their eyes. The Justice Maniac. Isn't that the esteemed figure reigning at the top of the leaderboard? With the recent television appearances, it would be difficult for any player to remain oblivious to this individual. They never anticipated that their own boss would actually know him. And it seemed their relationship was rather amicable. Could it be that this prominent figure is also a member of the studio? A wave of joy surged within them at that moment. If this illustrious figure truly belonged to their studio, would they not also rise to prominence? They gazed at Lu Yuan with fervent eyes. However, Lu Yuan's attention merely skimmed over them. Who are these? Jasmine explained, the members of the studio. Some have not yet reached level 10. Lu Yuan nodded in understanding. In the early days of the game's launch, a plethora of gold farming studios indeed emerged. Yet, he was somewhat taken aback by Jasmine. He had expected her to be a wealthy benefactor, not this. Of course, whether or not to establish a studio had no bearing on Lu Yuan. As long as there was wealth, that sufficed. Time is of the essence. So let us keep our conversation brief. Jasmine agreed with a nod. Every moment is precious. Each level gained would distinguish countless players. She observed Lu Yuan's level 15, swallowing hard in silence. Especially in front of this esteemed figure, given a little time, his level could soar to unimaginable heights. Jasmine took a deep breath, swiftly regaining her composure. The system announcement indicated that you have seemingly cleared the level 15 hellish dungeon. My proposal is, would you be willing to guide us through a nightmare level dungeon? We only seek the experience rewards, while all other equipment and spoils will rightfully belong to you. Her speech was measured, her articulation clear. Lu Yuan nodded. Is there anything else? All we require is a name for the team. This is not an issue. Or rather, it's not a problem for Lu Yuan. He agreed. Certainly. He regarded Jasmine with an appreciative gaze. He had come to realize her intentions, to leverage the system announcement of their first clear of the nightmare level dungeon for the marketing of her studio. There are pros and cons, but overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. After a brief discussion, Jasmine waved her hand decisively. A flat rate of 5,000. This price seemed somewhat low in Lu Yuan's eyes, yet he still consented. The difficulty of the nightmare level dungeon is slightly less than that of the hellish dungeon. Yet it remains beyond the capabilities of the current players. Considering the relationship, Lu Yuan was reluctant to haggle. Let us proceed. Lu Yuan led the way, and they soon arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Jasmine cast a glance around, hesitating before speaking. Is it just you? Where are your teammates? Lu Yuan had established the team and brought them in. Teammates? What teammates? He replied casually, observing that Lu Yuan seemed poised to commence the dungeon. Jasmine's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never anticipated that Lu Yuan truly lacked companions. How could one possibly conquer a level 15 dungeon alone? Not to mention, the difficulty of this dungeon was set at hellish levels. Before she could utter another word, Lu Yuan swiftly selected the dungeon's difficulty. Nightmare level Wandering Wilderness, entering now. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, they vanished into a swirling blue vortex. Upon reappearing, they found themselves in the same location. As they surveyed their surroundings, a shiver ran through them. At some point, the previously barren wilderness had become populated with numerous wandering, grayish-yellow hyenas. Nyoda's eyes reflected a hint of panic. Sister Jasmine, there are so many hyenas, and their attributes are incredibly high. I might not be able to withstand them. A figure darted past him, heading towards the horde of monsters. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Yuan, a frail mage, boldly approached the throng of creatures. Wait. Jasmine's expression shifted dramatically as she hurried to restrain him. In the next instant, all present wore expressions of utter shock. Chapter 29. Resistance against the Fire Ring's Cleansing. Wait, you can't. The players on the field were stunned to see Lu Yuan, a frail mage, daringly stepping into the horde of monsters. Their expressions shifted to one of sheer terror. This was a nightmare-level dungeon. Even those who had rarely ventured into dungeons understood that in such formidable scenarios, one must not act recklessly, lest it lead to total annihilation. With only 7 members in the party, Lu Yuan, being the sole mage, was undeniably the backbone of the team. If he were to perish, how could these freshly minted level 10 players hope to contend with the level 15 nightmare beasts? Panic gripped the players as they realized the audacity of Lu Yuan's actions. As a fragile mage, what audacity fueled his confrontation with these terrifying creatures? It was over. Jasmine felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Unable to do anything but watch as Lu Yuan advanced, with the menacing hyenas poised to encircle him, there was no chance of survival. Even as a well-equipped warrior, Jasmine lacked the confidence to endure the onslaught of a dozen or even several dozen ferocious hyenas. She would wager that not a single player today could withstand such an assault. Even the sturdiest tank would surely crumble under the relentless attacks of so many monsters. In her mind, she had already condemned Lu Yuan to death. This nightmare-level dungeon had scarcely begun, and they had already lost a formidable mage. Was this the end of their strategy for this nightmare-level dungeon? Jasmine recognized the reality. Her studio members were all merely level 10 and could never hope to vanquish these level 15 frenzied hyenas one by one. He must be out of his mind. The archer behind her gaped in disbelief, while the chubby-faced healer had covered her eyes in horror. The scene that was about to unfold was too brutal for her to bear. Good heavens! Came the astonished exclamation from Niodao. The other members of the team couldn't help but let out exclamations of disbelief. What in the world is this? Is it even possible to play like that? The healer, peeking through her fingers, was unprepared for the unforgettable sight that awaited her. A brilliant fire ring erupted around the slender figure of the young man. All the hyenas that lunged forward were instantly obliterated upon contact with the fire ring's overwhelming damage. The flames seared their fur, transforming the once menacing beasts into mere before they left the novice village. Their party included a mage. However, when did the output of mages become so astonishing? Each output from those hyenas soared to 6,000 or 7,000. Is this damage achievable by an ordinary individual? The mage and their party could only deal a maximum of 400 to 500 damage with a single skill, which was already quite impressive. The scene before her was utterly reshaping her understanding of the game. It was her first encounter witnessing someone obliterating all the high-level, high-difficulty dungeon monsters with a single skill. This spectacle was so surreal that she questioned if she was still dreaming. Clearly, she was not alone in her astonishment. Others around her shared the same sentiment. Nyoda rubbed his eyes vigorously, and the previously disgruntled members of the team fell silent, eyes wide in disbelief. The upgraded resistance fire ring had a wider range. Under Lu Yuan's meticulous control, he successfully annihilated the first wave of hyenas with a single skill. He turned to the stunned members of his team. "What are you standing there for? We're on a schedule." He swiftly collected the loot dropped by the monsters and advanced deeper into the dungeon. Jasmine and the others exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. The significant surge in their experience bar confirmed the authenticity of the situation. The first wave of monsters had granted them over 70 of the experience needed for leveling up. They had not even lifted a finger. It was all Lu Yuan's doing that led to the annihilation of the initial wave. Jasmine and Nyoda quickened their pace, cautiously positioning themselves beside Lu Yuan. Having learned from the first wave, they regarded Lu Yuan with a newfound respect, remaining vigilant against potential monster ambushes. Jasmine's gaze was filled with complexity. "How is your damage so extraordinary?" Lu Yuan remained silent, merely activating the effect of his equipment. In an instant, the dazzling purple light nearly blinded the surrounding players. Jasmine's eyes widened in astonishment. A purple crystal artifact. And not just one. She was utterly taken aback. The radiant purple glow emitted by Lu Yuan's equipment was brief. Yet it was enough for the players on the field to take notice. A wave of exclamations ensued. "Is that a purple crystal artifact?" It was no ordinary item. It appeared to be a purple crystal staff. Goodness, this must be the first purple crystal artifact in the entire server, right? The first? The nth. And it was all in the hands of this formidable player. Terrifying. Jasmine struggled to swallow. A purple crystal staff. She glanced at her own attire, which sported a patchwork of colors, blue and green intertwined. It was already quite commendable. Many of her high-quality pieces had cost her a fortune. Just the blue equipment alone had set her back several thousand. Lu Yuan's ensemble was far more opulent. The key was that the rumors circulating on the official website suggested that such purple crystal artifacts could only be obtained by defeating boss-level monsters. In the present-day gaming community, how many players possess the capability to vanquish a boss-level monster? The likelihood is almost non-existent. She had never even heard of a first kill on a wild boss-level creature. Yet, amidst this profound silence, the foremost player before her had managed to acquire several pieces of amethyst equipment. Not just any equipment, but a staff. The mere thought of which for her to wield was beyond her imagination. Is this the reason he possesses the audacity to confront dozens of monsters with his frail mage body? In that fleeting moment, Jasmine felt a revelation dawn upon her. Thus, it is no wonder as she cast her gaze towards Lu Yuan, admiration flickered in her eyes. If that is the case, perhaps leading them to conquer this nightmarish dungeon is indeed feasible. A sense of confidence gradually began to take root within her. The second wave of monsters soon approached as anticipated. Once again, they were the frenzied hyenas, but among them, one hyena stood slightly larger. An elite hyena. Chapter 30. The onslaught continues. Lu Yuan, accompanied by the members of the Jasmine Studio, ventured into the nightmarish dungeon. The first wave consisted of over 20 hyenas, which Lu Yuan effortlessly dispatched with a single use of the fire ring. The second wave, however, introduced a more formidable foe, an elite hyena of significantly larger stature. The expressions of all players in the dungeon quickly shifted to seriousness. Upon observing the attributes of the elite hyena, several players were filled with trepidation. What a jest! This was merely a nightmare-level elite creature, yet its attack power was astoundingly high. Neoda gritted his teeth. Was it not a staggering 400 points of damage? Xiaoyu, remember to heal me. I believe I can withstand a bit longer. The archer furrowed his brow, contemplating the lengthy battle ahead with the elite hyena boasting over 7,000 health points. Molly glanced at Lu Yuan, then tightened her grip on the hilt of her sword. Her gaze steely. It was evident that such high-damage skills would possess an extensive cooldown period. Lu Yuan had only just utilized this skill. How could he possibly use it again in such a short span of time? The moment had arrived for their studio to step up. They did not seek to slay many foes, but merely to hold on until Lu Yuan's formidable skill was ready once more. With this thought, Molly quickly devised another plan. Perhaps they shouldn't advance so hastily. Waiting for the skill to cool down before engaging might allow for a more manageable encounter. However, the monsters had already closed in on them. There was no point in dwelling on such considerations now. Their immediate focus needed to be on the elite hyena. Molly keenly observed that the elite hyena's gaze was fixed intently upon her. A sense of danger surged within her, and just as she prepared to counterattack, she felt an intense heat in front of her. A fireball zipped past her, hurtling directly towards the enormous elite hyena. The fireball, the size of a fist, floated and then struck the hyena, which was 2 to 3 meters in size. Boom! The explosion unleashed a blinding brilliance that was impossible to ignore. In the next moment, Molly witnessed a crimson damage number emerge above the elite hyena's head. -9630. Critical hit. Over 9,000 points of colossal damage. Her expression turned blank. Could such damage truly be inflicted by a mere fireball? The elite hyena, with its 7,000 plus health points, had been so effortlessly annihilated. The elite hyena, which could have posed a formidable challenge, was defeated with such ease. Lu Yuan's damage output was extraordinarily high. Each of his skills often claimed the life of a hyena. With the cooperation of the other team members, the second wave of monsters was similarly dispatched with grace. Just as Lu Yuan prepared to stride towards the final boss of the dungeon, Molly swiftly grasped his arm. Lu Yuan looked at her in surprise. What is it? Molly's expression was even more bewildered. Were they not to take a moment to regroup before facing the boss? To recover health, replenish mana, and allow skills to cool down would surely enhance their chances of success against the boss. Lu Yuan scanned the team. The others were diligently assessing their own conditions. The priestess was healing Yoda, who was positioned as the frontline tank. Lu Yuan paused in his tracks. Jasmine's remarks were unproblematic. A serious strategy team would not hastily launch an attack upon confronting the final boss. The higher their state, the greater the probability of successfully clearing the dungeon. Having reached the final step of the dungeon, no one would wish to jeopardize their chances of victory due to a minor mishap. Of course, this did not apply to those in a hurry. Lu Yuan sighed softly, choosing to remain silent. He had thoughts to express, yet uttering them might wound the sentiments of their benefactor. What additional state do you require? Just lie back and let it be. Upon entering the dungeon, everything hinged on his performance. Perhaps the others were merely considering Lu Yuan's well-being, yet they grossly underestimated his prowess. With full health and rapidly regenerating mana, he was regaining an impressive 5 points of mana per second. As a mage focusing entirely on intelligence, his mana pool reached a staggering 610. Coupled with the skill from his orange ring, Mana Spring, he could unleash skills without depleting mana for a short while. Consequently, even after battling 2 waves of monsters, his condition remained impeccable. As for skill cooldowns, there was no cause for concern. The longest cooldown for his skills was under 30 seconds, minimally impacting the outcome of the battle. The primary reason was that Lu Yuan felt it unnecessary. Even the final boss of a hell-level dungeon would struggle to withstand the damage from just a few of his skills. There was no need for him to wait for all his skills to cool down before challenging the final boss. Fortunately, the team's rest period was brief. Lu Yuan dispatched the monsters with remarkable speed, leaving only the team's tank, Nyoda, injured. Under the continuous healing from the priestess, he quickly regained full health. The other members of the team were in nearly perfect condition, akin to Lu Yuan. Once they were ready, Lu Yuan swiftly led them to confront the final boss within the dungeon. Before them stood a colossal hyena, towering at 4 to 5 meters, its head adorned with a tuft of crimson fur, exuding a fierce demeanor as it intermittently lowered its head to sniff the ground. As Lu Yuan stepped beyond the aggro range, the hyena leader, Stan, promptly lifted its head. Its eerie green gaze fixated on Lu Yuan. This human mage evoked a faint sense of familiarity within it, igniting a deep-seated fury. This rage surged, overwhelming its reason, and it could no longer suppress itself, lunging directly at Lu Yuan with 2 swift strides. Yet Lu Yuan remained unfazed, regarding it with a gaze tinged with pity. "Perish," he whispered. The fire nova erupted above the hyena leader's head, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred flesh. With a deft flick of his staff, a massive ice arrow pierced through Stan's skull. The immense body of Stan crashed heavily before Lu Yuan, the gaping wound left by the ice arrow grotesque. With blood frozen at the sight, 2 glaring red the staggering damage figures, reaching into the 5 digits, left the players and the team utterly astounded. Nyoda was at a loss for words. My goodness, is such damage truly achievable by a mere mortal? Thousands, tens of thousands. The damage inflicted by these 2 skills exceeded an astounding 40,000. They annihilated the final boss of the nightmare-level dungeon in one fell swoop. Without even granting the onlookers a moment to comprehend the spectacle, the players on the field could merely observe the massive hyena charging towards Lu Yuan. In the next instant, the hyena leader lay lifeless upon the ground, utterly defeated. The initial damage in the thousands was still within the realm of understanding for the players. Yet this was a whole different level, surpassing 20,000. What then was the purpose of their earlier preparations? Lu Yuan's 2 skills had dispatched the enemy in an instant, rendering their moments of respite utterly meaningless. This revelation left Emily feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Seriously, if you possess such remarkable prowess, you should have mentioned it sooner. We could have charged in without any hesitation. Chapter 31. The Emperor's deceptive stab. Lu Yuan raised his hand and effortlessly unleashed 2 skills, swiftly obliterating the hyena chief within the nightmare-level dungeon. The players present exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. They beheld the astonishing damage Lu Yuan had inflicted. Each skill dealt over 10,000 damage, with some even soaring to 20,000. Such damage was utterly outrageous. The belated system announcement finally roused the still-dazed players. Congratulations to the Dragon Region player, Justice Madman, for leading the team, Jasmine Studio, to clear the level 15 Nightmare difficulty dungeon, Wandering Wilderness, for the first time. Reward, Reputation 1000. Jasmine's grip on her long sword became somewhat stiff. Throughout the dungeon, she had scarcely had the opportunity to showcase her prowess. She had never imagined that clearing a nightmare-level dungeon could be so effortless. Behind her, Little Rain could no longer contain her thoughts, exclaiming, "Is this truly a nightmare-level dungeon? It feels too easy." This sentiment resonated with the other players on the field. It was so simple that they began to entertain the illusion that perhaps they, too, could succeed. After collecting the boss's loot, Lu Yuan cast a glance over the members of Jasmine's studio, whose expressions were in a state of flux, before promptly opting to exit the dungeon. Once outside, they stood once more on the desolate plains, inhaling the fresh air, and the members of the studio finally regained their composure. Jasmine glanced at the time. Scarcely 10 minutes had passed. This was after they had taken a few moments to regroup. Had they not, the dungeon's conclusion would have likely been even swifter. Jasmine gazed at Lu Yuan's departing figure, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. For the first time, she acutely felt the chasm between their abilities. One was of the heavens, while the other dwelled in the depths. Upon realizing Lu Yuan's formidable strength, a desire to recruit him swiftly blossomed in her heart. However, the price of enlisting such a powerful player would undoubtedly be steep. As Jasmine pondered how to broach the subject of enticing this premier player of the divine realm to her studio, Lu Yuan had already turned back, holding out several pieces of equipment and inquiring, "I have no use for these items. Do any of you want them?" Jasmine glanced at the items, 2 pieces of blue warrior gear, including a blue greatsword. Without hesitation, she nodded eagerly. Yes. After careful deliberation, Jasmine gritted her teeth and spent 5,000 to acquire the 2 blue items. It was somewhat inflated, but in her quest to forge a lasting collaboration with such a skilled individual, conceding a little was well within her budget. Lu Yuan, of course, accepted without hesitation. Including the 5,000 earned from guiding others through the dungeon, he netted a profit of 10,000 from this venture alone. Adding this to the previous earnings of over 10,000, Lu Yuan now possessed more than 20,000, all within a mere 2 days since the server's launch. Lu Yuan was confident that as long as he maintained his leading edge, his capacity to generate income would only grow stronger. And all of this initial capital had been generously contributed by the plump target before him. Miss Jasmine. With this thought, Lu Yuan regarded Jasmine with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Should you require assistance, feel free to reach out. However, you understand the implications. Lu Yuan winked and swiftly departed from the scene. Jasmine comprehended Lu Yuan's intention. If there was a need for him to lead through instances, he could certainly oblige. Yet, it was evident that such services would not come without a cost. Fortunately, the price was reasonable enough for Jasmine to accept. As she contemplated whether the studio should take this opportunity for extensive promotion, she noticed some peculiar glances directed her way. The members of the team regarded her with ambiguous expressions. "Sister Jasmine, when did you become acquainted with this esteemed individual? Why were we not informed?" Nyoda scratched his head and spoke in a deep voice. "I, too, have not heard anything about it." Jasmine shot him an exasperated look. "Heard what? Once we finish the instance, let's quickly level up. Now that we've conquered the nightmare level instance, our levels exceed those of regular players. We must maintain our advantage." With a fierce glare, she silenced the other members of the studio, who promptly dispersed in search of wild monsters in the wilderness. Jasmine let out a slight sigh of relief, only to hear a faint voice. Turning around, she found the inquisitive priestess, Xiao Yu, with eyes gleaming with gossip. "Sister Jasmine, tell me secretly, I won't tell anyone." Jasmine lightly tapped her head with the hilt of her sword. "And you, hurry and level up." On another front, the player known as Imperial Shadow had finally reached level 10 and exited the novice village. Having been defeated by Lu Yuan twice, he had lost considerable experience and wasted a significant amount of time. This left him lagging behind ordinary players, causing a delayed departure from the novice village. Glancing at the leaderboard, the familiar name still loomed at the top position, igniting a sense of frustration within Imperial Shadow. His opponent faced no losses and remained the pinnacle of the level rankings, attracting the attention of thousands. With these thoughts, Imperial Shadow's anger intensified. He reached out to the guild leader and embellished his grievances against the top player, only to be met with a bewildering response. "Imperial Battle Sky, just ignore it for now. Focus on leveling up. Within the entire guild, you are falling behind." Imperial Battle Sky. The other player is currently at the top of the leaderboard, and many guilds are eager to recruit him. If such talent can serve our Imperial Guild, it would be beneficial for us. Imperial Battle Sky. As for the conflict between you two, that is your personal grudge. Do not involve our Imperial Guild. Mind your own affairs. Imperial Shadow stood in shock, staring at the messages that had been sent. "Brother Tian, I was following your advice from the beginning. Brother Tian. Yet, No matter how he responded, the other party remained silent. In Ryan City, Imperial Shadow stood frozen in the teleportation array. His strength within the guild was not lacking. Yet how could he be treated in such a manner simply due to a minor level discrepancy? It didn't take long for Imperial Shadow to realize the truth. All talk of level discrepancy was merely an excuse. The true crux of the matter lies in the fact that the Royal Dynasty Guild seeks to cultivate a relationship with the player who currently holds the top position on the leaderboard. Undoubtedly, there exists a conflict between him and this player, resulting in his cold treatment by the guild. The heart of the Royal Dynasty's cunning assassin is filled with frustration. Must he endure such isolation merely to convey a stance against that individual? Is he not merely a mage? Is he not simply the pinnacle of the leaderboard? Yet, well, perhaps being the top player does pose some challenges. As an assassin, known for singular explosive damage, his efficiency in monster hunting pales in comparison to that of warriors and mages. Consequently, his pace of leveling up is naturally somewhat slower. The guild's attitude leaves the Royal Dynasty's cunning assassin feeling disheartened. After all, he is a member of the guild. Yet they choose to treat him this way for the sake of a player who has yet to join their ranks. At the heart of it all remains that individual. Recalling the visage of that mage player, the Royal Dynasty's cunning assassin clenches his dagger, his voice dripping with resentment. For now, let you revel in your arrogance a while longer. I shall ensure you regret provoking a treacherous assassin. Chapter 32. Level Up. Level 20. Lu Yuan had already departed from the desolate wilderness. The monsters in this barren land were of a low caliber, ranging from levels 10 to 20. And Lu Yuan's damage output was excessively high. While traversing the wilds, Lu Yuan did not neglect to gather materials according to the potion recipes etched in his memory. Blood-red flowers and coagulating herbs were among the common herbs used for crafting health potions. In the hidden quest issued by the alchemy master, Laisha, the locations of the Nightshade and Ashberry had been thoughtfully marked by the system within a designated area. Following the system's prompts, Lu Yuan swiftly arrived at a new map. You have entered the exploration map. Dusky Forest, current exploration progress. 0, an exploration map? Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Compared to conventional maps, exploration maps offered considerably richer rewards. Moreover, upon reaching 100 exploration, one would receive a unique reward exclusive to that map. As Lu Yuan stepped into the forest, a hauntingly serene melody echoed in his ears. In the stillness of this silent woodland, the music sent chills down one's spine, as if unseen creatures lurked in the shadows. Watching with intent. Turn off the background music, Lu Yuan remarked, feeling exasperated. As the eerie melody ceased, though the forest remained as silent as before, it lost some of its foreboding atmosphere. For timid players, this sudden music could easily frighten them half to death. While Lu Yuan held no fear of phantoms, he preferred to be undisturbed by the inexplicable sounds. With the background music silenced, tranquility enveloped him, allowing him to hear the faint rustling of leaves in the breeze. Do not underestimate these sounds. For top-tier players, keenly observing the subtleties of their surroundings is second nature. Perhaps the key to victory often lies hidden within these minute details. Lu Yuan's ears perked up, and he discerned a distinct sound, something resembling a creature swiftly maneuvering through the forest, heightening his vigilance. He noticed a flicker of green light in the dark woods. A wolf's head emerged, its fur pitch black, blending almost seamlessly into the shadows. Had it not been for the intense green glow emanating from its pupils, it would have been nearly imperceptible in the darkness. Night Wolf. Level 20. Attack 375 to 400. Defense 350. Health 8,500. Skills Stealth. Evaluation. The most common predator in the dusky forest. The Night Wolf soon spotted Lu Yuan as well. Its form melded completely into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Stealth. The signature skill of assassins. This Night Wolf was indeed an assassin-type creature. Watching the Night Wolf disappear before him, Lu Yuan remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the spot where the wolf had vanished. Hearing the rustle of grass, Lu Yuan pointed his staff toward a specific location. The ice arrow launched forth. The Night Wolf's form was pierced by the icy projectile, its body encased in frost. In less than half a second, Lu Yuan had already discerned the position of the Night Wolf lurking in the shadows, swiftly eliminating it with a chilling ice arrow, a decisive and lethal strike. The Night Wolves here were formidable, each comparable to elite monsters within the dungeon, even rivaling boss-level foes. Yet, in Lu Yuan's hands, they posed no threat whatsoever. You have slain Night Wolf, level 21, gained experience, 1,550 level up bonus. The substantial experience surged Lu Yuan's experience bar significantly. He glanced at the experience reward, nodding in satisfaction. He then resumed his search for these night wolves within the dark forest. After dispatching 2 more, a radiant light enveloped Lu Yuan. Your level has risen to level 16. Earn free attribute points 5. As was customary, he allocated all points to intelligence, boosting his spell attack to an astonishing 720 points. For a level 16 mage, this was already impressively high. Moreover, augmented by Lu Yuan's SSS grade talent skill, the damage he dealt was even more terrifying. Beneath the myriad stars, within a shadowy forest, the chilling howls of wolves echoed ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. Lu Yuan mechanically repeated his actions. Aim, release. 1 skill per night wolf. His efficiency in slaying monsters was remarkable. After 4 to 5 hours of relentless hunting, Lu Yuan finally paused. His level had reached a perfect 20. His 50-slot inventory was brimming with various equipment, predominantly green, with a few blue items as well. Overwhelmed with white gear, Lu Yuan had no choice but to relinquish some. Burdened with a collection of high-level green gear, Lu Yuan chose not to linger in the dark forest any longer and swiftly returned to Maple Fall City. Although it was possible to log out in the wild, it was far from safe. No one wished to find themselves surrounded by monsters the moment they logged back in. Lu Yuan promptly logged out to rest. While the Divine Realm offered a degree of restorative effect, for someone as immersed as Lu Yuan, the benefits were significantly diminished. Maintaining such intense focus for an extended period exacted a considerable toll on his mental faculties. Indeed, Lu Yuan had scarcely closed his eyes for over 10 hours. Laboring diligently in the Divine Realm, he removed his virtual helmet and set an alarm. As fatigue washed over him, he collapsed into slumber. The act of sleeping served as a rapid restoration of his mental energy. When Lu Yuan awoke once more, it was already 8 in the morning. He had only slept for about 6 hours. Yet, he felt no fatigue. Instead, he was brimming with vitality. The influences of the Divine Realm subtly permeated into reality. With his intelligence maximized, Lu Yuan's mental prowess had noticeably improved. He snapped his fingers, and wisps of white smoke spiraled from his fingertips, only to dissipate swiftly. Lu Yuan sighed softly. Alas, the Divine Realm could not fully translate its effects into the real world, even with the arduous journey. Possessing mastery over elemental skills and a spirit that surpasses the masses, it remains a formidable challenge to cast a complete spell in the realm of reality. This was also the case in the early days of the Divine Realm in his previous life, where no players detected any anomalies. By the time they became apparent, it was already too late. Having addressed his physical needs, Lu Yuan swiftly donned his helmet and entered the world of the Divine Realm. The virtual helmet, though functional, had its drawbacks. Were he to utilize a gaming pod, these shortcomings would be nearly negligible. However, recalling the exorbitant price tag, Lu Yuan opted against it. His sister, Lu Shui's, treatment took precedence, and a gaming pod could wait for another time. Within the bustling city of Maplefall, Lu Yuan's figure emerged. The number of players within the city had significantly increased, nearly doubling since his last log-off. Clearly, a greater number of players had reached level 10 and teleported into Maplefall. A glance around revealed the streets teeming with players, and this was merely Maplefall. Other major cities would not be far behind in their player counts. Not to mention the 10 principal human cities, each housing player populations reaching into the millions. Lu Yuan understood that this was merely the beginning. As time progressed in the Divine Realm, an overwhelming majority of individuals on Blue Star had joined this game crafted by the deities. Among the billions of players, countless experts and prodigies sparkled like stars in the night sky. The incessant system announcements interrupted Lu Yuan's myriad reflections, revealing that much had transpired in the Divine Realm during his absence. Upon reading one particular message, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, his expression turning slightly serious. Chapter 33. The Art of Street Vending. Lu Yuan swiftly logged in and returned to the realm of the divine. Notifications from the system began to flood in. As the number of players surged, exceptionally talented individuals emerged in abundance. It was reported that a player had successfully cleared the challenging level 15 dungeon. Congratulations to the Dragon District player Aoshi Zhanlong and his team from the Aoshi Guild for being the first to conquer the level 15 difficult dungeon, Silent Plains. Reward, Reputation 500. Upon seeing the system notification, Lu Yuan took a moment to reflect. The Aoshi Guild was, in his memory, a formidable organization, rivaling even the illustrious Glory Guild. The accomplishment of clearing such a challenging dungeon spoke volumes about the prowess of its players. A glance at the leaderboard revealed a fierce competition within the Divine Realm, with players advancing in levels at an astonishing pace. In just a day, with the existence of dungeons, some players had already reached level 16. This rapid advancement elicited a nod of approval from Lu Yuan. It seemed that before he logged off, the highest levels among players were merely around 11 or 12. Yet, in comparison to Lu Yuan, they remained significantly behind. On the leaderboard, Lu Yuan maintained his commanding lead. First, Justice Madman, level 23, Initial Mage. Second, Aoshi Zhanlong, level 16, 21. 5, Initial Warrior. Third, Quanglan, level 15, 93, Initial Warrior. Fourth, Junimo Shao, level 15, 86, 4, Initial Warrior. Fifth, players with high-rated talents were gradually claiming their positions at the forefront of the rankings. Lu Yuan had already recognized several players with S-grade talents from his memory. The competition for ranks lower on the leaderboard was fierce. Yet catching up to Lu Yuan remained a formidable challenge, as his level had already surged to 20 just hours prior. This gap was not one they could easily bridge. Lu Yuan dismissed the system interface and began to organize the equipment in his inventory. The marketplace was quite exploitative, with a staggering 20 commission. A glance at his friends list revealed that the familiar figure of Jasmine was offline. After some contemplation, Lu Yuan decided against seeking her assistance. As he was conveniently located in Maple Falls City, bustling with players, he resolved to set up a stall directly. As he strolled through the streets, he observed numerous players vending their goods, with at least 100 stalls lining the thoroughfare. After a brief search, he found a vacant spot, paid a modest fee of 10 copper coins for the stall rental, and began to display his equipment one by one. As the items were laid out, the neighboring vendor's expression shifted dramatically. "Wait a minute, did you just bring in a fresh shipment?" The radiant green glow emanating from Lu Yuan's wares left the vendor's face tinged with envy. Casting a glance at his own stall, which featured only a few inconsequential items, one of which was a bland white equipment piece, he felt a pang of inadequacy. In contrast, Lu Yuan's stall brimmed with at least 30 pieces of green gear. This was not just any ordinary loot. Green equipment was rare. Even elite monsters had only a 30 chance of dropping a piece, while common monsters had a mere 1 probability, almost negligible. From where did such an abundance of green gear emerge? The stall player's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly recollected himself and engaged in conversation with Lu Yuan. He surveyed the array of green items on display, noting Lu Yuan's expression of regret. "My friend, you must be quite idle. How many monsters must one slay to accumulate such a plethora of green gear? However, I must caution you, not all green gear is advantageous. Do you grasp my meaning?" He earnestly advised, green gear of level 3 or 5 might not even be as effective as a plain white item of a higher level. Quantity does not equate to quality, look at this. With that, he swiftly produced a plain great sword from his stall. Clearing his throat, he continued. "This sword is a level 15 gem. It grants 5 strength and 25 physical attack. Can those low-level green items boast such impressive stats?" Lu Yuan opened and closed his mouth a few times, observing the stall player's seemingly well-intentioned demeanor, and merely shrugged without uttering a word. Unexpectedly, the stall player removed a green item from the display, holding it up with an air of pride. "Behold my treasure. This green helmet was obtained after we painstakingly defeated a level 15 elite monster. Do you comprehend the significance of 8 intelligence and 35 spell attack? For this helmet, I won't part with it for less than 300. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement, casually replying, "Indeed, it is quite good." The stall player seemed invigorated. Gesturing grandly, "Brother, heed my words. Farming low-level green gear holds no future. Earning gold is not achieved through such means. No amount of low-level equipment can rival a single high-level item. As the player continued enthusiastically, he noticed a newcomer approaching his stall. He cleared his throat, wrapping up their conversation, and began promoting the items on display. The new player frequently nodded in appreciation of the gear, but upon seeing the prices, shook his head in disapproval. This helmet is nice, but 350 is a bit steep. The stall player, beaming with a smile, replied, prices are negotiable. How about this? I'll take a slice off the price, 280 renminbi for this green helmet. A truly honest deal, you won't regret it. Beside him, Lu Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Wasn't he supposed to sell it for less than 300? Regardless of how much the stall player reduced the price, he could not entice the newcomer. The player then approached Lu Yuan's stall, casting a casual glance. Just that glance caused him to pause, his expression turning incredulous. Lu Yuan raised his chin, stating, "The prices are clearly marked, no haggling." The stall player nearby shook his head in dismay. How can this be effective? Even the finest wine fears a deep alley. Without promotion or marketing, merely displaying a few low-level items, only a fool would purchase. I'll buy. 500 renminbi? I want this piece of gear. To the astonishment of the nearby stall player, a fool actually emerged, willing to pay such a high price. Madness. What truly astonished him was that Lu Yuan actually declined the offer. Merely 5 silver coins, not 500 RMB. The merchant player gaped in disbelief. Was this person foolish? Surely, those worthless silver coins could only continue to depreciate. Naturally, receiving 500 RMB would be far more advantageous. He felt an overwhelming urge to persuade Lu Yuan to accept the offer. Wait for me, I will go exchange some money. The player hurried away. Before long, another player approached briskly, disregarding the surrounding stalls, and made a beeline for Lu Yuan's booth. Upon glancing over, his eyes widened in shock. It was indeed real. How much for each piece? He eagerly inquired of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan indicated the prices, 5 silver coins for the green items, and 50 silver coins for the blue ones. Excellent. I will take both. The player left, beaming with joy. The merchant player stood by, perplexed. 5 silver coins for each piece, and he looked so happy. Wait a moment. There are blue items. The merchant player suddenly snapped back to reality. Blue gear was not something an ordinary player could acquire. Even attempting to challenge lower-level bosses would require a substantial number of players to have any hope of success. It was an endeavor fraught with risk and not worth the reward. Curiosity piqued. The merchant player could no longer resist the urge to examine Lu Yuan's stall. Upon doing so, he found himself utterly stunned, frozen in place. Chapter 34. Visitors from the Glory Guild. Lu Yuan arrived at Maple Fall City, preparing to set up a stall to declutter the myriad of equipment in his backpack. The gear ranged from green to blue quality, with several blue items and 30 to 40 green ones displayed lavishly on his stall, leading nearby players to mistakenly believe they were merely low-level green gear. However, upon closer inspection, he was utterly astonished. How could this be? The equipment on display was unequivocally all level 20 gear. Not only were there level 20 green items, but there were also blue ones. This was in stark contrast to his preconceived notions of level 3 or 5 green equipment. It was all high-level gear. As he pondered the impossibility of it all, he could not help but exclaim, how could this be possible? How many elite monsters, or even bosses, must one defeat to acquire such bountiful loot? He stammered, These level 20 items, where did you acquire them? Lu Yuan casually replied, Of course, I obtained them by slaying monsters. Suddenly, a commotion arose from a distance as a throng of players hurriedly approached. Lu Yuan lifted his gaze, disregarding the incredulous expression of the stall owner beside him. He sensed the presence of a lucrative opportunity. A large group of players arrived, all bearing names that began with glory. It was evident that these players possessed a significantly higher caliber. Not only were they well organized, but their equipment was also nearly complete. It is worth noting that most players were still at levels 14 or 15, with many lacking a full set of gear. The arrival of the Glory Guild brightened Lu Yuan's prospects. This was a legitimate major guild. Lu Yuan thought to himself, with ample financial resources. That was all he needed to convey. His display of such an extensive array of equipment was precisely to attract the attention of a prominent guild. It was evidently implausible for ordinary players to consume such a bulk of equipment, Yet for a grand guild like Glory, it was hardly a challenge. In fact, it might even be a tremendous boon for them. The players from the Glory Guild parted to create a pathway, and a well-equipped warrior stepped forward. Adorned in a striking blend of blue and green, a veritable embodiment of a top-tier player. It was Glory Hongya. He gazed at Lu Yuan with a look of profound recognition. At last, I have found you, the Justice Madman. Despite Lu Yuan concealing his nickname, Hongya still managed to call him by name. Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, memories swirling in his mind. He had encountered Glory Hongya several times before and was not unfamiliar with him, a frontline member of the Glory Guild. His prowess barely placed him among the elite. As for the revelation of his identity, Lu Yuan was not particularly surprised. Apart from himself, who else could possibly offer such a substantial quantity of high-level equipment? Ordinary players would likely struggle to defeat even level 20 elite monsters. Even a coordinated guild team could only manage to defeat them with great difficulty, and acquiring such a volume of gear would require exorbitant costs, rendering it unworthy of the effort. Are you truly the Justice Madman? The stall owner beside Lu Yuan was utterly astonished, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. This revelation was far more shocking than the sight of the green gear displayed at Lu Yuan's stand. How many players within the Divine Realm could possibly be unfamiliar with that name? The continuous system announcements had made this name familiar to many players. Those who, like him, set up stalls often passed the time observing the fluctuations on the leaderboard. However, since the leaderboard's inception, the top position had remained unchanged. It was always the same name, Justice Madman. Now, as he manned his stall, he suddenly realized that the player beside him was none other than the number 1 ranked player. How could he possibly remain composed? Especially when he recalled how he had once taken on the role of a seasoned player, offering gameplay advice to this top-ranked individual, his face flushed with embarrassment. What merit did he possess to stand alongside such greatness? The total value of all the equipment and items at his stall likely wouldn't even suffice to trade for a single piece of gear from Lu Yuan's display. As he noticed more and more players gathering around, the stall owner wished he could find a hole to hide in. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly packed his things and sought a different location. Continuing to set up shop next to the number 1 player would only bring him shame regarding his own meager equipment. The stall owner's hasty exit went unnoticed by Lu Yuan, but it caught the attention of Glory Red Leaf. To him, however, this stall owner was merely an inconsequential passerby. Were it not for the presence of the renowned top player, he might not have even cast a glance in that direction. All his focus was directed towards the illustrious first player. Although the gear he wore was unassuming, its visual effects had been concealed. Upon closer inspection, one could still discern the intricate patterns. Glory Red Leaf initially estimated that the equipment worn by this top player must not be below the blue grade. Moreover, the staff that was often held in his hand was particularly striking. Its exquisite design suggested it was no ordinary piece of equipment. It was highly probable that it was blue gear, or perhaps even a superior purple crystal item. If memory served him correctly, Justice Madman had seemingly led a team to conquer the hellish dungeon. Thus, the quality of this staff could very well be one of the rare purple crystal items currently found in the Divine Realm. With just a glance, Glory Red Leaf had nearly dissected the entirety of Lu Yuan's equipment. Were he privy to Glory Red Leaf's thoughts, even Lu Yuan would be compelled to commend his accuracy. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Contemplating the possibility that stirred within his heart, Glory Red Leaf felt a surge of excitement. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously inquired of Lu Yuan, "Justice, brother, did you obtain this equipment all by yourself?" He intently scrutinized Lu Yuan's expression, eagerly awaiting the answer. Lu Yuan, with a relaxed demeanor, replied affirmatively. Glory Red Leaf sighed in relief, his curiosity about Lu Yuan intensifying. How could such a powerful player, suddenly emerging from obscurity, be without a guild? Yet, a formidable lone player without a guild was precisely what their Glory Guild found to be scarce. He was just about to speak when he was promptly interrupted by Lu Yuan. "I understand what you wish to convey, but I apologize. I have no intention of joining the guild at this moment." Glory Red Leaf almost choked on his breath, his gaze towards Lu Yuan tinged with a hint of melancholy. After a sigh, he nodded and remarked, "That is indeed somewhat regrettable. Lu Yuan's refusal did not incite any anger within him. Once he adjusted his emotions, the look of disappointment in his eyes vanished, and he turned his attention to the equipment displayed at Lu Yuan's stall. As he examined the items, he was secretly astonished. There were a staggering 42 pieces of green gear and 3 pieces of blue gear. What does this signify? Their Glory Guild would have to expend considerable resources to acquire such equipment. Yet, at this moment, it could simply be purchased for a modest sum. For them, this was an unparalleled bargain. Moreover, all these items were at level 20. Whether to motivate guild members or to equip frontline fighters, they would be of great utility. Glancing at the prices, 5 silver coins for each piece, that amounts to several gold coins for the more than 40 pieces of green gear along with the blue ones. Gathering that sum in a short period would indeed be quite challenging. However, purchasing was imperative. The Glory Guild would not let slip such an opportunity to enhance the strength of its members. Glory Red Leaf hesitated for a moment. Justice, brother, grant me a moment. I will contact someone and ensure the funds are ready for you shortly. Just as Lu Yuan was about to nod in agreement, he interjected, Hold on. Chapter 35, Visitors from the Proud World Guild. Lu Yuan arrived at Maple City to set up his stall. The array of several dozen blue and green pieces of equipment quickly captured the attention of numerous players. Upon receiving the news, the esteemed Glory Guild's Hongya hurried to the scene. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hongya was poised to purchase all the equipment on Lu Yuan's stand. However, the expense was considerable, especially since Lu Yuan insisted on no transactions involving real money. Consequently, Hongya had to swiftly contact the players responsible for gold farming. The total amounted to a staggering 360 silver coins, equivalent to 3 gold and 60 silver. Just as the transaction was about to be finalized, a group approached from a distance. Wait. Lu Yuan lifted his gaze, taking in their presence. Leading them was a player known as Aoshi Yundian. It was he who audaciously interrupted the transaction between the two parties. The players from the Glory Guild parted to create a path, and Aoshi Yundian approached at a leisurely pace. The Aoshi players seized the opportunity to encroach upon the Glory Guild members, creating a tense standoff. As the atmosphere grew charged with potential conflict, Hongya furrowed his brow and raised a hand, signaling the players of the Glory Guild to quiet down. What brings you Aoshi here? Hongya's words were far from cordial. Although the two guilds were not outright enemies, they were certainly rivals. Aoshi Yundian, however, fixed his gaze upon Lu Yuan. Is this the infamous justiciar, the top of the level rankings? Truly, seeing is believing. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. What is it you seek? Aoshi Yundian's eyes glimmered with eagerness as they fell upon the stall. Such an abundance of green equipment, even some blue, would serve perfectly to equip a squad of Aoshi members. Glancing at the prices, he felt a surge of excitement. To acquire such superior quality gear at this stage of the game was an extraordinary bargain. With this thought in mind, he promptly declared, We of the Aoshi Guild will take all these pieces. At this, Hongya retorted coldly, Aoshi Yundian, do you not see that we, the Glory Guild, have arrived first? But your transaction is not yet complete, Aoshi Yundian countered defiantly. Thus, we of Aoshi are not too late. Moreover, whether a deal is struck depends on the owner's decision. He met Hongya's gaze unflinchingly, his words sharp and confrontational. With that, all eyes turned to Lu Yuan. Noticing his silence, Hongya felt a pang of anxiety. Brother Justiciar, we can negotiate the price. He quickly contacted the guild leader to relay the situation. The response from Glory Huaxiao was unequivocal. Under no circumstances should these items fall into the hands of those Aoshi individuals. The rest is up to you. With the directive clear, Hongya felt emboldened, adopting a sincere tone. 6 silver coins per piece and 60 silver for the blue equipment. Brother Justiciar, we at the Glory Guild are earnest in our intentions. With this opening, Hongya raised his offer by nearly a gold coin, translating to almost 10,000 in real currency. Yet Aoshi Yundian remained undeterred. For the proud Aoshi Guild, what does a few thousand coins signify? Even if they were to squander that money, it would be worth it to crush the Glory Guild. Moreover, they have an abundance of formidable equipment. Aoshi Yundian wore a scornful expression, Hongya. I never imagined that your Glory Guild has become increasingly miserly. My dear brother, Our Aoshi Guild is willing to purchase green gear at 10 silver coins each and blue gear at 1 gold coin each. Furthermore, we sincerely extend an invitation to you. Should you choose to join our Aoshi Guild, we would be responsible for all your future equipment, and the position of the Mage Guild leader could be reserved for you. Upon hearing this, the players in the arena erupted in astonishment. Members of the Aoshi Guild gasped in disbelief. Did I hear that correctly? The leader of the Mage Guild is being offered to this fellow? He merely got lucky a few times and topped the level leaderboard. Why should he be entitled to lead our mages? Goodness, I recall that the Mage and Priest Guilds have the highest number of female members. I envy them so much. Why wasn't I invited? Even the members of the Glory Guild were taken aback. The Aoshi Guild is truly willing to invest heavily. 10 silver coins for a green gear piece amounts to nearly 1,000 coins, not to mention the blue gear. This pile of equipment surpasses my entire savings. The Aoshi Guild's audacity was infuriating. It was evident they intended to spend lavishly to snatch their equipment. Glory Hongye cast a deep glance at Aoshi Yundian, who held his head high, exuding a provocative demeanor. His message was clear. The Aoshi Guild intends to claim what belongs to the Glory Guild. And what can you do about it? Glory Hongye hesitated, pondering whether to speak up. If he did, it would necessitate calling for an even higher price. The surrounding members of Glory turned their attention towards him, and he began to feel restless. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Liu Yin with a serious expression. Brother Jingyi, our Glory Guild is willing to add an additional 5 silver coins for each piece on top of their offer. As for the position, if you choose to join us, I am confident our president would be more than willing to discuss it with you personally, ensuring a satisfactory outcome. 15 silver coins per piece. Liu Yuan remained silent for less than a minute, and the price of the equipment surged once more, even reaching 3 times his original valuation. Seeing the tension escalate between the two factions, Liu Yuan realized he could no longer remain silent. It was imperative to express his stance. Yet, he felt a twinge of regret. He wished to see how high the bidding could go. However, it seemed neither side was willing to raise their offer further. Liu Yuan approached Glory Hongye, nodding in Aoshi Yundian's direction, his intentions unmistakably conveyed. A sense of relief washed over Glory Hongye, and a smile returned to his face. It appeared that this top player had chosen to align with their Glory Guild. Securing such a player within their ranks would significantly boost morale. However, his joy was short-lived, for he had celebrated too soon. Liu Yuan gently cleared his throat. As for joining a guild, he decided against it for the time being, having no intentions of doing so. The expression of Glory Red Leaf became slightly strained, but upon glancing at Aoshi Yundian, his demeanor swiftly returned to normal. Although Liu Yuan did not join their esteemed Glory Guild, he also refrained from joining the Aoshi Guild, which was sufficient. Regarding the prices of equipment, being able to entice Liu Yuan was more than adequate. With this thought, Glory Red Leaf felt considerably better. However, on the other side, Aoshi Yundian's mood was less than pleasant. He looked at Liu Yuan in disbelief, seemingly taken aback by Liu Yuan's rejection of his invitation. In his view, the offer was exceptionally favorable. As the leader of the mage team in the Aoshi Guild, many players aspired to such a position. Yet Liu Yuan discarded it without a second thought. Though Aoshi Yundian did not voice his feelings, a sense of resentment inevitably lingered in his heart. As if a thought struck him, Aoshi Yundian clapped his hands, prompting another individual to step forward from the ranks of Aoshi players. Upon recognizing this person, Glory Red Leaf's expression changed dramatically. How could he be here? Chapter 36. The job change quest. How did he end up here? Glory Red Leaf gazed at the player emerging from the Aoshi Guild, his expression shifting slightly. The newcomer was none other than Quang Lan, the player endowed with the S-class talent of a weapon master. Glory Red Leaf had not anticipated that this esteemed S-class talent, whom their guild had endeavored to recruit, had already been courted by the members of the Aoshi Guild. As Quang Lan appeared, his gaze was fixated intently on Liu Yuan. Though he had entered the Divine Realm nearly a day late, he had managed to elevate his level to 16 with the aid of his own prowess and the support of the Aoshi Guild members, securing a position among the top 100 on the leaderboard. With such formidable S-class talent, his ambition was crystal clear, to claim the title of number 1. However, Liu Yuan stood as a significant obstacle to his ascent. But that was of no consequence. He was confident that he would eventually surpass Lu Yuan and reach the pinnacle. Just wait, I will undoubtedly exceed you. Lu Yuan curled his lips in a smirk. Oh, then I shall eagerly anticipate it. Huang Lan was just as he remembered, arrogant as ever. The confidence derived from his S-class weapon master talent was formidable, yet choosing to challenge Lu Yuan was a grave misjudgment on his part. Let us go. Seeing that the transaction had failed, Aoshi Cloud Summit left with a grim expression, his guild members trailing closely behind. Glory Red Leaf cast a wry smile towards Lu Yuan. Justice brother, I hope I haven't put you in a difficult position. This predicament of choosing sides inevitably offends the other party. Even if unspoken, there would surely be a lingering resentment. In essence, Lu Yuan's choice of the Glory Guild had effectively alienated the Aoshi Guild. Lu Yuan shrugged. The Aoshi Guild? To him, it was of no consequence. If they had remained respectful and not provoked him, it might have been different. Yet, should they attempt any underhanded tricks, they had only themselves to blame for his mercilessness. His former self, the Supreme Mage, had not achieved greatness through complacency. He had emerged step by step from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The annihilation of galaxies was but a snap of his fingers away. Did they truly believe he would care about offending a mere Aoshi Guild? What a joke. In the distance, players from the Glory Guild hurriedly approached. Brother Redleaf, the guild's finance department has approved a sum of 10 gold coins. That should suffice, right? Indeed. Glory Redleaf quickly sent a request to Lu Yuan, offering him 9 gold coins. Justice brother, the doors of our Glory Guild are always open to you. Should you wish to join, I will immediately contact the president to arrange for you to take the position of mage team leader. Lu Yuan nodded, accepting the gold coins. This sum of 9 gold coins was indeed a considerable fortune among the current players. More importantly, he had other uses for this substantial amount. Upon checking his level, he discovered he had already reached level 20. He had arrived at the juncture for the first job change in the Divine Realm. After concluding the transaction, Lu Yuan packed up and departed, soon locating the Mage Association responsible for job changes within Maple Fall City. Upon entering the Mage Association, he found the familiar figure of Intermediate Mage Karen. Upon hearing that Lu Yuan was applying for a formal transition to a mage, Karen exhibited a hint of surprise. Adventurer, you have already reached level 20? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, questioning why he would come here if not to engage in a conversation with her. Your progress is remarkably swift. You are truly gifted. Here's the deal. The citizens in the western part of the city are being harassed by hyenas. Once you eliminate them and demonstrate your capabilities, we can facilitate your transition. Hyenas? Lu Yuan recalled having completed numerous dungeons, seemingly bringing back a wealth of materials from within. He rummaged through his backpack and soon extracted a charred hide, with occasional well-preserved sections displaying vibrant red fur. Karen, who had initially regarded the situation casually, now examined the hide with earnest attention. Upon confirmation, she gazed at Lu Yuan with astonishment. This is the hide of the hyena leader. You actually managed to slay it. The hyena leader, regardless of its weaknesses, is not something a novice mage like you should be capable of defeating. Other mages in the association also turned their attention towards him. What nonsense is this? Even I, a level 30 novice mage, wouldn't he dare claim I could take down such a creature? You, a mere level 20 novice mage, actually managed to do so? There must be some sort of trickery at play. Perhaps you merely stumbled upon someone else's spoils and seek to claim them as your own to prove your prowess. Ha! Karen scrutinized Lu Yuan from head to toe, her expression slightly shaking her head. Yet, she spoke gently. Unless you can demonstrate that you were the one who defeated the hyena leader, it will be challenging for our mage association to acknowledge your strength and facilitate your transition. Lu Yuan sighed. It appeared that the shortcut to his transition was not as straightforward as he had hoped. The task is too easy. Let us choose one of greater difficulty. The mages within the association were momentarily taken aback by his audacity. Could it be that there was someone who actively despised the simplicity of the transition task? Was this adventurer not a fool? They cast incredulous glances at him, and soft laughter resonated in the corners of the room. Karen found it hard to believe. Having served as the administrator of the Maple City Mage Association for several years, she had encountered countless individuals dissatisfied with high-difficulty tasks, but this was the first time she had met someone who lamented a task's lack of challenge. Seeing Lu Yuan's determination, she reluctantly began sifting through her scrolls in search of a more appropriate assignment. Fortunately, in the eastern region of Maple City, numerous individuals had been attacked by a swarm of snakes. Lu Yuan accepted the task and departed from the Mage Association. In less than 5 minutes, Lu Yuan had returned. The nearby mages clearly remembered him, jesting, "What's this? Have you decided to give up so soon? You must not be aware that after abandoning a task, you must wait at least a day to accept it again." Karen at the front desk seemed to have anticipated this, wearing a resigned smile. Lu Yuan remained silent, retrieving a heavy snake head from his backpack and crashing it onto the floor. Well, this should count as a resolution, right? Karen's expression shifted dramatically, her gaze darting between the snake head and Lu Yuan in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. You truly completed it. The task of exterminating the serpent horde is regarded as the most arduous challenge in the transition to becoming a formal mage. One must vanquish hundreds of serpents, and the horde's leader, possessing lethal venom and a swift, deadly strike, is far more formidable than even the hyena leader. Many novice mages have banded together in attempts to eliminate the serpents, yet they have failed to eradicate the menace entirely. Remarkably, Lu Yuan, still not a formal mage, single-handedly cleared the entire serpent horde and even dispatched its leader. When Karen entrusted this task to Lu Yuan, she had already mentally prepared herself for the possibility of failure, contemplating words of encouragement for him. However, she was utterly astonished to discover that Lu Yuan not only succeeded, but did so with astonishing speed. In that moment, Karen was left speechless, her mind racing with disbelief. The Mage Association fell into a brief hush. "So, may I now undergo my transition?" Lu Yuan's voice resonated within the halls of the Mage Association. Chapter 37. Successful Job Change. Am I now able to change my profession? The severed head of the serpent swarm leader lay on the ground, still dripping with blood, its eyes failing to close in death. The serpent leader had not anticipated that demise would arrive so swiftly, offering it no opportunity for reflection. Within the confines of the Mage Association, Karan finally regained his composure and nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. Throughout the entire ordeal, Lu Yuan had not cast a glance at the surrounding mages. Whether it was mockery or derision to him, they were but ephemeral wisps of smoke, leaving his heart entirely unperturbed. "Please, follow me." Karan quickly led Lu Yuan into a chamber. As the two departed, the others within the Mage Association could only stare blankly at the serpent's head lying on the floor. How could a mere apprentice mage, not yet a novice, have so swiftly defeated a level 20 boss? It was inconceivable. I too attempted the serpent task, and I was no match. I nearly met my end there. If he truly could vanquish the serpent leader, could it not imply that he was also capable of dealing with the hyena leader ahead? The serpent's head lay quietly on the ground. In that fleeting moment, Lu Yuan had accomplished this formidable task, without question. This was an undeniable fact. The expressions of several mages soured. Their prior taunts now felt like resounding slaps upon their faces. Yet, they could only remain speechless, akin to having swallowed a dead fly, revolted. In another room, Karen was poised to guide Lu Yuan through the job change process, but to her astonishment, Lu Yuan had already taken the initiative to begin the procedure himself. Placing his hand upon the crystal orb at the center of the room, he meditated, seeking communion with the divine. Karen was taken aback. "How can you seem more adept than I? Is this not your first formal job change to a mage?" Before she could voice her thoughts, Lu Yuan withdrew his hand. "All done. Thank you." Karen stared blankly as Lu Yuan exited. On his interface, his profession had transitioned from the initial mage to the novice mage. Although the difference was but a single word, the disparity in power was significant. What Lu Yuan valued most were the skills that only a level 20 mage could acquire. As he wandered through the Mage Association, he swiftly purchased several mage skills. These skills were not inexpensive, each costing 1 silver coin. Web Spell, Ground Spike, Frost Snowball. Lu Yuan purchased and learned them all. On his way out of the Mage Association, Lu Yuan checked his attributes. Nickname, Justice Madman. Level, 20,075,000. Profession, Novice Mage. HP, 300. MP, 60. Strength, 35. Intelligence, 132. Agility, 23. Constitution, 23. Magical attack, 820. Physical attack, 80. Free attributes, 0. Luck, hidden. Talent, infinite evolution, SSS grade. Skills, Fireball, 1 star. Rapid Fireball, 2 stars. Fire Resistance Ring, 5 stars. Equipment, Divine Ring, orange. Ice Staff, purple crystal. Intelligence Wolf Head Helmet, purple crystal. There has been a significant enhancement overall in terms of attributes, equipment, skills, and more. At this moment, Lu Yuan finally noticed the system announcement. Server announcement, congratulations to the player Justice Madman from the Dragon Zone for being the first to break level 20 and complete the first class transition. Reward, Reputation 2500. Skill level Stone 1. After rummaging through his backpack, Lu Yuan quickly discovered the skill level stone awarded by the system. It was a crystal-sized stone, about the size of his thumb. Skill level stone. Quality, green. Level requirement, none. Increases skill level by 1, with a maximum increase of 5 levels. Evaluation, a rather rare gem. Among Lu Yuan's skills, the one with the highest level was Fireball level 5, followed by Rapid Fireball level 4. Hence, the target for utilizing the skill level stone was abundantly clear, just in time for the skill to break through level 5 with a subsequent enhancement. Lu Yuan chose to use it to elevate the level of Fireball. Fireball level increased to 6. Please select an advancement direction. 3 advancement options appeared before Lu Yuan. First, expansive and overwhelming. The Fireball's coverage area is broader. Second, reserved yet lethal. The Fireball inflicts greater damage. Third, splendid and elegant. The Fireball can transform into any shape. Lu Yuan decisively bypassed the third advancement option and focused on the first 2. This was indeed a challenging decision. Should he opt for a larger area or for higher damage? After pondering for a while, Lu Yuan began to select the first advancement method. His current damage output was already extraordinarily explosive. However, the range of the Fireball was still too limited. If he could enhance it post-advancement, then in conjunction with Lu Yuan's SSS level talent, the resultant effect would be far beyond a simple addition. The new attributes of Fireball are as follows. Fireball, level 6 fire elements coalesce into a larger sphere, dealing a certain amount of flame damage, inflicting 200 spell damage, damage range, 2-2. Mana cost, 10. Cooldown time, 5s. Proficiency, 1-2000. Evaluation, the most fundamental application of fire elements. Lu Yuan cast Fireball, and a fist-sized fireball danced beside him. Yet, Lu Yuan knew that when this fireball erupted, it was far from being as insignificant as it appeared. Upon reaching level 20, Lu Yuan's overall strength received a tremendous boost. He ventured into the eastern area of the city to level up. The Serpent Swarm leader was what Lu Yuan had slain here. Although the leader of the Serpent Swarm had perished, many of its underlings still remained. Earlier, Lu Yuan had been pressed for time and did not attend to them. But now he had time to return and clear them out. Green-Scaled Serpent. Level, 23. Attack, 240 to 265. Defense, 150. Health points, 8,800, 8,800. Skills, Toxic Spit, Entanglement. Evaluation, Delicate and Petite, concealing a deadly venom. As Lu Yuan approached their range of hatred, the azure-scaled snakes swiftly flicked their tongues and advanced towards him. The hissing of their venomous tongues, accompanied by the sound of scales scraping the ground, reached Lu Yuan's ears. The assault of the azure-scaled snakes transcended mere physical attacks. It was often accompanied by horrific poison damage. A single bite could inflict a continuous stream of toxic harm, potent enough to obliterate any fragile mage in an instant. Lu Yuan exhaled softly, Fireball. The upgraded Fireball spell erupted upon the foremost serpents, releasing an enticing aroma of charred snake flesh. The Fireball, as large as a fist, detonated, engulfing the serpents within a 2-meter radius in a violent blaze. When the flames subsided, only a pile of charred remains was left. The magnitude of Lu Yuan's damage was staggering. None of the snakes caught in the explosion managed to survive. This searing heat even halted the pursuing snakes behind. After a moment of hesitation, the remaining serpents resolutely continued their approach towards Lu Yuan. A smile graced his lips. Flame Nova. Another swarm of serpents was incinerated. Once the cooldown elapsed, He unleashed the fireball spell once more. Boom. The ground cracked under the intense heat. Soon, Lu Yuan stood alone, having single-handedly eradicated all the serpents. Chapter 38, The Azure-Scaled Serpent and the Dynasty. Lu Yuan swiftly eliminated the entire serpent horde surrounding him. The notifications of his kills were incessant. You have slain. Azure-Scaled Serpent, level 23, 23. You have slain. Azure-Scaled Serpent, level 23, 15. You have slain. The rewards were quite commendable. Experience 17940. Experience 11700. Experience. One of Lu Yuan's skills allowed him to annihilate dozens of monsters in a single strike. His experience bar surged dramatically with each encounter. No one aside from him could dispatch so many high-level creatures in such rapid succession. As he awaited the respawn of the Azure-Scaled Serpents, voices of conversation drifted from behind him. Have you prepared the antidotes? I have, and with these antidotes. I wonder if these Azure-Scaled Serpents will continue their rampage. Lu Yuan's ears perked up. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. The surroundings were vast, devoid of any hiding spots. As Lu Yuan caught sight of the speaker, the latter also noticed him. The chatter diminished abruptly, and scrutinizing gazes fell upon Lu Yuan, the last member of the dynasty. Guaci was momentarily taken aback and instinctively spoke. What are you doing here? The surrounding members of the dynasty guild exchanged puzzled glances at the two. Guaci, is he your friend? Lu Yuan glanced at the level above his head, level 15. Not particularly high, yet not insignificant either. After being defeated by Lu Yuan twice, he had managed to keep pace with the main group. Lu Yuan regarded him with mild surprise. After Guaci briefly recounted the circumstances within the novice village to the team, the expressions of several players shifted dramatically. A few members, filled with righteous indignation, prepared to encircle Lu Yuan, only to be halted by their captain. Righteous madman. Dynasty's Zhang Tian confirmed Lu Yuan's identity. He feigned dissatisfaction, chiding a nearby teammate, then stepped forward with a smile. I've heard that you had a minor altercation with my subordinate? Of course, it's merely a trivial matter. We're all friends. And such frictions are quite normal. How about this? Let us become friends and team up to level up together. We've prepared some antidotes, making these Azure-Scaled Serpents much easier to handle. Together, we can achieve great things. With a grin, Zhang Tian extended an invitation to Lu Yuan. The mage who had been quietly ejected from the team murmured in disbelief. No, thank you. I prefer to venture alone, Lu Yuan politely declined. At present, joining a group offered him no tangible benefits. Team members would simply dilute his experience, diminishing his leveling efficiency. Moreover, there was another reason. The way Guaci and the team regarded him was rather unsettling. Though the resentment was deeply concealed, Lu Yuan had still managed to perceive it. Being outright rejected in front of his subordinates left Zhang Tian's expression somewhat strained. He, known as Emperor Zhang Tian, is the president of the Imperial Guild and, in the realm of reality, the second young master of the Zhao family in Jinghai. Despite his lowly demeanor, Lu Yuan still refused him. Such defiance could be deemed rather ungrateful. His expression darkened as he remarked, as a mage without a party, how do you intend to level amidst this horde of monsters? You might find yourself perishing among them. I shall ask you one last time. Will you join our Imperial Guild? The consequences of refusal were abundantly clear. They were in the wild, not in a safe zone. He finally tore off the facade, abandoning pretense, and spoke plainly, his words dripping with threat. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan could not help but laugh aloud. Noticing Lu Yuan's lack of response, Emperor Zhang Tian subtly gestured, and several members understood the silent cue, gradually forming a circle to prevent Lu Yuan from escaping. Lu Yuan merely observed their movements in silence. Meanwhile, Guaci from the Imperial Guild was secretly elated at the unfolding drama. He had harbored concerns about Lu Yuan accepting Emperor Zhang Tian's invitation. He was uncertain how to face Lu Yuan if they were on the same team. Fortunately, Lu Yuan had declined the invitation, inciting the president's anger, which was precisely what he desired. He activated his stealth and stealthily maneuvered to Lu Yuan's rear, cutting off his escape route. Gazing at Lu Yuan's silhouette, Guaci's eyes sparkled with malicious delight. Who else would dare to be so arrogant in the wild? He must be oblivious to the meaning of death. Lu Yuan scanned the crowd beside him, arching a brow in disdain. Do you truly believe you have me cornered? One of the Imperial members regarded him with an incredulous expression. What? Do you think you can overturn this situation single-handedly? The tank from the Imperial team laughed heartily. You're merely ranked first in levels. Do you really believe you're the best in the world? Even the enchanting woman in the team giggled behind her hand, her gaze toward Lu Yuan akin to that of a spectator at a funeral. Lu Yuan beckoned with a finger. Come at me all at once. I am pressed for time. The tank scoffed, seeking death. From several meters away, he charged straight at Lu Yuan, initiating a devastating rush. Clad in heavy armor, the tank bore down upon him like a rampaging bull. The damage was secondary. The imminent 2 seconds of dizziness upon impact would suffice to conclude the encounter. With a thunderous roar, he charged forward, exuding immense momentum. Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly. Such a straightforward assault could only be encountered during the initial stages of this divine realm's launch. To be struck by such a charge, Lu Yuan found it difficult to assess. Evading was simple. One merely needed to step aside from his path. Yet, there was no necessity for such a maneuver. Casually, he conjured a fireball along the tank's trajectory. In the tank player's eyes, a flicker of fear appeared as he collided directly with the fireball. Boom! The alluring woman, clutching her healing spell, desperately sought the tank player amidst the flames. Yet, when the fire dissipated, she could only behold a charred corpse upon the ground. There was no opportunity to heal. The moment the fireball made contact, the overwhelming damage had instantaneously claimed his life. Beneath the flickering flames, the players of the Imperial Guild could barely discern a damage figure exceeding 1,000. Over 2,000? What sorcery is this damage? The archers of the Imperial Guild stared in disbelief. That was their guild's pure tank, dispatched by the simplest of skills. How extraordinarily high must this spell's attack power be? Yet, he failed to notice that the actual damage figure was over 12,000. Feeling the chilling gaze of Lu Yuan upon him, he shuddered, and the taut arrow in his grasp slipped from his fingers. Lu Yuan did not even flinch as the arrow veered hopelessly off course, landing several meters away from him. Without hesitation, he unleashed a pair of fireballs. One to the left and one to the right, swiftly targeting the archer and the enchanting woman. They emitted not even a whimper before their life force was entirely extinguished, collapsing with remarkable swiftness. Before Lu Yuan, the system notifications arrived belatedly. You have engaged the team, Imperial Guild, PK Value 1. You have slain player Imperial Overlord. PK Value 1. You have slain player Imperial Yao Yao, PK Value 1. You have slain. A continuous stream of kill notifications flooded the screen, and with each increment in his PK value, Lu Yuan's name grew increasingly crimson. A chill crept down his spine. Death! The suppressed, fervent growl of an Imperial assassin echoed from behind him. Chapter 39, The Fall of the Dynasty. With a tumult of excitement suppressed deep within, the assassin of the royal dynasty thrust his green dagger viciously towards the back of Lu Yuan's heart. The signature skill of an assassin, the backstab, confident in his strike. The assassin believed that this blow would either slay Lu Yuan or leave him gravely wounded. Fireball. The incantation echoed from the distance, not uttered by Lu Yuan, but by a mage from the royal dynasty's ranks, who swiftly launched an attack at Lu Yuan. With fireballs approaching from the front and an assassin lurking from behind, Lu Yuan found himself caught in a perilous sandwich. For an ordinary mage, the situation would be daunting, leaving them in a state of confusion, unsure of how to respond. However, Lu Yuan was no ordinary fighter. He had vanquished more foes than they had encountered in their lifetimes. He quickly devised the simplest countermeasure: resistance fire ring. A fiery circle erupted around Lu Yuan, expanding rapidly in all directions. The assassin's eyes widened in terror. What manner of skill was this? He had never seen anything like it before. In an instant, the fire ring reached him, and he felt an overwhelming force strike him, as if he had been hit by a freight truck. Meanwhile, the fireball, no larger than a duck egg, was engulfed by the fire ring and vanished without a trace. The battle ignited swiftly but concluded even more rapidly. In less than a few seconds, and with merely 3 skills, Lu Yuan had dispatched 4 foes. The royal dynasty's ranks had dwindled to just 3. Zhang Tian of the royal dynasty wore an expression of grave concern. He had not anticipated Lu Yuan's damage output to be so formidable. Each skill could snuff out the lives of his comrades. He had approached Lu Yuan closely. But upon witnessing the expanding fire ring, he realized the peril and hurriedly retreated, barely escaping with his life. A shiver of dread coursed through Zhang Tian's heart. Had he not retreated and insisted on attacking Lu Yuan, he would surely have met a grim fate, consumed by the fire ring. The assassin had been obliterated by the resistance fire ring, and the damage figures displayed were alarming. Although he was a warrior and possessed far greater resilience than the assassin, he too could not withstand such overwhelming power. As the fire ring dissipated, Zhang Tian's gaze flickered momentarily before he charged forward, sword in hand. However, he did not approach directly. Instead, he traced a Z-shaped path, hastily closing the distance to Lu Yuan. This maneuver could effectively evade some mage spells, allowing him to reach his target. Little did he know the caliber of player he faced, the pinnacle of all mages. In Lu Yuan's eyes, Zhang Tian's movements resembled that of an infant taking its first steps. Lu Yuan shook his head repeatedly. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. This entire squad of Royal Dynasty players failed to instill any genuine sense of threat within him. Web technique. Just as Zhang Tian was about to draw near, he suddenly found his movements hindered. He paused in confusion, glancing down at his feet. Unbeknownst to him, a mass of white spider silk had ensnared his legs, binding him in place. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, he thought, "This is not good." Sure enough, a fiery arrow materialized, hurtling towards his face. Blazing arrow. Zhang Tian was struck with a force that felt like a devastating blow, and in an instant, he was annihilated. The world before him transformed into shades of gray as the Emperor's battle heaven materialized within the Resurrection Temple of Maple Fall City. Beside him stood several teammates who had already been revived, exchanging bewildered glances. Tian Gu. The teammates lowered their heads. The visage of Emperor's battle heaven contorted with vexation. Behind him, a flicker of white light heralded the arrival of the remaining members stepping into their wake. Their entire team had perished in an orderly fashion. Cursed. The fury of Emperor's battle heaven was palpable. How could an entire team falter against a single foe? What were you all doing? Could you not evade his skills? Did you simply stand there to absorb the blows? The members of Emperor's team hung their heads in silence, allowing him to unleash his ire. Once he had vented his frustrations, a captivating woman from the team stepped forward to offer solace. "Why are you just standing there? Let us level up." He had only just reached level 20 after his first promotion. Let him revel in his arrogance a while longer. Once we all promote, I wonder how long he can maintain that bravado. Send the word out to our guild brothers to remain vigilant. Just as a zealot, I have you firmly in my grasp. To the east of Maple Fall City, in the area where the Azure Scale Serpents respawn. After annihilating the Emperor's team, Lu Yuan's username blazed crimson above his head. His PK value had soared to 10 points. In this perilous state of being marked red, with a PK value of 1 to 10, entering the main city would deny him access to NPC services and expose him to capture by the guards, resulting in a loss of 2 levels upon death or arrest. A PK value of 10 to 100 would even bar entry into the main city, with a 3-level loss upon death. Beyond a PK value of 100, one would officially be placed on the wanted list, allowing other players to accept bounty quests from the city guards, incurring a 5-level loss upon death. As for the means of erasing PK values, one could either slay monsters in the wild or serve time in jail. Each hour of imprisonment would clear 1 point, while eliminating 100 monsters would also do the same. Furthermore, upon turning red, the drop rate of equipment upon death would increase. Slaying a red-named player would yield loot comparable to a substantial drop. To avoid being treated as a boss for farming, Lu Yuan opted to keep his distance and quietly grind monsters. Continuing eastward, Lu Yuan's surroundings soon brightened. Before him lay a valley, expansive and open, adorned with lush green grass and a cerulean sky. Surrounded by vibrant blue and purple flowers, the air suffused with a delightful fragrance. A few butterflies danced amidst the blossoms. If one were to overlook their size, this scene would indeed be refreshing. However, those half-meter-tall butterflies were far from charming. They were rather terrifying. Yellow Phoenix Butterfly. Level 25. Attack 350-375. Defense 300. Health 9,500. Skills: Butterfly Powder, Windblade. Evaluation: Beauty can often be lethal. Their wings shimmered with a yellow hue, and with each flap, golden phosphorescent powder scattered into the air. Lu Yuan approached, lightly tapping his staff, swiftly unleashing a spell. The unadorned fireball technique ignited the yellow phoenix butterfly instantly, causing its phosphorescent powder to radiate brilliantly. 16100. Instant kill. The yellow butterfly had no opportunity to react before it was swiftly eliminated. You have slain yellow butterfly, level 25, x1. Earning experience 1462. Defeating creatures 5 levels above grants substantial experience, and this solitary yellow butterfly bestowed nearly 1,500 points. With Lu Yuan's current level, he only needed to vanquish approximately 50 more to ascend to the next tier. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan unleashed his skills upon the yellow butterfly. You have slain yellow butterfly, level 25, x3. Experience 4386. You have slain yellow butterfly, level 25, x2. Experience 2924. Experience points surge rapidly. Upon defeating over 50 yellow butterflies, a radiant glow enveloped Lu Yuan. He had leveled up. Your level has risen to level 21, earning 5 free attribute points. Familiar with the process of allocating points to intelligence, Lu Yuan's attention was swiftly drawn to the monsters emerging from the pile of yellow butterflies. Chapter 40. A Rare Pet. Lu Yuan relentlessly vanquished the yellow phoenix butterflies, elevating his level to 21. Before him appeared a uniquely shaped yellow phoenix butterfly. The nearby yellow phoenix butterflies were nearly half a meter in size, with some even approaching a meter. However, this particular specimen was diminutive, measuring merely a few centimeters, delicately exquisite. Intrigued, Lu Yuan focused on this petite yellow phoenix butterfly. Young yellow phoenix butterfly can be sealed. Level 1. Attack 40-50. Defense 10. Health 150-150. Skills none. Evaluation: it is still a child. A pet. Lu Yuan felt a flicker of surprise within him. Pets were an essential module unlocked for players upon reaching level 20, representing a vital aspect of this divine realm. While other players were still struggling at levels 16 and 17, Lu Yuan had already encountered the very first pet in the entire divine realm. The disparity was indeed significant. Yet, as Lu Yuan rummaged through his backpack, he realized he had no sealing cards. These cards dropped probabilistically from defeated monsters. He recalled having obtained a few in the past. Unfortunately, they had likely been discarded to make room for equipment, as he had not previously encountered any pets, and thus had not paid them much heed. These basic sealing cards were not expensive. One could procure a substantial quantity for a single silver coin at the general store in the main city, translating to 1 copper coin per card. Naturally, higher-tier sealing cards came at a steeper price. Lu Yuan had once seen a top-tier sealing card, the Seal of the Divine, auctioned for over 100 million, boasting a 100% sealing success rate. For ordinary players, low-level sealing cards were a gamble based on probability. Aside from affluent players, few would be inclined to invest such vast sums in pets. After glancing at the petite yellow phoenix butterfly, Lu Yuan noted the coordinates and returned to town to purchase sealing cards. He bought 10 silver coins worth, acquiring a full set of 999 sealing cards, and then made his way back to the valley. The diminutive yellow phoenix butterfly was concealed among a throng of its larger counterparts, and Lu Yuan nearly overlooked it. With utmost caution, he employed his skills to systematically eliminate the surrounding yellow phoenix butterflies. Given Lu Yuan's current damage output, even the slightest brush from his skills could easily obliterate the young butterfly. Therefore, his control had to be meticulous. He even forsook the use of broad-area fireball spells, opting instead for single-target damage skills like Ice Arrow and Explosive Flame Arrow. Under Lu Yuan's precise command, one by one, the yellow phoenix butterflies fell lifeless to the ground. And soon the young yellow phoenix butterfly was drawn forth. With no further concern for the young butterfly, Lu Yuan unleashed a direct fireball, annihilating a cluster of yellow phoenix butterflies in an instant. Before long, only the young yellow phoenix butterfly remained on the battlefield. At last, Lu Yuan ceased his assault and withdrew a stack of sealing cards from his backpack. He selected one and cast it forth. The sealing card adhered to the young yellow phoenix butterfly's head, emanating a radiant white light. The brilliance lasted but a moment before the card fell uselessly to the ground. Sealing failed. Lu Yuan had anticipated this outcome. He retrieved another sealing card and attempted to seal it once more. Sealing failed. There is no rush. The conventional sealing card has only a 10 success rate. After a series of 5 attempts on the 6th, the sealing card radiated a brilliant white light and drew the yellow phoenix butterfly into its confines. The image of the yellow phoenix butterfly materialized upon the sealing card. Lu Yuan retrieved the sealing card and scrutinized its attributes. Yellow phoenix butterfly sealed. Attack, defense, speed, intelligence, life, excellence. 56 evaluation. Fairly decent. Lu Yuan suppressed the urge to discard the sealing card onto the ground. With an excellence rating of 56, for a pet capped at 16 stars, it was something he would have previously dismissed without a second glance. It could not merely be deemed worthless. It was indeed the dregs of the dregs. With a sigh, Lu Yuan nonetheless placed this pet into his backpack. After all, it was the very first pet in the realm of the divine. Pets with a cap of fewer than 20 stars were not even worthy of his attention. Stowing the sealing card, Lu Yuan continued to hunt monsters within the valley. After a while, he encountered 2 elite monsters. They were larger in size and charged aggressively towards him. A volley of fireballs dispatched them instantly, and Lu Yuan yawned. Continuing his monotonous routine of monster hunting, a regular yellow phoenix butterfly fell to a single fireball. An elite yellow phoenix butterfly succumbed to a solitary frost arrow. Once more, a regular yellow phoenix butterfly was vanquished by a blast of flame. The yellow phoenix butterfly leader, however, proved more resilient. That one did not fall so easily. Lu Yuan directed his staff once more, unleashing the accompanying skill of frost arrow, which struck true. The combination of ice and fire erupted, and damage numbers soared into the thousands. This yellow phoenix butterfly leader had barely graced this world for 2 seconds, yet before it could appreciate the beauty of existence, darkness enveloped it. It was swiftly obliterated by Lu Yuan. As he sifted through the spoils of battle, another yellow phoenix butterfly materialized behind him. Sensing the rush of wings behind him, Lu Yuan instinctively cast a fireball that had just completed its cooldown. However, upon turning, his expression shifted. For the first time, a flicker of panic appeared in his eyes. He frantically redirected the fireball, narrowly causing it to land harmlessly in an empty space. Behind him was another diminutive yellow phoenix butterfly. Yet, this one was markedly different from the one he had previously sealed. Every detail seemed exquisitely carved, almost indistinguishable from pure gold, and the patterns on its wings shimmered luminously. A rare pet. It would be a travesty if he were to eliminate it with a fireball. Assessing its appearance, Lu Yuan promptly produced his sealing card. Compared to this, the yellow phoenix butterfly he had sealed earlier was utterly inferior. One sealing card after another was cast forth. The white light of the sealing cards did not linger long before fading away. Sealing failed. Sealing failed. Sealing failed. 10 sealing cards were quickly exhausted, yet the golden-winged phoenix butterfly showed no sign of being sealed. Its compound eyes reflected Lu Yuan's form, emanating a silent mockery. Undeterred, Lu Yuan waved his hand, summoning another 10 sealing cards into his grasp. He had meticulously prepared an entire set of sealing cards, 999 in total. Lu Yuan could hardly believe that his fortune would plummet to such depths. With 999 chances, how could he possibly fail to capture this one creature? Time and again, the sealing cards were cast, only to yield one failure after another. Failure, failure, and more failure. Lu Yuan had steeled himself, his expression as tranquil as a still lake. Once, twice, thrice, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 100 times, 200 times. The relentless failures did not sway him. He operated with the precision of the most intricate machine, mechanically repeating his actions. With the casting of the 307th sealing card, at last, a resplendent brilliance erupted from the card. The golden butterfly, akin to one forged from pure gold, trembled in its entirety. Ultimately, it vanished before Lu Yuan, replaced by a magnificent golden sealing card. Sealing successful. Acquired. Golden-winged butterfly, rare 1. Chapter 41. The leader of the tiger-striped phoenix butterfly. Seal successful. Acquired. Golden-winged phoenix butterfly, rare 1. A system notification materialized before Lu Yuan. In his hand, he clutched a resplendent golden sealing card. After expending over 100 sealing cards, Lu Yuan finally succeeded in sealing this rare pet. Upon examining the attributes of the golden-winged phoenix butterfly, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. Golden-winged phoenix butterfly sealed. Attack, defense, speed, intelligence, life, excellence, 90 evaluation, truly exceptional. The disparity between this creature and the ordinary yellow phoenix butterfly hatchling was immense. The latter has a maximum star rating of merely 16 stars, while the golden-winged phoenix butterfly boasts a staggering maximum of 20 stars. The upper limit for common pets is typically around 25 stars, making the golden-winged phoenix butterfly's high rating quite impressive. With an excellence rating of 90, it has surpassed 90 of its peers. The value of this pet is undoubtedly substantial. In an instant, Lu Yuan formed a judgment in his heart. Compared to the golden-winged phoenix butterfly, the yellow phoenix butterfly he had previously captured seemed rather insignificant. Glancing at the sealing cards in his inventory, Lu Yuan turned his gaze towards the butterflies deep within the valley. After placing the golden-winged phoenix butterfly sealing card into his bag, Lu Yuan's expression grew earnest. It appeared that the likelihood of encountering pets in this area was quite promising. As a yellow phoenix butterfly appeared nearby, Lu Yuan swiftly dispatched it with a frost arrow, confidently advancing deeper into the valley. The vegetation in the depths of the valley was denser, and correspondingly, the number of monsters had increased. Lu Yuan observed flocks of vibrant butterflies fluttering about. Not only butterflies. He also spotted lizards resting on large boulders in the distance. Lu Yuan's damage output was formidable. Not only were ordinary monsters easily dispatched, but even elite monsters fell victim to his skills with ease. Experience points surged rapidly as he pushed forward relentlessly. He did not neglect to employ his gathering skill along the way. Gathering successful, acquired, ordinary phosphorescent powder 1, gathering proficiency 2. Gathering failed, nothing obtained, gathering proficiency 1. On occasion, fortune smiled upon him. Gathering success, acquired, lethal phosphorescent powder 1, gathering proficiency 5. Wherever Lu Yuan roamed, nothing remained unscathed. Materials were gathered relentlessly, and monsters were slain without mercy. Finally, after a mere 10 minutes, he encountered another level 1 yellow phoenix butterfly hatchling. However, this one appeared somewhat less vibrant. Its wings lacked the dazzling golden sheen, presenting as an ordinary pet. Having cleared the surrounding monsters, Lu Yuan began the sealing process. The difficulty of sealing ordinary pets was markedly reduced. By the 10th sealing card, Lu Yuan successfully sealed the yellow phoenix butterfly hatchling. Glancing at the attributes, they seemed rather ordinary, with the maximum star level unchanged at 16. However, the excellence rating was slightly elevated at 65, barely passing. After stowing away the sealing card, Lu Yuan continued his monster hunting endeavors. For the next few hours, he immersed himself in the repetitive cycle of defeating monsters and sealing them, until the system's alert startled him. You have slain an excessive number of yellow phoenix butterflies, attracting the ire of the tiger-striped phoenix butterfly leader. Exercise caution. A crimson warning flashed before him. The tiger-striped phoenix butterfly leader. Just as Lu Yuan was taken aback, a shadow loomed over him. It was a vibrant butterfly, 3 meters in size, with wings that could stretch 5 to 6 meters when fully unfurled. A sob-like hiss resonated in his ears, and an overwhelming sense of danger coursed through him. The tiger-striped phoenix butterfly leader had already launched its attack. As its wings flapped, brilliant phosphorescent powder was cast into the air, filling the atmosphere with a sweet aroma. Lu Yuan was merely dusted with a trace of it, yet his health plummeted instantaneously. His status bar revealed a perilous debuff. Poisoned, loses 20 health points per second, lasting 30 seconds. The tiger-striped phoenix butterfly hadn't even officially attacked yet. The mere presence of its phosphorescent powder posed a lethal threat. With his health far below 600, Lu Yuan hastily retreated to escape the toxic cloud. Just a slight inhalation of the powder had already inflicted poison damage on him. He frantically rummaged through his backpack. Although he hadn't prepared any antidotes, he recalled that during his previous encounter with the Imperial team, a vial had seemingly dropped. Extracting a bottle of antidote, Lu Yuan quickly consumed it. Fortunately, the antidote proved effective, swiftly alleviating his poison state. Yet, in mere seconds, his health had already diminished by nearly 100. He had lost 1/3 of his health. Had it not been for the antidote, or if the poisoning had persisted even slightly longer, Lu Yuan might have truly perished here. A flicker of alarm crossed his mind as he gradually recognized a critical issue. His damage output was indeed high, but as the monster's levels increased, they also had the potential to eliminate him in an instant. Not daring to be complacent, Lu Yuan fixed his gaze upon the tiger-striped phoenix butterfly leader and unleashed his full might. Tiger-striped phoenix butterfly leader, boss level. Level, 25. Attack, 600-700. Defense, 800. Health, 85,000, 85,000. Skills, Hurricane, Poison Powder, Windblade. Evaluation, the leader of the Phoenix Butterfly clan, armed with deadly phosphorescent powder. The tiger-striped Phoenix Butterfly leader soared into the air, and Lu Yuan seized the moment to decisively fire his web. The web's resilience and adhesiveness were exceptional. Although it could not instantly ensnare such a colossal creature, it nonetheless played a crucial role in limiting its movements. The web adhered to the legs of the tiger-striped Phoenix Butterfly leader, which flapped its wings in the air, struggling to free itself from the web's grasp. Lu Yuan had already unleashed his skill. 2 icy arrows were released almost simultaneously, striking the striped butterfly leader with precision. The arrows swiftly triggered their effects. A delicate frost creeping over the leader's form. -10510 cold. -10510 frozen. A fiery nova locked onto the target. The frost-covered area was soon engulfed by flames. In the next moment, the frost exploded. -19558 melted. -8740 disabled. The elemental reaction between the fiery nova and the icy arrows was astounding, severing a portion of the striped butterfly leader's torso. In an instant, the leader's health plummeted by half. Its shriek was laced with unmistakable fury. No longer holding back, it flapped its wings, summoning a fierce wind. A whirlwind. A tempest surged through the valley, aimed directly at Lu Yuan. The phosphorescent powder on its body mixed with the gale, scattering far and wide. This was undoubtedly a colossal area of effect skill. The whirlwind, combined with its terrifyingly toxic phosphorescent powder, was bound to inflict a devastating toll on any teams that dared to challenge the striped butterfly leader recklessly. Lu Yuan, sensing the impending threat of the tempest, narrowed his eyes. Chapter 42. The Grand Explosion. Lu Yuan had slain an overwhelming number of Huang Feng Dai, drawing the ire of the leader of the butterfly clan. The tiger-striped Feng Dai. With its life force diminished by nearly half, the tiger-striped Feng Dai unfurled its wings, summoning a tempest. This tempest was formidable in its own right, and when combined with the lethal phosphorus powder innate to the tiger-striped Feng Dai, it transformed into a devastating, wide-ranging attack. The phosphorus powder swirled in the winds, shimmering brilliantly. Lu Yuan's gaze narrowed. Fortunately, the antidote he possessed had a lasting effect, sufficient to withstand the onslaught. However, the ferocity of the tempest was alarming, and the damage inflicted by the tiger-striped Feng Dai could easily obliterate Lu Yuan multiple times over. Lu Yuan then turned his attention towards the tiger-striped Feng Dai, deliberately approaching the formidable creature. Within the intricate facets of its many eyes, Lu Yuan's figure was reflected. To its astonishment, this human was not fleeing. Instead, he was drawing nearer. Was he seeking death? The air around it was saturated with the deadly phosphorus powder. To approach it was to invite swift demise. Before the creature could ponder further, Lu Yuan unleashed his skill. Resisting Fire Ring. A tremendous repulsion erupted around Lu Yuan, the fiery ring pushing everything outward, sweeping away even the phosphorus powder that hung in the air. The fire ring reached the front of the tiger-striped Feng Dai, causing its massive form to sway. Fireballs and lightning struck. -21820. Burning. -18380. Paralysis. -15410. Overload. A cascade of damage numbers appeared. The tiger-striped Feng Dai. As the tiger-striped Feng Dai perished, the tempest that had raged in the distance lost its master, swiftly transforming into a gentle breeze that dissipated within the valley. A system notification chimed. Your level has risen to level 23, and you have gained 5 attribute points. The substantial experience propelled Lu Yuan's level directly to 23. He let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his damage output was high enough to secure the kill on the tiger-striped Feng Dai ahead of time. The sheer force of his attack left him somewhat intoxicated, to the point where he nearly forgot that he was merely a fragile mage. Lu Yuan silently steeled himself. Though his damage was indeed formidable, he could not underestimate the monsters. The phosphorus powder from the tiger-striped Feng Dai had sounded the alarm in his mind. He even contemplated whether he should transition to a full tank build. After all, survival was paramount for any output. However, the allocation of points for mages was not as beneficial as it was for warrior tanks. The enhancements gained from increasing vitality were pitifully small. A typical warrior tank might gain 5 health points from a single point in vitality, but for mages and priests, the increase was often a meager 3 or even 2 health points. If he could not alter his allocation, Lu Yuan would have to explore other avenues. Equipment, skills, items, and more. There seemed to be an abundance of survival skills for mages in Lu Yuan's memory. Resolving to enhance his strategy, Lu Yuan eagerly began to sift through the spoils dropped by the tiger-striped Feng Dai. As a level 25 boss monster, it boasts a 30 chance of dropping a violet crystal garment. Moreover, this striped tiger butterfly leader is a spell-casting creature, significantly increasing the likelihood of acquiring magical equipment. Lu Yuan rummaged through the spoils and swiftly unearthed several pieces of gear, 2 green, 2 blue, and 1 purple. The resplendent violet glow dazzled Lu Yuan's eyes. He quickly focused on the dropped violet crystal garment, which resembled a robe. Crystal butterfly robe. Quality, violet crystal. Level requirement, 25. Constitution 15. Intelligence 25. Health 200. Spell attack 150. Calm, the first skill used at the onset of battle, inflicts an additional 50 damage. Splendor, adorned with the magnificent effect of dancing crystal butterflies. Attached skill, crystallization, level 1. Evaluation, as exquisite as jade, fluttering down like a butterfly. The power of this violet robe is self-evident. Lu Yuan pondered his own frailty, and this butterfly leader had bestowed upon him a remarkable item. This violet robe harmoniously combines health and spell attack, perfectly aligning with Lu Yuan's desired attributes. The spell attack bonus from this level 25 robe even surpasses that of a level 10 frost staff. Currently, Lu Yuan is only at level 23. If he were to don this crystal butterfly robe, his spell attack would experience a significant surge. While the exceptional attributes are noteworthy, Lu Yuan meticulously examined the attached skill of the crystal butterfly robe. Crystallization, level 1. Elements converge and envelop the body, entering a crystallized state. In the crystallized state, movement is impossible and all damage taken is reduced by 90 for 2 seconds. Evaluation, solidified, crystallized. A glimmer of astonishment appeared in Lu Yuan's eyes. It was not that the skill was inferior, rather, its potency was astounding. A 90 damage reduction. Unless faced with extraordinarily powerful foes, this skill effectively grants 2 seconds of invincibility. As for the inability to move, Lu Yuan regarded this drawback as trivial. In summary, this violet-grade crystal butterfly robe is undoubtedly the premier gear for mages at this moment. He glanced at the other equipment dropped by the butterfly leader. Although equally formidable, none elicited the same sense of awe. The 2 blue items, while magical in nature, were somewhat redundant, a blue robe and a blue helmet. Lu Yuan already possessed a violet helmet, albeit level 15, which retained its formidable effects. Particularly notable was the attached clear spell, which, when mana ran low, could instantly restore 25 of his mana, though Lu Yuan had yet to exhaust his mana reserves. As for the blue robe, it hardly needed mention. The violet-grade crystal butterfly robe far outclasses it by a wide margin. The green equipment merely garnered a cursory glance from Lu Yuan. 2 warrior pieces, rather mediocre. Aside from the gear, the spoils from this striped tiger butterfly leader were undeniably luxurious. Lu Yuan picked up a skill book, a satisfied expression gracing his face. The skill book dropped by the phoenix butterfly leader turned out to be an advanced skill of Windblade, Swift Wind Slash. This ability allows one to harness the power of wind elements, unleashing blades that are swifter, fiercer, and larger in scale. As for the massive area of effect skill, Hurricane, Previously utilized by the Phoenix Butterfly leader, Lu Yuan never anticipated such a high-level skill book would drop. It was likely that only mages who had undergone their third or fourth advancement could learn such advanced skills. Nevertheless, acquiring the Swift Wind Slash was already a considerable boon, and Lu Yuan promptly chose to learn it. As he absorbed the skill, the Wind Blade skill in his repertoire vanished, replaced by this more formidable ability. Swift Wind Slash. Swift Wind Slash. 3 stars harness the wind elements to swiftly deliver a slash. The strike inflicts 170 spell damage. Mana cost, 15. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Evaluation, wins. Heed my command, slash. With a mere thought, Lu Yuan conjured an ethereal blade that cleaved through the wings of the striped Phoenix Butterfly leader. He felt quite satisfied with the sharpness and speed of the attack. A warm current flowed through his fingertips, prompting Lu Yuan to gaze in curiosity. Chapter 43, Sale of Pets. A warm flow coursed through Lu Yuan's fingers as he glanced over. It was the ring on his finger emitting a soft orange glow. Upon closer inspection, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. God-given ring. Quality, orange. Level requirement, 20. Intelligence 15. Mana regeneration 4 per second. Spell attack 90. Spell critical rate 2. All skill levels 1. Spell shield. When health drops below 30, gain a shield equal to 50 of maximum health. Cooldown, 1 hour. Additional skill. Source of spells, level 1. Rating. This is a divine artifact. This orange God-given ring had reached level 20. The enhancements it provided were substantial, affecting intelligence, spell attack, and even mana regeneration per second. All these attributes were of paramount importance to a mage. The boost from this orange God-given ring elevated Lu Yuan's spell attack to a new pinnacle. With 990 points of spell attack, he was on the verge of breaking the 1,000 mark. And this was merely the attribute of Lu Yuan at level 23. Should he reach level 25 and equip the Crystal Butterfly Robe, his spell attack would experience an explosive surge, with Lu Yuan's SSS level talent amplifying his damage. He could scarcely fathom how high it would soar. After organizing his belongings, Lu Yuan soon departed the valley with a bag full of equipment and items. The number of sealing cards in his backpack was considerable, as he had successfully sealed quite a few yellow phoenix butterflies during this time. Regrettably, he had only managed to seal 1 rare pet. However, he had captured numerous ordinary yellow phoenix butterflies. On his way to Maple Falls City, Lu Yuan quickly contacted a few individuals. First was the familiar financier, Jasmine. Next was a member of the Glory Guild, Glory Maple Leaf. Upon learning that Lu Yuan had sealed the first pet in the Divine Realm, their responses were straightforward. Where are you? Wait for me. After some thought, Lu Yuan also sent a private message to the renowned general, Little Flower. With so many yellow phoenix butterflies sealed, he was open to selling them to anyone, including the General Guild. By the time Lu Yuan arrived at Maple Falls City, a considerable number of players were already waiting there. Seeing Lu Yuan, Glory Maple Leaf hurriedly approached him. Justice brother, this pet. Lu Yuan handed over a sealing card for a yellow phoenix butterfly with a commendable quality. Glory Maple Leaf's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it truly real? While we were struggling to level up, you had already successfully captured a pet. This must be the first pet in the Divine Realm. With this thought, Glory Maple Leaf's heart raced with excitement. If they could secure this pet for the Glory Guild, wouldn't they have another triumph to boast about? Moreover, having an additional pet would undoubtedly enhance their leveling efficiency significantly. After contacting Glory Huaxia, it was promptly decided. This first pet of the Divine Realm must be acquired for the Glory Guild. Justice brother, what price do you intend to set for this pet? Glory Maple Leaf inquired with keen anticipation. However, Lu Yuan's gaze had shifted to another group of individuals approaching in haste. No need to rush. Jasmine soon arrived at Maple Falls City and immediately spotted Lu Yuan along with the members of the Glory Guild by his side. The presence of the Glory Guild members caused her brow to furrow slightly upon glancing back at Lu Yuan. Her eyes revealed a sense of understanding mixed with a hint of resignation. Glory Red Leaf also sensed the peculiar atmosphere. After a moment of contemplation, he instinctively knitted his brows. It appeared that this righteous rogue was rather greedy, evidently reaching out to players beyond just their Glory Guild. He had assumed that Lu Yuan's intent in contacting other players was to inflate the price of the pet. though not overly displeased. A sense of discomfort lingered in Glory Red Leaf's heart. However, this emotion flashed briefly across his face before being swiftly masked by a smile. Brother Righteous, name your price. We, the Glory Guild, wish to acquire the first pet of the divine domain, he proclaimed. You need not worry about the price. Our Glory Guild will not disappoint you. Upon hearing Glory Red Leaf's words, the onlooking players were momentarily stunned, quickly erupting into a chorus of excitement. A pet? Which bold individual has managed to catch a pet already? I must not be hearing this wrong. Are we about to witness the debut of the first pet in the divine domain? I need to record this moment for posterity. That mage, Righteous Rogue, he is already level 23, while the second place is only 19. No wonder he caught a pet. Lu Yuan produced a yellow phoenix butterfly seal card, boasting an excellence rating of 56, which was indeed the first pet he had captured. It was a magic-type creature with a skill that inflicted poison damage. Lu Yuan provided a brief introduction. As for the excellence rating, Glory Red Leaf did not place much importance on it. He was far more interested in the prestige of possessing the first pet in the entire divine domain. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively offered 50,000 RMB. He had initially intended to wait for Lu Yuan to propose a price before contemplating a counteroffer. However, seeing that Lu Yuan had no intention of stating a price, he reluctantly made the offer. After all, he represented the Glory Guild. Offering too low a price would diminish their standing. He couldn't bring himself to offer even 10,000 for the first pet in the divine domain. Whether Lu Yuan was moved by the offer remained unclear, but judging by the reactions of the onlooking players, 50,000 seemed to be a sufficient amount. 50,000. Good grief, this pet is worth several months of my salary. No, more than that. It's nearly a year's worth. My goodness, is this pet truly so valuable? Where can I go to catch one? I want to try as well. The Glory Guild is truly affluent. They're willing to spend 50,000 on a creature with an excellence rating of 56. Wow. Glory Red Leaf turned back, smiling at the surrounding players. Of course, our Glory Guild does have some financial backing. Every member enjoys substantial benefits. If anyone is interested in joining our Glory Guild, please contact our customer service representative. A deep grunt resonated from the crowd. A group of well-equipped players parted the throng and stepped forward. The expression on Glory Red Leaf's face darkened, and he inwardly cursed. The members of the Proud World Guild were truly relentless. He cast a glance at Lu Yuan, who also appeared somewhat surprised. For a moment, Glory Red Leaf felt uncertain. If indeed the members of this Proud World Guild were summoned by Lu Yuan, then they would stop at nothing to inflate the price of this pet. Proud World Cloud stepped forward a few paces, smiling at Lu Yuan. Yet his eyes gleamed with coldness. My friend, how could you not inform us about the emergence of the first pet in the divine realm? Such a significant event. Our Proud World Guild is filled with sincerity, and your actions have left us rather disheartened. Glory Red Leaf felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. He quickly stepped in front of Lu Yuan, replying coldly, What necessity is there to inform you? This first pet of the divine realm is destined to be ours. Chapter 44. Dispute and High Price Sale. Lu Yuan returned to Maple City to sell his pet. Various guilds gathered, with the Glory Guild and the Proud World Guild standing in opposition. Jasmine, representing a small studio, found herself at a loss for words amidst the two colossal guilds. In comparison to these titans, she felt utterly insignificant. Yet, much to her astonishment, this was merely the beginning. Several guilds, having received the news, arrived in succession, quickly surrounding the scene. Dear sir, our Xiangxiang Pavilion can certainly offer a price that will satisfy you. A voluptuous assassin cast flirtatious glances at Lu Yuan. Xiangxiang Pavilion? Isn't that the guild famed for its near-equal male-to-female ratio, teeming with beauties? I have a friend who wishes to inquire about how to join this guild. One muscular man swept through the crowd, intimidating nearby players. Such mere beauty cannot make us yield. Join our brotherhood, where we only accept formidable male players. Together, we shall conquer the world. Don't listen to him, dear sir. A mere 100,000 RMB, we at Xiangxiang Pavilion can match that, and also provide companionship. The scene became chaotic in an instant. Silence. Proud World Yundian snapped impatiently. We, from the Proud World Guild, We'll take this pet for 100,000. Anyone wishing to contest this should first consider whether they are worthy to compete with us. Proud World Union surveyed the crowd, and some timid players averted their gazes. Yet, there were still guild players displaying disdainful expressions. What? Is this divine realm solely under the dominion of your Proud World Guild? Is it truly your intention to monopolize? Would you not be sitting atop the heads of all present? Dear sir, do not heed him. A paltry 100,000 RMB, we at Xiangxiang Pavilion can also offer. And with a partner included. Brothers, join our brotherhood and experience the bonds of camaraderie with us. Lu Yuan remained unfazed, even finding time to engage in private messages. Jasmine, upon receiving a private message, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief as she looked at Lu Yuan. Initially harboring a desire to compete, she completely relinquished the notion. Quietly observing the guild players vying for the pet, Glory Hongge also received a private message, his expression shifting dramatically. 100,000? Is that all your Proud World Guild is worth? I bid 150,000. His tone was filled with righteous indignation. Proud World Union lifted his chin, a look of derision gracing his features. For you, 150,000 may not be a small sum, but for us in Proud World, it is far too little. 300,000. His voice echoed through the crowd, leaving many players dumbfounded. Is this a mistake? The first pet in the Divine Realm is being bid for as high as 300,000? They truly do not regard money as anything. Moreover, considering its excellence rating of 56, anyone with a modicum of understanding would know this pet was not particularly outstanding. Yet, to still spend 300,000 for it, such financial prowess was indeed formidable. What surprised the proud Shiyun was that the expression on the face of Glory Red Leaf remained remarkably calm. The gaze he directed toward him even bore a hint of pity, as if he were observing a fool. Shiyun sensed something amiss. Yet the words had already escaped his lips. The price of 300,000 had deterred all competitors. The beautiful assassin from Xiaoxiang Pavilion remained silent, as did the muscular brethren from the Brotherhood. To them, the sum of 300,000 for a pet with an excellence rating of 56 seemed rather unworthy. A few thousand might have merited consideration. A faint smile curled at the corners of Shiyun's mouth as he prepared to deliver a triumphant proclamation. However, his expression quickly faltered upon noticing the identical sealing card held in Lu Yuan's hand. After receiving the payment, Lu Yuan promptly began selling a second card. Now, within the realm of the divine, there existed a second pet with an excellence rating of 65. The smile on Shiyun's face froze in place. There's a second one? His voice quivered with disbelief. The expressions of the two from Xiaoxiang Pavilion and the Brotherhood mirrored his astonishment. They had not anticipated that there would be more than one pet. Once they regained their composure, smiles swiftly returned to their faces. The first pet has already been purchased by your esteemed guild. We shall take the second one, the brethren declared. Look at our Brotherhood. The two guilds only offered prices of 20,000 to 30,000 for the second pet. Lu Yuan hesitated little before swiftly selling the sealing card for the excellence rating of 65. As Lu Yuan revealed a third sealing card, Shiyun's expression darkened entirely. Justice Maniac. Are you toying with us? He asked coldly, fixated on Lu Yuan, who now possessed 3, if not more, pets. The pet he had procured for 300,000 had suddenly depreciated. In fact, its excellence rating was inferior to that of the second and third pets. Without a doubt, Shiyun, who had spent 300,000 on the first pet of the Divine Realm, had become the ultimate fool. Among the onlookers, some players finally grasped the situation, and derisive laughter began to echo around them. How can there be so many pets? Is this first player operating wholesale? Whether he is or not. One thing is clear, the proud Shiyun Guild seems to be at a significant loss. What a loss! You can't genuinely believe that this worthless pet with an excellence rating of 56 could be worth 300,000, right? If it weren't for its status as the first pet of the Divine Realm, who would be foolish enough to spend that much on it? Now that the second and third pets have been revealed, both superior to the first and at a fraction of the price. Isn't the proud Shiyun Guild the real fool here? Listening to the surrounding players' incessant chatter, Shiyun's expression turned a sickly green. With so many sealed pets, why didn't you mention it? Lu Yuan pondered for 2 seconds before replying. You didn't ask. Observing Lu Yuan's seemingly innocent demeanor, Shiyun's anger surged uncontrollably. You. Just wait. The laughter around them echoed in his ears as Ao Shiyun cast a fierce glance around, leading the players of the Ao Shi Guild in a hasty exit. Beside him, Rong Yao Hongyi wore a look of concern. Justice, brother. Your words have surely offended the Ao Shi Guild. Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon an item within his backpack, his expression calm and untroubled. It's nothing. He will return. Ah? Rong Yao Hongyi failed to grasp Lu Yuan's meaning. Lu Yuan, disinterested in elaborating, began to sell the sealing cards one by one. The astonishment on Rong Yao Hongyi's face grew. Justice, brother, just how many pets have you captured? It was Lu Yuan's private message that had prompted him to abandon the competition with Ao Shiyun. Beholding the exquisite 90-rated Huang Feng Dai hatchling in Lu Yuan's hand, he could no longer restrain himself. Justice, brother. Our Glory Guild is willing to purchase this pet for 50,000 RMB. Although this pet was no longer the first of its kind in the divine realm. Lacking such a sensational allure, Rong Yao Hongyi was still prepared to offer such a substantial sum. Were it not for Lu Yuan's private message, he would never have so readily relinquished the first pet. At that point, the cost would have been far beyond a mere 50,000. He understood the stakes involved all too well. How foolish he had been to initially misjudge Lu Yuan, only to later realize that Lu Yuan was genuinely pragmatic. The outreach to multiple guilds stemmed from the sheer number of pets he had captured. Reflecting on this, his emotions became somewhat convoluted. Yet, this complex sentiment did not linger for long. Upon witnessing Lu Yuan produce yet another item, Rong Yao Hongyi's expression shifted dramatically. What is this? Chapter 45, The Hidden Scroll, The Guild in Shock. What is this? The scroll extracted by Glory Red Leaf from Lu Yuan caused a sudden change in his expression. The scroll emanated a deep, ethereal purple light. This was indeed a scroll of the amethyst grade. Such a grade of item could only be obtained by vanquishing a Lord-level boss. A Lord-level boss, which is even more formidable than a Chief-level boss. The Glory Guild had only managed to defeat the most powerful wild bosses of Chief level. That Chief-level boss had required immense effort from the Glory Guild to conquer. Glory Red Leaf had participated in that Chief-level boss hunt, and the mere presence of a Chief-level boss had already brought tremendous pressure to their guild. The number of players injured or killed exceeded 100. As for the higher-tier Lord-level bosses, Glory Red Leaf had yet to encounter one in the wild. However, he was acutely aware that the cost of defeating such a Lord-level boss would be exorbitantly higher, even if they were to muster all their strength to triumph. The Glory Guild would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. At that moment, seeing Lu Yuan actually offering this amethyst-grade item for sale, Glory Red Leaf could not help but feel astonished. Typically, players of such caliber would be too preoccupied with using such items for themselves to consider selling them. His voice involuntarily trembled with excitement. Brother Justice, are you truly preparing to sell this? Lu Yuan looked at him with some confusion. What else would I do with it? Upon hearing this, Glory Red Leaf cleared his throat. Indeed, that was a valid point. Observing the curious gazes of those around him, he made an effort to regain his composure. After all, he represented the face of the Glory Guild in public. What would it reflect on him to be so flustered? With a long sigh of relief, Glory Red Leaf turned his attention back to the scroll that Lu Yuan had displayed at his stall. Upon a closer look, his pupils constricted in disbelief. Oh my goodness! A class change scroll? He could hardly believe his eyes. An amethyst-grade hidden class change item. The Rose Swordsman. How could someone actually put this up for sale? Realizing he had exclaimed, Glory Red Leaf quickly covered his mouth and glanced around. However, it was too late. The players nearby had already heard his outburst. The crowd erupted into a buzz, countless players jostling to reach Lu Yuan's stall, all eager to catch a glimpse of this legendary hidden class change scroll. I can't believe it. It's real. I see it too. The Rose Swordsman class change scroll. How much? I want it. I also want it changed to a hidden class. This must be the first appearance of a hidden class in the realm of divine domains. Heavens! Despite the efforts of the Glory Guild players to restrain them, they could not quell the fervor of the surrounding players. Fortunately, Lu Yuan's stall was protected by the system. Otherwise, the excitement of the players might have overturned his stand. Glory Red Leaf, pushed by the crowd to an unknown location, struggled to peek above. His expression was one of growing panic. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly contacted the leader of his guild. Hello. Guild leader. A crisis has arisen. Outside Liyue, Glory Huaxia, who was leisurely leveling up under the protection of his team, furrowed his brow. Hongya? Why is this fellow so active today? First, he was seeking my approval to purchase a pet, and now something significant has occurred? Speak up. After a brief wait, a response from Hongya finally arrived. In Maple City, someone has unveiled a hidden class transfer scroll. Glory Huaxia shook his head slightly. This Hongya is always so dramatic. It's merely a hidden class. A hidden class transfer scroll? Glory Huaxia's expression shifted dramatically, his breath becoming heavy, his eyes alight with joy. He immediately called to his team. No more grinding. We're returning to town. Hurry to Maple City. After all, it was a hidden class. It bore a higher ceiling than ordinary classes. This transfer scroll must belong to them. Glory Huaxia. The news of the hidden class scroll in Maple City swiftly spread throughout the Divine Realm. Once this information surfaced, guilds from all over the realm could no longer remain idle. Just recently departed from Maple City, Ao Shiyundian was on a monster hunting expedition. His private messages began to flood and uncontrollably. Confused, he opened the messages, only to find a communication from the guild leader, Ao Shizhanhan. A sense of inexplicable panic surged within Ao Shiyundian. That pet had cost the guild 300,000 coins. Would the leader hold him accountable? Although the Ao Shir guild was not lacking in funds, they could not tolerate being made fools of, just after spending 300,000 on their first pet. Someone else had acquired a second pet for far less. Moreover, the quality of this second pet was even superior to the first. Wasn't he that a sheer mockery? Ao Shiyundian's heart burned with indignation. This righteous zealot seemed intent on deceiving their guild. By all means, he vowed to eliminate him at the next opportunity. Was their guild's money so easily taken? Overwhelmed with outrage, Ao Shiyundian opened the message from Ao Shizhanhan. Ao Shizhanhan, are you in Maple City? He hastily replied, Yes. Guild leader, what are your orders? Upon seeing the reply, Ao Shizhanhan was consumed by fury. You're in Maple City, and you're unaware that a transfer scroll has been released? No matter the cost, you must secure that scroll for me. Ao Shiyundian was momentarily dumbfounded. What? A transfer scroll? He was still unclear about what had transpired in Maple City. Observing Ao Shiyundian's reaction, Ao Shizhanhan took a deep breath, suppressing the anger boiling within him. What a fool. You're in Maple City. Yet you received the news later than I did. If another guild gets there first. Ao Shizhanhan exhaled heavily, his eyes gleaming with determination. Return to town. Head to Maple City. Yes. The guild members responded in unison with enthusiasm. Here, a throng of over 1,000 players has gathered. A colossal bull, measuring several meters in size, lies on the ground, its body marred by numerous wounds. Meanwhile, several members of the Imperial Dynasty Guild have received the news. A transfer scroll for a hidden warrior class has appeared in Maple Fall City. The eyes of the warrior, Zhang Tian, gleamed with excitement. A hidden class for warriors. Let us return and investigate. If he could obtain it and successfully transition. In this realm of divine prowess, where exceptional talents abound, why should he not be among them? Isn't it merely a matter of wealth? As the young master of the Zhao family in Jinghai, what could possibly elude him? Within Maple Fall City, players surged in numbers. Have you heard? Someone is openly selling a hidden class transfer scroll. Incredible, is it not? Rather than utilizing it themselves, they choose to sell it? Who knows, perhaps they are in need of funds. Let us join the excitement. The players surged towards a common destination, leaving the renowned warrior, Xiao Hua, and his companions momentarily stunned. What is happening? Why is everyone heading in that direction? They spoke of someone selling a hidden class scroll? Brother Hua, shall we take a look? Renowned warrior Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment. It is rumored to be a hidden class for warriors. Warriors? A flicker of interest ignited within him. Even if he cannot purchase it, merely observing and gaining insight would be gratifying. It would provide an opportunity to witness the might of such a hidden class. With this thought, renowned warrior Xiao Hua waved his hand. Very well. Let us go and see for ourselves. Chapter 46. Bidding. 1 million. In the heart of Maple Leaf City, an ostensibly ordinary stall was besieged by players, forming an impenetrable throng. Layers upon layers encircled the stall, their numbers seemingly infinite. Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the irresistible allure of hidden professions. The influx of players must have reached tens of thousands. Nearby, a vendor, witnessing the surge of patrons, felt a surge of joy. Even if just 1% of the passing players glanced at his stall, the probability of selling equipment would significantly increase. However, after waiting for a while, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. Passing by, these newly arrived players didn't even spare a glance at his stall, all squeezed before one particular vendor. Once, there were a few who would at least look towards his offerings, but now, not a single soul remained. The stall owner, feeling despondent, eventually decided to pack up. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what was so captivating about the wares of that other vendor. He was not alone in his plight. Many vendors shared his fate. Soon, the entire street was left with only Lu Yuan's stall. Within the teleportation array of Maple Leaf City, players continued to pour forth. Most of these players were well-equipped. Their movements synchronized, their names denoting their identities. They were all guild members. Moreover, they hailed from renowned guilds such as Aoshur and Glory. Beside Lu Yuan, the players were growing increasingly frenzied. "I'm a student, brother. Can you give me that scroll?" Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. "Not even if you were a beast. I'll offer 50,000. My father is Li Gang. If you don't sell it to me, be careful I find you offline. Get lost." 50,000? "Not even if your father were the king of heaven. I'll bid 60,000. "Brother, don't talk nonsense. 60,000. And you have the audacity to ask?" "I'll offer 80,000. A derisive snicker echoed through the crowd. "Chao Tian, fight with your guild members to squeeze through." 80,000? "I'll bid 100,000. However, as soon as he made his offer, Chao Tian sensed something amiss. He glanced at the stall owner and felt his throat dry, struggling to swallow. "It's you?" The stall owner was none other than Lu Yuan, who had recently annihilated their guild. How could it be him? Chao Tian inwardly lamented. Yet the allure of the hidden profession scroll was too strong to resist. "Indeed, it is I." Lu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile, warm yet frosty in his gaze. Chao Tian, after a moment of silence, finally stammered, "I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us." There was no denying it. The hidden profession for warriors was exceedingly tempting. The class change scroll lay quietly on the stall, tormenting Chao Tian with its presence. Lu Yuan merely smiled, offering no response. Chao Tian found himself puzzled by Lu Yuan's demeanor. Gazing upon Lu Yuan's smiling face, he felt his temper nearing its breaking point. Smile, 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 what's so funny? Damn it, once I obtain this class change scroll, I'll be the first to end you. It was merely a superficial smile, a forced one at that. The esteemed Zhao from Jinghai had never felt such a stifling sensation. When had he ever experienced such humiliation before? Just as his irritation peaked, another voice emerged from the crowd. 100,000? Surely, they held a certain disdain for this concealed profession. Glory of Huaxia stepped forth from the throng, instantly recognized by numerous players upon his arrival as the president of the Glory Guild. Witnessing the entrance of such a formidable figure, onlookers instinctively parted ways. Most of the spectators possessed enough self-awareness to understand that ordinary players had no chance of acquiring the first hidden class transfer scroll within this divine realm. The price was far beyond their means. 200,000. I shall bid double your offer. This hidden class must be ours. Glory of Huaxia surveyed the area, his words brimming with confidence regarding the acquisition of the scroll. The crowd quieted, and those who initially contemplated raising their bids had no choice but to relent. The unwavering determination of the Glory Guild made it evident that even the most audacious bids would ultimately fall into their hands. Better to step back. Some players sighed as they withdrew from the competition. Oh, how fortuitous. We, the Proud World, also find ourselves tempted by the transfer scroll. The players gasped as Proud World's Battle Soul, accompanied by members of the Proud World Guild, strode forward with an air of superiority. Upon speaking, their bid left the surrounding players in astonishment. For 100,000, they had directly doubled the price set by the Glory Guild. This elicited exclamations of disbelief from nearby players. A single item fetching 400,000. Was this the realm of the affluent? How could one player profit so immensely, raking in hundreds of thousands in an instant? Alas, when might I also uncover such a rare treasure? Zhao clenched his teeth in frustration. Where had these two individuals emerged from? They had effortlessly escalated his bid from 100,000 to 400,000. Were they truly willing to spend such exorbitant sums for a mere item? Yet, upon seeing the distant expression on his face, Zhao's irritation deepened. 500,000. I shall bid 500,000. For this transfer scroll. I refuse to believe you can reach 1,000,000. He glared fiercely at Glory of Huaxia. 500,000 was no trifling sum. It represented all he possessed. Any higher, and he would need to appeal to his family for assistance. Glory of Huaxia glanced at him, his expression unchanged. He had declared his intent to secure this transfer scroll. The Proud World Guild had already poached an S-class talent, while their Glory Guild still lacked a top-tier player to shoulder the burden. This was a significant drawback. With a long-term vision, Glory of Huaxia recognized the profound impact this divine realm would eventually have on the entire world. Such a vivid environment would undoubtedly evolve into humanity's second world. In the realm of divinity, striving to enhance one's power will undoubtedly yield greater rewards. The Proud World Battle Soul was the first to speak, casting a provocative glance at Glory China. I believe that feudal disputes merely squander time. Everyone is quite occupied. Simplicity would be preferable. How about this? We, Proud World, will double our offer to 800,000. What will you, Glory, propose? Just as Glory China was about to declare their bid, a senior executive discreetly tugged at his sleeve. President, is it truly worth it for such a mere class change scroll? This sum could be utilized to equip our guild members or recruit fresh talent, significantly bolstering the overall strength of the guild. Spending such an exorbitant amount on an unknown hidden class, could it not be a tad unwise? Glory China's gaze momentarily faltered. After careful contemplation, he resolutely pressed down on the arm of the guild executive. His voice was unwavering. 1,000,000. We, Glory, shall take it. Chapter 47. The deal is sealed. The leader reappears. 1,000,000. We shall claim Glory. With unwavering determination, Glory Huaxia declared this audacious statement. The surrounding players could scarcely believe their ears. Could it be true that someone would lavish such a fortune for a mere in-game item? The expressions of some guild leaders shifted dramatically. 1,000,000? In today's market, a piece of blue gear barely fetches a few thousand. One could acquire thousands with that sum. If invested in equipment, it would be sufficient to nurture hundreds of top-tier players. Did Glory Huaxia truly believe that this hidden class could rival 100 first-tier players? A faint smirk of triumph crept upon Aoshi Zhangquan's lips. Had he not raised the bid, this class transfer scroll might have been snatched up by Glory Huaxia for a mere 200,000. Yet, his intervention had quintupled the offer. As for the hidden class, Aoshi Zhangquan held some thoughts, but they were scant. 800,000 was his anticipated threshold. Beyond that, it would seem somewhat unworthy in his eyes. He was acutely aware that their guild had already invested a considerable sum, over several million, to secure the S-grade talent, Kuanglan. Spending another 1,000,000 on this hidden class would be more detrimental than beneficial for the entire guild. After all, it was merely a hidden class. With this realization, Aoshi Zhangquan's heart relaxed slightly. Yet, even if they could not obtain it, he was determined that Glory should not lay claim to it easily. He maintained a facade of fury, declaring, 1,000,000? Humph, take it. I shall see whether this hidden class is superior or our Kuanglan. He pushed through the crowd with his subordinates, storming away in indignation. Aoshi Zhangquan's shifting demeanor did not escape Lu Yuan's keen observation. An experienced individual, he instantly discerned the psychological changes within Aoshi Zhangquan. It was evident that Aoshi's desire for the hidden class was not particularly strong. Lu Yuan surmised the reason. The guild must already possess an S-grade talent in Kuanglan, leading to their reluctance to invest heavily in acquiring another hidden class. Conversely, Glory's guild lacked such a hallmark player, which explained Glory Huaxia's willingness to spend 1,000,000 on the class transfer scroll. In an instant, Lu Yuan had accurately deduced the mental states of several individuals involved. In a way, Aoshi Zhangquan had inadvertently assisted him by elevating the price to Lu Yuan's expected threshold. With Aoshi Zhangquan's departure, the situation on the ground became markedly clearer. The remaining guilds fell silent. Glory Huaxia's $1,000,000 offer had surpassed their psychological limits. Observing the impossibility of competing with Glory for the hidden class, some players turned and left without hesitation. Others, their faces flushed with excitement, eagerly crafted posts to share on the Divine Realm forum. Undoubtedly, they were witnesses to a historic moment. A hidden class transfer scroll had been sold for the astounding price of 1 million within Fengluo City. As the proud champion of the world departed, Glory Huaxia finally let out a sigh of relief. The figure of 1 million was his anticipated expectation. Any higher, and for the sake of the guild, he would have to forfeit this coveted hidden class. Fortunately, the exorbitant price of 1 million deterred the remaining players. He had successfully secured this elusive profession. A smile graced his face. However, upon acquiring this hidden class, he did not hasten to utilize it. Glory Hongya, still in a daze, was startled to find Glory Huaxia had approached her side. Hongya, in our Glory Guild, there are not many formidable warriors. Glory Hongye gazed at him in disbelief, a surreal notion blossoming in her mind. Could this class advancement scroll be intended for her? In the next moment, her wild conjecture materialized. We in the proud world have Kuanglan and Zhanlong. We, too, must not lag behind. Hongye, I hope you will not let us down. Glory Hongye stared blankly at the class advancement scroll presented before her. This scroll, priced at 1 million, was simply given to her. Her heart raced with a mix of excitement and confusion. Breath hitching, she cautiously accepted the scroll, her demeanor solemn and her tone resolute. President, I will strive diligently. I believe that under your leadership, our Glory Guild will undoubtedly surpass the proud world. Lu Yuan watched them quietly, a nod of approval forming in his heart. The audacity of Glory Huaxia to freely bestow a $1 million scroll upon Glory Hongya was indeed commendable. His judgment of character was also astute. Though Glory Hongya may not be among the elite, she had consistently demonstrated diligence, making her a backbone of the guild. In this new world, her serendipitous acquisition of a hidden class might just propel her into the ranks of the top-tier players. Moreover, entrusting this $1 million scroll to Glory Hongya served a dual purpose. It motivated the guild members while also sending a message to the outside world. Join our Glory Guild for generous benefits. Observing the envious glances from other players, Li Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the substance of the Glory Guild. Otherwise, it would not have achieved its status as a leading guild in the previous life. Redirecting his focus, Li Yuan began to tally his gains. The bounty from the proud world, amounting to 300,000, paired with the 1 million from the Glory Guild, alongside several tens of thousands from earlier endeavors, had amassed nearly 140,000 RMB. This was no trifling sum, and all this wealth had been acquired within a mere 3 days since the server launch, not even a week. After adding Glory Huaxia as a friend, Lu Yuan swiftly received a transfer of 1 million. His account now boasted close to 140,000. Such a terrifying capacity for wealth accumulation. Just as he prepared to log off, Glory Huaxia, upon receiving the news, wore an astonished expression. Are you certain? Very well. I shall send someone over immediately. He called over nearby members of the Glory Guild. As his gaze fell upon Lu Yuan, a flicker of emotion passed through his eyes. Subsequently, he took the initiative to extend an invitation. Dear brother, may I inquire if you have any interest in joining us to vanquish a boss of the elite tier? Lu Yuan paused in his motion to log off. An elite boss? He cast a glance at Glory Huaxia, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Just recently, he had slain a tiger-striped phoenix butterfly boss, resulting in a lavish bounty. An elite boss promised substantial experience and rare quality equipment. The only source of his vexation lay in the exceedingly low probability of these elite bosses respawning. It often required the slaying of thousands of monsters to summon one. Yet, the invitation from Glory Huaxia stirred a sense of excitement within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the offer. Upon arriving at the location and beholding the elite boss, the brilliance in Lu Yuan's eyes intensified even further. Chapter 48. The Mutated Rat King. Instantaneous Fireball. Lu Yuan set up a stall and sold all his pets and class change scrolls, earning over 1 million. As he was about to log off, he became intrigued by the leader monster proposed by Glory Huaxia. He swiftly departed with the Glory Guild, destined for a mine. Numerous players had already gathered outside the mine, their names adorned with the Glory prefix. After a brief wait, Glory Qilian approached. President, Glory Huaxia inquired casually, have you attempted to conquer it? How is the battle faring? Glory Qilian nodded, his expression somewhat hesitant. We dispatched several teams to attempt it, but the mine is exceedingly cramped, and our guild members cannot all enter. It can accommodate at most a few hundred people. We made an initial attempt, but the results were dismal. He sighed, and then turned his gaze to Lu Yuan, who stood beside Glory Huaxia, hesitating. President, who might this be? Lu Yuan revealed his name, causing Glory Qilian's eyes to widen in surprise. You are the justice maniac? How could you? This was the first time he had seen Lu Yuan in person, as previous friend requests had gone unanswered. As he observed Lu Yuan's presence in their Glory team, it dawned on him, could it be that he had also joined the Glory Guild? Glory Huaxia interjected to clarify. Do not overthink it. This young brother is here at my invitation. He aims to assist in vanquishing this newly discovered leader-level boss. Moreover, I have decided that should we succeed in defeating this leader-level boss, he may select any magical equipment that drops. Glory Qilian nodded but suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon hearing this, his brows furrowed tightly. President, confronting this leader-level boss is no easy feat. During our initial attempt, we lost hundreds of brothers and barely managed to reduce the boss's health by 10. If we are to slay it, we cannot fathom the amount of effort it will require. If we were to obtain equipment from such a hard-won victory, if the words had not come from Glory Huaxia but rather from his friend Hong Ye, Glory Qilian would have wished to pry open his head to examine the thoughts within. The guild's mages were already scarce in high-level equipment, and this was a rare opportunity to encounter a leader-level boss. What if they were fortunate enough to defeat it, and a piece of purple crystal gear were to drop? Would they bestow it upon an outsider? That was simply unacceptable. Lu Yuan responded nonchalantly, Fear not. With me present, the leader-level boss shall be no challenge. Glory Qilian was momentarily taken aback. Are you truly aware of what you are saying? A leader-level boss is not easy to handle. Who do you think you are? Our Glory Guild has paid the price of hundreds of members' lives, only to inflict a mere 10 damage on this leader-level boss. And you claim it is not difficult to handle? Honor's Crimson Lotus observed the change in Lu Yuan's gaze. Initially, before their first encounter, he held a rather favorable impression of Lu Yuan. In his imagination, this foremost player was likely to be an aloof and formidable individual. However, upon their interaction, he discovered a stark contrast to his expectations. What aloofness! All he sensed was arrogance, which stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. He furrowed his brow, silently contemplating. Of course, you find it easy, for it is not you who exerts the effort. The responsibility of subduing the boss lies with players from the Honor Guild, does it not? The haughty demeanor emanating from Lu Yuan elicited a faint sense of aversion in him. Lu Yuan blinked, racking his memory, yet could not recall ever crossing paths with this Honor's Crimson Lotus. It seemed their fates had never intertwined. Nonetheless, he keenly detected the animosity radiating from the other party. Puzzled, Lu Yuan shrugged it off, quickly dismissing it. With Honor Huaxia leading the way, he remained oblivious to the underlying tension as he followed the other players from the Honor Guild into the depths of the mine. The group soon plunged into the pitch-black cavern. The oppressive darkness enveloped them, a chilling aura rising around the players. Fortunately, several members of the Honor Guild had previously traversed this path and were well prepared, retrieving torches from their bags. The flickering light illuminated the way, stretching into the abyss. In the shadows lurked creatures reminiscent of ferocious beasts. Lu Yuan trailed behind the Honor Guild members, his expression as tranquil as still water. The monsters revealed themselves to be grotesque, corpse-like miners. Miner Zombie. Level, 22. Attack, 295, 315. Defense, 500. Health, 12500, 12500. Skills, Smash, Burrow. Warning, watch your step. The members of the Honor Guild appeared unfazed. Although these creatures were fearsome in appearance, the moment their health bars appeared. Attack. With the sheer number of players in the Honor Guild, a frenzy of assaults swiftly annihilated the miner zombies, leaving them no chance to burrow and strike from below. Their advance was rapid, and the group soon arrived at a cavernous pit. Upon entering, Lu Yuan noticed the expansive space, reminiscent of a small playground. A surprising sight hidden deep within the mine. The torchlight illuminated a massive shadow lurking within. It was a colossal rat, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length. Its body covered in coarse, long bristles, undulating with each breath. The oppressive bulk of the creature instinctively caused the surrounding players to hold their breath. fearing they might awaken the gigantic rat. Its attributes materialized before the player's eyes. Mutated Rat King Boss Level. Level 25. Attack 700 and 5800. Defense 800. Health 100,000 100,000. Skills Plague Spread, Burrow, Claw Strike. Evaluation: I come to spread death. Glorious Chilean vigilantly observed the mutated Rat King, surrounded by a throng of players. None dared to make a hasty move. The attributes of the mutated Rat King were formidable: an attack power of 7 to 800, a defense of 800, and a staggering 100,000 health points. Such an impressive defense implied that, within the realm of the divine, the vast majority of players could scarcely breach it. Without the capacity to penetrate this defense, any damage inflicted upon the mutated Rat King would be a mere pittance of forced damage. To vanquish this creature with its monumental health was undoubtedly no trivial endeavor. However, what seemed nearly impossible for ordinary players might not pose such a challenge to Lu Yuan. A fireball soared directly towards the head of the mutated Rat King. Glorious Chilean had just conferred with several team members regarding their strategy when he witnessed the fireball hurtling towards the boss. His heart nearly stopped. Who cast that fireball? I demand to know. Who recklessly hurled that fireball? He felt an overwhelming surge of anger, nearly leaping up in frustration. Carelessly engaging the boss would only lead the team to certain annihilation. 13-0680. Instant kill. The mutated Rat King was obliterated in its slumber. A staggering crimson damage figure of 130,000 appeared. Lu Yuan timidly raised his hand. It was me. Chapter 49. Casual Annihilation. Astonishing Glory. Members of the Glory Guild discovered a boss-level creature, and upon the invitation of Glory Huaxia, Lu Yuan swiftly accompanied them to a cavern. Deep within the cave, they encountered a colossal rat, approximately 4 to 5 meters in size. This was none other than the mutated Rat King, the boss-level creature unearthed by the members of the Glory Guild. As Glory Chilean and others deliberated on their battle strategy, a fireball suddenly soared through the air, precisely striking the body of the mutated Rat King. Glory Chilean's expression turned to one of fury and disbelief. They had yet to finalize their strategy. So how could someone take the liberty to initiate an attack? Did this reckless act not pose a significant threat to the entire team? The possibility of total annihilation loomed large. Upon realizing that Lu Yuan was the one who had cast the fireball, his ire became nearly uncontrollable. Had Lu Yuan not been personally brought by Glory Huaxia, he would have unleashed a torrent of scorn. Just as he prepared to chastise Lu Yuan, he heard the surrounding players gasp in shock. Oh no, they had disturbed the boss. Glory Chilean's heart raced, leaving no time for reprimand as he swiftly glanced back to where the mutated Rat King had been. To his astonishment, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. The fully healthy mutated Rat King was obliterated by that single fireball. Its health bar vanished in an instant. The creature's body ceased to quiver. The mutated Rat King was dead. Glory Chilean's mind buzzed with confusion. What had just transpired? How had the mutated Rat King been vanquished? Had it truly fallen to a mere fireball? His thoughts swirled in a haze of questions, with no one to provide answers as all eyes fixated on Lu Yuan. Their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. With the demise of the mutated Rat King, a torrent of experience surged into Lu Yuan's being. A radiant light enveloped him. He claimed the entirety of the boss's experience for himself, resulting in a substantial level up. Level 24. Glory Huaxia stood beside him, rendered speechless in astonishment. You. Lu Yuan, equally surprised by the damage he had inflicted, noted that his output had not been exceptionally high. Yet, a single fireball had dealt over 100,000 points of damage, likely due to a critical hit. The bracers and the divine ring he possessed granted him merely a 3 chance of critical strikes. However, when such a critical hit occurred, the resultant damage was enough to leave everyone utterly astounded. A combination of vital strikes, critical hits, and the amplified damage from the fireball spell culminated in this extraordinary output. A single strike had led to annihilation. As the mutated Rat King perished, a system notification rang out before Lu Yuan's eyes. Congratulations! You have unlocked the achievement, 1 strike to defeat. This achievement shimmered in golden glory. Lu Yuan's thoughts flickered as he prepared to examine it. But he sensed an eerie atmosphere surrounding him. A quick glance revealed the expressions of the Glory Guild members, entranced and unable to believe their own eyes. Whispers of disbelief began to circulate. Did you see that? A fireball. 130,000. Surely, I must have misread that. How could it be possible? It's absurd to think I misread it. It truly was a fireball dealing over 100,000 damage. Even the mutated Rat King was obliterated in an instant. My heavens, what kind of damage is this? Glory Crimson Lotus glanced at Lu Yuan, then at the remains of the mutated Rat King. His mind raced for several moments before he finally accepted this astonishing reality. Yet, his expression was so horrified that he found himself at a loss for words. How could a player unleash such tremendous damage with a single skill, vanquishing the boss in a heartbeat? The formidable nature of the mutated Rat King was still fresh in his memory. He had personally led a team of hundreds of Glory Guild players in a fierce battle for several minutes, only to suffer total annihilation while inflicting merely 10 of the Rat King's health and damage. Yet, this once mighty Rat King was casually dispatched by a mere fireball? The scene before him felt surreal, and he instinctively pinched his thigh. The pain, though dulled to 50%, pierced through like a needle, affirming the reality of the situation. Such a powerful Rat King, effortlessly slain by another. What must this individual's magical prowess be to inflict such damage? How could an ordinary player possess such astronomical spell power? It seemed impossible. Yet, the stark truth lay before him, leaving no room for doubt. Following an initial shock, the members of the Glory Guild erupted in cheers. A successful defeat of a boss of such caliber. Glory Crimson Lotus cast a complex gaze towards Lu Yuan. The earlier conversation replayed in his mind. The young man had calmly asserted that the mutated Rat King was not difficult to deal with. At that moment, he had been skeptical, even somewhat disdainful, believing it to be mere bravado. However, witnessing it firsthand left Glory Crimson Lotus in a contemplative silence. The youth had indeed spoken the truth. He had intended to reprimand Lu Yuan for his reckless attack, but now, Glory Huaxia, standing beside Lu Yuan, finally returned to his senses and grasped Lu Yuan's hand, his eyes alight with excitement. Little brother, no, Justice brother. How many of such fireballs can you conjure? You must join our Glory Guild. We are willing to offer any price, as long as you agree to join us. The leader of the Magic Division? The Vice President? Just say the word, and I shall relinquish my position as President for you. As long as you can join us and help Glory achieve greatness in the Divine Realm. Glory Huaxiao appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, and his exuberance was almost overwhelming for Lu Yuan. Gently extricating himself from Glory Huaxia's grasp, Lu Yuan responded, I apologize, but I currently have no intentions regarding any guild, be it joining one or becoming the president of Glory. Observing Glory Huaxia's fervent expression, Lu Yuan could empathize to some extent. Throughout his extensive past life, he had encountered many who were willing to devote everything for a cause. Undoubtedly, Glory Huaxia was one of those individuals. Yet, Lu Yuan was different. Bearing the profound enmity of the entire Blue Star, he stands fundamentally apart from the other players in the Divine Realm. While others may engage in this realm for entertainment or profit, Lu Yuan's motives are starkly different. His singular aspiration is to survive in the near future, to extricate the entire Blue Star from the brutal inferno of interstellar warfare. He is utterly alone, with no one to believe in him. If he were to confess that extraterrestrial forces are poised to assault the Blue Star, and that strengthening their skills within the Divine Realm could have repercussions in reality, thus necessitating unity to face the impending threat, others would merely deem him insane. Lu Yuan, disdainful of wasting his breath, requires no one's faith. He simply seeks to augment his own power to confront any challenge that may arise. While joining a guild might expedite his strength enhancement in the future, he currently feels that solitary advancement is swifter. Observing the advantageous conditions proposed by Glory Huaxia, who even offered to relinquish the guild leader position, Glory Qilian's expression turned anxious as he prepared to persuade. However, he was met with Lu Yuan's unrelenting refusal, leaving him speechless, his mouth agape. Chapter 50. The Amethyst Dagger. With a single fireball, Lu Yuan annihilated the boss-class mutated Rat King, leaving the players of the Glory Guild in stunned silence. Reacting swiftly, Glory Huaxia excitedly grasped Lu Yuan, yet despite offering increasingly lavish prices, he was met with nothing but indifference from Lu Yuan, who did not even hesitate for a moment. Just as Glory Huaxia seemed ready to utter something further, Lu Yuan interjected, "President Glory, let us first inspect the boss's drops. Let us not forget our prior agreement." Awakened from his stupor, Glory Huaxia gazed at Lu Yuan in disbelief. A few of them stepped forward to examine the carcass of the mutated Rat King, and a dazzling purple light caught their eyes. It was purple loot. 1 green, 3 blue, and 1 purple. A splendid bounty. Lu Yuan approached to select his spoils. Though numerous, the equipment suitable for a magic-based character like Lu Yuan was disappointingly scarce, limited to a solitary blue magic belt. Venomous Rat King Belt. Quality, blue. Level requirement, 25. Intelligence 10. Constitution 10. Spell attack 50. Poison damage 8. Poison resistance. Reduces poison damage taken by 25. Attached skill, Venom Spray, level 2. Evaluation, a substance of extreme toxicity. The attributes were commendable, far superior to the plain belt Lu Yuan currently wore. However, upon glimpsing the dropped amethyst weapon, Lu Yuan was taken aback. The disparity was striking. Venomous Rat King Dagger. Quality, amethyst. Level requirement, 25. Strength, 25. Agility, 15. Physical attack, 175. Poison damage, 10. Deadly poison. Attacks apply 1 layer of venom effect, draining 10 health per second, up to 5 layers. Attached skill, Venom Burst, level 3. Evaluation, bloodied and throttled. This amethyst dagger boasted exceptional damage, surpassing even the amethyst staff in Lu Yuan's possession. It was indeed a level 25 amethyst weapon. As an assassin-esque tool, one could easily imagine the grave threat it would pose to enemies when wielded by a skilled assassin, if the assassin's other equipment were equally formidable. Dispatching a mage of the same level would be astonishingly effortless. Gazing at the dagger, Lu Yuan inexplicably sensed a hint of menace. He stowed away the blue belt and gestured towards Glory Huaxia. From the outset, it had been made abundantly clear that Lu Yuan sought only magic-based gear. The boss had, after all, been discovered by the members of the Glory Guild, and with Lu Yuan having swiftly defeated it, he had, in a sense, monopolized all the experience from this chief boss. Should he also claim all the equipment dropped, it would be akin to robbing the Glory Guild of their hard-earned victory. Glory Huaxia soon beheld the attributes of the amethyst dagger, his eyes widening in astonishment. Was this truly the power of a level 25 amethyst weapon? The attributes were astonishingly potent. A sound of swallowing echoed nearby. It was Glory Guild's chief assassin, Glory Hearthief. His eyes turned green with envy as he beheld the amethyst dagger. The attributes of this amethyst dagger are nearly transcendent. It surpasses the blue dagger of level 20 in his possession by countless magnitudes. If he could wield this amethyst dagger, he could hardly contain his drool. With hopeful eyes, he gazed at Glory Huaxia. After a moment of hesitation, Glory Huaxia picked up the amethyst dagger. "Brother Justice, I ought to bestow upon you all the spoils from the mutated Rat King. After all, you single-handedly vanquished this foe." A sense of foreboding stirred within Glory's stolen heart. Would the guild leader truly gift this amethyst dagger to Lu Yuan? This is the very first amethyst-grade dagger in the realm of divinity. To relinquish it to another instead of reserving it for his guild members? Yet, upon reflection, Glory Huaxia's words held merit. The Rat King's defeat was entirely Lu Yuan's achievement. Bestowing the equipment upon him seemed justifiable. Nonetheless, Glory's stolen heart felt a twinge of discontent. As Lu Yuan contemplated the amethyst dagger, he was prepared to decline. However, Glory Huaxia shifted his tone. "Yet, this amethyst dagger is equally vital for our guild members. Thus, I am willing to purchase it from you for the sum of 20,000. Glory Huaxia gazed intently at Lu Yuan, sincerity evident in his eyes. Lu Yuan sighed softly. "President Glory, we had an agreement from the outset. Aside from this magical equipment, I desire nothing else. All other spoils from this boss, including the amethyst dagger, rightfully belong to your guild." Glory Huaxia shook his head. No. To defeat this boss, our Glory Guild must pay a hefty price. How can we simply claim this amethyst dagger without due effort?" As both parties continued to decline, Glory's stolen heart scoffed. "You all don't want it? Fine. Then give it to me." His envious gaze lingered. After much back and forth, it was finally Glory Huaxia who made the decision. 10,000 is the minimum. Lu Yuan could only acquiesce. With that, Glory Huaxia confidently accepted the dagger. Approaching Glory's stolen heart, he handed over the dagger. Stolen heart. This is likely the first amethyst dagger in the realm of divinity. You must strive to live up to its potential. Glory's stolen heart received the dagger amidst the envious gazes of his fellow guild members, pledging, "Rest assured, President, I shall not dishonor this amethyst dagger. I will level up to 25 swiftly and equip it." Glory Huaxia laughed heartily, clapping him on the shoulder. "Excellent." He then turned to the surrounding guild members. "Let us not become complacent. With determination, everyone has a chance to acquire high-grade equipment." The guild members responded enthusiastically, with a hint of regret. Glory Huaxia gazed at Lu Yuan. As they prepared to depart, Glory Huaxia remained true to his intentions. "Brother Justice, should you ever consider joining a guild? Please think of our Glory Guild. We will do our utmost to meet any conditions you propose." Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully and then spoke again. "If your Glory Guild encounters any insurmountable bosses, feel free to reach out to me." Glory Huaxia had witnessed Lu Yuan's extraordinary damage, which seemed almost superhuman. Should they face another boss that Glory cannot conquer, I shall privately message Brother Justice. By the way, may I inquire about your talents? Lu Yuan remained silent. And Glory Huaxia, feeling somewhat impolite, swiftly changed the subject. After bidding farewell to Lu Yuan, Glory Huaxia couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. He was entirely convinced that Lu Yuan's talent was nothing short of remarkable. It was highly likely that he was one of the rare S-grade talent holders amidst millions. Just imagine if such a gifted player could join the Glory Guild. The Pride Guild had expended a fortune to recruit the S-grade talent, Kuanglan. Other guilds were also relentlessly seeking out these highly talented players. The disparities among different talents were immense. Although it appeared that their Glory Guild could contend with Pride Guild, Glory Huaxiao understood that this was merely a facade. They lacked genuinely top-tier players. They had spent millions to acquire a hidden class transfer scroll. May this decision propel the Glory Guild to new heights. After leaving the mine, Lu Yuan sought out a safe zone and quickly logged off. With a capital of 1 million at hand, he had critically important matters to attend to. Chapter 51, Facing the Stars, My Dear Sister. Lu Yuan quickly logged off. He had a matter of great importance to attend to. After several hours of travel, having traversed hundreds of kilometers, he stood before an ordinary two-story villa in the countryside. Memories flickered in his eyes, and his heart raced as he cautiously knocked on the door. A beautiful woman answered, her weary face barely concealed through the security door. "Who are you?" As dusk enveloped the surroundings, she failed to recognize Lu Yuan at first. With a wry smile, he replied, "It's me, Ent." Luo Ningyun scrutinized him closely and finally recognized Lu Yuan. She hurriedly opened the security door and invited him inside to sit down. "Xiao Yuan, what brings you here? You didn't even give me a heads up about your return. You could have at least told me, so I could come to pick you up." She seemed to have opened a floodgate of conversation, chattering incessantly. Lu Yuan listened quietly, warmth flickering in his gaze, and had always treated them with utmost kindness. Yet, this was not the time for reminiscing. "Aunt, where's Xiao Shui?" Luo Ningyun paused, studying Lu Yuan intently. She sensed a change in him, an indescribable transformation. It was as if he had shed his youthful naivety, becoming more composed and reserved, with a hint of weariness. "In Jianqing, you must be tired," she said, embracing Lu Yuan gently, offering her comforting words. Lu Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. Compared to him, Aunt, who had been tirelessly supporting the family, must have been even more fatigued. Moreover, he was no longer a child. This form of consolation felt rather misplaced. In the kitchen, Lu Shui emerged, a slice of watermelon in her hand, staring blankly at the scene before her. "Go." Lu Yuan struggled to extricate himself from Aunt's embrace, his face slightly flushed. He was a dignified gentleman after all, but then again, a wise man does not dwell on past glories. Gazing at Lu Shui, his demeanor turned serious. After a moment's hesitation, he took her hand and led her upstairs. "Aunt, I need to speak with Xiao Shui about something." Upon entering Lu Shui's room, he was greeted by a sea of pink, a manifestation of girlish charm. Lu Shui frantically tidied her space, unable to suppress her playful complaints about Lu Yuan's sudden intrusion. Though she was excited by her brother's return, she protested, "You can't just barge into a girl's room. Don't you know there are many little secrets in here? Lu Yuan paid little heed to her objections, firmly pulling her down to sit. Listen to me. Lu Shui's posture stiffened, gradually relaxing as she sensed the gravity of his tone. Rarely had she seen Lu Yuan so solemn, prompting her to adopt a similarly serious demeanor. Our time is limited. Lu Yuan began heavily. We have less than a year before the space rift opens and demonic creatures will emerge. Lu Shui raised her small hand, inquiring, "What is a space rift? And what are demonic creatures?" Lu Yuan explained earnestly, "The space rift is a creation of the Anuku star system's sovereign, the Annihilating Emperor." Uft. Lu Shui stifled a giggle, her body shaking with mirth. "Go, what are you talking about? What a peculiar space." Before she could finish her sentence, her small mouth had already fallen agape. She gazed in astonishment at the flickering flame at Lu Yuan's fingertips. Was this some novel form of magic? Surely. This must be a jest. Lu Yuan opened his palm, and the flame gradually swelled into a fireball, its scorching heat enveloping her. Lu Shui exclaimed in disbelief. What? You? She stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts, her words tumbling over one another. Today, the foundations of her beliefs, built over years, crumbled to dust. Good heavens! My brother can conjure fire. After a brief moment of shock, her eyes were filled solely with admiration. Brother, how did you accomplish this? Lu Yuan replied, It's a long story, so listen closely. The two settled onto the mat, and Lu Yuan recounted the tale in a calm tone, piece by piece. A rift in space opened, and monstrous beings invaded the realm of humanity. The game descended into reality, and he fought valiantly to save the world. He traversed galaxies to vanquish foes and confronted the ultimate emperor. All of this seemed dreamlike, rendering Lu Shui almost incredulous. Were it not for the fireball rising in Lu Yuan's hand, she might have thought her brother had lost his mind. Yet now, it appeared that the world itself had gone mad. Once he finished, Lu Yuan quietly regarded Lu Shui, his soul sister. Hesitantly, she inquired, So did you? When in the end? Lu Yuan shook his head. The atmosphere grew oppressively heavy. Lu Shui had envisioned their reunion, but she had never anticipated such a dramatic unfolding. A realization struck her. Lu Yuan's narrative bore no conclusion for her. What about me? Lu Yuan's gaze turned complex. She had not even withstood the opening of the rift. You are gravely ill. Lu Shui stared at Lu Yuan, suddenly grasping the reason for his visit. Her complexion paled, and she forced a smile. Am I going to die soon? Lu Yuan shook his head. I have come. You will not perish. None of you will die. Everyone, including you. Lu Shui gazed blankly at her brother, awed by his formidable presence. She nodded vigorously. Lu Yuan took her by the hand and led her downstairs. I am taking Lu Shui back to Jiancheng. Lu Oningyan, who was washing fruits, momentarily doubted her hearing. Huh? Before she could voice her concerns, Lu Shui pinched her brother's hand, stepping forward. Aunt, my brother said he is taking me to university early to familiarize me with the surroundings. This excuse was evidently more plausible, yet Luo Ningyun remained somewhat apprehensive. It's almost evening. Perhaps tomorrow would be better? I can see you off. Lu Shui's voice held a hint of complaint. My brother has already booked the tickets. Canceling would incur substantial losses. Aunt, my brother is incredibly capable. There is no need to worry. Luo Ningyun's tone softened slightly. Do take care at night. Lu Shui grasped Lu Yuan's hand and swiftly departed their home. As she watched the two leave, a sense of unease settled in Luo Ningyun's heart. On the other side, Lu Yuan casually hailed a taxi, taking Lu Shui to the station. The speeding train glided towards Jiacheng beneath a sky filled with stars. Lu Shui was engrossed in her phone, continuously reassuring her aunt of her safety. Turning her head, she noticed Lu Yuan, who was gazing at the starry sky. With a light huff, she remarked, Brother, don't you think it's rather peculiar to lure a Navi girl of 17 or 18 into an unfamiliar metropolis? Lu Yuan shot her a sidelong glance, pondering the absurdity of her words. Her voice soon attracted the attention of the passengers nearby, who occasionally gestured towards Lu Yuan and her. After tiring of their playful banter, she leaned against Lu Yuan's shoulder, silently observing the vast expanse of stars, murmuring softly, Brother, you aren't deceiving me, are you? This talk of spatial rifts, monstrous invasions, and world annihilation, it's all just a ruse to coax your most beloved sister out to play, isn't it? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes in response. In his previous life, he had not had the opportunity to converse much with his sister. Perhaps distance had indeed fostered a certain beauty. Now, in close proximity, he realized that this little one was quite the handful. As he watched Lu Shue's serene face as she drifted into slumber, he let out a soft sigh. Gazing out the window, he silently recited, "Open the panel." In the next moment, a small interface materialized upon the glass of the train window. Chapter 52. Undiagnosed Afflictions. The train bound for Jiangcheng glided silently through the night. As darkness enveloped the landscape, the few passengers aboard succumbed to drowsiness. Lu Yuan gazed intently at the glass window, where only he could discern a peculiar interface. This interface mirrored the game panel from the Divine Realm. Prompting a flicker of doubt within him, was he truly still within the confines of the Divine Realm? Yet, Lu Yuan was acutely aware that he resided in reality. And this panel symbolized the gradual integration of the Divine Realm into the real world. The emergence of this panel felt somewhat premature for Lu Yuan. In his previous life, it took approximately 6 months before players began to uncover the ability to summon panels outside the Divine Realm. However, extracting items from the Divine Realm through the panel proved to be quite challenging. Eventually, through persistent experimentation, players discovered that upon reaching level 100, they could indeed transport equipment and other items into reality. It was then that the players erupted in fervor. Nations across the globe joined the fray, mobilizing their collective strength in an effort to transfer everything from the Divine Realm into the real world. Magic, combat techniques, and more became sensational revelations that captivated the entire world. At that time, humanity believed this was a divine blessing, unaware that it was, in fact, the god's mercy. As rifts in space opened, small nations lacking formidable forces were swiftly obliterated by monstrous entities. Even the deployment of nuclear weapons proved ineffectual against such higher civilizations. Fortunately, people soon realized that the magic and combat techniques acquired from the Divine Realm were the most effective means to combat these creatures. The world underwent a cataclysmic transformation within a mere 3 years. Magic, technology, and martial skills experienced an explosive surge in development, all stemming from the Divine Realm. In an unnoticed corner, Lu Yuan pointed, and an icicle slowly formed, swiftly morphing into a sharp ice spike. With a mere thought, the ice spike melted into a swirling mass of liquid suspended in the air. The liquid heated up, transforming into flowing white steam. In an instant, the steam coalesced into a blade-like shape, slicing fiercely toward the seat ahead. Upon landing on the seat, the steam dissipated into nothingness. Having been deprived of the magical energy Lu Yuan had infused into it, the operation Lu Yuan performed, even during the zenith of magic in his previous life, would have been a rare accomplishment. Yet at that moment, Lu Yuan was merely a novice mage of the first transition. Although his magical power was a mere fraction of what it once was, his mastery over magic remained unparalleled. Lu Yuan was proficient in nearly all schools of magic, with the sole exception being the light school, particularly healing magic. Even though Lu Yuan could be regarded as a walking deity of magic, he still found little recourse for the ailment afflicting Lu Shui. For now, he could only rely on the most advanced medical techniques available, awaiting the complete integration of the Divine Realm into reality, at which point he could utilize the mythic potions from his memories to fully restore Lu Shui's health. As dawn broke, the train finally arrived in Jiangcheng. In a state of semi-consciousness, Lu Shui was carried by Lu Yuan down from the train. Lu Yuan hailed a taxi to Jiang City Municipal Hospital. After a thorough examination, the doctor's words left Lu Yuan in a state of shock. The patient was in no significant danger. She merely needed to rest more often. Upon hearing the doctor's assessment, Lu Yuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be possible? In his previous life, he had witnessed his sister's health deteriorate, her complexion pale and her figure emaciated. How could she be fine? Doctor, please check again. Examine her closely. Lu Shui rubbed her eyes, gazing at Lu Yuan in exasperation. She was now fully awake. Having been brought hundreds of kilometers to Jiang City under the pretense of being gravely ill. Yet the doctor's words were unequivocal. She was not ill at all. Doubt began to creep into her mind, questioning whether everything from last night had merely been a ruse orchestrated by her brother to bring her to Jiang City. The sudden appearance of the fireball and the bizarre tale, Were these not illusions, perhaps entirely fabricated? Lu Shui felt a surge of anger, the kind that could not be easily soothed. It was not merely the fact that Lu Yuan had brought her to this unfamiliar city that irked her. It was the realization that he had deceived her. Lu Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the doctor, his mind racing with questions. Why was this illness undetectable? In his past life, hospitals had clearly identified the ailment. Why was it different this time? He had brought his sister here early and had prepared ample funds. Why was there no diagnosis? Could it be a matter of timing? Did the symptoms require a week to manifest? How could this be? Lu Yuan had never encountered such a peculiar condition before. Perhaps it was a flaw in the hospital? He seized Lu Shui's hand, hastily leaving Jiang City Municipal Hospital. Maybe the issue lay with the hospital. After all, next door was the magical metropolis, where the facilities were larger and surely capable of uncovering the truth. Lu Shui furrowed her brow, feeling the strength of her brother's grip, which was painfully tight. His strides were long, forcing her to break into a jog to keep pace with him. At the Third People's Hospital of the magical metropolis, after a complete examination, they received the same response. Lu Yuan was bewildered. For the first time, he felt as though events were spiraling out of his control. Doctor, please examine her thoroughly. My sister must be ill. The female doctor rolled her eyes, retorting, You seem to be the one who's unwell. Why not check yourself? Lu Yuan frowned. The doctor exited the ward, muttering under her breath. She had never encountered such a brother before, insisting on an illness that was non-existent. It was truly perplexing. Inside the ward, Lu Yuan's thoughts were in disarray. A flurry of hypotheses raced through his mind like shooting stars. At that moment, Lu Shui extended her small hand, anxiously resting it on her brother's forehead. Bro, are you all right? Should we just go home? There was a hint of confusion in Lu Yuan's eyes. His emotions were strangely complex. He found himself wishing for a diagnosis of his sister's ailment. Shouldn't the absence of illness be a relief? Why then? Did he feel a twinge of panic? The icy grip of his hand restored his clarity of mind. Calm. After a few breaths, Lu Yuan regained his composure. He lifted his chin, and the omnipotent sorcerer re-emerged within him. He took his sister, Lu Shui, and departed from the hospital. Passing through a shopping mall, Lu Yuan led his sister on a leisurely stroll. The numerous bags they carried finally coaxed a warm smile from his otherwise tense sister. Upon discovering Lu Yuan's bank account boasting over $1 million, Lu Shui was utterly astonished. Brother? How is there so much money? Lu Yuan cast her a sidelong glance. Have you forgotten that I possess magic? Lu Shui struggled to swallow. Did you rob a bank? Brother, that's illegal. Lu Yuan lightly tapped her head in annoyance. Just because I have magic means I must rob a bank? With such a frail body, who knows if I could withstand a bullet? Upon returning to their rented apartment, Lu Shui still seemed bewildered. She found herself unable to discern reality from illusion. Brother, I can't tell. I truly can't tell. Chapter 53. Reopening the Divine Realm. The dimly lit rental apartment was filled with a sense of contemplation as Lu Yuan sat in a chair, his brow furrowed in deep thought. After nearly a day of constant travel across several cities, he had scarcely found the time to enter the Divine Realm. His sister's peculiar condition troubled him. Everything seemed to unfold as he had anticipated, save for her, Lu Shui. Lu Shui had initially been loud and boisterous, unable to discern the gravity of the situation. Until Lu Yuan, growing increasingly impatient, casually reduced the books on the table to ashes. It was only then that she settled down. The truth of Lu Yuan's magical abilities was undeniable, as were his claims. Yet, the sole conundrum remained. She appeared to be unscathed. At this moment, Lu Yuan had regained his former composure. Although he was unaware of the underlying cause, the fact that his sister was unharmed was undoubtedly a relief. Reflecting on the two distinct talents he possessed in his past life and this one, a hypothesis began to form in his mind. Destiny is not immutable. Perhaps this indicated that in this life, Lu Yuan had the opportunity to reclaim everything he had lost. Gazing at his sister beside him, an idea struck him. For the next few days, she would stay with him. In his previous life, their aunt had discovered his sister's symptoms after a week. To be prudent, Lu Yuan resolved to observe her condition further before allowing her to return. Taking a glance around the sparse amenities of the rental apartment, Lu Shui pouted in disappointment. Lu Yuan made a phone call and swiftly ordered 2 gaming pots. Each costing 100,000, they were successfully installed in under half an hour. The efficiency was commendable, especially given the considerable expense. The installation crew, upon entering the rental apartment, was taken aback. Typically, such gaming pods were installed in luxurious homes and villas. This was their first encounter with 2 gaming pods being set up in a modest rental space. After clearing out ample space, the installation was completed, and as they departed, the crew caught sight of the youthful and delicate Lu Shui, and an understanding dawned upon them. Perhaps the thoughts of the wealthy were indeed different, hiding a beauty in a golden house. Meanwhile, Lu Shui meticulously wiped the gaming pod, her face a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Was this not a luxurious gaming pod worth 100,000? Though she had never played the Divine Realm, the overwhelming advertisements had made it nearly impossible for her to remain ignorant. However, even the most basic gaming helmet for entering the Divine Realm cost 3,000. She certainly wouldn't broach the subject with their aunt. Yet, she had not anticipated that Lu Yuan could secure 2 luxurious gaming pods with merely a phone call. That amounted to 200,000. Gently caressing the gaming pod, Lu Shui felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. While being able to play in the Divine Realm was wonderful, such extravagant equipment seemed unnecessary. Even with wealth, could one truly afford such wastefulness? In contrast, Lu Yuan's attitude was decidedly nonchalant. Money was meant to be spent. He was more than willing to invest in his family. As for their aunt, Lu Yuan planned to wait a little longer, earn more, and then purchase a house in Jiancheng to bring her over. He retained $1 million for precautionary measures against any sudden ailment that might afflict his sister. As Lu Yuan observed his sister reclining within the gaming pod, he felt a sense of relief as he returned to his own gaming chamber. Upon entering the pod and completing the iris scan and other identity verifications, Lu Yuan swiftly re-entered the realm of Divine Domain. Utilizing a high-end gaming pod rendered a distinctly different experience, more authentic and precise in its execution. In a secluded corner of Maple Fall City, a flash of white light heralded Lu Yuan's arrival. No sooner had he logged in than he was bombarded with a deluge of notifications. The long-awaited system announcements echoed incessantly in his ears. Congratulations to Dragon District players. Congratulations to Eagle District players. Congratulations to Bear District players. Furrowing his brow, Lu Yuan rapidly perused the system notifications, most of which pertained to players completing dungeons. He soon discerned the crucial information. Currently, 2,000 players have completed their first transformation, and the arena feature is now open in all main cities. The arena offers lavish rewards. We encourage all players to participate enthusiastically. True to Lu Yuan's recollection, the arena had opened shortly after players completed their first transformation. With the arena's inauguration, the leaderboard underwent significant alterations. It was no longer limited to level rankings, but also included equipment, pet, class, and strength rankings. Casting a glance at the level leaderboard, he noted the following. 1. Quan Lan, level 26, 13, Junior Warrior. 2. Jun Mo Xiao, level 25, 91. 5. Junior Warrior. 3. Glory Red Leaf, level 25, 80. Rose Swordsman. 4. Ao Shi Zhan Long, level 25, 76. 4. Junior Warrior. 5. 5088, Justice Madman, level 24, 0, 9, Junior Mage. Having been offline for nearly a day, his rank had plummeted from a commanding first to over 5,000th place. The competition among players was exceedingly fierce. A glance at the Divine Domain forum revealed discussions surrounding the disappearance of Justice Madman, igniting considerable speculation among players. The vanishing act of Justice Madman, once the top player, draws to a close. Lavish spending by the Glory Guild. Justice Madman amassed millions in a single day, yet vanished the next. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Read on. Initially, the posts were rather earnest. However, as the discourse progressed, Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed with intrigue. Among the hundreds of millions of players, many were evidently idle and frivolous. The rumor had even reached him, asserting that he had been offline for 15 days following his PC's capture, and it was presented with unwavering certainty. Lu Yuan could not help but feel a sense of bemusement. Upon glancing at his private messages, he found familiar players inquiring with concern. The elder from Glory Huaxia had not forgotten to recruit Lu Yuan, evidently keeping him in mind. Even Jasmine, with whom he had traded several times, expressed surprise at his absence from the game. This protracted period of inactivity had certainly allowed some already formidable players to surpass him. However, for Lu Yuan, reclaiming the title of the top player was not a daunting challenge. Lu Yuan swiftly departed the city, heading towards the shadowy forest. Within this forest, the monsters ranged from levels 20 to 40. As Lu Yuan engaged in leveling up, he diligently explored the depths of the forest, gradually increasing his exploration progress. At the foot of a mountain, members of the Glory Guild gathered to train together. A multitude of slimes had been drawn together, and Glory Hongye awaited the opportune moment to unleash his full power. Blades of light sliced through the air, weaving into a hexagram formation, while a phantom rose flickered enchantingly. With a series of swift attacks, the clusters of slimes suffered devastating damage. The slimes, already battered, succumbed one after another, their experience flowing into the bodies of the Glory team members. Observing the graceful maneuvers and striking sword techniques of Glory Hongye, a flicker of envy crossed the eyes of his companions. Hongye is truly formidable. Is this the power of a hidden class, the Rose Swordsman? Goodness. He must be the foremost warrior of our Glory Guild, perhaps even the premier warrior of the entire Divine Realm. With a confident smile, Glory Hongye sheathed his sword. Claiming to be the premier warrior of the Divine Realm may be somewhat exaggerated. The likes of Kuang Lan, Junimo Xiao, and Zhang Long, I doubt I could match them. In a moment of humility, Glory Hongye inadvertently glanced at his friend's list. Upon seeing a name illuminated, his eyes sparkled with excitement. While there may be uncertainties regarding the title of Premier Warrior, when it comes to the foremost mage of the Divine Realm, there is only one contender, and that is him. Chapter 54. Returning to the pinnacle of the rankings. In a clandestine leveling venue, numerous players adorned with the imperial prefix diligently honed their skills. At the forefront, the illustrious Emperor Zhan Tian cast a glance at the leaderboard, his spirits instantly soaring. His name was conspicuously inscribed among the top 100. No. 59. Emperor Zhan Tian, level 25-7. 1. Junior Warrior. With further effort, he could etch his name among the top 50, familiarizing himself with the rankings. Emperor Zhan Tian erupted into hearty laughter. Humph, Justice Madman. What of your prowess? We crush you effortlessly. If you are so formidable, why can't you breach the top 10? In the 1,000-player leaderboard, Emperor Zhan Tian could not discern Yu Yuan's name, which filled him with renewed confidence. Meanwhile, at the AO Shur Guild, before a level 20 dungeon, figures flickered into view. Kuang Lan emerged with his team, and upon glimpsing his ranking, the golden number 1 brought undeniable joy to his eyes. In my opinion, that so-called Justice Madman is merely a name without substance. I refuse to believe in his strength. Let us settle this in the arena. The team members eagerly concurred. In the distance, Ao Shi Yundian wore a grim expression, brimming with resentment. After the matter regarding the pet was elucidated by Ao Shi Zhanhan, he received a severe reprimand. 300,000 was no trifling sum. Had he purchased the first pet and promoted it vigorously, the loss would have been mitigated. However, having spent 300,000 on an exceptional level 56 pet, only to see it swiftly overshadowed by another's level 65 pet purchased at a mere 20 to 30,000, rendered the expenditure utterly futile. Consequently, Ao Shi Zhanhan did not hesitate to chastise Ao Shi Yundian, who had clearly fallen into a premeditated trap, wasting tens of thousands of guild funds in vain. As Ao Shi Yundian perused the rankings, he muttered to himself, "What is up with Justice Madman? Surely he cannot be so carefree after earning a trifling sum?" Amused by his own thoughts, Ao Shi Yundian was suddenly struck by a familiar name. No. 1,000. Justice Madman, level 25-0. 1. Junior Mage. Justice Madman. As he logged in, the name flashed before him. As the ranking soared, Ao Shi Yundian's eyes widened in disbelief. He witnessed the swift ascent of this individual, soaring from level 25 to level 26 within mere minutes. Finally, his ranking settled at number 2. Such a rapid pace of advancement could only be likened to a rocket launch. In that brief span, he had elevated a level. What formidable boss had he vanquished to gain such a wealth of experience in such a short time? The absurdity of this growth left his mouth agape. The fluctuations in the leaderboard naturally captured the attention of numerous players. As the Justice Madman ascended to the second position on the leaderboard, a buzz of disbelief enveloped several players. What had transpired? Hadn't this individual already plummeted in rank? Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had resurfaced. Meanwhile, Emperor War Sky had just collaborated with his team to vanquish an elite beast. Habitually, he cast a glance at the leaderboard. Excellent, still in 60th place. Wait, how did he land at 60th? His gaze swiftly fell upon the familiar name occupying second place, Justice Madman? Level 26? No, how had he soared so high? Just moments ago, he had been visible. He had directly vaulted over thousands of players. Then he beheld the experience bar of Justice Madman. 0, 5, 4, 5, 10, 4, 25, 5, 87, 5, 98, level 27, Emperor War Sky. He watched in astonishment as Justice Madman ascended to level 27, surpassing the previous leader, the formidable Quanglon. The velocity of this level increase was nothing short of miraculous. While others labored tirelessly to grind through a day's worth of monsters, barely managing to suppress his rank. In such a short span of time, he had reclaimed his position. The surge in levels showed no sign of abating. Level 27 was merely a stepping stone for greater heights. The rate of ascent had slowed somewhat, yet it continued to rise steadily. Emperor War Sky was engulfed in bewilderment. What manner of leveling speed was this? He was not alone in his astonishment. Many players were equally transfixed by the leaderboard. Some, so entranced, failed to notice their teammates being assailed by monsters, crying out in distress. Meanwhile, Quanglon was relishing the praise from several members of his team. However, the tone of the conversation soon shifted. What on earth? How has Justice Madman reclaimed the top spot? No, how is his level still skyrocketing? Almost 28 now. Is he using hacks? How can he advance so swiftly? Quanglon quickly checked the leaderboard. Without delay, Quanglon opened the leaderboard, and the sight that met him was shocking. When had he been usurped to second place? And the first position had once again been claimed by Lu Yuan. Quanglon had only enjoyed a few hours basking in the glory of being number one. Now it was gone. He had long ceased to regard Justice Madman as a threat. Believing that Jun Mo Xiao, the formidable newcomer, was his only true rival, yet he had underestimated the situation. As he observed, Justice Madman's level had surged to 28. While his own remained at a mere 26, a chasm of nearly 2 levels now separated them. Quanglon felt the pressure mounting within him. How had this individual managed to ascend so rapidly? Had he completed some arduous quest? Or perhaps he had slain a formidable boss? His gaze returned to Lu Yuan, who stood alone in the shadowy forest, the murky atmosphere shattered by the fierce flames. At his feet lay a pack of black wolves, lifeless on the ground, their fur peppered with sparks. The number of wolves in this pack exceeds 100. More terrifying is their appearance. They are not ordinary night wolves, but rather spectral wolves of over level 30. They traverse the shadows like phantoms, deadly assassins. Their strength is several times that of a night wolf. Yet now, one by one, they fall at Lu Yuan's feet, spreading outward in a circular formation. Lu Yuan has drawn the attention of dozens of spectral wolves as they close in. He unleashes the resistance fire ring, effectively clearing the area. Even the level 30 spectral wolves are swiftly dispatched under the might of Lu Yuan's resistance fire ring. Not far from the pack of spectral wolves lies the lifeless body of a massive wolf, now stiff with rigor mortis. Lu Yuan not only vanquished this horde of spectral wolves, but also took down their leader. Unfortunately, it was merely a boss of the lieutenant caliber, succumbing to 3 of Lu Yuan's skills. In confrontations of this magnitude, Lu Yuan has defeated numerous spectral wolf packs. The significant disparity in levels greatly amplifies the experience gained. With their sheer numbers and high experience yield, this is the reason for Lu Yuan's rapid level advancement. A typical team of players could never hope to eradicate such a vast swarm of spectral wolves. Moreover, all this experience is monopolized by Lu Yuan alone, resulting in an extraordinary surge in his levels. Just as Lu Yuan prepares to venture towards the next monster spawning area, a system notification pops up. Chapter 55, The Evolution of Talent Once More. Lu Yuan vanquished a multitude of ghost wolves, experiencing a remarkable surge in his level, accompanied by a system notification that appeared before him. The level of the spell Rapid Fireball has increased. Current skill level, 6. The level of the spell Explosive Arrow has increased. Current skill level. 4. The level of the spell web technique has increased. Current skill level. 3. A cascade of skill level enhancements erupted forth, as if the accumulated energy of the past had finally found its release. The frequently used rapid fireball, second only to the basic fireball spell, became Lu Yuan's second skill to reach level 6. With this advancement, he was presented with 3 potential paths for further progression. 1. Faster, the speed of the fireballs would increase. 2. Stronger, the damage inflicted by the fireballs would escalate. 3. More, the quantity of fireballs would multiply. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan chose the latter. More? As the path of advancement was confirmed, the icon for rapid fireball in his skill bar transformed, evolving from 2 fireballs to 3. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Yuan unleashed the rapid fireball, and 3 blazing orbs danced in the palm of his hand. The elevation of his skill level signified an immense enhancement of Lu Yuan's power. Upon reaching level 28, he was now equipped with a plethora of gear that could only be donned at level 25. His attributes experienced a significant boost. His intelligence soared to 217 points, and his magical damage exceeded 1,000, achieving an astounding 1,490 points. Within the depths of the shadowy forest, the highest monster level reached 40. Yet, Lu Yuan navigated through it with remarkable ease. Once again, he instinctively cast his spell, but this time, Lu Yuan acutely sensed a transformation. The spell he cast had taken on a more ferocious nature, inflicting terrifying damage. The system's notification chimed, leaving Lu Yuan momentarily stunned. Talent skill has leveled up. Current level. 3. The talent skill, capable of infinite evolution, had evolved once more. The power of this talent skill required no elaboration. Nearly at level 2, it had enabled Lu Yuan to triumph over formidable boss-level adversaries. Now, with the enhancement of his talent skill, Lu Yuan's anticipation surged. What transformations would accompany this evolution of his talent skill? Delving into the system, he examined the skill panel. Upon discerning the modifications to his talent skill, Lu Yuan's heart raced in astonishment. It was not merely strong, it was overwhelmingly powerful. Infinite evolution, LV3 skill potency permanently augmented by 10,000. Lu Yuan? A barrage of zeros left him dizzy. Surely, he had not misread. The damage amplification brought forth by this talent skill reached 100-fold? What does 100-fold imply? An increase of 20 alone constitutes an A-grade talent. An augmentation of 200 would make even an S-grade talent pale in comparison. Yet, Lu Yuan's SSS-grade talent offered an enhancement far beyond a simple 1,000. It was a staggering 10,000, a 100-fold increase. Judging this talent solely by the S classification would be a gross understatement. The boundless evolution talent of Lu Yuan is comparable to 100 S-grade talents. This is merely a level 3 talent skill. If this infinite evolution continues to progress, to what terrifying extent could this talent skill evolve? Lu Yuan scarcely dared to contemplate it. 1,000-fold increase in damage? 10,000-fold? A billion-fold? Would a single fireball not obliterate that desolate emperor? Perhaps it is not impossible. To further validate the might of this talent skill, Lu Yuan quickly sought out the boss within the dark forest. In the depths of the dark forest lurked the ghostly wolf leader, a creature that seemed to meld entirely into the shadows. Ghostly wolf leader, boss level. Level, 40. Attack, 1,600 to 1,700. Defense, 1,550. Health, 500, 000 500, 000. Skills, Shadow Slip, Shadow Strike, Extreme Shadow. Assessment, a terrifying specter in the dark forest. The silhouette of the ghostly wolf leader was nearly undetectable amidst the dim surroundings, yet Lu Yuan managed to perceive it. Amidst such a large mass of darkness, with few monsters wandering nearby, Lu Yuan swiftly discerned the location of the ghostly wolf leader. Confirming the target, he gently tapped his staff, sending a barrage of 3 fireballs crashing towards the back of the ghostly wolf leader. The moment the fireballs were launched, the ghostly wolf leader sensed the impending threat. Its previously relaxed form tensed in an instant. When its massive body erupted into action, it exhibited an agility that was astonishing. The ghostly wolf leader had locked onto Lu Yuan with its chilling gaze. Shadow Strike. Its form vanished in an instant. The fireballs struck the ground, creating a resounding explosion. Each fireball, akin to explosive shells, created half-meter-sized craters upon impact. Had the ghostly wolf leader remained stationary, those fireballs would have left similar craters upon its very being. The ghostly wolf leader, having targeted Lu Yuan with its shadow strike, adeptly evaded the barrage of fireballs. Lu Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The intelligence of the ghostly wolf leader was not to be underestimated. Yet, if this were all it had to offer, it posed little more than a moderate threat to Lu Yuan. Gazing at his status bar, Lu Yuan noticed a shadow strike mark had appeared. Shadow binding. You have been marked, becoming the target of the ghostly wolf leader's next shadow strike. Attempting to move, he discovered his feet ensnared by a massive shadow, rendering him immobile, with his actions constrained and marked by a boss-level enemy as the next target for attack. Any other mage would likely feel a surge of dread, glancing around nervously, perceiving threats in every rustle of leaves. However, Lu Yuan remained unperturbed. His gaze swept casually, yet he could not discern the presence of the ghostly wolf leader. It seemed that this leader's disappearance differed from that of conventional assassins. Otherwise, with the formidable size of this ghost wolf leader, even stealth would not allow it to escape the keen eyes of Lu Yuan. However, even if it were unnoticed, it would pose little concern for Lu Yuan. The skills and equipment he possessed provided him with unwavering confidence. In his mind, several scenarios of vanquishing this ghost wolf leader began to materialize. From the shadows behind Lu Yuan, the massive wolf head emerged, its sharp fangs snapping, aiming directly for the nape of Lu Yuan's neck. Should it succeed in sinking its teeth in, the ghost wolf leader's staggering 1,700 physical attack would be more than sufficient to incapacitate him. As the ghost wolf leader stealthily crept forth from the shadows, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Ah, so you are here. Without turning, he could already sense the ominous gust of wind. Resistance fire ring. In the next moment, a dazzling fire ring erupted from Lu Yuan's form. The ring expanded at an astonishing rate. Call Chapter 56. Entering the arena, the talent underwent a second evolution, with the amplification of skills reaching an astounding 10,000. Under this 100-fold increase in damage, the level 28 player, Lu Yuan, sought out the overlord of the Dark Forest, the Ghost Wolf Chief, a level 40 boss-class enemy, boasting an impressive 700 attack, 550 defense, and a staggering 500,000 health points. In a word, formidable. Yet, despite the immense power of this boss, it ensnared Lu Yuan and launched a surprise attack. However, it was swiftly obliterated by Lu Yuan's precisely timed spell, the Rebellion Fire Ring. His impeccable timing was undoubtedly complemented by Lu Yuan's astronomical damage. The crimson damage numbers erupted forth. 53, 6,400. Instant kill. A level 28 novice mage dispatched a level 40 boss in a single strike. The considerable experience gained propelled Lu Yuan to level 29, widening the gap between him and the second-place contender by 3 levels once more. With the demise of the Night Wolf Chief, an extravagant array of equipment dropped, a veritable treasure trove. The gear shimmered in vibrant hues of green, blue, and purple. Among the spoils was a purple crystal wristband, albeit requiring a daunting level 40 to equip, still a considerable distance from Lu Yuan's current level of 29. Collecting all the coins and items, Lu Yuan glanced at the system map. His exploration of the Dark Forest had already reached 80. And with the defeat of the Night Wolf Chief, it surged to an impressive 95. The once-dull map, under Lu Yuan's relentless advancements, revealed only a few areas yet to be explored. Upon completion of the exploration, he would be eligible for rewards from the Dark Forest. Observing the 95 exploration completion rate, Lu Yuan strolled through the Dark Forest, engaging in combat and opening treasure chests, effortlessly pushing forward. Experience 7560. Experience 12570. Experience 24800. The experience points continuously surged. Within the Dark Forest, Lu Yuan moved as freely as if he were at home. He occasionally rustled through bushes, uncovering chests waiting to be opened. Most of these chests contained low-quality gear, primarily green items, with blue equipment being a rarity. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan remained enthusiastic, for the contents of the chests were unpredictable. Low-quality chests might still yield exceedingly rare items, while high-quality ones did not guarantee divine artifacts. Each chest-opening experience was a venture into the unknown, Perhaps he would find a tattered boot or a pile of bones, or, conversely, a dazzling gem. Lu Yuan had not explored much of the dark forest in his past life. Even if he had, the treasures within had likely been claimed by others long before. There was little chance he would have the luxury of leisurely opening them one by one. The exploration percentage gradually increased. 97, 98, 99, 100. Exploration complete. The landscape opened up before him. Lu Yuan discovered that he had unexpectedly emerged from the forest. With a gentle stream flowing before him and wisps of smoke rising from a distant village, he calmed his mind and chose to claim the rewards for exploring the dark forest. Congratulations on fully exploring the dark forest. You have obtained Guardian of the Forest 1. Dark Magic Vine 1. Upon inspecting his inventory, Lu Yuan found that the title of Guardian of the Forest was rather commendable. Guardian of the Forest. Quality, blue. While in the forest, gain a 5 increase in movement speed, a 10 increase in healing, and a 2 increase in damage. Evaluation. I wander silently within the forest, guarding it quietly. The blue quality title, which conferred its benefits without the need to equip it, was quite advantageous. Both the movement speed and damage enhancements were exceedingly effective. As for the Dark Magic Vine, it resembled a small, underdeveloped plant. Dark Magic Vine, a peculiar plant that can briefly control targets within a certain range. Evaluation. A common vine that grows in the dark forest. Lu Yuan could sense the rich elemental wood power emanating from the Dark Magic Vine. After stowing the vine in his inventory, he cast a glance at the distant village and turned to leave. Back in Maple Fall City, Lu Yuan quickly returned to handle the spoils from the dark forest. Additionally, he was eager to engage with the arena within Maple Fall City. Since its opening, the power rankings had been in constant flux. Many heroes emerged, all striving towards the pinnacle of the leaderboard. The top of the level rankings merely reflected the speed of leveling up. Early on, warriors held the advantage, while mages and archers would dominate in the mid to late game. Being at the top of the level rankings did not signify much. However, the top of the power rankings was an entirely different matter that represented tangible battles within the arena, leading to the ascent of the strongest. Achieving the status of the arena's number 1 was a testament to a player's exceptional skill. Currently, the arena only featured competition among players within the same region. In the later stages, not only would players from the Dragon region participate, but also those from other battle zones. Each confrontation between top-tier experts attracted millions of viewers. Not only did this garner the attention of global players, but the arena also offered bountiful rewards. Maintaining a high ranking over time could yield high-quality equipment, titles, rare items, and more. This supreme honor continually drew players from around the world, inciting fervor among all PvP enthusiasts. Lu Yuan accessed the power rankings and quickly recognized the names of several players. The arena rankings were as follows. 1. Quanglan, Initial Warrior, Arena Points, 2153, Win Rate, 98. 2. Tianhe Hui, Initial Warrior, Arena Points, 2009, Win Rate, 97. 3. Glory Red Leaf, Rose Swordsman, Arena Points, 1956, Win Rate, 95. 4. Jun Mo Xiao, Initial Warrior, Arena Points, 1900, Win Rate, 99. The top-ranked players in the arena possess an astonishing win rate. Among them are several familiar faces to Lu Yuan. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan swiftly entered the arena located within Maple Fall City. The exterior of the arena appeared rather unremarkable, yet inside, it was a realm of wonders. Upon entering, Lu Yuan found himself in a relatively small space where a virtual display presented various options. With practiced ease, he clicked through the selections. In Lu Yuan's recollection, this space bore a name, known as the combat space. However, for him, the name was inconsequential. It was merely a platform for battle and matchmaking. The arena offered several modes, including 1v1 and multiplayer combat. The multiplayer mode succinctly entailed a greater number of players battling on the same map, with the ultimate victor earning the most points. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan favored the 1v1 mode, appreciating its simplicity and the swifter accumulation of points it provided. With a chime, the system announced, Battle Matchmaking Successful, entering the match. Chapter 57, Bloodbath for Players. Battle Match Successful, entering the game. A system notification soon appeared before Lu Yuan, indicating that the match had been successfully paired. As the game loaded, the information of the opposing player emerged before him. Opponent, caramel-flavored sunflower seeds, novice warrior, competitive points, 0, win rate, 0. Lu Yuan glanced at the opponent's avatar and noted that their total matches stood at 0. Clearly, this player was also experiencing the arena for the very first time. Just like him, the two soon materialized within the arena space. The surroundings swiftly morphed, and before Lu Yuan stood a fully armed warrior player. 3, 2, 1. Battle commences. Boom. The battle concluded. The initial system notification had scarcely finished when the concluding alert popped up, before the opponent could even react. The skirmish was already over. Lu Yuan returned to the competitive space. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly initiated another match. Battle match successful, entering the game. As the game loaded, Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Caramel-flavored sunflower seeds. Why does that name sound so familiar? Did he encounter him in the last match? The fight ended too swiftly, leaving Lu Yuan with a vague sense of recognition. Upon checking the opponent's record, total matches 1. Total wins 0. He realized it was indeed the same player. Lu Yuan could not help but lament the poor luck of his opponent. 3. Battle concluded. Once again, the same outcome. The opponent had barely registered Lu Yuan's presence before the battle was over. With 2 consecutive victories, Lu Yuan's competitive points soared to 160. The points accrued from the first victory were as follows. Battle evaluation, S20 points. Victory, 50 points. The points from the second victory were even higher. Battle evaluation, S20 points. Victory, 50 points. Consecutive wins, 20 points. Lu Yuan continued to match. In less than a second, he found himself back in the preparation queue. Glancing at the opponent's name, he could no longer contain his laughter. Caramel-flavored sunflower seeds. What incredible luck this fellow had, facing him 3 times in a row. With Lu Yuan's win rate soaring to 100, the opponent's remained stubbornly at 0. With yet another swift defeat, Lu Yuan secured a 3rd consecutive victory. The 3 consecutive wins added an additional 30 points, bringing his competitive score to 260. In a girls' dormitory in Jiangnan, a female university student angrily removed her gaming headset, emitting a sharp, piercing sound. What a ridiculous game. Can it be played at all? Every time I enter, I just die? What a jerk. The other girls in the dormitory glanced over. Ting Ting, what's the matter? She exclaimed in frustration. It's this wretched game. They claim to have opened some kind of arena, and I thought I'd give it a try. Her roommates pondered thoughtfully. Did you get utterly annihilated? Tian, as we've discussed, if we're not suited for PvP, there's no need to engage in the arena. Isn't it far more enjoyable to explore dungeons together? Siyuding ground her teeth, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Justice fanatic? I shall remember you. She muttered as she climbed back into bed, donning her gaming headset. I refuse to believe I can't keep colliding with him. This guy must be cheating. I died before I even had a chance to react. I must report him. Lu Yuan continued to queue for matches. At last, his opponent was no longer that insipid caramel-flavored seed. Lu Yuan felt a tinge of regret. If only he could have faced that rather dull player a few more times. He could have racked up quite a score. As the loading screen appeared, Lu Yuan examined his adversary's information. Enemy player, Dabu Lu, novice archer. Competitive score, 350, win rate 55. Upon entering the competitive arena, it was evident that his opponent was a somewhat experienced archer. He promptly retreated, denying Lu Yuan any opportunity to cast a spell. During his retreat, the archer drew back his bow and loosed an arrow towards Lu Yuan. He remained motionless, observing that although the opponent's maneuvers were impressive, his aim left much to be desired. The arrow fell nearly half a meter short of Lu Yuan. Of course, there was a possibility that the archer had anticipated Lu Yuan's evasive maneuver. Realizing the arrow had gone awry, Lu Yuan remained still and deftly avoided it. With one miss, the opponent quickly fired off 2 more arrows in rapid succession. This time, the accuracy of the 2 arrows compelled Lu Yuan to nod in approval. He lightly tapped his staff, and a searing fireball erupted forth, swiftly engulfing the 2 arrows. The arrows and fireball collided. The arrows merely delayed the fireball momentarily before it incinerated them, continuing its trajectory towards the archer. Dabu Lu felt a surge of alarm. He hastily stowed his bow and rolled away. The fireball struck the ground with a thunderous roar, causing him to stumble perilously. Glancing at the ground, his eyes widened in disbelief. What kind of joke is this? A fireball creating a half-meter-deep crater? Is this a fireball or a bomb? Moreover, the terrain within this competitive space was destructible. Throughout countless matches, he had never witnessed such devastation inflicted upon the arena's landscape. If that fireball had struck him directly, the consequences, Dabulu dared not contemplate. Just as he reveled in his good fortune, he looked up to find his heart racing in terror. 3 smaller fireballs hurtled towards him. Who can withstand this? Dabulu hastily retreated, only to discover with horror that the fireballs were not approaching him in a straight line, but rather in a triangular formation, sealing off all his escape routes. No matter where he tried to flee, these fireballs pursued him relentlessly, like the harbingers of death. With a tightening chest and clenched teeth, Dabulu made a desperate bid for escape. Is it merely a fireball? He cannot believe it could possibly eliminate him in an instant. Let him try, and he shall perish. A staggering damage figure of 100,000 erupted. In a mere moment, Dabulu's health was entirely depleted. Gazing at that figure of 100,000, Dabulu's face turned pale. Did he truly misperceive the damage, mistaking 1,000 for 100,000? Without granting him further time for contemplation, he was expelled from the competitive arena. Outside the arena in a certain main city, Dabulu emerged. His expression still somewhat dazed. He had been comprehensively overwhelmed. Aside from the 3 arrows he initially fired, he had fallen entirely into Lu Yuan's rhythm. Even now, his mind felt somewhat foggy. Despite having participated in dozens of matches within this arena, he had only witnessed such overwhelming dominance in a select few players. Those individuals are now renowned names on the power rankings. Casting a glance at the players on the leaderboard, a glimmer of envy flickered in his eyes. When would he, too, be counted among the ranks of the powerful? Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Yuan continued to challenge rapidly, his competitive points soaring at an astonishing pace. Chapter 58, The Power Rankings Player? A Bloodbath. Lu Yuan entered the arena, swiftly commencing matchmaking. The players he encountered exhibited generally modest prowess. Lu Yuan embarked on a remarkable winning streak. With each successive victory, his competitive points escalated rapidly. For consecutive wins, competitive points, 370. 5 consecutive wins, competitive points, 490. 6 consecutive wins, competitive points, 620. 13 consecutive wins, competitive points, 1810. Upon achieving 13 consecutive victories, Lu Yuan amassed an impressive total of 1,810 competitive points. Each subsequent win yielded points comparable to several foundational victories, thanks to the bonuses from his winning streak. Remarkably, with just 13 victories, Lu Yuan secured a position within the top 1,000 of the power rankings. As his winning streak continued, the players he matched against became increasingly familiar. During his 13th win, Lu Yuan encountered the renowned player from the Glory Guild, Glory Heartstealer. Upon noticing Lu Yuan's impeccable winning rate, Heartstealer immediately raised his hand in surrender. Lu Yuan maintained a cordial rapport with the Glory Guild, and Glory Huaxia had previously instructed his subordinates never to engage with Lu Yuan in the wild. Heartstealer had not forgotten this. Moreover, the memory of Lu Yuan's damage inflicted upon the mutated Rat King lingered vividly in his mind. After much contemplation, Heartstealer decided to concede gracefully. Although he possessed a purple crystal dagger, which could potentially secure a victory against Lu Yuan, he deemed it unnecessary. After all, the righteous madman also boasted a flawless winning record, and losing to him would result in a detrimental drop in points. With a smile, he waved his hand. Brother Righteous, what a coincidence to match with you. Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, lowering his raised staff. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face. Their relationship was amicable, and since Heartstealer wished to converse, Lu Yuan decided to spare him for a while longer. Heartstealer did not linger in conversation for long. After exchanging pleasantries, he swiftly initiated his surrender. Lu Yuan's 13 consecutive victories propelled his competitive points to 1810. He continued to seek new opponents. After an impressive streak of 13 victories, the matchmaking time extended slightly. Yet, it was merely a matter of seconds before Lu Yuan found a challenger. This time, his opponent was a familiar face, or rather, a familiar name from a past life. Hostile player, Jun Mo Xiao, Junior Warrior, competitive points, 1970, win rate, 99. Jun Mo Xiao. The player in matchmaking paused slightly upon seeing the somewhat familiar name. Righteous Madman? He had engaged in numerous matches within the arena and towards the end. The opponents he faced were predominantly ranked within the top 100, even the top 10. Many players had encountered him multiple times. However, he had rarely matched against this righteous madman. Was he a newly ascended player within the top 100? Yet, upon glancing at Lu Yuan's competitive points, which stood at only 1810, he considered it somewhat low, yet acceptable. It was only when Jun Mo Xiao's gaze fell upon Lu Yuan's flawless win rate that the realization struck him. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. 100% win rate? Among the top 100, or even top 10 players in this arena, how could one maintain such an astounding victory ratio? He glanced at his opponent's class, an apprentice mage. How had this individual achieved such an unbroken streak? Mages are notoriously at a disadvantage in one-on-one duels within the arena. Not to mention warriors and archers, assassins are especially considered the arch-nemesis of mages. How had this fellow reached an 1800 rating with a flawless win rate? It was simply outrageous. Had he never encountered a skilled assassin during his ascent? Thoughts raced through Jun Mo Xiao's mind. Yet, as the countdown approached its conclusion, he ceased pondering such trivialities. His objective was clear: to secure victory in this battle. The peculiar weapon in his grasp transformed swiftly into a lance. With the lance in hand, he darted to the sides and charged toward Lu Yuan with remarkable speed. Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the seemingly unremarkable black iron lance. Little did the average person know that this plain, even rudimentary weapon was in fact a piece of equipment of mythic quality. It bore striking similarities to the divine gift ring that Lu Yuan possessed, yet there were distinctions as well. In Lu Yuan's recollections, Jun Mo Xiao undoubtedly stood as a top-tier warrior. He lacked any innate talent. Indeed, he possessed none of those S, A, or B level talents. However, he wielded a sealed mythic-grade artifact, the chaotic Thousand Mechanisms Umbrella, an artifact capable of transforming at will, endowed with formidable attributes. This enabled him to achieve grand accomplishments in this divine realm, despite his lack of innate talent. Nonetheless, the chaotic Thousand Mechanisms Umbrella had yet to reach its pinnacle from his previous life. At best, it was merely a decent purple crystal weapon or a dark gold weapon. While holding this umbrella might afford him an advantage against other players, this advantage dwindled to insignificance in the presence of Lu Yuan. Jun Mo Xiao boasted a win rate of 99 with the chaotic Thousand Mechanisms Umbrella, signifying that he had only suffered a single defeat throughout his numerous battles. Yet, he now faced Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan remained motionless, quietly observing Jun Mo Xiao. Against warriors, he possessed a natural advantage. The repulsion fire ring was the bane of all aggressive players. Lu Yuan need not even shift from his position. He could simply await the foolish advance of these warriors, then unleash the repulsion fire ring to scatter them. The typical player's repulsion fire ring might only serve to push back the advancing warriors. However, Lu Yuan's repulsion fire ring was an entirely different beast. After a 100-fold enhancement in power, the damage dealt by this skill was ample enough to slay ordinary players multiple times over. It could be said that, when facing melee opponents, Lu Yuan was virtually invincible. Jun Mo Xiao, too, sensed something amiss with Lu Yuan. A note of confusion lingered in his heart. Why would a mage, such as Lu Yuan, allow warriors to approach him so readily? Were he facing an ordinary mage player, Jun Mo Xiao would simply conclude that the individual lacked skill. For a warrior player to close the distance to a mage player spells almost certain defeat for the latter. Yet, the opponent before him is clearly no ordinary player. With a string of victories exceeding a dozen and an astonishing win rate of 100%. Wait a moment. The name Justice Madman? Jun Mo Xiao suddenly recalled this moniker. He had encountered it previously on the leaderboard. How could this name be so familiar? However, as time passed and the leaderboard saw a turnover in its top 10, Jun Mo Xiao gradually forgot about this player. Little did he expect to encounter such a formidable opponent within this arena. A foe of this caliber could not possibly be an inexperienced novice. Could there be some trickery afoot? Jun Mo Xiao hesitated momentarily, his steps faltering slightly. Yet, he had already ventured into the range of Lu Yuan's fiery ring. In the next instant, a blinding fire ring erupted from Lu Yuan, swiftly radiating in all directions. Jun Mo Zhao's expression shifted dramatically, even before the fire ring drew near. A wave of scorching heat assailed him. Danger. Chapter 59. 14 consecutive victories, renowned far and wide. Within the arena, Lu Yuan achieved an impressive streak of 13 consecutive victories, amassing a staggering 1810 points in competitive rankings. At long last, he encountered a familiar figure, Jun Mo Zhao, wielding the sealed mythic weapon, the chaotic Thousand Mechanisms umbrella. The battle was imminent. Jun Mo Zhao swiftly approached Lu Yuan, transforming the umbrella into a long spear. Lu Yuan's repulsion fire ring expanded rapidly, generating a tremendous force that sent the grass beneath them soaring. Jun Mo Zhao's expression changed dramatically as he propelled himself backward, narrowly evading the perilous ring's edge. The formidable might of the repulsion fire ring left him astounded. What manner of skill was this? With such an extensive range and terrifying repulsive power, he had no doubt that a direct hit would spell his doom. Indeed, his instincts were remarkably accurate, given Lu Yuan's damage potential. Even a glancing blow from the ring could obliterate him 10 times over. Jun Mo Zhao retreated repeatedly, his gaze towards Lu Yuan filled with trepidation. The failure of the repulsion fire ring did not faze Lu Yuan. He calmly gestured, unleashing several fireballs. Each fireball surged forward with immense force, crashing towards Jun Mo Zhao like cannonballs. In response, Jun Mo Zhao transformed the chaotic Thousand Mechanisms umbrella into a staff, glistening like jade. He swiftly cast several icy arrows, which collided with the fireballs. Boom! The fireballs erupted in brilliance, instantly melting the icy projectiles, releasing a cloud of white steam. Lu Yuan stood still, gazing into the distance. The victory notification from the system had yet to appear. The battle was far from over. A flurry of crossbow bolts pierced through the mist, aimed directly at Lu Yuan. Anticipating this, Lu Yuan unleashed an explosive fire arrow, effortlessly obliterating the incoming bolts. As the fog dissipated, Jun Mo Zhao, wielding a great sword, lunged forward once more, determination flashing in his eyes. Though the chaotic Thousand Mechanisms umbrella could morph into various weapons and unleash diverse skills, he knew he could not rival the specialized professions. He had to gamble that Lu Yuan's repulsion fire ring would not be able to release a second time quickly. After employing the repulsion fire ring, Lu Yuan would momentarily lack close-range defensive capabilities. Seizing this opportunity could grant him the chance to vanquish Lu Yuan. The great sword radiated a resplendent glow. The powerful skill attached to the sword, Fatal Strike, not only dealt significant damage but also silenced the target. Though the silence would not last long, it would suffice to eliminate a fragile mage like Jun Mo Zhao. However, he soon sensed something amiss, as if he had stepped into a quagmire. He glanced down to discover a web had formed beneath his feet. Stepping onto the web, he was subjected to a severe slowdown, becoming as sluggish as a snail. This was the end, Jun Mo Zhao thought to himself. Lu Yuan casually waved his hand, and a semi-transparent blade swiftly sliced through Jun Mo Zhao's form. Gale Slash. The opponent has perished. You have achieved victory in battle. Lu Yuan returned to the competitive space. The winning streak has reached an impressive 14 matches, with competitive points soaring to an astounding 2020. The evaluations remained consistently flawless throughout the entirety of the matches. Jun Mo Zhao has not inflicted even a single drop of blood upon Lu Yuan, resulting in no damage whatsoever. Consequently, his ranking in the strength leaderboard has swiftly ascended to the second position. The once quiet Divine Domain forum has erupted once again. First, there were changes in the level rankings, followed by fluctuations in the strength rankings. All of this activity can be attributed to a single player, the Justice Madman. Observant players have noted that this individual S level surged dramatically within a mere few hours, akin to an insatiable addiction. The former top player, the Wild Tide, could only maintain his high-level advantage through continuously challenging high-difficulty dungeons. Many players were left in a state of bewilderment. Is this pace of level advancement truly achievable by an ordinary individual? It seems to outstrip the second-place player by several streets. With such a meteoric rise in levels, What method could this top player possibly be employing? Justice Madman. To elevate levels swiftly, one must. Are there allegations of cheating? Is Divine Domain truly fair? Speculative thread. What could be the innate skills of Justice Madman? The fervor surrounding these posts has escalated, drawing an increasing number of players' attention to this name. As Liu Yuan continues his unbroken winning streak in the arena, not only his level but also his prowess is terrifying. The dark horse of the arena, 14 consecutive wins. Standing proudly as the second in the competitive tier. What does it mean to be a god of the world? Tactical awe. Responses from familiar players varied considerably. Among the upper echelons of the Glory Guild, Glory Huaxia sighed heavily. Alas, we should have endeavored to recruit this young brother into our Glory Guild. It is utterly astonishing. Whether in terms of damage or strength, he seems to utterly dominate every player within the Divine Domain. Talent? No. This individual appears to have been born for this realm. We, the Glory Guild, must cultivate a good relationship with him. The other senior members of the Glory Guild were growing increasingly weary of hearing this name from Glory Huaxia since their last expedition against the mutated Rat King. Justice Madman. The other high-ranking members exchanged glances, murmuring quietly among themselves. Is he truly that formidable? Has the president been enchanted by something, fixating on this individual? I feel as though the president is making a mountain out of a molehill. After all, he is just one player. How extraordinary could he be? I share that sentiment as well. The Divine Domain is vast. How could it possibly be a game for one alone? No matter how powerful a single individual may be, what use is it against a multitude? Several members of the Glory Guild concealed their skepticism, though their hearts remained unconvinced. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Dynasty Guild, the enigmatic assassin gazed at the plethora of discussions surrounding Justice Madman, gritting his teeth in frustration. How is this individual so remarkably powerful? At one point, he had fallen out of the top 1,000 in the level rankings, yet before long, he ascended back once again. Once again, he has secured the top position. Not only is he in first place, but he has also surpassed the second by several levels. It's one thing to possess such high rank, but how could this individual have ventured back into the arena? He has achieved an astonishing streak of 14 consecutive victories, propelling him to the second position on the power rankings. If he wins yet another match, will he not ascend to the pinnacle of the rankings? This is utterly outrageous. What on earth are the players in the arena engaging in? How is it possible for a mere mage to achieve such an uninterrupted series of victories? As the notoriety of the Justice Fiend grows, it draws an increasing number of admirers and fervent discussions. The Imperial Assassin is filled with ire. Witnessing the rise of someone he despises is more excruciating than the thought of taking their life. In his fury, the Imperial Assassin unleashes his wrath upon a nearby wild creature. His dagger strikes with ferocity, eliciting anguished cries from the beast. After vanquishing the creature, his skills have advanced by one level. As he inspects his assassin abilities, his gaze suddenly brightens upon noticing one particular skill. Wait, I possess this skill. If I continuously enhance this ability, there may yet be a chance to defeat that individual. Chapter 60. The Emergence of an SSS-Level Talent. Lu Shui's tale. Lu Shui settled comfortably within the game pod, her body relaxed. After a series of scans, she swiftly completed the authentication process. With a plethora of professions available, Lu Shui noticed some unique races among the options. However, after perusing the choices, she ultimately decided on the human race. Her reasoning was simple. Humans were the most authentic representation, while the other races featured multiple ears or tails, which she found somewhat difficult to accept. After attentively watching the promotional animation for the Divine Realm, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. This Divine Realm appeared to be an exhilarating experience. Your character has been successfully created. Welcome to the Divine Realm. Upon opening her eyes once more, she found herself in a novice village. Welcome to Novice Village number 88888. The scenery before her was dazzling as Lu Shui surveyed her new surroundings with curiosity. She was not alone. Many other novice players akin to her were present. Wow, this place is incredible, she exclaimed internally, marveling at the beauty of the environment. Swallowing hard, she cautiously distanced herself from a nearby player who was exclaiming his astonishment. As she ventured further, she tentatively reached out to explore. She brushed her fingers through the grass beneath her feet, feeling the gentle breeze caress her face, and was taken aback by the realism of it all. How was this possible? She was, after all, in a game pod, yet everything felt so tangible. After pondering for a while without arriving at any conclusions, she decided to set aside her thoughts. She spent the next several minutes familiarizing herself with the various features of the divine realm, inventory, achievements, titles, and status, gradually gaining clarity. In her inventory lay a treasure chest, quietly awaiting her discovery. Lu Shui rubbed her hands together in excitement and gently opened the chest. Congratulations! You have unlocked the Novice Gift Pack and received an SSS-level talent, Luck. The revelation of possessing an SSS-level talent left Lu Shui in awe, her mouth agape. Although she had never played before, many of her classmates and friends had already ventured into this divine realm. The best talents they had encountered were merely A-level, with not a single individual attaining an S-level talent. Yet here she was, casually opening a treasure chest and acquiring an SSS-level talent. It was evident that such a triple S talent must possess considerable power. Curiosity piqued, she navigated to the skill interface to examine her newfound SSS-level talent. Luck, LV. 1. You can see hidden attributes related to luck. Your initial luck is 100. Evaluation. You are indeed very fortunate. Luck? Lu Shui tilted her head in confusion. What practical use did luck serve? She recalled that most of her high school classmates had combat-oriented talents. Even those who didn't engage directly in combat possessed supportive combat skills. What could her luck possibly do? Offer cheers of encouragement to her brother? She pursed her lips in disdain. She had no intention of merely cheering. She wanted her brother to recognize her own exceptional talents. The profession she had chosen was quite ordinary, a novice priest. With that, Lu Shui began to explore the novice village. Uncertain of the reason, an air of warmth seemed to envelop the gazes directed towards her. Above each person's head, numbers were displayed. Some bore figures in the teens, others in the 20s, and some merely single digits. Slowly, Lu Shui began to comprehend that these numbers represented the individual's luck values. Yet, the significance of these varying luck values remained a mystery to her. After wandering about, she found herself in the wilderness, where a diminutive chick appeared before her. Tentatively, she tapped her wand upon the chick's head. -20. Instant kill. The chick vanished in a flash of light, leaving behind 3 copper coins and a plain white wand. This wand was just suitable for equipping, offering a modicum of physical and magical output. Having donned the wand, another chick materialized before her. Hesitating for a moment, Lu Shui struck again with her wand, familiar with the outcome, 3 copper coins and a plain white robe. She adorned herself with the robe, and yet another chick appeared, yielding 3 copper coins and a plain white belt. With this, Lu Shui ascended 2 levels, fully equipped and ready for adventure. She set her sights on a distant rooster. A level 3 player, upon witnessing Lu Shui's complete gear, was utterly astonished. Wait, how can you be fully equipped at level 2? I can barely manage 3 pieces of gear at level 3. Lu Shui glanced at the luck value displayed above his head, 28. Indeed, it was rather pitiful. In the distance, 2 large roosters engaged in a fierce battle, pecking at each other mercilessly. Ultimately, neither could defeat the other, both lying bloodied on the ground. Breath shallow and labored, Lu Shui observed the 2 battered roosters and felt gratitude for nature's bounty. However, upon seeing the scattered blood, a flicker of distaste crossed her eyes. It was excessively gruesome. She politely dispatched the 2 roosters, this time yielding no equipment, but instead dropping a skill book. Uncertain of its utility, Lu Shui stowed the skill book away for the time being, intending to show it to her brother once she left the novice village. In the distance, a group of players, pursued by a pack of wild dogs, stumbled into Lu Shui's vicinity. Their speed was no match for the feral canines, and despite their desperate resistance, they merely managed to injure the dogs. Lu Shui hesitated briefly before casually collecting the wild dogs, which elevated her to level 3, thus initiating the drop of equipment once more. However, this time, the equipment was only usable by those at level 3, perfectly aligning with her newfound capabilities. Lu Shui pondered, resting her forehead in contemplation. Was the divine realm truly so benevolent towards novice players? She had heard from her classmates that the equipment drop rates were notoriously low. Yet, this seemed rather generous. She pressed onward. Ahead, a group was besieging a larger elite wild dog. Upon spotting Lu Shui, the elite wild dog suddenly entered a frenzy, instilling terror among the players. Wait, elite monsters can go berserk too? With so little health left, can't you just let us finish you off peacefully? The enraged elite beast quickly wreaked havoc upon the crowd, ultimately collapsing at Lu Shue's feet. It viciously bared its fangs at Lu Shue, to which she responded with her enlarged staff. Her levels surged dramatically, and she acquired a piece of green gear. As she journeyed forth, Lu Shue relentlessly dispatched her foes. Despite being a fragile healer, she traversed the path with unwavering confidence. The wild wolves and dogs were notorious for claiming the lives of novices. Yet they posed no threat in her presence. Lu Shue entered the forest, where a wild boar collided with a tree right before her eyes. Its sharp tusks became ensnared in the wood with an unyielding grip. Lu Shue marveled at nature's bountiful gifts, her levels rising swiftly. Within the forest, she encountered a massive wolf lying on the ground, its wounds oozing blood profusely. The blood pooled around it, forming a small stream. Although the giant wolf was gravely injured, its health bar still indicated nearly half its vitality. A mere strike could prove perilous, perhaps leading to her demise. Lu Shue swallowed hard and began to retreat slowly. However, ominous growls echoed behind her. She turned rigidly, realizing that 4 or 5 wild wolves had encircled her. Lu Shue thought, this is it. Unbeknownst to her, she had been surrounded by the very monsters she sought to evade. Chapter 61. Oh no. My sister has left the novice village. Lu Shue quickly discovered an injured giant wolf in the forest. Just as she was about to turn and stealthily retreat, she realized that she had been encircled by several wild wolves. A wave of despair washed over her as a mere level 5 player. She found herself surrounded by a pack of level 7 wolves, along with a formidable-looking wolf king of an even higher level. It seemed her demise was all but certain. Terrified, Lu Shue instinctively stepped back, but soon she noticed that they had no intention of attacking her. Puzzled, she began to grasp their intent. You want me to heal it? Lu Shue felt as if she were in a surreal dream. The intelligence of the monsters in this divine realm had reached such heights that they could threaten players to tend to their leader's wounds. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Shue approached the Wolf King and glanced down. Level 1 herb, unknown medicinal plant. Suddenly, a scene from a television drama she had once watched flashed into her mind. Could she actually use herbs to heal this Wolf King? Without delay, she plucked the herb, kneaded it into a paste, and applied it to the Wolf King's wound. After a moment's hesitation, she also attempted to use her healing spell on the Wolf King. A green light flickered over the Wolf King, and to her astonishment, its health began to gradually recover. The herb indeed proved effective, as the Wolf King's wound slowly healed. The Wolf King's initial wariness transformed into calmness. Seizing the moment, Lu Shue gently stroked its fur, which was surprisingly soft. Once the Wolf King's health reached a safe threshold, its gaze towards her softened considerably. In the distance, the voices of players echoed through the forest. Damn it, we saw that girl enter the forest. Every time we nearly defeat a monster, she swoops in and steals it. Exactly. Several times we've brought them to the brink of death, and as soon as she appears, they go berserk and finish her off. A group of players angrily searched the woods. One player spotted Lu Shue from afar and grew excited. Over here. I see her. The players closed in with malicious grins. It seems you've taken quite a number of our kills. Yeah, and you've got quite the gear. How about you part with a couple of pieces for us? As they advanced menacingly, Lu Shue felt fear creep over her, causing her to retreat. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before her, and the players stared in shock at the imposing Wolf King. What the hell? There's a boss here too. Its damage is immense, and its health is massive. A boss. This is double the luck. But wait, why isn't the boss attacking her? The players closing in on Lu Shue were taken aback at the sight of her hiding behind the Wolf King. As the Wolf King's wounds healed to a considerable extent, a fierce glint flashed in its eyes. It lunged swiftly at the players. From the thickets around them, more wild wolves emerged. The players' screams filled the air as chaos erupted. Lu Shue could hardly bear to witness the scene. Not long after, the Wolf King had already cleared the surrounding players. Turning around, it let out a low growl towards Lu Shue. Lu Shue pondered thoughtfully. Are you suggesting that I collect their equipment? As she gathered the items, her mind was filled with astonishment. The monsters in this divine realm are remarkably intelligent, capable of collaborating with beasts to vanquish players. If they are so astute, might it be possible? After a brief period, Lu Shui sat confidently atop the Wolf King, relishing the soft touch of its fur. The Wolf King swiftly located a nearby wild boar and struck it down with a powerful swipe. Lu Shui leaped down and delivered the final blow to the boar. The Wolf King proceeded to the next target, while Lu Shui took on the role of the finishing attacker. In less than a few hours, Lu Shui's level ascended to level 10. This pace surpassed even that of Lu Yuan. Although Lu Yuan could annihilate monsters instantly, his skills required cooldown time. With the Wolf King as her guardian, Lu Shui had nearly become the sovereign of the forest. As they parted ways, Lu Shui felt a twinge of reluctance. Gathering her courage, she gently patted the Wolf King's head. "Thank you, dear friend. Please don't get hurt again. If you encounter many players, just hide away. Above all, do not perish." Waving goodbye to the Wolf King, Lu Shui embarked on her journey back to the novice village. In the forest, the Wolf King gazed at the departing Lu Shui. Upon returning to its den, it was unexpectedly struck by a red fruit. Cautiously licking it a couple of times, its eyes soon gleamed with delight as it swallowed it whole. A beam of light enveloped it, and a delicate mark appeared on its forehead. Its power surged continuously under the radiance of this light, from a sub-boss to a leader, and then to a lord. Although its level remained unchanged, its strength underwent a tremendous transformation. Unbeknownst to Lu Shui, she had already activated the teleportation to leave the novice village. Attention! Someone is calling from the outside world. The GamePod's notification appeared before Lu Yuan. He glanced at his achievements and nodded in satisfaction. First in the level rankings, first in the strength rankings. A 15-game winning streak and 2,240 points. Just as the GamePod alerted him of someone seeking him, Lu Yuan quickly returned to the safe zone and chose to log off. Upon exiting the GamePod, he was greeted by the sight of Lu Shui's delicate face. "Brother, which main city did you choose? I want to go too. Also, what is your name in the Divine Realm? I can't add you as a friend. I'm bored to death alone." Lu Shui chattered away, injecting a lively energy into the room. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. It was his oversight that allowed Lu Shui, a complete novice, to flounder in the Divine Realm. Even with a few days, she might still be stuck in the novice village. After some contemplation, Lu Yuan inquired, "What profession did you choose?" Lu Shui replied honestly, "I chose the priest." Lu Yuan sighed. This profession would pose certain challenges if she wished to leave the novice village swiftly. After all, she couldn't very well bash monsters on the head with a staff like he did. That would be quite unfair to a priest. In the realm of auxiliary professions such as the priest, the journey beyond the novice village is considerably slower without guidance or a team in the early stages. I shall gather some individuals shortly to assist you, so you may exit the novice village sooner. I shall lead you." Lu Yuan reminisced about the information regarding some renowned studios from his previous life. Presently, he possessed a substantial amount of wealth and gold. Intending to hire a studio to guide him through the quest, Lu Shui puffed her cheeks and lightly punched him. "Brother, are you even listening to me?" Lu Yuan furrowed his brow and set down his phone. Progress must be made step by step, and meals ought to be savored bite by bite. First, one must leave the novice village. Lu Shui retorted, "I have already left the novice village." Lu Yuan appeared momentarily stunned. "You have exited the novice village?" He gazed at Lu Shui with a hint of disbelief. Lu Shui shrugged her small shoulders, replying, "Of course. Why else would I be asking you these questions?" "Wait a moment," Lu Yuan exclaimed, rubbing his forehead in contemplation. His sister equated to a newcomer in the Divine Realm, utterly inept at the game. A priest signifies a delayed exit from the novice village. His sister combined with the priest equals a rapid passage through the novice village. Chapter 62. Trouble brews in Maple Falls City. Lu Yuan's head buzzed slightly. To his astonishment, his younger sister, Lu Shui, a neophyte player newly entering the Divine Realm, managed to speed through the novice village in just a few hours. Understanding his sister all too well, Lu Yuan immediately thought to express his disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, upon further reflection, he realized Lu Shui had no reason to deceive him. Could it be? His heart skipped a beat as he cautiously inquired, "Xiao Shui, what is your talent in this Divine Realm?" Lu Shui stood tall and proud, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "How did you know, brother?" I was just about to tell you that I drew an SSS-level talent. Lu Yuan's mind echoed with astonishment, akin to thunder striking a serene landscape. Lu Shui continued to chatter on. This triple S talent must be incredibly powerful, right? I think the highest my classmates have is only A level. Suddenly, Lu Yuan grasped her hand, a surge of magical energy coursing through her body. Yet, he sensed nothing unusual. A tempest brewed within his heart. Another SSS-level talent had emerged. In his previous life, not a single one had appeared, yet in this life, both he and Lu Shui possessed such rare gifts. How could this be? While Lu Yuan might attribute his own talent to being a reincarnated soul, Lu Shui. Wait, in his past life, Lu Shui had no means of entering the divine realm. Was it possible that her talent had always been SSS level? Could it be that his sister was the key to saving the world? Lu Yuan had no doubt regarding the immense power of an SSS-level talent. When the divine realm fully manifested in reality, it would wield the strength to alter the very fabric of the world. Yet, possessing such formidable talent, she had met an untimely demise. Lu Yuan gazed at his sister, Lu Shui, his expression momentarily vacant. His thoughts swirled chaotically. Lu Shui waved her hand in front of her brother, who remained lost in thought. Her intense gaze caused her cheeks to flush slightly. Finally, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, she playfully kicked Lu Yuan. He snapped back to reality. Brother, what are you staring at? I'm your sister. Lu Yuan's lips twitched as he playfully tapped her on the head. What are you thinking? I've encountered countless stunning beauties far more enchanting than anyone you've ever met. Lu Shui stuck out her tongue, teasingly retorting, You're lying. I don't believe you. Lu Yuan shot her a sidelong glance, indifferent to her skepticism. Yet, recalling her brother's tales, she found herself believing him just a little. She nudged him affectionately, asking in a coy tone, Brother, did you ever find a sister-in-law back then? Lu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Oh, spare me. What sister-in-law? With life and death at stake, do we really have time for such frivolities? How childish. Lu Shui huffed in annoyance. I'm done talking to you. I'm going to play in the divine realm. She retreated into her gaming pod and closed the hatch. After a moment, she popped her head back out. Which city are you in? Take me along. Lu Yuan sighed in exasperation. Maple Falls City, the home of the righteous zealot. He soon heard a snicker from a few meters away. Uff, dude, that name. So tacky. Lu Yuan logged back in. As he scrolled through countless friend requests, the sheer volume instantly extinguished his desire to search. He decided to head to the teleportation point, waiting patiently. Before long, he spotted Lu Shui, dressed in a simple white and green outfit. She looked around with an adorably naive expression. The faces of several nearby players lit up with amusement. Hey there, little sister. Look this way. I'm from the Mighty Warriors Guild. It's so boring alone. Come join us. Little sister, check out the map scrolls we've drawn. They're comprehensive and only cost 1 silver coin. If you don't have enough money, no worries. We also offer lending services. Hello, little sister. We are from the Glory Guild. Here's our membership criteria. Take a look. By joining us as a full member, you can enjoy several benefits. Lu Shui tried to push through the crowd. I'm looking for my brother. Faced with so many players, her once confident demeanor at home had vanished, replaced by shyness. The members of the Mighty Warriors Guild had sharp eyes, their gazes more intense. With a cute newbie like her, the chances of coaxing her into their guild were exceedingly high, and she was such an adorable girl. Ha ha ha. A fleeting grin crossed his face. Just as he prepared to approach, he sensed something amiss. Someone behind him had grabbed his arm. It was a fair-skinned young man with black hair. What is up? You want to join our Mighty Warriors Guild? Just wait your turn. I'm busy. Lu Yuan. Huh? The last person who dared to speak to him like that was already 6 feet under. So, the Mighty Warriors Guild, huh? He took note of that. Lu Shui's eyes brightened as she dashed into his embrace. Brother, the player responsible for recruiting newcomers for the Glory Guild sighed as he glanced at Lu Yuan. This guy clearly wasn't a newbie. It would be difficult to recruit him. Wait a minute. Why does he look so familiar? Oh my isn't that? The expression on the Glory Guild player's face changed drastically. The Mighty Warriors player frowned at Lu Yuan. Bro, is that your sister? Well, if your sister joins our guild, I can pull you into deal? The Glory Guild player was left in shock. He glanced at the Mighty Warriors player. disbelief flooding his eyes. What kind of force was this mighty warriors guild? He had never heard of them before. How could someone of such caliber even consider joining this guild? He quickly contacted his superiors, briefly describing the situation. Upon receiving the message, Glory Bunny asked, "What exactly is this mighty warriors guild? How dare they provoke such a righteous figure?" The next moment, her eyes lit up. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity? If they couldn't recruit the righteous figure, they could at least recruit his sister. She quickly reached out to the players within the city of Maplefall, making her way towards Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, a player from the Might Warriors Guild unceremoniously reached out to touch Lu Shui's head. "Our guild offers splendid benefits. As long as you..." Lu Yuan frowned and swatted his hand away. "Might Warriors Guild? I've never even heard of it, and yet you dare to bark around?" The player paused, his expression faltering. "Never heard of us? Our Might Warriors Guild comprises hundreds of members, and someone like you wouldn't even meet our entry requirements. If it weren't for..." Observing the escalating argument, a number of curious onlookers gathered around. "The Glory members have arrived," someone shouted, and soon, the crowd noticed the overwhelming presence of several hundred members from the Glory Guild surrounding the area. The leader, Glory Rabbit, happened to overhear the remarks from the Might Warriors Guild, and his expression darkened. "Take a good look at the player before you. He doesn't qualify to join your guild? Are you living in a dream? Or do you think we're all fools?" Chapter 63, Expelled from the Guild, Level 25 Dungeon. Within the city of Maplefall, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Nearby the teleportation point, several players noticed the unusual scene and cast inquisitive glances in that direction. Wasn't that the illustrious Honor Rabbit, responsible for recruiting new members for the Honor Guild? Why had she personally come here, accompanied by so many members of the Honor Guild? Wait a moment. That individual over there is the Justice Maniac. I recognize him. He seemed to have sold a million-value item to the Honor Guild not long ago. Lu Shui nestled behind her brother, occasionally pricking up her ears to eavesdrop on the hushed conversations of the players around her. To her surprise, it seemed that the players held a sense of admiration, or perhaps reverence for her brother. This left Lu Shui somewhat perplexed. Did they know about her brother's magical abilities? Lu Yuan cast a bewildered glance at Honor Rabbit. With hundreds of Honor Guild members arriving, it appeared they intended to bolster his position. Clearly, this was orchestrated by Honor Huaxia. Lu Yuan quickly grasped the situation. The members of the Brute Guild, upon witnessing such a formidable presence from the Honor Guild, could not help but feel a twinge of fear. Gazing at Lu Yuan, they wondered, could he possibly be affiliated with the Honor Guild? Why else would they support him so fervently? Outnumbered and feeling the weight of the hostile gazes around him, he began to contemplate retreat. Yet, outwardly, he maintained an air of disdain. So what if it's the Honor Guild? What is the big deal? Our Brute Guild will eventually surpass you. With a defiant remark, he prepared to depart. Meanwhile, regarding the name Justice Maniac, Honor Huaxia swiftly became aware of the unfolding events. Upon learning the details, his anger flared. This Brute Guild was truly audacious. If they truly managed to sway the sister of Justice Brother, wouldn't that effectively mean they had won over Justice Brother himself? How could a minuscule guild like theirs steal members from the Honor Guild, who struggled to recruit them? Coincidentally, Honor Huaxia was acquainted with the president of the Brute Guild, Pangu. As the president of the Divine Domain Guild, his connections ran deep. He quickly reached out to Pangu. "Pangu, what is the meaning of this?" Honor Huaxia demanded, rapidly recounting the situation. Pangu, who was currently leading a team into a dungeon, was taken aback. "This has nothing to do with me. While in the dungeon, trouble falls from the sky. Huaxia, this situation does not involve us at all. It was all Xiao Wu's decision. Had I known your stance, I would have never allowed him to come." Honor Huaxia interrupted him. "It appears that your Brute Guild is quite discontent at this moment within Maplefall." Panga cursed under his breath 100 times. "Huaxia, rest assured, I will resolve this immediately." Severing the connection, Panga muttered angrily, "Damn it, back to Maplefall." Little Wu, when tasked with recruiting new members, ended up entangled in a dispute with the Glory Guild. Upon returning to Maplefall City, the mighty General Pangu observed the formidable General Dongwu encircled. General Dongwu appeared somewhat defiant. Panga promptly stepped forward. Upon the arrival of the guild leader, Dongwu's expression brightened. He provocatively smirked at the members of the Glory Guild, exclaiming, "Do you think you have support? Our guild leader is here." Little Wu, You have been expelled from the mighty General Guild. Do not jeopardize the amicable relations between our guild and the Glory Guild." Upon hearing that the guild leader had not come to offer support, but rather to expel him, Dongwu's face turned an alarming shade of green. "No, guild leader." Panga waved his hand decisively. "You need not say more." He then turned to Glory Rabbit, his expression apologetic. "I apologize. My subordinate lacks understanding." Glory Rabbit gestured towards the distant road. "We are indifferent. This time, the mighty General Guild intended to recruit the sister of Justice Boss." Panga quickly grasped the situation and hastily apologized to Lu Yuan. The gazes of the players were continually drawn to the two. Lu Yuan remained unperturbed. Bearing the expectations of millions in his past life, these matters were but fleeting moments to him. However, Lu Shui was evidently affected. She tugged at Lu Yuan's robe, whispering, "Let it go." At Lu Shui's words, Pangu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Lu Yuan sighed and nodded. "Even in recruitment, I hope you will heed the opinions of the new players." Pangu nodded vigorously. Given the circumstances, Lu Yuan refrained from further outbursts. Just as he and Lu Shui prepared to depart Maple Fall City, Glory Rabbit hurriedly caught up with them. "Justice Boss." Lu Yuan looked at her with curiosity. "Our Glory Guild has opened a new dungeon, level 25 difficulty. I wonder if Justice Boss has the time." Glory Rabbit's cheeks flushed slightly. She felt a bit awkward, having just offered support to Lu Yuan and now immediately making a request. It bore the semblance of leverage and gratitude. Yet, as the guild leader's representative, she could only attempt to persuade Justice Boss. Level 25 difficulty. Lu Yuan pondered. When his gaze landed on Lu Shui, he finally made a decision. "All right, but I wish to bring someone along." Upon hearing this, Glory Rabbit's eyes brightened. However, her gaze inevitably fell upon Lu Shui. She was not foolish. It was clear that Justice Boss intended to take his sister along. However, this little sister has just emerged from the novice village. Hasn't she? Her equipment likely lacks even a single blue item, a mix of white and green. Would such a setup be suitable for challenging a level 25 dungeon? Her complex expression did not escape Lu Yuan's notice. He replied calmly, "You need not worry about her. I will take good care of her. Please bring out 5 more from our esteemed guild. The configurations are up to you." Honor Rabbit nodded in agreement, adding, "We will select the most formidable players." However, she soon realized something amiss. "Wait, configurations up to you?" She thought she must have misheard. Nowadays, the majority of players only reached levels 25 or 26. Randomly selecting players might result in failure even against a straightforward dungeon. Nevertheless, the fact that the righteous leader had agreed was indeed a positive development. Honor Rabbit swiftly got in touch with the guild leader. Upon learning that the righteous madman had accepted the challenge, Honor Huaxia's expression gleamed with joy. "Quickly, contact Hongye and Qingyu. We must prepare to tackle that level 25 dungeon once more. This time, our Honor Guild must at the very least conquer a hard-level dungeon." The frontline members of the entire Honor Guild sprang into action with remarkable speed. Before long, in just over 10 minutes, Lu Yuan had arrived at the entrance of the level 25 dungeon with his sister. Chapter 64. What difficulty have you chosen? Hell level? Lu Yuan, accompanied by his sister, swiftly arrived at the location indicated by Glory Rabbit. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a familiar face, Glory Red Leaf. Having engaged in several transactions with Lu Yuan in the past, he had now successfully transitioned to the first hidden class player in the entire divine domain, the Rose Swordsman. With the assistance of Glory Huaxia, this new class had significantly enhanced Glory Red Leaf's capabilities, propelling him into the top 5 of the power rankings and securing him a respectable position on the level leaderboard as well. Among the members of the Glory Guild's expedition team that Lu Yuan encountered, Glory Red Leaf boasted the highest level at an impressive 27. However, he still fell short of Lu Yuan, who, despite spending considerable time in the arena, had reached level 29, just a step away from reaching level 30. The other players in the team were all at least level 25, and their configuration was quite standard. Glory Red Leaf as the warrior, and the others as tank, archer, and assassin. The team comprised 5 members, as Glory Huaxia had wisely arranged only 5 players in accordance with Lu Yuan's earlier mention of wanting to bring companions. Upon noticing Lu Yuan, Glory Red Leaf's face broke into a smile. Even though he was ranked among the top 5 in power, he still held a degree of admiration for Lu Yuan. In the novice village, Lu Yuan's name loomed large at the top, representing an insurmountable goal for all. First in level, first in power, and even on the equipment leaderboard, Lu Yuan had several items listed. Glory Red Leaf's remarkable progress was largely due to Lu Yuan's hidden class transfer scroll. Thus, he greeted Lu Yuan, "Brother Justice, it's been a while." Lu Yuan responded casually, his gaze briefly scanning the members of the team before settling on the blue vortex leading into the dungeon. The 25-level dungeon, the Fierce Tiger Mountain Stronghold. Lu Yuan had some recollection of this dungeon. It was among the more challenging ones at level 25. Unlike conventional dungeons, the Fierce Tiger Mountain Stronghold featured 2 bosses, the chief and the second-in-command. One was a melee fighter, the other ranged, and if one was unfamiliar with their attack patterns, facing both simultaneously could prove quite troublesome. Glory Red Leaf sent a party invitation to Lu Yuan, who promptly joined the Glory Guild's expedition team. After transferring the leadership to Lu Yuan, Glory Red Leaf reiterated the challenge details regarding the dungeon. Having tackled it a few times previously, everyone should be somewhat familiar with it. This time, we shall attempt a higher difficulty, so I hope everyone is mentally prepared. In the Fierce Tiger Mountain Stronghold, clearing the minions must be swift. If the smaller monsters are not dealt with in a timely manner, it may trigger the simultaneous appearance of mini-bosses and minions, which could easily result in casualties for the team. Finally, they faced the boss of the dungeon. "Brother Justice, you are unaware of the challenges we have encountered. We have attempted multiple times, and this diabolical duo is truly vexing. One engages in melee to delay, while the other delivers lethal range strikes." Although Lu Yuan was well aware of this, he attentively listened once more. The scene was nearly unchanged from his memories of the Tiger Mountain Stronghold in his previous life. Behind Lu Yuan, Lu Shue's eyes had become as round as a mosquito coil. The numerous precautions mentioned by the illustrious Hongye overwhelmed her, and she struggled to remember them all. A glance at her own level revealed that she was the lowest in the group, merely at level 10. While the dungeon they were about to challenge boasted a difficulty level of 25. Naturally, anxiety began to creep into her heart. She had never participated in a dungeon run before, and the thought that her inexperience might lead to their failure filled her with guilt. Lu Yuan noticed the conflicted expression on her face and gently patted her head in reassurance. With a calm demeanor, he said, "Fear not. I have breezed through dungeons 100 times more difficult than this, so this one will be a piece of cake." Comforted by his words, Lu Xue felt a bit more at ease, as she had unshakable faith in him. However, the remarks did not escape the attention of a few members of the Glory team, whose lips twitched in disbelief at such audacity. This level 25 dungeon had scarcely been cleared by anyone in the entire Divine Realm. Yet here stood the Justice Madman, making such boastful claims. They realized he was merely taking advantage of the young lady's ignorance of the Divine Realm to spin grand tales. Yet, they had no intention of contradicting him. After all, he was someone their guild leader had high hopes for. If he wanted to take the girl along, so be it, as long as they could clear the dungeon. They had no objections. They did not doubt Lu Yuan's capabilities. The prestige of being a dual leaderboard champion was still recognized among them. The tank of the Glory team chuckled, noting that Brother Justice seemed to have an unexpected penchant for such bravado. Regardless, as long as they could conquer the challenging or even nightmarish dungeons, it mattered little. Lu Yuan swiftly selected the dungeon's difficulty, and the group entered the dungeon without delay. Dungeon difficulty selection completed. Hell level. Entering the dungeon, without wasting any time, Lu Yuan opted for the highest difficulty, Hell level. They soon found themselves within the dungeon, gazing at the heavily armed and vigilant bandits who patrolled with keen eyes. The members of the Glory Guild stood dumbfounded. This was far from what they had envisioned. They had only cleared easy dungeons, never even managing to conquer a hard level one. Now, they were directly challenging a hell-level dungeon, and with one less team member to boot. Lu Shui, the level 10 priest, was assumed to have no combat power in their eyes. To face such a formidable challenge with the equivalent of 6 players? Was he out of his mind? The members of the Glory Guild looked at Lu Yuan as if they had seen a ghost. To take a girl along and challenge such a high-level dungeon? Their mindset quickly shifted in a subtle, yet profound manner. After all, The number of attempts for this dungeon is not infinite. A casual attempt could squander a precious opportunity for them. While those with a good temperament may console themselves, the more irritable tank players are on the verge of erupting. We acknowledge your skill, yet if you waste our valuable chances, well, prepare for a barrage of criticism. The private chat of Glory Red Leaf has exploded. Brother Red Leaf, what does this mean? You're bringing someone in to challenge the hellish difficulty? Is that even feasible? Red Leaf, I'm not saying he isn't capable, but isn't this a bit reckless? Does he truly think this realm is a solitary endeavor? This is a team game. Glory Red Leaf could only soothe their concerns. Trust Brother Justice. He must have his reasons for this choice. It wasn't just the members of the Glory Guild who were taken aback. Even Lu Shui was stunned. No, brother. I know you're formidable, but there's really no need to dive straight into the highest difficulty. Though she had little experience in the divine realm, even she recognized that the blood-red hellish difficulty was far from an easy feat to conquer. Chapter 65, It Matters Not. I shall make my move. Lu Yuan, accompanied by his sister, swiftly joined the guild of Glory Red Leaf and selected the difficulty of the dungeon. Hell level. The intensity of the hell level at the Fierce Tiger Bandit camp surged dramatically. The members of the Glory team stood in astonishment as they beheld the sheer number of bandits, which had multiplied 4 or 5-fold. Casting a detection spell on one of the ordinary bandits revealed the following. Bandit. Level, 25. Attack, 400-450. Defense, 400. Health, 15000-15000. Skills, Assault, Slash, Double Stab. Evaluation. A member of the Fierce Tiger Bandit camp, possessing formidable combat prowess. The attributes of this mere bandit left several members of the Glory team utterly dumbfounded. Is this truly the attribute of monsters within a hell-level dungeon? Such exaggeration. Both physical attack and defense have nearly doubled compared to the easy difficulty. Doubling the attributes is one thing, but the tank player surveyed the surroundings with a grim expression. What's more dire is the sheer number of these foes, which had also escalated 4 or 5 times. How on earth are we to confront this? There are only 6 of us, and the nearby monsters number at least 40 or 50. Even the sturdiest tank in our team would struggle to withstand a single round of their onslaught. The architect of this predicament, however, gazed at the surrounding monsters with an air of indifference. Glory Red Leaf, with a serious demeanor, sought to calm the members of the team. Do not panic. Since Brother Justice has opted for the hell-level difficulty, our task is to trust him and unleash our full potential. Even if we cannot clear this dungeon today, let us strive to eliminate as many foes as possible. The experience gained from these monsters is a substantial reward. With Glory Red Leaf's encouragement, the team members gradually shifted their accusatory gazes away from Lu Yuan. The tank, Durian, took a moment to steady his breath, speaking rapidly. Although these bandits' attacks have increased significantly, they remain within my threshold of endurance. At most, I should be able to withstand the onslaught of 5 bandits without issue. It's manageable, provided our healer responds promptly and provides sufficient healing. Upon hearing the tank's words, Glory Red Leaf felt a slight alleviation of anxiety. However, the archer in the team cautiously interjected, Brother Red Leaf, our priest is. He cautiously gestured towards Lu Yuan's back. Lu Shui waved her small hand, her face alight with a smile. It suddenly dawned on Glory Red Leaf that the team had not prepared a second priest. In other words, they were entrusting the healing responsibilities to a level 10 novice priest, tasked with healing a tank nearing level 30. Surely, the mana pool would deplete before she could restore any significant health. Coughing several times to regain composure, Glory Red Leaf cast a despondent glance at the multitude of bandits guarding the entrance of the camp. How are we to confront this? Our team's sustainability is lacking, and we are facing a hell-level dungeon. Forget about the final boss. We might not even be able to clear the weaker monsters preceding it. What are we to do? One problem followed another, and even the psychologically resilient Glory Hongya felt an inexplicable fatigue. It was not the distance that drained her, but rather the overwhelming challenge presented by the hellish difficulty of the dungeon. Even if Lu Shui were to take on the role of a standard level 25 priest, conquering this hellishly difficult dungeon would still prove immensely challenging. Meanwhile, the assassin in the team was meticulously observing the movement patterns of the wild creatures. He had made a discovery. The movements of these mountain bandits appeared erratic, yet they were anything but. At specific intervals, gaps would emerge among the bandits. Seizing this opportunity, they might just be able to divide and conquer these bandits. Perhaps the key to victory lay hidden within. The assassin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Shui, however, stood transfixed, gazing at the attributes of the nearest bandit. Even a single attack from this seemingly inconsequential bandit exceeded her total health. As for her health points, they were a staggering 20,000. Goodness! The most formidable creature she had encountered in the novice village was merely the Wolf King. Yet each bandit here boasted attributes nearly on par with that of the Wolf King. What left her even more astonished was the sheer number of bandits. Just at the entrance of the hideout, there were over 50 bandits on guard. The number within the hideout could only be greater. How on earth could they possibly fight this? Could their team truly conquer a dungeon of such infernal difficulty? Lu Yuan, however, wore a confident smile. It doesn't matter. I will take action. Lu Shui bit her lip, refraining from voicing her exasperation. Brother, this is not the time for you to show off. In the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the scene before her. Brilliant flames shot skyward. The fireball spell created a massive crater, reminiscent of a terrifying explosion. In the center of the fireball lay several charred corpses. -158000. Instant kill. -158000. Instant kill. -158000. Instant kill. Damage numbers appeared in neat rows. The players on the scene were momentarily stupefied. Lu Shui exclaimed, "How is this possible?" This was her first encounter with Lu Yuan's damage output. Yet, this damage seemed exceedingly exaggerated. This amount of damage could obliterate an ordinary bandit 10 times over. The expressions of the other members of the Glory team mirrored her astonishment. A seemingly ordinary spell could inflict such colossal damage, leaving the other team members in disbelief. Their team was renowned within the Glory Guild as the strategy team, composed of elite members. The mage players within the strategy team ranked among the top 1,000 on the leaderboard, yet the disparity between their damage output and Lu Yuan's was staggering. Even under simple difficulty, the original mage in the strategy team could not achieve an instant kill with a single spell, let alone against creatures of this hellish difficulty. Yet, even these formidable bandits could not withstand a single blow from Lu Yuan. The tank player, Durian, lost in thought, stared vacantly at Lu Yuan, oblivious to the approaching mountain bandit nearby. It was then that he noticed Lu Yuan's sidelong glance, a gaze as frigid as a blade's edge. In that moment, Durian was struck by a sudden realization. All that had been revealed was merely a fade. This fellow has never been one to engage in pleasant discourse. Observing the casual wave of Lu Yuan's hand is akin to the scythe of death descending, heralding the conclusion of his existence. A sense of inexplicable panic surged within the heart of Durian, even giving rise to a faint plea for mercy. A warmth enveloped his ears as a viscous liquid cascaded down his face. Durian, in a state of rigidity, slowly turned around, only to behold a headless figure gradually collapsing before him. The scythe of death was not aimed at him, but rather at the bandit beside him. Durian, struggling to swallow, glanced into the distance, his eyes betraying an indelible hint of fear. Chapter 66, a display of power, a shift in attitude. Within the hellish dungeon of the fierce tiger bandit stronghold, Lu Yuan swiftly unleashed his formidable prowess, dispatching a multitude of bandits with ease. Each skill he cast claimed the life of one or even several foes, as fireballs flew forth with unerring precision, each striking down a bandit. Lu Shui's eyes sparkled with awe. She was on the verge of becoming a cheerleader for him. It was only at this moment that she truly comprehended the truth in Lu Yuan's words. There was not a hint of exaggeration. With his full might unleashed, Lu Yuan cleared nearly half of the bandits at the stronghold's entrance in the blink of an eye. Cold sweat dripped from Durian Wangfan's brow as he sprinted to Lu Yuan's side, raising his shield. In a mere glance, he had cast aside all previous doubts and reservations, now singularly focused on protecting Lu Yuan. The sheer damage output was terrifying. Lu Yuan was a cannon-like mage, exponentially more powerful than the mage they had encountered earlier. If they could safeguard him, there was a genuine possibility of conquering this hellish dungeon. The members of their party, including Glory Redleaf, quickly grasped the situation. Archer players exclaimed in disbelief at the prowess displayed by this righteous brother. How could he be so impressive? I was wrong to question him. His skills obliterate everything in sight. In this hellish dungeon, I'm convinced that if we protect our righteous brother, victory is within our grasp. The shift in their attitudes was rapid and sincere. Initially, they had scoffed and blamed Lu Yuan, believing that success in this dungeon was implausible and that they would squander a precious opportunity. However, as Lu Yuan showcased his overwhelming strength, hope for success resurfaced, leading to a significant transformation in their demeanor. Another warrior in the group positioned himself defiantly in front of Lu Yuan, his face a mask of indignation. If you wish to harm our righteous brother, you shall have to step over my dead body. Unbeknownst to him, just half a minute prior, he had been sending private messages disparaging Lu Yuan. Yet Lu Yuan remained unfazed. Few things warranted his concern, save for Blue Star and Lu Shui. Glory Red Leaf glanced toward the distance, observing the assassin in their party, who looked on in horror at Lu Yuan, disbelief etched across his face. Little Wolf, stop standing there like a fool and find an opportunity to strike the vulnerable, Glory Red Leaf commanded. Positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Yuan alongside Durian Wan Fan and another warrior, forming a human barrier, Little Wolf remained transfixed, his gaze darting between Lu Yuan and the horde of bandits, fear evident in his eyes. He was not mistaken. He had observed correctly. Though it appeared as if Lu Yuan was casually casting spells, the timing of his skills was extraordinarily precise. He had noticed that the movements of the bandits followed a discernible pattern. If executed correctly, they could lure away a portion of the bandits without attracting the attention of the rest. This, he surmised, must be the key to navigating the initial stages of this hellish dungeon. Just as he began to grasp this technique, he witnessed Lu Yuan casting yet another spell. It may be mere coincidence, but this individual's skills seem to coincide perfectly with the intervals of the bandits' vulnerability. Half of the bandits have already been eliminated, yet the remaining ones remain blissfully unaware of the impending threat. A chill washes over Shawolf's heart. Once or twice could be attributed to sheer luck, but every single time, to call it mere coincidence would be a stretch. How long has this fellow even been in the dungeon? This is likely his first endeavor into a hellish level instance. How could he so swiftly discern the bandits' moments of weakness and systematically obliterate them? Shawolf, having attempted the simpler difficulty of the fierce tiger bandit hideout a few times, has only just begun to sense something amiss. Yet this individual, on his inaugural foray into the dungeon, has already grasped the patterns of the bandits' movements. It is simply terrifying. Who is this person? Within mere minutes, every last bandit at the hideout has been eradicated. The members of the Glory Squad are momentarily taken aback by the desolate scene. Brother Hongya, pinch me. Am I dreaming? In under 5 minutes, we cleared the bandit hideout. Brother is incredible, Lu Shui exclaims, filled with exuberance. The monsters in this hellish level dungeon yield an exceptionally high experience bonus, even after being distributed among the team. The experience that lands on Lu Shui is still a staggering figure. With this wave of experience, Lu Shui's level skyrockets from 10 to 16 in a mere 5 minutes. Such efficiency is indeed astounding. Lu Yuan nods in acknowledgement of his sister's praise. Let us continue. We must hurry and clear the dungeon. His voice echoes blandly within the instance. Following the impressive display of their first wave, none of the players in the team dare to contradict him. Instead, they fervently nod in agreement. Yes, yes. Let us expedite our progress and clear the dungeon as soon as possible. Durian, stop daydreaming. The great Justice has spoken. We'll charge ahead. Justice, the formidable one, is leading the way to swiftly conquer the hellish level dungeon. At this moment, even the dullest of players recognizes that Lu Yuan is undoubtedly a colossal asset to the team. Carrying girls? Forget about just carrying one. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, even 6 girls could be carried without complaint. As the tank, Durian, forgetting the past, gallantly charges to the front. What a joke. Behind him stands an elite powerhouse. Cowardice is not an option. In the next moment, Durian, forgetting the past, nearly turned into a pincushion, retreats in disarray. His health plummets dangerously low, teetering on the brink of defeat. He gulps down a health potion, muttering indignantly, "Damn it, there are so many archers in here now. I almost got turned into a sieve the moment I stepped in. Great Justice, how should we proceed?" He instinctively inquires of Lu Yuan, who is nearby. The others also cast their gazes in his direction. After revealing such exaggerated prowess, Lu Yuan has subtly become the backbone of the team. Lu Yuan merely glances casually around before turning to navigate in another direction, leaving behind a succinct command, "Follow me." The members of the Glory Guild were utterly bewildered. This righteous figure seemed to possess an even greater familiarity with the map than they did. Once they regained their composure, a few of them quickly followed suit. After a brief circuit, Lu Yuan came to a halt, nodding in satisfaction. There, outside the fierce tiger stronghold, hung a solitary ladder. The eyes of the Glory Guild members nearly bulged in disbelief. How could there possibly be a ladder here? Who would dare to search for a way in without using the main entrance? Yet, they had indeed discovered one. With this ladder, a perfect infiltration might just be within their grasp. Lu Yuan lifted his chin slightly. Let us proceed. Chapter 67, The Burning Bamboo Lodge. In the hellish dungeon of the fierce tiger stronghold, Lu Yuan circled the stronghold, and amidst the incredulous gazes of his companions, he discovered an abandoned ladder outside. Utilizing the ladder, they stealthily infiltrated the fierce tiger stronghold. Upon formally entering, excitement illuminated their faces. Their astonished eyes increasingly reflected their wonder towards Lu Yuan. Even having completed several simpler dungeons, they had not perceived this novel method of entry. How had Lu Yuan, attempting a level 25 dungeon for the first time, come to know of it? Was this the very gap between them and the experts? Unaware of their thoughts, Lu Yuan swiftly surveyed the interior of the stronghold. Inside, bamboo lodges towered, appearing rather rudimentary. Hong Yeo, in a hushed tone, cautioned Lu Yuan, warning him to be careful as many bandits lurked within those lodges. Among the small monsters below, there existed a particular type of bandit. If they did not swiftly eliminate these bandits, they would attract the attention of their comrades in the lodges. Lu Yuan glanced up at the lodges, pondering for a moment. He waved his staff, and in the next instant, a colossal fireball descended upon the bamboo structure. As his teammates looked on in astonishment, the fireball struck the lodge. Hong Yao's words faltered. Her neck craned uncomfortably upwards. The archer in their party, gifted with keen eyesight, gaped in disbelief at the inferno engulfing the lodge. Cries for help echoed from within. But it was too late. The flames had already consumed the entire structure, transforming it into a sea of fire. As the tank, Durian Unforgettable, glowed with a flash of white light, his level surprisingly ascended by 1. The fireball not only claimed the lives of several bandits but also scattered embers in all directions. The bamboo lodge ignited, and the remaining bandits within were swiftly engulfed in flames. The scorching damage proved terrifying. The anguished cries of the bandits were short-lived, and soon all lay defeated. With the surge of experience, the experience bars of the team members surged dramatically, with some even leveling up instantly. Hong Yu stared blankly. Was it truly possible to do this? To eliminate the bandits before they could emerge for reinforcements? Durian Unforgettable swallowed hard. Goodness, how ruthless. They actually set fire to the lodge. Yet, this audacity was not the most outrageous part. What was truly astonishing was that it had worked. They had never considered igniting the lodge to eliminate the reinforcements. He gazed at Lu Yuan in awe. What on earth was this man thinking? How could he consistently devise such bizarre tactics? Normal individuals would typically clear out the minor foes one by one, then confront the leader, ultimately defeating the boss. Are you really clearing out the minions like this? What is next? Skipping the mini-boss and heading straight for the main boss. The words echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. A sentiment so outrageous it could have spurred a heart to tremble with fear. Stop killing the minions. Let us just go for the boss. Such a notion was utterly insane. Fortunately, Lu Yuan refrained from voicing this thought or acting upon it, and Lu Lian, feeling relieved, found solace in that restraint. In truth, Lu Yuan shared a similar inclination. He had indeed contemplated taking a shortcut to confront the boss directly. However, after much deliberation, he ultimately dismissed this tantalizing idea. What a preposterous thought. If they vanquished the boss, the dungeon would come to an abrupt end. With so many monsters present, wouldn't that be a colossal waste? This was a hellish dungeon, where each creature within boasted an extraordinary amount of experience, far surpassing that of monsters of the same level outside. Should the other members of the Glory Guild overhear his thoughts, they would undoubtedly label him as deranged, while others trembled at the overwhelming number of dungeon creatures. Lu Yuan found himself craving even more, wishing for an abundance of bandits within the Tiger Mountain stronghold. After all, the greater the number of bandits, the more experience they would collectively gain. His gaze fell upon Lu Shui's avatar in the party. After examining the situation, he noted that after merely a few waves of monsters, Lu Shui's level had surged from the initial 10 to 18. The experience gained from these hellish dungeon creatures was indeed terrifyingly abundant. The rate of level progression was akin to soaring on a rocket. The chaos within the bamboo lodge soon attracted the attention of the bandits below. As they panicked, Lu Yuan and his group swiftly charged forth. With his skills unleashed, Lu Yuan relentlessly dispatched the bandits within range, leaving his companions merely astonished, unable to do anything but exclaim in disbelief. Under Lu Yuan's leadership, their advance was swift. One by one, the bamboo lodges ignited, and swathes of bandits were engulfed in flames. The wails of the bandits echoed in their ears. Observing the cold, resolute figure of the righteous marauder, Lu Yuan's teammates felt a chill of apprehension. Who, after all, was the true monster in this hellish dungeon? By all logic, it should have been them, the players, who were being chased. Yet here they were, pursuing the lesser creatures of this infernal challenge. A sense of absurdity washed over them. Upon encountering the small boss within the Tiger Mountain stronghold, they were momentarily stunned. This mini-boss certainly did not appear to be an easy adversary. Yet, in an astonishing display, Lu Yuan eliminated it with a mere fireball. Did such damage truly exist? Their minds began to ponder the nature of reality. Undoubtedly, it did. Even with Lu Yuan's explosive damage, it took nearly 20 minutes to clear the creatures from this hellish dungeon. The pressure was immense, although Lu Yuan's health remained intact. His mana was nearly depleted. For a mage, an empty mana pool meant his combat effectiveness was virtually reduced to naught. The other members of the team also noticed Lu Yuan's current state. Glory Red Leaf signaled the team to halt. Brother Justice, let us not rush in just yet. Let us replenish our resources before proceeding. The team accordingly paused, casting hopeful glances at Lu Yuan. His damage output was unparalleled, making him a formidable presence among them. It could be asserted that, under Lu Yuan's leadership, they finally harbored a chance to conquer this hellish dungeon. At this moment, with their main force, Lu Yuan, depleted, everyone's instinctive reaction was to halt their advance and wait for him to restore sufficient mana. Durian Wanderer sprinted up, clutching several vials of blue potion. Brother Justice, please take this potion. Its effects are remarkable. Lu Yuan glanced at the potion and politely declined. No need, let us engage the boss directly. But your mana? Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, it's not a problem, it's sufficient. The others in the team exchanged bewildered looks. With that amount of mana, it seems you can barely cast a single skill. What if we don't eliminate it in one blow? Are we then destined for failure? Chapter 68, The Terror of Dual Bosses. At this moment, Lu Yuan's mana was precariously low, barely reaching 20 points. Any attempt to unleash a more formidable skill would likely deplete his mana entirely. In such a scenario, even the most powerful mage, devoid of mana, would be left helpless. Although Lu Yuan possessed a significant mana regeneration rate, it was still a meager amount of less than 5 points per second. The other members of the team halted and turned their gazes toward Lu Yuan. As the pivotal damage dealer of the group, they were willing to bide their time to ensure his readiness. However, Lu Yuan remained unperturbed, suggesting they proceed to confront the bosses without delay. Though the others hesitated momentarily, they ultimately acquiesced to his directive. Before long, the two formidable bosses materialized before the group. The primary leader, a melee combatant wielding a 3-meter-long broadsword, stood alongside the secondary leader, an archer cradling a massive, obsidian crossbow, his gaze as piercing as an arrow. Who dares trespass into our Tiger Mountain stronghold? The chief leader thundered, his robust voice echoing ominously. Chief leader, Hu Chi, elite boss. Level, 25. Attack, 850. 900. Defense, 1200. Health, 150, 000 150, 000. Skills, Tiger's Roar. Bloodthirsty Blade, Whirlwind Slash. Evaluation, the Chief of Tiger Mountain Stronghold, capable of decapitating his foe within 3 steps. An elite boss. A shiver coursed through the hearts of the team members. In the simpler dungeons they had previously encountered, this chief leader was merely a sub-boss. Yet, in this hellish dungeon, he manifested as a terrifying elite entity. To make matters worse, they were faced with 2 bosses simultaneously. This implied that the other boss, the secondary leader, was. The group's attention shifted to the secondary leader, eliciting another round of gasps. Secondary leader, Hu Lian, elite boss. Level, 25. Attack, 1125 to 1150. Defense, 800. Health, 100, 000 100, 000. Skills, Eagle Eye, Rapid Fire, Barrage. Evaluation, the secondary leader of Tiger Mountain Stronghold, capable of piercing through hearts from 100 meters away. 2 elite bosses. The frontline tank, a member of the Glory Guild named Durian Forget-Me-Not, was left dumbfounded. Was this a joke? How were they to confront these 2 elite bosses? One boasted over 800 in attack with over 1,000 in defense, while the other wielded over 1,000 in attack and had slightly more than 800 in defense. His own attack barely exceeded 100, and his highest defense was only around 300 to 400. How could he withstand such onslaught? It would be more merciful to end his life immediately. Despair flickered in his eyes. The members of the Glory Guild fell into a profound silence. This was utterly outrageous. The attributes of these bosses were simply monstrous. These 2 formidable bosses, when placed outside the dungeon, would require the efforts of hundreds to have a chance of success. Yet here, Tower Meow possesses not 1, but 2. Astonishingly, they have only 7 individuals attempting to conquer them. A wave of despair washed over the hearts of the few. The difficulty level of this hellish dungeon exceeded their wildest imagination. One archer, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, "If I had known that this hellish dungeon would present such monstrous challenges, I might as well have surrendered. It seems utterly impossible to prevail against them. With the bosses boasting hundreds of thousands in health and defenses in the hundreds or even thousands, how can we possibly succeed?" The previously silent assassin spoke softly, dousing the remaining hope of the group with cold reality. "Let us not forget these 2 bosses share a bond. If we cannot vanquish them simultaneously, they shall unleash their fury." At this revelation, despair settled deeper into the hearts of the group. Indeed, the bond had not been considered. To conquer these 2 bosses, they must strive to eliminate them together, otherwise. The corner of Glory's Red Leaf's mouth twitched as he recalled their previous attempt. That challenge had been a rather conventional battle, where they first defeated the primary boss. Just as they prepared to turn and confront the secondary boss, they discovered the latter had entered a frenzied state, muttering, "Do not underestimate our bond." In an instant, the bow transformed into a relentless machine gun, and within moments, the dungeon was over. Attempting to defeat the secondary boss first had yielded no better results. In fact, it was far more brutal. The primary boss's blade whirled like a tempest, mercilessly cleaving them into pieces. Learning from their past mistakes, they finally understood that both adversaries must be vanquished simultaneously. Otherwise, one would enter a berserk state, and the battle would become overwhelmingly one-sided. Sighing in relief, Glory's Red Leaf managed a faint smile. Now that they had come this far, they might as well give it a try. What if, just perhaps, they emerge victorious? Despite his own words lacking conviction, the presence of these 2 boss-level foes loomed over them like colossal mountains, suffocating their spirits in a terrifying atmosphere. "What troubles you?" Lu Yuan and Lu Shui glanced at them with surprise. Lu Yuan had traversed this fierce Tiger Mountain Stronghold dungeon numerous times in his past life and remembered its intricacies well. In truth, there were no extraordinary techniques involved. For Lu Yuan, as a mage, all the techniques had seamlessly integrated into his being, akin to muscle memory. The essential point was to manage the boss's health lines. While dispatching one boss, they must unleash a concentrated attack to eliminate the other. Wasn't that a rather straightforward task? Lu Yuan stepped forward, dismissing the primary boss's banner. The azure glow radiated from his form as he summoned the source of his magic, an endless stream of power coursing through him. In the depths of Lu Yuan's gaze, a glimmer of azure light flickered as the magical energy within him surged forth like a gushing spring. In this fleeting moment, Lu Yuan rediscovered a semblance of familiarity, reminiscent of his days as a sorcerer, when his magical power flowed like an expansive ocean. The divine ring bestowed upon him granted the remarkable ability known as the Source of Spells. Upon its activation, his magical energy replenished itself instantaneously, restoring his mana to its fullest capacity. With a swift motion, Lu Yuan unleashed his skills: Fireball, a flurry of fireballs, Explosive Flame Arrow, Ice Arrow, and Gale Slash. The magical energy within him dissipated rapidly, yet was replenished just as swiftly. An unceasing flow, an endless cycle. This familiar sensation enraptured Lu Yuan. For no mage could resist the allure of boundless blue mana. As his skills descended upon the foes, two bosses were engulfed in the onslaught. The members of his team stood in astonishment, rendered speechless. How could this be? How was it that his nearly depleted mana bar was instantly restored to full? Their eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the skills Lu Yuan had cast, which held the key to the success of their dungeon expedition. Resonating deeply with the hearts of all players present. As the skills converged, flames, gales, and shards of ice erupted in a dazzling display. The radiant brilliance compelled the onlookers to squint against the brilliance. The devastating damage even summoned a massive cloud of smoke. When the haze finally cleared, they gazed in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. Chapter 69. An instantaneous victory, conquering the hellish dungeon. A thick haze enveloped the fierce Tiger Mountain stronghold, raising the tension among all players. Indeed, Lu Yuan possessed formidable damage output. However, facing two boss-level adversaries with exceptionally high defenses and health, who could guarantee their defeat. Lu Shui's heart raced, a sharp pain striking her chest. She pressed a hand to her heart, anxiously peering into the mist. As the fog gradually dissipated, a figure emerged, revealing Lu Yuan unscathed while the remnants of the two boss-level foes lay lifeless beside him. He had truly achieved an instantaneous kill. Honor Red Leaf and Durian Forgetting were so exhilarated they could scarcely articulate their thoughts. They had indeed cleared the hellish dungeon. The system notification rang in Lu Yuan's ears, heralding the first successful completion of this level 25 hell difficulty dungeon. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan opted to announce the achievement. Within seconds, a resounding system announcement echoed across the ears of every player in the Divine Realm. Congratulations to Dragon District player Justiceless Madman and his team, Glory Guild Eternal, for their first successful completion of the level 25 hell difficulty dungeon, Tiger Mountain Stronghold. Rewards: Reputation 2500, Gold 1. Congratulations to Dragon District player Justiceless Madman. Congratulations. A series of system announcements left countless players in the Divine Realm in stunned disbelief. What was happening? Had someone truly conquered the level 25 hell difficulty dungeon at such a low level? Was this dungeon so easily cleared? Haven T even succeeded in the level 20 Nightmare dungeon. Justiceless Madman? Why is it always him? My ears are nearly calloused from hearing about him. Glory Guild Eternal? Isn't that the strategic team of the Glory Guild? How is Justiceless Madman connected to them? Could it be that he has joined the Glory Guild? Outside the entrance of a level 25 dungeon, a group of players wore grim expressions. Quanlan forcefully drove his blade into the ground, his face a mask of resentment. How on earth did this guy manage that? That was a hell difficulty dungeon. How could they have cleared it? He had indeed attempted to conquer this hell difficulty dungeon before, but it had taught them a harsh lesson. The hell difficulty dungeon was simply beyond human capability. The initial monsters were manageable. Their numbers, though numerous, could still be dealt with. With the cooperative efforts of Quanlan and Aoshi Zhanlong, they managed to handle one or two. However, the subsequent boss monsters nearly obliterated the rest of their team. After barely overcoming the boss, they faced the final adversary. Both Quanlan and Aoshi Zhanlong were engulfed in despair and hopelessness. The ultimate boss was a formidable leader-level monster. If you do not wish to confront the challenge, simply say so. How could 7 individuals possibly defeat a boss of such caliber, one that requires 100 to conquer? Is it truly feasible for anyone to complete this hellish dungeon? Following their failed attempt, both Quanlan and Aoshi Zhanlong abandoned any thoughts of attempting the hell-level dungeon again. Their endeavors seemed merely a futile waste of attempts. Yet, the system announcement ringing in their ears delivered a harsh slap to their faces. Impossible to clear? Yet, someone has succeeded. What further vexed the members of the Aoshi Guild was the fact that it was accomplished alongside members of the Glory Guild. Aoshi Zhanlong's face was grim, his expression icy. Quanlan, on the other hand, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Who exactly is this Justice Madman? Why is it that even with his S-rank talent, he remains firmly beneath him, whether in the rankings of level or power? This individual has ascended to the pinnacle while standing atop his head. Damn it, by what right? The more he pondered, the more enraged he became. An unnamed fury surging within him. Ao Shizhan Long noticed the change in Kuang Lan's demeanor. Frowning slightly, he attempted to offer some words of comfort. Brother Kuang Lan, do not be troubled. Your talent is not suited for dungeon raids. Your prowess as a weapon master will surely shine brilliantly in the arena. Your current level is still too low. As you progress further, even that Justice Madden will not stand a chance against you. With Ao Shizhan Long's reassurances, Kuang Lan's expression finally softened a bit. Glancing back at the entrance to the level 25 dungeon, he contemplated his remaining attempt and resolutely declared, once more, a mere mage. Once I level up, I shall slay him with ease. They soon vanished into the entrance of the dungeon once more. At the entrance of the Minghu Mountain dungeon, the figures of Lu Yuan and his companions appeared. Lu Yuan's demeanor was calm, as if he had merely completed a trivial task. However, the others in the team were far from composed. The members of the Glory Guild wore smiles that could not be erased. This was their guild's first successful clearing of a hell-level dungeon. Though they may not have been the ones on the screen, the entire Glory Guild had made an impression before the players of the Divine Realm, and their spirits soared with excitement. Glory Hongye turned to Lu Yuan, exclaiming, "We owe a great deal to Justice. Without him, our Glory Guild could have attempted 1,000 times and still failed to clear this hell-level dungeon even once." The archers in the team quickly chimed in, praising. "Justice is incredible, simply amazing." Durian Wangfan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Justice, let us tackle the next dungeon together. I promise to protect you with all my might. Even if it costs me my life, I won't allow you to be harmed." Lu Yuan casually responded to their enthusiasm. Lu Shui looked up at her brother. Her eyes filled with admiration. "Brother, you are truly remarkable." After clearing the hell-level dungeon, her level had risen to 18. One dungeon run had propelled her 8 levels higher. What an astonishing feat! Lu Yuan felt invigorated, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Humph, do you think I'm jesting with you? I am invincible. You may proceed as you wish." In the presence of Lu Shui, Lu Yuan felt a slight relaxation, no longer burdened by tension, even finding the leisure to share a jest. Lu Shui blinked her bright eyes and exclaimed, "Brother, I wish to explore this dungeon further. The level is rising so swiftly." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuan shook his head. "This dungeon? Never mind, it lacks excitement." A hint of disappointment washed over Lu Shui as she pouted. "All right then." Lu Yuan then shifted his tone. "The level of this dungeon is too low. Shortly, I shall take you to conquer a level 30 dungeon." "A level 30 dungeon?" Lu Shui's eyes widened, clutching Lu Yuan's arm. "That sounds amazing. Level up, level up." Nearby, several members of the Glory Guild were coughing continuously, their eyes filled with longing. A level 30 dungeon. The experience gained in a level 25 hellish dungeon was already substantial. Just imagine the experience from a level 30 dungeon. As this thought crossed their minds, the members of the Glory Guild couldn't help but salivate. Their gazes fell upon Lu Shui, tinged with envy. To be the sister of such a prominent figure is truly remarkable. The esteemed individual is leading us through dungeons without charge. They have only recently entered the Divine Realm, and her level is soon to surpass theirs. Were it not for concerns regarding the image of the Glory Guild, they would have already expressed their admiration unabashedly. "Brother Justice, don't you think our party is in need of a tank to protect our sister? How about me?" Durian Wangfan had selectively forgotten the earlier conflicts, thumping his chest confidently. "I will ensure our sister is well protected." The remaining members of the party turned their gazes toward him, their eyes glimmering with dissatisfaction. "You rascal! How could you sneak ahead?" Chapter 70. The Amethyst Equipment, a source of envy amongst all. Lu Yuan swiftly conquered the hell-level challenge of the level 25 dungeon. The Fierce Tiger Stronghold. The difficulty of the Fierce Tiger Stronghold was substantial. However, it paled in comparison to Lu Yuan's prowess. The final 2 boss-level guardians yielded an exquisite array of loot, 2 pieces of amethyst equipment, a level 25 amethyst crossbow, and a level 25 amethyst greatsword. The sight of these 2 amethyst weapons rendered the members of the Glory Guild in awe. Particularly, the archer's eyes sparkled with the intensity of adoration upon glimpsing the amethyst crossbow. Yet, after a moment of inner turmoil, he gritted his teeth and refrained from gazing at the coveted weapon. In this hell-level dungeon, it was fair to say that the majority of the effort was exerted by Lu Yuan alone. The output contributions from the rest of the team were merely a pitiful fraction, estimated to be less than 1. How could they dare to claim such splendid loot? Despite being the most fatigued from the endeavor, Lu Yuan ended up with no amethyst equipment for himself. Regardless of the circumstances, the members of the party felt unworthy of claiming the equipment. "Hero of Justice, please accept all these items," they urged. "Indeed, we hardly contributed. What right do we have to such fine gear?" Glory Hongye gazed wistfully at the amethyst greatsword. This level 25 amethyst greatsword was undoubtedly superior to the level 20 blue sword he currently wielded. Yet, despite its allure, he understood that it was not his to take. The fervent gazes of his companions upon the dropped equipment did not escape Lu Yuan's notice, and he accepted this fact with grace. After all, it was he who had shouldered the burden throughout the dungeon. No one was more deserving of the equipment than he. It would be unjust to claim that the 2 pieces of amethyst equipment were not his simply because he could not utilize them. After stowing the 2 amethyst items in his inventory, Lu Yuan could distinctly sense the morale within the party waning. Pondering this, he turned to Glory Hongye. "Glory, does your guild have any thoughts regarding these 2 pieces of amethyst equipment?" Glory Hongye was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained composure, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed. We have a great interest." Lu Yuan's intentions were becoming increasingly clear. These 2 pieces of equipment were of no use to him and would ultimately be sold, with the foremost target being the Glory Guild. Realizing this, Glory Hongye nodded with fervor. He promptly contacted the guild leader, Glory Huaxia, engaged in a collaborative endeavor within the divine realm. Glory Huaxia received Glory Hongye's message with great joy. It seemed that the effort invested in nurturing relationships was indeed fruitful. "Look, our Justice brother, upon acquiring equipment, immediately thought of our Glory Guild," he remarked, even though Justice brother was not yet a member of their guild. Nevertheless, Glory Huaxia firmly believed that this valiant individual would soon join their ranks. Wait a moment. The recent triumph in the Hell-level dungeon seemed inextricably linked to this Justice brother's extraordinary contributions. This revelation filled Glory Huaxia's heart with astonishment. He had initially believed that, with the assistance of the righteous maniac, successfully navigating through the challenging or even nightmarish dungeons would be a commendable achievement. The thought of conquering a hellish dungeon was merely a fleeting fancy. To his surprise, this righteous maniac, while guiding his companion, was able to clear the highest difficulty level, the hellish dungeon. Upon receiving a message from Glory Hongye, Glory Huaxia's spirit soared, and he waved his hand grandly. "We, the Glory Guild, will cover the cost for these 2 purple crystal items." Glory Hongye relayed the information accurately. After some contemplation, Lu Yuan decided to pass the ball back to the Glory Guild regarding the pricing. Meanwhile, Glory Hongye discussed the matter with Glory Huaxia and soon reached a conclusion. "Brother Righteous, you are undoubtedly aware of the market trends. Without you, we cannot clear the hellish dungeon, thus. We shall purchase all the rewards from this dungeon for a total of 50,000 RMB. We hope for a harmonious collaboration in the future." Glory Hongye spoke earnestly to Lu Yuan. The price of 50,000 was indeed substantial. The price for blue gear typically ranged from several hundred to 1,000. One could hardly expect the purple crystal items to exceed 10,000. The total, including the 2 purple crystal items, other equipment that Lu Yuan did not require, and a token of gratitude for clearing the hellish dungeon, summed up to a remarkable 50,000. Beside them, Lu Shui's mouth hung agape, utterly speechless. Is earning money truly this effortless in this day and age? The speed at which they were making money could rival that of robbing a bank. In no time at all, 2 pieces of equipment could yield such a sum? 50,000. Just imagine how many beautiful dresses or delicious treats that could buy. The glimmer in Lu Shui's eyes reflected her newfound understanding of how Lu Yuan amassed a fortune. If such a lucrative profit could be made from a single dungeon run, then surely repeating the endeavor could lead to an abundance of wealth. Her admiration for Lu Yuan deepened. The adoring gaze of his sister was something Lu Yuan found quite gratifying. Having conducted several transactions with the Glory Guild, both parties were well acquainted. After finalizing the deal, Lu Yuan promptly transferred the equipment to the members of the Glory Guild. Upon acquiring the level 25 purple crystal gear, the expressions of the Glory Guild members varied. Glory Hongye gently caressed the purple crystal greatsword as if it were an extraordinary treasure. Indeed, at this stage, referring to the purple crystal greatsword as a rare gem was no exaggeration. Another member receiving gear was the team's archer, who beamed widely while holding the purple crystal bow. Seeing their exuberance, Durian Wanfang remarked with a tinge of envy, "It's just a purple crystal item, yet look at how they cherish it." "Honya, can I touch it?" Glory Honya replied, "No." His longing gaze was directed toward the archer. The archer hesitated momentarily, then conceded, "All right, you can touch it for a bit." "I haven't had my fill yet." Lu Yuan quietly observed their playful banter, his eyes filled with nostalgia. His experiences in a previous life indeed resemble an inspiring fairy tale. From a modestly skilled mage, he gradually ascended to greatness. On the perilous journey to confront the Dark Lord, he often found himself accompanied by like-minded companions. Yet, reality proved to be more harrowing. After enduring countless trials, the hero finally stood before the Dark Lord, only to discover that his comrades had fallen one by one, leaving him utterly alone. His homeland lay in ruins. His family perished, his friends gone, and all that was familiar had vanished. Yet, even when facing the ultimate foe, he found himself unable to vanquish the Dark Lord. Despite battling until the very last moment, perhaps it was fate that granted him a second chance. This time, he began as the pinnacle of a hero. Could he triumph over the Dark Lord once more? The path ahead remains uncertain, but he holds unwavering faith in himself. He is destined to succeed. Chapter 71. Encountering the Enemy. "Brother?" Lu Shui waved her hand cautiously. Lu Yuan came to his senses. "What's the matter? You seem rather upset." Lu Yuan chuckled lightly, shaking his head in silence. After a brief respite, his mana had unknowingly replenished completely. Lu Yuan regained his vigor, his eyes gleaming with determination. As a surge of confidence returned to him, "Let us go. I'll take you to tackle a more advanced dungeon." Lu Yuan contemplated inwardly. Although his damage output was sufficient to handle the high-level dungeon monsters, he could not afford to be complacent. His damage could indeed annihilate the monsters. Yet their retaliatory power was equally lethal to him. For instance, during their previous conquest of the Fierce Tiger's stronghold, had he not cleverly circumvented the troublesome archers and launched a surprise attack from behind, passing through that stronghold would not have been a trivial feat. The more advanced dungeon posed even greater challenges. A moment's carelessness could result in instant defeat. High risk, high reward, this principle held true everywhere. The dungeon of level 30 not only promised enhanced experience that would catapult Lu Shui's level, but would also facilitate Lu Yuan's swift ascension to level 30. Before Lu Yuan could finish his thought, the members of the Glory Guild had already perked up their ears. Such an opportunity to ally with a powerful player was rare. None wished to squander this precious chance. The dungeon challenged by this esteemed figure was of hellish difficulty, far surpassing the simple encounters they had faced previously, and the rewards for even the hardest challenges were significantly more bountiful. If they could manage to join a few runs, their levels would surely exceed those of players laboriously grinding monsters. Even the esteemed Honya of Glory felt a twinge of shameful excitement. Teaming up with such a figure was simply irresistible. Even without any rewards, merely gaining experience would suffice. Consequently, they cast eager glances at Lu Yuan. Durian, unable to contain himself, declared first, "Brother Justice, I can really take a hit." The archer player, already captivated by Lu Yuan's prowess, shyly added, "Me too. I can shoot really well." "Lu Yuan?" He sighed and nodded. Having a team wouldn't be so bad. He and Lu Shui might find it challenging to navigate alone. A few sturdy shields could absorb danger if it arose. A chill swept through several members of the Glory Guild, with some even sneezing. Nonetheless, they remained undeterred, gazing at Lu Yuan with hopeful eyes. Little did they know, Lu Yuan was already contemplating how best to utilize these auxiliary players. He was not concerned for himself, but if Lu Shui had a few guardians, her safety would be significantly enhanced. Thus, after much deliberation, Lu Yuan ultimately agreed. He was not a miserly person. Bringing along a few companions was no burden to him. "All right then, just ensure you protect Xiao Shui." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's consent, the faces of several Glory Guild members lit up with joy. They had initially held little hope, as their guild had previously spent tens of thousands to enlist Lu Yuan's leadership for conquering this hellish dungeon. To his surprise, Lu Yuan actually agreed to let them join the team to challenge a higher-level dungeon. Durian Wangfan patted his chest, exclaiming, "Rest assured, Justice Boss. I will certainly protect our sister." Lu Yuan cast a glance at him, causing a chill to run down his spine. He then averted his gaze and led the way towards a certain direction. This level 30 dungeon was somewhat distant. If his memory served him right, it was considered a hidden dungeon. In his previous life, a player had stumbled upon it by chance, inadvertently discovering this concealed quest. Though the difficulty was not high, the experience rewards were quite substantial. The group swiftly followed Lu Yuan's lead. Upon reaching a certain point, Lu Yuan paused in his tracks. His previously casual demeanor shifted as he sensed something amiss, becoming serious. "Wait." The others in the team halted, puzzled. "What's wrong?" The first to react was the assassin in the team. He quickly entered stealth, vanishing from sight. Glory Redleaf was not far behind. Retreating a few steps to position himself at the back of the group, shielding the archer, Lu Shui, behind him. Has Justice Brother discovered something? Durian Wanfan, being a key member of the Glory Guild, possessed considerable strength. Upon noticing the unusual behavior of the others, he quickly formed a conjecture, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. However, after a thorough inspection, he could not determine whether they were facing monsters or something else. Just as his confusion deepened, a series of claps echoed from a distance. TSK, TSK, TSK. I must say, the number one on the leaderboard, Justice Madman. Your alertness is simply impeccable. You noticed this, A few figures emerged from an inconspicuous corner. Durian Wangfan glanced over, and his pupils constricted. The individuals bore the prefix of the SSS-Ranked Guild. He instantly recognized them as members of the SSS-Ranked Guild. How could they be here? Were they lying in ambush or merely passing by? The odds of such a coincidence seemed slim. Countless questions flashed through his mind. Nevertheless, he had already heightened his guard. Glory and SSS were rival factions. And if the opportunity arose, Durian Wangfan believed that the SSS members would not miss the chance to eliminate them. Of course, if the Glory Guild had the opportunity, he felt they would not hesitate to retaliate either. By the way, these individuals were exceptionally well concealed. He had not noticed them initially. Yet the Justice Madman had detected them. Such keen perception. He mused inwardly. Meanwhile, within the SSS team, SSS Yundian was equally astonished. Just moments ago, he had learned of the whereabouts of Justice Madman and his companions. An invisible assassin from SSS had spotted Lu Yuan and his team while scouting for monsters. Initially indifferent, the assassin reported the sighting to the nearby SSS Guild leaders upon recognizing members of the Glory Guild. Unexpectedly, Aoshi Cloud Peak was conveniently nearby. Upon receiving the news, a plan swiftly formed in my mind. This presented an exquisite opportunity to set a trap in advance. What took him by surprise was that, despite the prolonged ambush by him and his companions, that fellows still managed to detect their presence. However, even this realization proved to be of no consequence. Upon this thought, a smile graced the countenance of SSS Yundian. These few fleeting minutes were ample time to accomplish numerous tasks. For instance, Lu Yuan turned his gaze backward. The faint sound of approaching footsteps echoed from afar. The number of footsteps is far from insignificant. They have not only fallen into an ambush, but it is now likely that they are completely surrounded. In Lu Yuan's eyes, a gleam flickered. After casting a glance towards the distant SSS Yundian, he had already formed a conclusion in his heart. It was most likely the handiwork of this rascal. Upon glancing at the throng of individuals encircling me, I was met with a daunting sight. More than 100 souls densely packed together. The atmosphere was fraught with peril. Chapter 72. The Crimson-Horned White-Maned Ox. Lu Yuan initially intended to lead Lu Shui into the depths of memory, to level up in a hidden dungeon outside Maple Fall City. However, en route, he quickly sensed an anomaly. Prompted by his caution, the members of his team soon became aware of the ambush surrounding them. In a matter of moments, hundreds of members from the Arrogant Society surged forth from their hiding places, casting predatory glances at Lu Yuan's group. Leading this menacing assembly was none other than Lu Yuan's acquaintance, the proud Yun Dian of the Arrogant Society. As Yun Dian surveyed Lu Yuan, now encircled by his comrades, a smug smile crept across his lips. Ah, the self-proclaimed champion of justice. How the tables have turned. In his mind, memories of recent days flooded back. He had squandered a staggering 300,000 on a worthless pet. This blunder had brought him immense shame within the arrogant society. To add insult to injury, he had eagerly approached the guild leader, Jean Han, only to be met with disbelief upon learning the full extent of the situation. The first pet, an extraordinary level 56 creature, had sold for 300,000, while the second, a level 65 marvel, had been a mere 30,000, and both had appeared within the same day. How could he have been so foolish? Realization dawned, and Yun Dian's face turned pale. Could it be that this detestable individual had conspired with members from other guilds to swindle their funds? The worst part was that he had indeed been deceived. 300,000. That amount could have equipped an entire frontline team within the guild. Following this debacle, Jean Han had berated him soundly. Yet out of respect for his dedication to the arrogant society, he refrained from imposing severe penalties. This leniency did little to alleviate Yun Dian's distress, especially when he later witnessed the so-called champion of justice selling a hidden class transfer item worth $1 million. The thought that his reckless purchase of a useless pet could have cost the guild such a valuable treasure was unbearable. Thankfully, that item had been claimed by the Glory Guild. Today, upon receiving news from his subordinates regarding the members of the Glory Guild, he resolutely abandoned his monster hunting endeavors to lay an ambush instead. Although their plot was soon uncovered, the sheer number of them had gradually encircled their targets. Yun Dian let out a cold chuckle. He could already envision the demise of this group. The notion that these 7 individuals might escape the clutches of his hundreds of guild members was utterly preposterous. With so many at his disposal, a single spit from each could easily drown them. As for allowing these 7 to flee, such a notion was laughable. Lu Yuan's team felt the urgency. Their expressions were fraught with anxiety. Damn it, these arrogant society scoundrels are lying in wait for us. The hot-tempered Durian, unable to contain his outrage, erupted in curses. Beside him, the archer drew back his bowstring, vigilantly surveying the surrounding members of the arrogant society. Observing the dense throng of players, the archer swallowed hard. A sense of dread enveloping his heart. What a predicament! With several hundred individuals present, how long would it take to eliminate them all? Even if he stood there and fired relentlessly, his arms would tire long before he could hope to finish them off. The formidable group had already formed a pocket around Lu Yuan and his companions, leaving them with no avenue of escape. As the ominous players approached, Lu Shui, gripped by fear, instinctively retreated behind Lu Yuan. The scene before her evoked memories of her own harrowing experiences in the novice village, when she had been pursued by players in a similar haze of confusion. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed as he surveyed the crowd, his expression darkening. He silently chastised himself. A prolonged period of tranquility had dulled his once vigilant instincts. In the past, his prudent nature would have allowed him to detect any anomaly from afar. Now, surrounded by so many players, even he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His concern was not for his own safety, but for Lu Shui's well-being. He possessed the ability to defend himself, and, with careful coordination, could likely dispatch the players around him. However, he was unsure of his capacity to protect Lu Shui amid such overwhelming numbers. As the players drew within mere meters, Lu Yuan's keen eyes discerned mages in the distance. Their staffs raised, magical energy swirling as they prepared their spells. Narrowing his gaze, he was poised to strike first and seize the initiative. However, before he could act, a familiar system notification echoed through the air. The number of players defeating the white-maned bull in this area has attracted the ire of the red-horned white-maned bull leader. All players in the vicinity should exercise caution. In the astonished eyes of the players present, a formidable bull-shaped boss, adorned with crimson horns and sleek white mane, materialized within the encircled players of the Pride Guild. Lu Yuan, Pride Cloud Summit. Other players. A collective question mark emerged above the heads of all players. The members of the Pride Guild twitched at the corners of their mouths, unable to suppress their exclamations. What on earth? How did a boss suddenly appear? This is absurd. It's a level 30 elite monster. Wait, why is this bull boss staring at us? I have a bad feeling about this. I feel it too. Pride Cloud Summit, initially stunned, quickly shifted his expression, his eyes alight with excitement as he waved his hands urgently. Hurry, hurry, we must not let this boss escape. He had not anticipated that their ambush on a few members of the Glory Guild would yield such an unexpected boon. What extraordinary fortune! How often does one encounter a wild boss? And today, one has appeared. Truly, a double blessing. We can't possibly handle this level 30 elite monster with just these few hundred people. Reinforcements, reinforcements. The proud figure of the Cloud Pinnacle swiftly opened a private message, urgently reaching out to the other high-ranking members of the Proud World Guild. A resonant, prolonged bellow echoed as the red-horned, white-maned bull began to paw the ground. Just a few meters away, the players of Proud World swallowed hard, their eyes betraying a hint of panic. This situation appeared rather perilous, didn't it? Surely, this formidable boss would not charge directly at them. In the next instant, their unspoken fears materialized. The red-horned, white-maned bull surged into motion, its flowing white mane dancing in the wind, its massive form almost transforming into a streak of white lightning. A thunderous sound of a heavy impact resonated through the air. While the Cloud Pinnacle was still busy sending messages, he turned around, his expression shifting dramatically. The colossal bull barreled through, effortlessly tearing a gaping hole in the encirclement formed by the players of the Proud World Guild. Chapter 73. The Cowman Collaboration, Chaos Unleashed. Lu Yuan and his companions found themselves encircled by members of the Proud World Guild. Just as tensions escalated and both sides were poised to engage, the system's notification rang out, shattering the eerie equilibrium. The excessive slaying of white-maned cattle in this area has attracted the ire of the red-horned white-maned cattle leader. Players in the vicinity, beware. Before the bewildered players could ponder the message, the red-horned white-maned cattle leader charged forth, selecting its target with ferocity. The terror of a level 30 boss monster was laid bare. None among the players could withstand its onslaught, whether they were warriors or tanks from the Proud World Guild. Anyone who dared to obstruct the path of the red-horned white-maned cattle leader was met with a singular fate: death. An embodiment of sheer violence, an epitome of crushing might. With a single charge, the red-horned white-maned cattle leader tore a massive rift through the encirclement of the Proud World Guild. The players sent flying often perished midair, their health points extinguishing before they even touched the ground, dissolving into ephemeral white light. In an instant, a multitude of white lights flickered. Lu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. The timing of the boss's appearance was impeccable, prompting an involuntary admiration within him. Seizing the opportunity, he called out, "Follow me," and swiftly trailed behind the red-horned white-maned cattle leader. The other players in the group quickly regained their composure, their gazes towards the boss tinged with incredulity. Historically, players and bosses existed in a state of antagonism, either one perished or the other thrived. Yet now, they found themselves following this boss, which seemed to be carving a path for them. The sensation was indeed surreal. The assassins in the group had already infiltrated the ranks of the Proud World Guild, poised to strike with deadly precision. Just as they readied their daggers, a resonant moo echoed through the air. Before they could react, the majestic red-horned white-maned cattle thundered past them. All players from the Proud World Guild and its path were obliterated. Assassin, what the actual? What just happened? Aren't those my teammates behind me? When did this formidable beast appear? I need backup, quickly. The members of Proud World Guild were in a frenzy. What on earth was happening? Why was this boss barreling through, leading the players of the Glory Guild, attempting to escape their encirclement? Was this boss a creature of the Glory Guild? Why did it choose to attack them instead? Surely, it couldn't be because they were leveling up and had slain a few white-maned cattle? With a single charge, the red-horned white-maned cattle leader had already decimated dozens of members of the Proud World Guild. The absence of dungeon restrictions, the freedom of terrain, and the unbridled assault of a boss monster were truly terrifying. As the boss rampaged through the crowd, its crimson horns gradually became stained with blood. Its once white mane was also tainted, transforming it into a fearsome apparition. Lu Shueshing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, the Cow Demon King. Durian's reluctance to leave, grass. Bull Demon King. Glory's red leaf. Wow, Bull Demon King. When it comes to the players most exhilarated, it is not the members of the Proud World Guild who are being ruthlessly attacked by the Bull Demon King, but rather the group led by Lu Yuan, who are following this terrifying boss, emboldened by its presence. Durian's reluctance to leave is brimming with excitement. Is it truly this exhilarating? Is the boss of such caliber truly this formidable? Charge, 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 trample them. Brave bull, fear not the challenges ahead. If they were to engage in battle with such a fearsome leader, the red-horned white-maned bull, they would surely fall silent. However, without the threat of this formidable boss, the members of the Glory Guild are eager to cheer for the bull. The players of the Proud World Guild have also sensed the intentions of Lu Yuan's group. They wish to trail behind this boss and escape the encirclement of Proud World. Thus, they hastily follow suit, striving to shorten the encirclement. Soon, this area of the map has transformed into a grand chase. At the forefront, the Proud World Guild flees, with the Bull Demon King in pursuit. Behind the Bull Demon King, Lu Yuan and his companions follow, and trailing behind them are the members of the Proud World Guild. Neither the members of the Proud World Guild nor Lu Yuan's group dare to pause. They understand that to stop is to meet their demise. As Proud World Cloud Summit calls upon the members of the Proud World Guild, Glory's red leaf is simultaneously reaching out to the nearest guild members. Thousands of meters away, Glory Huaxia, busy leveling up, receives the message from Glory's red leaf. Ambush, Justice Maniacs, Proud World Guild, a level 30 boss. Glory Huaxia's eyes widen. By the gods, those scoundrels from Proud World Guild dare to ambush our members? How treacherous. And it seems they dragged the Justice Brothers into this as well. Gather the troops. Quickly summon the members. We must show the Proud World scoundrels that we, Glory, have never feared battle. Hurry, I want to see our guild members arrive within 3 minutes. Meanwhile, at the Proud World Guild, upon receiving the news, Proud World Battle Soul stands up suddenly, his face alight with joy. What? A wild boss has respawned, and it's a leader level 1. Quickly, move. We must not allow other guilds to snatch it away, especially not Glory. Wait a moment. Proud World Battle Soul examines the message closely, his face contorting in anger. Why is it again the Glory Guild and the Justice Maniacs? How are these fellows so persistently troublesome? No matter. We, the Proud World Guild, shall claim this level 30 boss. Those who stand in our way shall perish. He pays little mind to the mention of Justice Maniacs or the members of the Glory Guild and Proud World Cloud Summit's description. To him, they are merely 7 individuals. What can 7 people accomplish? His mind is solely fixated on the freshly respawned level 30 boss. The rewards from a wild boss are exceedingly generous. They, Aoshire, were the first to receive news of this outdoor boss, and it was undoubtedly theirs. At this moment, both the Aoshire Guild and the Glory Guild were fervently mobilizing their forces. The sheer number of players being rallied quickly caught the attention of passing adventurers. Goodness, why are there so many members of the Glory Guild? What could they be up to? Wait, my friend passed by Maple Falls City and saw numerous members of the Aoshire Guild rushing this way. Heavens, the number of Glory Guild members is staggering. They must be the largest guild in the Divine Realm. How naive. This is merely a fraction of their strength, and the guild establishment decree hasn't even been issued yet. Is this truly a guild? Enough chatter. Let us head to coordinates 158, 742, and see for ourselves. The forum erupted in a flurry of excitement. Just as some noticed that these 2 renowned guilds in the Divine Realm were converging on the same coordinates, another post emerged, capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 74. I am fully charged. On the plains outside of Maple Falls City, coordinates 158, 742, an electrifying battle of survival unfolds. The towering leader of the crimson-horned white-maned bull relentlessly pursues the members of the Proud World Guild. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan and his companions are hot on their heels, each trailing behind with skills raining down, causing cold sweat to pour from the members of their party. A moment's delay could mean certain doom beneath the barrage of skills. The fervor of the chase on the plains is matched only by the heated discussions in the forums. A post titled Shocking. The final showdown between Glory and Proud World captivates a massive audience of players. When did these 2 renowned top-tier guilds within the Divine Realm decide to engage in a formal confrontation? They had merely taken a brief respite from the gossip, and yet, here, they are in full battle. The post presents well-founded arguments and even provides the coordinates for the showdown. Lo and behold, it seems authentic. The coordinates are indeed provided. I am rushing there now, hoping to witness a battle for the ages. I too wish to see this. The essence of most players lies in their desire to join the fray and indulge in gossip. In no time, countless players are drawn in, hastening towards the coordinates of the impending clash. Among those rushing to the scene are the two guilds, Glory and Proud World. Having received their intel earlier, they arrive significantly ahead of others. Proud World's War Soul reaches the location first. Upon surveying the scene, even he, who prides himself on his composure, finds himself wanting to unleash a torrent of expletives. Where is Proud World's Cloud Peak disappeared to? Why is there no defense established? Could someone please organize a proper front line? Why are the players at the forefront fleeing? What are the tanks doing running away? As he witnesses the crimson-horned white-maned bull rampaging through the crowd, claiming the lives of players and illuminating the area with flickering deathlights, Proud World's War Soul's expression darkens ominously. These are his guild members falling one by one. The most pressing concern is that he cannot even manage to delay this boss. With a decisive wave of his hand, he issues orders. Take control of the boss and find out where Proud World's Cloud Peak has gone. This chaotic situation involving hundreds of players is making me question his capabilities. His voice is laced with barely contained fury. The unmasked wrath of Proud World's War Soul sends a chill through the hearts of the Proud World guild members. Upon his command, the players of Proud World surge forward, swiftly forming a defensive formation to encircle the formidable boss. With War Soul as their anchor, the Proud World Guild soon regains its composure, methodically organizing their defenses and gradually eroding the boss's health. However, they remain blissfully unaware of Lu Yuan and several members of the Glory Guild hidden behind the crimson-horned white-maned bull. The sudden influx of players from Proud World quickly catches Lu Yuan's attention. As the gaze fell upon the approaching members of the SSS Guild in the distance, Lu Yuan felt an ominous foreboding. The number of these guild members had escalated from the initial few hundred to over 1,000, and they continued to converge upon this location relentlessly. At this moment, it was not merely Lu Shui who felt apprehensive. Even Lu Yuan doubted his ability to escape from this encirclement alive. Thousands of figures loomed ominously. The boss leader, for reasons unknown, seemed primarily focused on the members of the SSS Guild before him, largely disregarding Lu Yuan and his companions. Initially perplexed, Lu Yuan soon realized the truth. This area served as a leveling ground for the players of the SSS Guild. In other words, it was these players who had slain numerous monsters, thereby summoning this red-horned white-maned bull leader. Compared to the unfortunate intrusion of Lu Yuan and his party, the target of the red-horned white-maned bull had become abundantly clear. It was undoubtedly those SSS players who had decimated its kin that were to be considered the true adversaries. Fortunately, Lu Yuan and his companions had been overlooked. However, while the boss leader might disregard them, the players of the SSS Guild certainly would not. The nearby SSS tanks were the first to approach the boss, preparing to engage when one of them caught sight of Lu Yuan behind the leader. Huh? Before he could react, Lu Yuan decisively struck, sending a fireball hurtling from his staff. The fireball swiftly found its mark upon the SSS tank. Initially, the tank dismissed it, underestimating the potential damage of a mere fireball. How much harm could it inflict? Surely it could not compare to a single blow from the boss. Without hesitation, he opted to absorb the fireball's impact. Just a fireball. Could it possibly take me down? He pondered the identity of this unexpected assailant. But before he could contemplate further, the fireball detonated. A tremendous wave of scorching heat surged forth. The first target struck by the fireball widened his eyes in shock, witnessing his health bar plummet to nothing as the world around him faded to monochrome. Had he perished? Goodness. It was only at this moment that his voice finally emerged. The devastation wrought by the explosion was terrifying. All players within a half-meter radius were caught in its wake. This singular fireball obliterated a small group of players. Those who had seen the fireball were four, although the circumstances of death remain unclear. They have finally discerned the identity of the assailant. A zealot of justice? How could that individual possibly appear here? What kind of outrageous damage is this? One skill and I am obliterated? I was at full health. Surely, I cannot resort to healing while at full capacity? Lu Yuan, with a single skill, swiftly dispatched several opponents. His name soon transformed into a vivid crimson hue. In the state of a red name, the penalties for death become exceedingly severe. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan resolutely chose to take the initiative. The significance of seizing the upper hand is self-evident. Should the adversary manage to organize their formation and launch a synchronized assault, it would be too late to retaliate. The release of this fireball seemed to activate some hidden mechanism. With his staff, Lu Yuan tapped rhythmically, channeling his magical energy. Skills were unleashed in rapid succession, darting from the vicinity of the crimson-horned white-maned bull leader. Each skill that soared forth claimed at least one player's life. Players of the Proud World Guild exclaimed, "Alas, this boss-level creature is remarkably formidable." Chapter 75, Counterattack, a Desperate Situation. "Reinforcements have arrived," exclaimed Durian as excitement coursed through him. Upon realizing they had fallen victim to the machinations of the Proud World Guild's players, the group had hastily called for help. However, the vicinity was far from the Glory Guild's training grounds, and it would take some time for their members to arrive. This fleeting moment was crucial for them, as they found themselves encircled. Fortunately, the Scions of Proud World had unwittingly summoned a boss-level creature, granting them valuable time. Initially, there was hope of breaking free from Proud World's grasp, riding the momentum of this formidable bull demon. Yet, upon witnessing the approaching members of Proud World, that hope began to wane. The Proud World Guild had truly mobilized their entire force. The sheer number of players struck fear into Durian's heart. Goodness, so many just to hunt down a handful of us. They leave no avenue for escape. Durian mentally berated the players of Proud World, his resolve hardening. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate. But a private message soon invigorated him. "Justice, brother, reinforcements are on the way." Lu Yuan squinted towards the back, where numerous members of Proud World were in pursuit. Yet, farther still, the members of the Glory Guild were racing towards them. A thought crossed Lu Yuan's mind. With the arrival of the Glory Guild, their chances of escaping this encirclement had significantly increased. Their sole task now was to endure. Blazing arrow. A fierce light shone in Lu Yuan's eyes as he pivoted, charging at the pursuing members of Proud World. "Justice, brother, be careful," exclaimed Glory Maple, her complexion paling. She hadn't anticipated that Lu Yuan would halt and turn to engage the members of Proud World. In their current predicament, pausing to attack was akin to becoming a living target. The players behind them were struggling to keep pace with Lu Yuan and his companions. And this halt placed them squarely within the enemy's line of fire. For a fragile mage, this was undeniably perilous. Flame Nova. The blazing arrow struck the throng, and Lu Yuan pressed on, unleashing the Flame Nova amidst the crowd. "You have actively killed the player. Proud World, go away. Your PK value 1. You have actively killed the player. Proud World, Evil Key Immortal. Your PK value 1. You have actively killed the player. Proud World, White Tofu. Your PK value 1. You have actively killed 20 players. PK value 5. As he continued to vanquish players, Lu Yuan's name blazed a vibrant crimson, nearly dripping with blood. His PK value surged to an astonishing height. PK value 125. This figure was indeed outrageous. With such a high PK value, should he be captured or slain, the consequences would be exceedingly dire. Conservatively estimating, if Lu Yuan were to be slain, he would suffer a loss of as much as 10 levels. This, indeed, exemplifies the punishment of being a notorious player. The drop in levels is merely one facet. The loss of equipment should not be underestimated either. Under such a notorious status, dying even once would result in a complete obliteration of all gear. Numerous rare items and high-quality equipment adorning Lu Yuan would vanish into thin air. Yet, this did not instill fear in Lu Yuan. Since dying as a notorious player incurs such grave losses, wouldn't it be better to avoid death altogether? In a certain light, this holds true. The audacious players pursuing him were suddenly met with Lu Yuan's counterattack, leaving them momentarily bewildered. What is he doing? Shouldn't he be fleeing for his life? We are the ones chasing him. How dare he turn back and strike at us? Is he not afraid of death? Wait a moment. ISNT that the infamous Justice Maniac. Upon realization, the audacious players became electrified with excitement. It is Justice Maniac. He has gone notorious. Goodness, with such notoriety. How many must he have slain? Being notorious is advantageous. Let us seize him quickly. Surely, he has a wealth of treasures on him. The players of the audacious guild gazed upon Lu Yuan, their eyes gleaming with hunger akin to ravenous wolves, each one wishing to claim him for themselves. No one dare snatch him from me. He is mine. Mere meters away from Lu Yuan, An assassin player materialized swiftly, licking his dagger with a twisted and malevolent expression, drawing Lu Yuan's attention. Does this fool truly believe he remains undetected? Lu Yuan expected him to close the distance before launching an attack. Yet this individual proved to be even more foolish than anticipated. As an assassin, the moment of revealing oneself should coincide with the moment of execution. If one cannot achieve this, then one deserves to perish. An invisible gale of swift strikes decisively severed the assassin's head from his shoulders. The severed head rolled upon the ground, still bearing an expression of astonishment, clearly taken aback by the suddenness of his demise. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Yuan perceived a distortion in the environment. Without a moment's hesitation, he invoked a spell from his staff, launching an ice arrow towards an empty space beside him. The ice arrow struck its target instantaneously, revealing a human-shaped ice sculpture. The assassin, known for the trajectory of this arrow, was exceedingly cunning. Had it not been for the distance involved, and had it been another mage, this arrow might have found its mark. Yet, in a mere instant, Lu Yuan detected its approach. Were there still masters among them? The remaining members of the Proud World faction did not afford him the luxury of escape. One by one, their skills rained down upon Lu Yuan. While the damage may not have been particularly high, their sheer number was utterly terrifying. The fireballs alone likely numbered in the dozens. This does not even account for the multitude of other skills. And all these abilities had but a singular target, Lu Yuan. The crimson-named Lu Yuan captured the attention of all the Proud World players trailing behind him. As for the few others beside him, they were of no concern. The dense barrage of arrows, along with the dazzling array of skill colors, was poised to engulf Lu Yuan. The specter of death loomed, and Lu Yuan could already feel the sharp pangs of impending doom coursing through him. The members of the Glory faction looked on in trepidation at Lu Yuan. It seemed, without a doubt, that his fate was sealed. Chapter 76. Oh, foolish bull, what are you about to do? A torrential downpour of arrows, accompanied by a deluge of fireballs, cascaded from the sky like raindrops. In that moment, Lu Yuan bore witness to this chaotic scene, his mind drifting back to memories of yore. The swiftest of arrows was now less than half a meter away from him. The razor-sharp arrowhead seemed poised to pierce through him. In the next heartbeat, Lu Yuan's pupils sharpened as he swiftly unleashed his skill. Resistance fire ring. A circle of flames emerged around him. The arrow was now merely an inch from his body. Yet, the fire ring expanded. A tremendous repulsive force surged forth. The arrow collided with the fire ring as if it had struck the most unyielding object imaginable. The arrow shattered from its tip, disintegrating completely. Under the immense force, the iron arrowhead was ground to dust. The descending fireballs, ice arrows, wind blades, and other projectiles vanished without a trace the moment they came into contact with the fire ring, as if they had never existed at all. In an instant, the resistance fire ring had thwarted all the impending attacks that Lu Yuan was about to endure. He emerged unscathed. Behind him, his teammates were left in stunned silence. What? Glory Red Leaf stammered, overwhelmed by anxiety. Is it truly possible to play like this? One skill deflecting the simultaneous attacks of dozens of players? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Durian, forgetting the return, happened to glance back and was so astonished that his mouth hung agape. This is utterly outrageous. What kind of skill is this? Absolute defense? This ability is simply extraordinary. To withstand the combined onslaught of so many players. When did mages acquire such a godlike skill? Lu Shui was equally astonished. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, she quickly regained her composure. After all, her brother could wield magic in reality. It was only natural for him to possess formidable abilities in this divine realm, perhaps, maybe. She glanced down at her delicate, fair hands. Among so many players, she felt as though she had contributed little. A twinge of sadness crept in. A gust of wind swept past her. The upper echelon of the Proud World Guild convened, with Proud World War Spirit commanding loudly. Good. Maintain this formation and draw the boss into our ranks. Hundreds of tanks, let us see if it can break through. The formation of Proud World was simple yet remarkably effective. Even a level 30 boss, when not in a charged state, would find it challenging to eliminate a fully armored tank with skills activated. They had successfully dispatched numerous boss-level foes using this formation, in conjunction with thousands of damage-dealing units. As long as they could lure the level 30 red-horned white-maned bull into the encirclement of hundreds of tanks, Proud World War Spirit was confident he could gradually wear down the boss, provided, of course, that no unexpected events occurred. Yet, despite their hopes, an unforeseen complication arose. The red-horned white-maned bull chief abruptly halted its advance, disregarding the players before it, and turned away, charging towards a certain direction. Shirjanhan, in a bid to capture the attention of this formidable boss, had orchestrated the demise of over a dozen players, all to lure it into their encirclement. Yet now, it was turning to leave? Even his typically composed demeanor faltered as he uttered an expletive. Damn it, this mad bull. What does it intend to do? Just as it seemed poised to enter the trap, the boss appeared to sense the peril and veered away prematurely. Not only Shirjanhan, but all nearby players from the Shir Guild were left in stunned disbelief. How could it have turned back? Did it truly perceive the danger? Its awareness was alarmingly acute. Damn, does that mean our brothers died in vain? The collective gaze of the group shifted towards Shirjanhan. His expression darkened, and after a moment's pause, he exhaled heavily. Surrounded, I recall there are still many of our members in that direction. Have them intercept this mad bull. Thousands of players surged forth, trailing closely behind the boss. In the midst of the chaos, an honor assassin attempting to ambush the Shir members turned around, only to be confronted by an enormous, rapidly approaching bull head. Fear gripped him. Fortunately, the bull's attention was not directed at him as it charged off into the distance. As it galloped, a semicircular shield materialized before it, and its speed escalated alarmingly. The ground trembled under the weight of its massive form. The heart of the honor assassin raced, his mind blank. He had witnessed the bull charging towards the Shir Guild members. Why was it now pivoting to attack them? His heart sank further. Following the bull's trajectory, he caught sight of his teammates, blissfully unaware and facing away from the impending threat. Watch out behind you, he shouted. But it was too late. Lu Shui sensed a powerful gust approaching from behind, as if something was hurtling towards them. Instinctively, she turned, her eyes widening. The red-horned white-maned bull chief, with its enormous crimson horns, charged directly at them. Her breath caught in her throat. The giant form of the boss loomed larger before her, making her seem ever more diminutive in its presence. Just as Lu Yuan managed to fend off the onslaught of attacks directed at him and prepared to counter, he instinctively turned around, only to see the boss hurtling towards them with alarming speed. At this close range, the attributes of the boss were clearly visible. Red-horned white-maned bull chief, boss level. Level 30. Attack 1,000 to 1,200. Defense 2,000. Health 250, 000, 250, 000. Skills, Savage Charge, Iron Body, Earthquake. Evaluation. The leader of the white-maned bull, beware of its devastating headbutt. As a boss of formidable strength in a charging state, the damage inflicted far exceeds what is merely displayed on the panel. Lu Yuan had long been aware of its significant damage output. In its charging path, both warriors and tanks face certain demise. More critically, this bull, without sufficient players to impede its advance, cannot be halted. It rampages with reckless abandon. And now, who dares to obstruct its path? The consequences of such interference are all too clear. Death is inevitable. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. The instant he laid eyes on this boss, he had already contemplated how to maximize the opportunity presented by this formidable foe. Initially, the boss behaved as he anticipated, charging directly at the members of the Shir Guild. This alleviated a considerable amount of pressure on him. Without this raging bull, they would likely have been swiftly annihilated during the ambush. However, Lu Yuan's dilemma was not born of sentiment. It was rather the daunting task of how to escape the encirclement once this mad bull was vanquished. It was difficult, exceedingly difficult, with attacks coming from all sides. There seemed to be scarcely a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was in a precarious state. Should he perish, the outcome would be dire. In an instant, a sense of crisis loomed. Chapter 77. The Battle of Thousands, on the brink of eruption. No one anticipated that the formidable boss, the crimson-horned white-maned bull leader, would suddenly turn its gaze upon them, including Lu Yuan, who, based on his earlier conjectures, believed this boss would seek trouble with the players of the Proud World Guild. However, He did not foresee that, in such a brief span, this frenzied bull would alter its course and charge directly at them. The very beast that was supposed to rescue them had instantaneously transformed into a source of their tribulations. Lu Yuan's expression grew conflicted. His options were limited. He could either unleash his full strength and attempt to swiftly eliminate this raging bull, with the 100-fold enhancement of his skills. He held a flicker of confidence that he could attempt this. Yet, should he vanquish this boss, he would be left defenseless against the encircling members of the Proud World Guild. At that juncture, he would meet his own demise. Moreover, given his notoriety level, a single death would entail substantial losses. Lu Yuan's demeanor hardened. The boss could perish, but it must not do so just yet. He resolved to evade the boss's assault, utilizing its bulk to shield him from one side's attack, thereby facilitating his escape. Strategies began to form in his mind. Yet, to realize them would be no trivial endeavor. The crux of the matter lay in the boss's astonishing speed. A sigh escaped Lu Yuan's lips. Time was slipping away. Still, he refused to surrender, intent on pulling Lu Shui aside. However, just as his gaze wandered from the boss, the crimson-horned white-maned bull leader's hoof landed squarely in the crater created by Lu Yuan's fireball. In its frantic charge, the boss failed to notice the yielding ground beneath its feet. The next moment, one of its hooves sank deep into the softened earth. Its furious gallop was abruptly disrupted. Even as the boss promptly recognized the predicament and extricated its hoof, it was too late. Its body began to tilt, and its once rhythmic strides devolved into disarray. The center of gravity shifted, and the entirety of its weight bore down on one side. A chilling crack resonated through the air. One of the bull leader's hooves snapped with alarming clarity. A pain bellow erupted from the boss, reminiscent of a chain reaction being set in motion. Its massive form tilted, nearly grazing the tips of Lu Shui's hair as it barreled past. Lu Shui felt a fierce gust of wind rush by her side, her eyes widening in disbelief as she watched the boss brush past her, colliding with the players of the Proud World Guild in the distance. The scene was eerily reminiscent of a bowling game she had once witnessed on television. The colossal boss resembled an enormous bowling ball. If struck, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. A shiver of trepidation coursed through Lu Shui's veins, her body rendered rigid. Lu Yuan, observing the unfolding chaos in a mere heartbeat, felt his mind descend into a state of bewilderment. What on earth is this? A level 30 boss. The formidable red-horned, white-maned ox leader. It stumbled and broke its leg while charging. Oh, this is the first time I have witnessed such a sight in this realm of divine battles, where the boss has nearly incapacitated itself. Watching the colossal figure of the boss hurtling towards the distant players under the immense force of inertia, Lu Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of amusement. But soon, his expression changed. An opportunity. A remarkable opportunity. After countless skirmishes, Lu Yuan's instinct for combat was terrifyingly acute. His intuition informed him that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Perhaps they could safely extricate themselves from this encirclement. In an instant, he reacted, letting out a sharp shout and swiftly following behind the boss. At Lu Yuan's urging, several members of the Glory Guild, who had momentarily been taken aback, quickly regained their composure and hurried to catch up with him. Durian, laughing as he ran, exclaimed, "Ha ha! Redleaf, did you see that? This mad bull tripped over itself. It's absolutely hilarious." The archer couldn't contain his laughter either, his eyes nearly squinting shut. Such an occurrence was unprecedented for them. This was supposed to be a boss worthy of being besieged by legions of players, yet it had fallen and injured itself. If it were to perish in this manner, it would surely be recorded in the annals of divine history as the first boss to die by its own clumsiness. Stop laughing. Glory Redleaf's lips twitched. At first glance, this comical scene indeed elicited a chuckle from him. However, upon further reflection, a cold sweat began to bead on his brow. The boss's target was them. Had it not been for this fall, had it not veered off course, they would not be standing here conversing now. They would have long since been depleted of health, reduced to mere souls. That was a close call. Glory Redleaf exhaled, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. His gaze shifted to the distance, where the boss, propelled by inertia, crashed into the crowd. Immediately, numerous players were obliterated by the boss's sheer impact, relying solely on its rudimentary smashing damage. Meanwhile, Players from the Glory Guild were rallying towards the scene. Upon seeing the red-horned white-maned ox sliding and tumbling along, they instinctively rubbed their eyes. Surely, they weren't mistaken? Was this creature truly a boss? Pfft, how pitiful this boss appears, they laughed uproariously. Could it be suffering from some sort of madness? Look. The members of the Pride Guild, the boss is actually taking them down in an instant. It seemed they had truly drawn the ire of heaven and the resentment of people. Even the boss couldn't help but align itself with them. Glory Guild's leader, Glory Huaxia, was anxiously scanning the throngs of players. His expression was one of growing concern. Amidst the throng, the figures of Glory's crimson leaves were nowhere to be seen. A thought surged within Glory Huaxia's heart. Had Crimson Leaves and his righteous brethren met their demise? Observing the formidable scale of the Proud World Guild, he could scarcely conceive of any chance of survival. His countenance grew sorrowful, suffused with an uncontrollable rage. The warriors of the Glory Guild, those wretched curs of the Proud World Guild, lay in ambush against our brothers. Do they revel in their numerical superiority? Do they take pleasure in overpowering the few with their multitude? Can we simply endure this? Endure, my foot. Let us annihilate them. At Glory Huaxia's command, the members of the Glory Guild erupted with fervor. Typically engaged in trivial skirmishes, they yearned for something grander. A clash of thousands, tens of thousands. Now, with over 1,000 from the Proud World Guild, Glory stood undaunted. As the players from the Glory Guild surged onto the battlefield, the number of combatants soared beyond 10,000. This was a battle of epic proportions. Recently, the members of Glory had made contact with the members of the Proud World Guild. In the distance, players drawn by the unfolding drama stared wide-eyed, silently anticipating the impending clash. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 78, a live broadcast shocks the masses. An ever-increasing throng of players converged upon a vast plain outside Maple Falls City. The Glory Guild and the Pride Guild gathered here, alongside a multitude of onlookers. All eyes were fixed upon this spectacle, and countless discussion threads erupted on forums like snowflakes in a storm. Even many foreign observers were drawn to the unfolding drama. Players from the Cherry Blossom region exclaimed, "What? Glory and Pride. Both guilds boast tens of thousands of members." Players from the Korean region scoffed, "Konglon. Pride's Dragon Slayer, Glory's Crimson Leaf, the mad justiciar. Huh, let them battle to the death. We shall emerge as the ultimate victors." Players from the beautiful region chimed in, "Foolishness. Do you not realize that battling among players merely squanders precious leveling time? However, it serves us well. Fall behind once, and you'll fall behind perpetually. This divine realm shall ultimately belong to us." Meanwhile, players from the Russian region glimmered with excitement. So the war has begun. Real men must fight. Countless gazes were drawn to this sight. On the edge of the plain, one player, as if he had discovered some extraordinary phenomenon, pointed excitedly. "Look over there." Many players followed his gesture, their eyes widening in astonishment. One player had just initiated a live broadcast, transmitting the scene to the masses. Lu Tao was an ordinary student at Jiangnan University, a devoted player of the Divine Realm. On the very first day of its release, he had eagerly purchased access. After class today, he indulged in instant noodles while watching the maneuvers of high-level players in the game. With the opening of the arena, he finally had the opportunity to observe the skills of elite players. Just as he was about to seek out a video of an arena champion, he had recently stumbled upon a dark horse in the arena, whose prowess was simply extraordinary. Each battle concluded in an astoundingly brief span of time, with many matches requiring him to slow down the footage, frame by frame. Each viewing left him in awe. The sorcerer's techniques were nothing short of terrifying. The precision in timing and spatial awareness was exquisite, measured to the finest degree. Though Lu Tao himself lacked exceptional skill, he had witnessed hundreds of high-level arena battles. No one, at the pinnacle of 2,000 to 3,000 points, could maintain a flawless victory rate against the formidable players within the Divine Realm, except for him. Just as he was about to search for the championess video, his attention was swiftly captured again by a post titled, "Glory vs. Pride, a fierce battle of dragons and tigers." Live broadcast of thousands battling on screen. This post immediately intrigued him. A battle involving thousands on the same screen? Could it be true? Was the scale of combat really that grand? Surely it couldn't be another gimmick like in Legends? With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, he clicked on the link. The post contained a live broadcast address, and Lu Tao entered it, quickly finding himself immersed in the live stream. Upon witnessing the scenes unfolding in the broadcast, his eyes widened in astonishment. This time, the title was no exaggeration. On the vast plain, players congregated densely. One side exuding pride, the other basking in glory. A dazzling array of names flashed before the eyes, stirring the heart. The live stream attracted numerous participants, with messages flooding in. Group photo in the front row. Surprisingly, it was clickbait. The post had already garnered likes. Goodness, so many people. In the midst of it all, I am the embodiment of glory. I shall vanquish the scoundrels of pride. Lu Tao fixated on his phone's live broadcast, inhaling steam while slurping instant noodles. Behold! With a sudden exclamation, the player in the stream instinctively turned around. Upon realizing the content of the broadcast, Lu Tao nearly spewed his noodles. The barrage of comments briefly ceased. What did he see? A colossal bull with an entirely white coat, charging toward the crowd in a sliding tackle. Radiant flashes of white light erupted. The players caught in its path had their health points swiftly depleted before they could react. Wiping his mouth, his eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth is this? Upon discerning the name atop the bull's head, he was on the verge of losing composure. A boss-level entity, the crimson-horned white-maned bull leader? What a uniquely extravagant entrance. It was almost comical. The comments exploded, nearly flooding the screen. Haha. This bull looks utterly foolish. I've never seen a bull slide tackle before. What a bizarre spectacle. Wasn't this a battle of thousands? What was this bull doing? Surprisingly, one couldn't deny that the sliding tackle possessed a certain flair. However, Lu Tao's attention swiftly shifted from the bull to the players trailing behind it. Fixating on the familiar robe of one player, he furrowed his brow. This player seemed somewhat familiar, while others might not discern much from such a silhouette. He was different. As a devoted player of this arena, having watched countless top-tier matches, a mere outline invoked a vague recognition within him. Hastily, he booted up his computer to compare, his eyes widening in astonishment. The Paragon of Justice. The silhouette he casually noted turned out to be the reigning champion of both the level and power rankings. This was the extraordinary dark horse Lu Tao had detected within the arena. How did this powerhouse find themselves amidst this clash of thousands? To which side did they belong? Doubt swirled within Lu Tao's mind. Without pausing, he quickly relayed this revelation to the live chat. The player behind that boss is the Paragon of Justice. His message swiftly drowned in the torrent of comments. After sending it twice more, he finally caught some players' attention. Upon closer inspection, their faces registered surprise. That individual indeed resembled the Paragon of Justice. Having consistently watched the arena videos, Lu Tao was thrilled to see the Paragon of Justice during a live stream for the first time. What was this formidable figure planning? Could it be a 1-against-2 showdown? Could he truly bring both the Glory and the Pride guilds to their knees? His mind was awash with chaotic thoughts. Or perhaps, should he collaborate to vanquish this formidable boss? Yet, this was a level 30 raid leader, surely not something that could be dispatched swiftly. If the opposing side seized the opportunity to encircle him, peril would surely ensue. Before long, he became acutely aware of Lu Yuan's strategy. Following closely behind this formidable tyrant, the skills unleashed were systematically eliminating the players of the Pride Guild within his own ranks. Several members of the Glory Guild swiftly coordinated to dispatch the nearest players from their adversary. His gaze remained fixed upon Lu Yuan. Finally, Lu Yuan made his move. Skills erupted forth, raining down upon the throng. Boom! A significant crater was formed. Grass and soil were sent flying in all directions. The damage inflicted by this ability resembled the detonation of a colossal bomb amidst the crowd. Lu Tao struggled to swallow the instant noodles in his mouth. What was he witnessing? Was this the level of damage that contemporary players ought to possess? Chapter 79. Slaughter. Within the dormitory of Jiangnan University, a tempest of excitement had erupted. The vibrant university students exhibited a remarkable openness to the unknown. The emergence of the divine realm captivated their attention almost instantaneously. In their leisure moments, discussions revolved around every facet of this new realm, the sorcerer's operational skills, the intricacies of quests in the novice village, and the beauty of a certain NPC. Ahem. In a modest dorm room, a group of over a dozen young men congregated. Several computers displayed identical screens. Lu Tao quietly urged, pay close attention, study well, and observe how the top player navigates the leaderboard. Once we grasp the basics, we shall also plunge into the arena and wreak havoc. Indeed, resonated the enthusiastic agreement throughout the room. All were familiar with the righteous marauder within the divine realm. The opportunity to witness this expert's maneuvers live ignited a sense of anticipation among them. This expert, such a noteworthy name. Is he a VIP? No wonder he possesses such formidable strength. VIP my foot, someone interjected. That's a criminal with a notorious reputation. He must have claimed countless victims. Goodness. Should he perish, would it not spell disaster? Levels reset, all equipment lost. Pay attention. Their focus returned to the battlefield, where Lu Yuan and his companions had engaged the members of the Aoshi Guild head-on. The warrior, Glory Redleaf, charged forward with unwavering resolve. His gaze sharp as a blade. With each swing of his sword, he traced a striking purple seven-pointed star formation, capturing everyone's attention. This formation enveloped several surrounding players, swiftly inflicting a series of devastating damages. Under this sword formation, multiple players were instantly vanquished by the explosive damage. Observing Glory Redleaf's valor, a voice suddenly erupted from the dormitory. Holy cow! Isn't that Charlotte? No, the Rose Swordsman. I recall he belongs to the Glory Guild. How is he mingling with this expert? Could it be? The dorm fell silent in an instant. Soon after, another voice broke the stillness. Which guild does this expert belong to? What does it matter to us? Laughter and merriment soon filled the room once more. That's true. To be fair, the Rose Swordsman's skills are indeed impressive, those swift strikes. If only he could conjure a bouquet of roses, heavens. I shudder to think how many unsuspecting maidens he would ensnare. Oh, I've heard that the class change costs $1 million. It doesn't seem all that impressive, really. It's not that I can't afford it. It simply doesn't suit my dashing persona. The dormitory was once again brimming with joviality. Outside the city of Maple Fall, the plains had become a battleground. The Aoshi Guild's two factions had encircled Lu Yuan and his companions. However, in a twist of fate, Lu Yuan and the reinforcements from the Glory Guild had managed to entrap a portion of the Aoshi Guild members as well. The players of the Aoshi Guild had yet to detect the presence of Lu Yuan and his companions when their field of vision was already dominated by the formidable boss. With no other option, they reluctantly engaged the formidable foe. On the opposite side of the plains, Aoshi Zhanshuan could only watch in disbelief as the boss broke free from the meticulously laid trap of the Aoshi Guild, instead charging towards another group of players. Had the casualties been those of the Glory Guild, he would have merely applauded the turn of events. However, it was the players of his own Aoshi Guild who were falling. It was utterly infuriating. What was it about this boss that was so outrageous? Could it be that this seemingly mad bull was, in fact, quite cunning? Yet, to be clever enough to break its own legs. Aoshi Zhanshuan shook his head, banishing the futile thoughts from his mind. It was madness to attribute such intelligence to this frenzied beast. The fact that it had escaped their encirclement was bewildering. It must have stumbled upon some extraordinary stroke of luck. But now, with its hooves broken, Aoshi Zhanshuan was eager to see what further madness this bull could unleash. Charge! He commanded, urging his team to eliminate the beast before the players of the Glory Guild could arrive. If they failed to dispatch it swiftly, they should promptly shift their focus to eradicating the Glory Guild members and then reclaim the boss. After all, with the bull incapacitated, Aoshi Zhanshuan harbored no fears of it escaping. His attention was now primarily directed towards the members of the Glory Guild, particularly his old rival, Glory Huaxiao. On the other side of the plains, Glory Huaxiao sensed the unfolding chaos and lifted his gaze towards the distance. Does that old fool from Aoshi truly believe we fear him? He scoffed. Today, let them witness the strength of our Glory Guild. The members of the Glory Guild advanced in formation, while their mages unleashed a torrent of spells upon the players of the Aoshi Guild. A dazzling array of magic erupted on the battlefield, and the players, having been struck multiple times, continued to fall. Even the most elite tanks could not withstand the concentrated fire from so many mages. Even Lu Yuan had to retreat. In the midst of this turmoil, the team member Durian Wanfang glanced back, noting the Aoshi forces closing in rapidly. If they could not break free soon, they would have no chance left. Brother Justice. It's over. They are catching up. He felt a surge of anxiety, his expression grave. Glory Hongya, not far in front of him, heard his words and increased the speed of his swordplay. Yet, the advance did not proceed as he desired. In his moment of impatience, he allowed the enemy to seize the opportunity and strike him with a spell. His health plummeted by a fifth, and coupled with earlier injuries, he found himself in a precarious state, with less than half of his health remaining. A gentle green light emanated from him, a warm flow surging within his body, restoring a fraction of his health. Turning back, Glory Hongye saw Lu Shui, her small face etched with determination, diligently casting spells to heal him. As they turned back, a resolute expression crossed the face of Glory Maple. Durian, safeguard the sister of Justice, brother. Prepare to follow my lead as we charge forth. Durian, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at him, then surveyed the hundreds of formidable players ahead. What nonsense is this? There's no way we can just rush in with so many opponents. Their numbers dwarf ours by a factor of 10, if not more. They are fully equipped, with tanks and healers. How could we possibly advance? Even if, for argument's sake, they managed to break through, the likelihood of Glory Maple surviving as the leader was utterly non-existent. It wasn't just Glory Maple. Even if the entire team endeavored to protect the sister of Justice, brother, there was hardly a 1 in 10 chance of safely escorting her out. More critically, it simply wasn't worth it. Justice, brother, was undoubtedly powerful, yet his sister was merely an inconsequential priestess, lacking proper equipment and having been leveled up by just a few players. If the task were to escort Justice, brother himself, there would be little room for dissent. However, to escort such a seemingly useless priestess and risk the lives of other team members in the process was, in Durian's estimation, not a worthy endeavor. Suddenly, a figure stepped in front of them. A cold voice resonated. I will divert their attention. You find an opportunity to break through. A blood-red name emerged, captivating the attention of all present. Chapter 80. The Dragon Slayer amidst the turmoil. I shall divert their attention. You must seize the opportunity to break free. Lu Yuan stepped forward, his crimson name captivating the attention of all present. A few members of the party felt a chill of trepidation. Such a vividly red name, how many lives must he have taken? And to be at the forefront, drawing the gaze of other players? Should he perish once more? Would he not be utterly doomed? Glorious Red Leaf immediately retorted, Brother Justice, you must not allow us to take the lead. Even if we fall, the loss would be manageable. But if you were to die again, it would be an unbearable loss. The archers in the group echoed his sentiments. Indeed, anyone can perish. But the esteemed Brother Justice must not fall. If he were to die, who knows how long it would take him to regain his level. Lu Yuan furrowed his brows. Do as I say. Otherwise, none of you shall escape this encirclement. Did they truly believe that a siege of several hundred was a jest? Among the 7 of them, if even one could survive, it would be a remarkable feat. The more likely outcome was the demise of all 7. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's cold words, the party fell into a brief silence. Glorious Red Leaf prepared to speak again, but upon witnessing Lu Yuan's composed visage, a sudden understanding dawned upon him. Even at the cost of his own life, he was determined to protect his sister, was he not? Brother Justice, you. An inexplicable feeling stirred within him. Galvanized, Glorious Red Leaf shouted, All right, we shall heed Brother Justice's command. Brother Justice will draw the attention of the Aoshire members, and we shall make our escape through a breach. Our reinforcements from Glory are just ahead. If we break through, salvation awaits. The expressions of the party members grew grave. Even Lu Shui's delicate face tightened with concern. Though her strength was not formidable, she remained diligent in healing her comrades. With Lu Yuan's declaration, the party reached a definitive resolution. Lu Yuan's blood-red name was now laid bare before all the players of the Aoshire Guild. This striking crimson name swiftly garnered everyone's attention, not only from the Aoshire members in front of him, but also from those far behind. Is that the Justice Madman? After a moment of astonishment, a gleam of delight flickered across the face of Aoshire Zhanhuan. What a fortuitous surprise! You dare to refuse joining my Aoshire Guild? Then do not blame me for my mercilessness. With such a notorious name, should you perish once more, I shall ensure you lose 10 levels. If this Justice Madman were to drop 10 levels, his standing would be entirely transformed. He would vanish from the ranks of power and level. 10 levels. This was the arduous endeavor of ordinary players for several days of relentless grinding. As long as they could eliminate this red named Lu Yuan, the Justice Madman would no longer pose a threat. A fierce glint flashed across A.O. Shizhanhuan's face. He had previously extended an invitation to this Justice Madman, yet Lu Yuan had declined. In that case, he would not hold back. Any boss or leader could wait. First, they must eliminate this Justice Madman. In the realm of Aoshi, the members of the guild communicated swiftly, transmitting commands with alacrity. At the same time, the elite players of the Aoshi guild were now a mere 10 meters away from Lu Yuan. Among them was Kuang Lan. Ranked second on the level leaderboard and third in strength, he too was closing in on Lu Yuan. Having received word from Aoshi, his gaze fixated on the crimson name of Lu Yuan, a sardonic smile curling upon his lips. The Justice Maniac? Instead of contentedly leveling up, you choose to mingle with the glory. If that is your choice, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Should you perish this time, I wonder what you will wield to contest against me. Kuang Lan's visage contorted with a fierce expression. Since entering the divine realm, he had basked in countless accolades and glory. The aura of his S-grade talent enveloped him, marking him as a darling of the realm. This divine realm was meant to be his stage alone, with all eyes fixed upon him. Yet, the existence of Lu Yuan shattered his illusions. No matter how fervently he strove, he could not wrest the coveted first position from Lu Yuan. Second place, while desirable to many, paled in comparison to the illustrious first. The world remembers the victor. The second is swiftly forgotten. The moniker Justice Maniac haunted him like a nightmare, weighing heavily upon him. Now, at long last, he had the opportunity to redeem himself. The crown of first place would be reclaimed. This title of the divine realm is mine. A plume of heated white vapor erupted from Kuang Lan's mouth and nose, as he deftly switched between weapons in his grasp. At times, it resembled a spear, at others, a staff, and occasionally a longbow. Each weapon emitted a radiant purple glow. All were 25-level purple crystal artifacts. As a player procured at great expense by the Aoshi Guild, he wielded abundant resources. With his talent as a weapon master, his inventory brimmed with high-level weapons of various professions, all purple crystal artifacts acquired through arduous battles against boss-level foes. With his S-grade talent as a weapon master, Kuang Lan could wield these weapons with unparalleled finesse. A staff-like weapon materialized in his hands. Acceleration. A surge of purple light enveloped him, amplifying his movements dramatically. The blade in his hands shimmered. 2 claws of piercing purple light emerged. To confront a mage, an assassin was indeed the ideal choice. With the assassin's explosive power, vanquishing this mage would be a mere trifle. He could already envision the demise of the Justice Maniac. Today would be the day. Beside him, another lavishly equipped player kept pace, his name emblazoned above him, Aoshi Zhanlong. At level 29, he was but 1 level shy of 30. Aoshi Zhanlong ranked third on the leaderboard, just behind Kuang Lan. He spoke little, his gaze unwaveringly locked onto the player a mere 10 meters away. His goal was singular, to eliminate the Justice Maniac. The proud warrior of the world has issued a challenge. Whoever can successfully vanquish this righteous maniac shall be rewarded with a bounty of 50,000 in cash, along with an elevation to the ranks of the elite. For the already established elite, the illustrious Dragon Slayer, there is no need for further promotion. However, the allure of a substantial cash prize cannot be overlooked. Who among us would scoff at the prospect of such wealth? The long sword held by the Dragon Slayer is unlike any other. It remains sheathed, a blade yet to taste the air of battle. While the average player wields their swords with ease, either firmly in hand or stowed away in their pack, the Dragon Slayer is distinct. His sword remains in its scabbard, one hand gripping the hilt, his body coiled with tension as he moves with remarkable speed. Though he does not possess the formidable S-class talent of others, his own abilities are far from inferior. With an A-class talent known as the Sword of Forbearance, the longer the interval between battles, the greater the damage inflicted upon his next strike. And this particular strike has been held in abeyance for an extended period. As he finally draws his sword, it is enveloped in a radiant golden glow. With one decisive blow, he shall slay the dragon. Chapter 81. Do not underestimate our passionate bonds. A menacing aura of murderous intent surged from behind. Lu Yuan turned his gaze, only to behold 2 familiar figures advancing swiftly towards him. He could feel their fiery, vengeful stares piercing through him. In a previous life, Lu Yuan had not been their enemy. They were mere strangers. However, in this lifetime, it seemed they had become adversaries. Yet, the current Lu Yuan was no longer the frail mage he once was. He now bore the experience of a supreme sorcerer, endowed with an SSS-level talent that defied the heavens. To challenge him? That would merely be a path to self-destruction. A barrage of attacks from numerous players descended upon him. Arrows flew with lethal precision, aiming to turn him into a pincushion. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. These skills were not guided attacks. With impeccable movement, he could easily evade them. Front and back, he faced imminent threats. A moment's carelessness could spell doom. With deft footwork, Lu Yuan danced between retreating and advancing, slipping left and right. Much to the astonishment of his opponents, he deftly avoided each and every strike. Viewers watching the live stream were left agape, their comments flooding in like a tidal wave. Forgive my lack of eloquence, but this is astonishing. How could he evade such attacks? Is this movement even real? Vertical dodging? Spiral evasion? What is this sorcery? I cannot comprehend. Incredible. While fireballs might be dodged due to their slow speed, arrows are far quicker. Can a mere mortal truly react in time? This seems impossible. I once managed to dodge bullets in a fit of rage. Unbelievable. The sheer volume of skills and relentless attacks was enough to dazzle and astound. Seemingly unavoidable. Yet this individual had carved out a sliver of survival. Can such feats truly be performed by a mere human? How does he anticipate the trajectories of these attacks and respond with such precision? Lu Yuan's name was irresistibly captivating. With his notorious red name and frequent announcements throughout the realm, it swiftly caught the attention of onlookers, as they witnessed him narrowly escaping a deluge of assaults. They were left in disbelief. Is this some kind of joke? How can so many miss one person? Surely, this must be an act. How could anyone be so skilled? A chorus of spectators voiced their skepticism, shaking their heads in disbelief. A few players frowned slightly. The attacks from the members of the Proud World Guild showed no signs of restraint. Every arrow was aimed directly at Lu Yuan's heart and head. The skills unleashed upon him were relentless and unyielding. An act? It was evident to anyone who paid attention. Moreover, given the Justice Fanatic's obvious affiliation with the Glory Guild, would the Proud World Guild truly hold back? If this were merely a performance, then was the battle of thousands on this plane simply staged? Perspectives vary, and wisdom is subjective. They ceased to pay heed to the clamorous players, instead focusing intently on this righteous fanatic. The subtlety reveals the essence. A glimpse can unveil the leopard in the tube. The prowess of this righteous zealot is certainly not to be underestimated. Many players sighed in their hearts. At that moment, they spotted two figures swiftly approaching from behind Lu Yuan, their eyes widening, transfixed, fearful of missing this pivotal moment. The notoriety of those two was considerable, and it did not take long for players to recognize them. It was Quanglan, the S-grade talent player from the Aoshi Guild. He had unexpectedly appeared here. What do you mean unexpectedly? Shouldn't this prominent figure from the Aoshi Guild be present in the battle between Aoshi and Glory? Look, it's Aoshi Zhanlong. Quanglan and Aoshi Zhanlong are reputedly the twin heroes of Aoshi. Fierce indeed. The righteous fanatic is doomed. The mage has closed in on the two warriors, and I cannot fathom how he intends to maneuver. Maneuver? What maneuvering? He has shattered the staff, and yet he is supposed to maneuver. That may not be the case. The righteous leader is the #1 player in the arena. He maintains an undefeated record. Do you understand? The onlookers, in their fervor to debate who is superior, nearly came to blows, each unwilling to yield. The figures of Quanglan and Aoshi Zhanlong, of course, did not escape Lu Yuan's keen observation. No one understands the peril of a mage being cornered by warriors better than he does. In terms of mage proficiency, he claims the second place. No player dares to assert the first. Although proximity is perilous, it can also expedite the conclusion of the battle. Both of these players possess considerable skill, and should the conflict extend to mid or long range, Lu Yuan does not have the luxury of time to engage in a drawn-out battle with them. After all, he is under siege by dozens, if not hundreds, of players. These players are already organizing a second wave of assault. Despite deftly evading the first wave, the assault is exceedingly perilous. A single misstep could easily render him a pincushion. Lu Yuan must act swiftly, resolving the two adversaries in a matter of moments. Thereafter, he must contend with the simultaneous assault from the Aoshi players. Lu Yuan glanced at his skills. The Ring of Fire Rejection has not yet cooled down. If only the Ring of Fire Rejection were available, he could dispatch the two with ease. However, the cooldown period remains. Once the two players close in, he will have to rely solely on his reflexes. Moreover, casting requires a measure of time. These seemingly trivial details, often overlooked during regular combat, will be magnified at this critical juncture. Even a mere 0.1 second of delay could spell death for Lu Yuan. His talent affords him significant damage output, but it does not grant him immortality. The simultaneous assault from these two top players in the Divine Realm would pose little challenge in eliminating a fragile mage like him. It can be said that Lu Yuan's odds of victory are exceedingly slim. Yet, Lu Yuan remains confident, resolute. Simply because he is Lu Yuan. He did not even turn back, the staff in his hand striking the ground with a heavy thud. A web of silk swiftly enveloped the path ahead of the two. This web appeared silently, patiently awaiting the intrusion of its prey. Both Quanlan and Ao Shizhanlong revealed smirks at the corners of their mouths. Did they truly believe that such a trivial web could ensnare them? Such naivety. The two figures intertwined, their rapid footsteps unceasing, carving out a perfect semicircle. They maneuvered around the web, launching simultaneous attacks towards Lu Yuan. Shattered stars and blade draw slash. The two exclamations resonated almost in unison. The amethyst dagger in Quanlan's grasp erupted with resplendent violet light. Ao Shizhanlong's sword had already been drawn, its radiant golden glow slicing towards Lu Yuan. The audience in the live broadcast room was ignited with fervor. How dare you underestimate the passionate bond that fuels us? Chapter 82. The Suppression of the Twin Heroes. Shattering stars. Blade draw slash. In a breathtaking moment, both Quanlan and Ao Shizhanlong unleashed their ferocious attacks simultaneously. The web technique released by Lu Yuan failed to impede their advance, as they charged towards him with a fierce determination, one clad in purple and the other in gold. A sinister smile crept across Quanlan's face. As a master of weaponry, he possessed the ability to masterfully wield any weapon with perfection. His skill allowed him to unleash distinct attacks depending on the weapon he wielded. When employing a dagger, his technique was known as Shattering Stars, which boasted immense burst damage along with armor-piercing capabilities. With this strike, he was confident he could obliterate this righteous man if it landed. As he closed the distance to within 3 feet of his target, vivid images of the righteous man being defeated danced in his mind. Meanwhile, Ao Shizhanlong remained composed, having already executed his blade draw slash. A resplendent sword aura surged towards the righteous man, shimmering in golden hues reminiscent of a dragon's brilliance. After a lengthy interval of several hours without engaging in combat, this strike radiated with golden light, amplifying its lethality tenfold from Ao Shizhanlong's perspective. This blow was certain to be fatal for any who dared to confront it. As the sword stroke was unleashed, Ao Shizhanlong exhaled deeply, sheathing his long sword with a sense of finality. There was no need to observe further. The swiftness and ferocity of the sword light assured him that unless the righteous man could somehow evade it, he would not escape this lethal blow. In that moment, both Quanlan and Ao Shizhanlong were convinced of the righteous man's imminent demise. However, what transpired next left them utterly astounded. In the face of their onslaught, Lu Yuan remained motionless, his lips barely moving as he uttered a single word: crystallization. An invisible wave of energy emanated from Lu Yuan, gradually enveloping him in a subtle, earthy-hued glow that accentuated his form, rendering him increasingly luminous. Ding! In the eyes of all present, Quanlan's dagger struck Lu Yuan, producing a resounding clash as metal met flesh. The dagger was deflected away, and Quanlan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his weapon, questioning his very existence. How could this be? This man was unyielding. Even before his Shattering Stars technique, a fully armored tank would surely be pierced. Yet, this strike against the righteous man's flesh felt as though it had collided with solid iron, failing to penetrate even slightly. The damage that popped up above Lu Yuan's head left Quanlan questioning his own senses. Minus 153 resistance. What? Only 153 points of damage? His Shattering Stars technique, when unleashed upon other players, would inflict damage in the thousands. Even the sturdiest tank would fall before him. Yet, this overwhelmingly powerful strike against Lu Yuan yielded a pitifully low amount of damage. How could this be? Was Lu Yuan's defense greater than that of those fully armored tanks? No, that was utterly impossible. The strike, imbued with a ferocious intent to kill, astonishingly merely reduced Lu Yuan's health to less than one-third. The crystalline robe of the purple crystal gear bestowed upon Lu Yuan a tremendous enhancement to his vitality. The look of astonishment in Quanlan's eyes was palpable. Before he could fully process the situation, yet another sharp attack descended upon Lu Yuan. The golden light of the gleaming slash struck him down. The radiance of the sword was formidable, exuding an impressive might. Just as all the players presumed that this golden sword light would assuredly slay Lu Yuan, it collided with him and dissipated like snow beneath the sun. A damage notification appeared above Lu Yuan's head. -175 resistance. This damage was slightly higher than what Quanlan had inflicted, yet still minimal. Beside him, Ao Shizhanlong, having sheathed his sword and poised for a dramatic flourish, was taken aback. This strike did not fell the righteous zealot? Ao Shizhanlong rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The blow had indeed landed squarely upon the righteous zealot, and the damage was evident. Everything seemed normal, however, something felt amiss. His multiple-fold damage slash had only dealt 175 points of health to this righteous zealot? Seriously? Even against a mage, let alone a tank. Such a strike could not yield so paltry an outcome. Beside the righteous zealot, Quanlan, somewhat incredulous, launched another attack. -35, defense. This time, the damage that appeared left several spectators dumbfounded. Quanlan, ranked second among players, a top-tier warrior nearing level 30, though not utilizing any skills, merely executing a basic attack, could not possibly inflict only 30 or 40 points of damage. Not only Quanlan, but also the onlooking players were bewildered. Wait, two top-tier warriors simultaneously attacking, and they only took away 2/3 of his health. This fellow can't possibly be a full tank mage, can he? Nonsense. A full tank mage wouldn't possess such lethal damage. Moreover, did you not see the damage numbers? How could it only be over 100? This does not resemble the damage one would expect from Quanlan. There was something amiss, undoubtedly. I suspect it's a ruse. Perhaps he has stripped all his gear, and thus the damage aligns. The players exchanged various theories, yet before they could reach a consensus, the unfolding scene rendered them nearly incredulous. As the crystalline effect faded, Lu Yuan's gaze regained its vitality. The earthy, crystalline aura enveloping him dissipated, and he glanced at his health. It had dipped into the danger zone. Fortunately, the crystalline barrier had successfully absorbed the explosive assaults from both adversaries. As long as he remained alive, it was now Lu Yuan's turn to counterattack. Observing the cooldown of a shocking skill had concluded, Lu Yuan's expression turned resolute. Having cast the skill countless times, he was thoroughly familiar with it. With a mere thought, a ring of fire swiftly materialized beside him, the familiar repulsion ring, the ultimate nemesis of all aggressive players. The fiery ring rapidly coalesced around Lu Yuan. The fiery element surged wildly. Lu Yuan finally spoke again, his cold voice conveying the decree of death itself. Resist the fire ring. In the next moment, the fire ring expanded violently, its circumference enlarging outward with great intensity. Quanlan's expression changed drastically. Although he was unaware of the nature of this skill, he could feel the imminent danger. The searing flames threatened to engulf him entirely. Quanlan attempted to retreat, to escape the encroaching fire ring, but its expansion was alarmingly swift. The instant the fire ring made contact, astonishment filled Quanlan's eyes. This fire ring did not behave like ordinary flames. It did not merely burn upon him. In that fleeting moment of contact, he experienced a disorienting illusion, as though he had been struck head-on by a 10-ton truck. With a thud, his body was unceremoniously sent flying, rolling on the ground like a discarded sack. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. Chapter 83. The Glory of Reinforcement. A turn in the battle. As the crystallization of Lu Yuan came to an end, he raised his hand to unleash the fully cooled repulsion fire ring. The formidable Quanlan attempted to retreat, yet the repulsion fire ring swiftly caught up with him. The immense force instantly obliterated him, sending him crashing backward into the distance. Meanwhile, Aoshi Zhanlong was not faring much better. Although he was puzzled as to why an attack potent enough to annihilate Lu Yuan had failed to do so, he observed Lu Yuan's dwindling health and prepared to deliver the finishing blow. However, just a few steps forward, Aoshi Zhanlong beheld the rapidly expanding fire ring surrounding Lu Yuan. His pupils constricted in alarm, prompting him to leap backward without hesitation. The fire ring had expanded to its limits, nearly touching his face. Feeling the intense heat radiating from it, Aoshi Zhanlong struggled to swallow. If the fire ring were to strike him, his fate would not be much better than that of Quanglan. His gaze shifted slightly, and he soon spotted Quanglan sprawled on the ground. Lu Yuan regarded him with surprise. It seemed Aoshi Zhanlong's reflexes were not slow after all. Yet, how dare he be distracted during their battle? A fleeting glimmer of azure light flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes. By the time Aoshi Zhanlong regained his composure, he found himself encircled by a barrage of skills. Panic washed over his face as he realized that the points of these skills completely enveloped all potential escape routes. No matter how he attempted to maneuver, his demise was inevitable. The skill struck down, and Aoshi Zhanlong's body collapsed to the ground. His reflexes, though commendable, were rendered futile against Lu Yuan's nearly supernatural targeting prowess, leaving him no room for evasive action. In mere seconds, the battle had reached its conclusion. The two elite warriors of the Aoshi Guild lay slain. Though they had inflicted some damage upon Lu Yuan, the ultimate outcome captivated the attention of the spectators. The Justice Madman had merely lost 2/3 of his health, and had effortlessly dispatched two players ranked among the top in both levels and strength. In an instant, even some members of the Aoshi Guild were left dumbfounded. Could it be that Quanglan and the others had been eliminated so swiftly? Goodness, the last time in the arena, Quanglan had dispatched me with the ease of slaughtering a chicken. But now, no matter how formidable this fellow may be, he is on the brink of death. Quickly, we must finish him off. Wait, no. The assassins from Glory are closing in. Curse it, look at the back line. Amidst the ranks of the Aoshi members, angry voices began to rise. Accompanying these shouts was the rapid flickering of white light. This white light was not a skill effect, but rather the effect of death. Although the players from the Glory Guild were hastening to join the fray, the swifter assassins had already entered the battlefield, launching precise strikes against the back line of the Aoshi members. As all players fixated their attention on the clash between the Justice Madman and the top-tier players, such as the Wild Tide, the assassins of the Glory Guild stealthily infiltrated the ranks of the Proud World S-Mages. Just as the battle on Lu Yuan's side came to a close, these assassins finally sprang into action. The patient lions revealed their fangs. Kill. With a commanding shout, the atmosphere was charged with lethal intent. The members of the Proud World were taken aback with shock and fury. Assassins? Damn, they are the lackeys of the Glory Guild. Forget them. We must eliminate the Justice Madman. A bounty of 50,000 RMB awaits. Cursing under their breath, they lamented, watch the backline. While you're fixated on your precious gold, the backline is falling. Soon, discord emerged among the members of the Proud World. The tanks and warriors disregarded the mages and priests behind them, their focus solely on Lu Yuan. The mages and priests of the Proud World cried out in distress. Yet, it was to no avail. The explosive output of the assassins was beyond words. In mere seconds, dozens of assassins had dispatched nearly 100 spellcasting classes. Glory Stealth's eyes gleamed with ferocity. How dare you ignore me? I'll make you pay. With fervor, he rallied his comrades. Brothers, charge with me. Justice Madman, hold on just a bit longer. We're almost there. In his hand, the purple crystal dagger glimmered, reflecting his surging confidence. Initially indifferent towards the Justice Madman, Glory Stealth had grown weary of the incessant praise from his guild members. What was all this fuss about, with the president constantly praising someone he had never met? However, his perspective shifted dramatically during their first joint battle in the mines. Though that skirmish concluded swiftly, it left an indelible impression on him. The strength of this individual was undeniably formidable. It justified the president's incessant chatter. In the arena, he had encountered the Justice Madman again, maintaining a 100 win rate. To ingratiate himself with the Justice Madman, he had resolutely chosen to surrender. Now, concealed in the shadows, he observed the live broadcast not far away. The Justice Madman single-handedly faced two opponents, swiftly eliminating both of them, players ranked among the top 5 in the competitive leaderboard. Glory Stealth finally conceded. It dawned on him that he need not have surrendered in the arena. The prowess of this powerhouse was indeed capable of overwhelming him. Glory Stealth possessed a keen self-awareness. His ascent to the top 10 in the arena was merely due to fortuitous matchups against countering classes. However, the Justice Madman's dominance was unparalleled, a veritable force of nature. Ignoring class, level, and equipment disparities, he crushed opponents with absolute strength and exquisite tactical finesse. What was this? The foremost champion of the divine realm. How could one not admire such prowess? Furthermore, the purple crystal dagger in Glory Stealth's possession was a drop from this very champion. At that moment, witnessing the warriors of the proud world encircling the Justice Madman, his expression shifted and he began to shout urgently, even in the face of death. They must hold them back. Do not allow them to approach the paragon of justice. Though the assassins boasted high output, they found themselves at a disadvantage against the remarkably formidable warrior tanks. However, upon hearing the rallying cry from Glory's Heartstealer, many assassins from the Glory Guild swiftly altered their tactics. Rather than initiating attacks, they devised every conceivable method to impede the warriors and tanks. Some utilized their superior speed to dash alongside these proud warriors, taunting them. Others retrieved ropes from their packs, binding themselves to their adversaries to hinder their movement. Even more audaciously, some lunged directly at the warriors, clinging to their feet in a desperate attempt to slow their advance. Though such tactics may have seemed undignified, their effectiveness was undeniable. They succeeded in significantly impeding the speed of several members of the Proud World. The detained Proud World warriors were infuriated. Damn it, 50,000. Just one more strike. Why are you dragging them back? Don't slow me down. One shouted. Have you lost your mind? How much is Glory Guild paying you for this? I'll end you meanwhile. The unimpeded members of Proud World wore expressions of delight. With their numbers, they found it difficult to claim victory against the righteous zealots. The assassins had cleared a path for them, and their joy was palpable. 50,000, here I come. As they approached Chapter 84, Skill Upgrade, Instant Kill. As Lu Yuan gazed at the group of honor assassins huddled together in the distance with the members of the Proud World Guild, a flicker of emotion finally stirred within his eyes. These individuals truly are remarkable. A mechanical voice echoed in his ear, swiftly bringing a glimmer of delight to Lu Yuan's gaze. The level of the Fireball Barrage skill has increased. Current skill level, level 7. Through repeated use, the skill of Fireball Barrage had once again ascended. At level 7, Lu Yuan could now unleash as many as 5 fireballs. Each fireball could inflict damage equivalent to 70 of his spell power. With a snap of his fingers, 5 fireballs coalesced beside Lu Yuan, quietly hovering, emanating an intensely scorching aura. As members of the Proud World Guild drew near, poised to strike, they caught sight of the fireballs at Lu Yuan's side. Before they could react, Lu Yuan nonchalantly waved his hand. The 5 fireballs hurtled toward 5 unsuspecting players. Boom, 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 boom. 5 resounding thuds echoed in succession. The players struck by the fireballs were instantaneously annihilated. Even at a mere 70 of Lu Yuan's spell damage, amplified by 100-fold from his talents. The resulting damage was utterly terrifying. Spectators were left in utter shock. How could this righteous man be so resilient? Surrounded by so many foes, he simply refused to fall. With such effortless skills, was his damage truly so elevated? The backline of the Proud World Guild had been swiftly compromised by Honor's Heart and their team of assassins. Without the protection of mages, the priests struggled to heal their comrades, quickly falling into disarray. A cascade of green light enveloped Lu Yuan. In an instant, the multitude of healing spells restored his health to full. The priests of the Honor Guild had finally arrived. As soon as Lu Yuan came within their casting range, they instinctively cast their healing spells upon him. With his health replenished, Lu Yuan exhaled in relief, the remnants of his earlier anxiety vanishing completely. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of the Honor Guild, the members of the Proud World Guild were swiftly eradicated. Lu Yuan had temporarily allied himself with the Honor Guild. A densely packed throng of players from the Honor Guild pressed forward, their objective unmistakable, the distant bulk of the Proud World Guild. The changing expression of Honor Huaxia was accompanied by a commanding shout to his subordinates. Keep an eye on the boss. If the opportunity arises, eliminate it swiftly. We must not allow those proud world scoundrels any advantage. Advance slowly in the front line, pull some back to focus fire on the boss. It doesn't appear to be difficult to defeat. After the smaller factions of the Proud World Guild were cleared away, the players surrounding the red-horned, white-maned bull chief quickly shifted to accommodate the Honor Guild members. Only the players of the Honor Guild remained. In the distance, the Proud World spirit, infuriated, turned red in the face. Why have they not yet dispatched that man? He was, of course, referring to Lu Yuan. The siege of hundreds could not thwart the escape of the blood-red named Lu Yuan. Astonishingly, not only did this righteous man elude capture, but even the chief boss remained unclaimed. Now, surrounded by the Glory Guild, the chances for the Proud World Guild to reclaim their prize seem bleak. Yet, they must attempt it. They cannot simply yield the chief boss to these glorious ones. A fervent resolve surged within the hearts of the Proud World's warriors. Kill. Annihilate these glorious ruffians. This chief boss rightfully belongs to us. With a command from the Proud World's soul, its members sprang into action. The two factions collided, and a fierce battle erupted. On Lu Yuan's side, he quickly spotted members of the Glory Guild, including the illustrious Hongya. His tactic of drawing fire had proven remarkably effective. The escape of Hongya and his group was executed flawlessly, costing them only 2 lives as they burst free from the Proud World's encirclement. Though Hongya's vitality was waning, he dragged his weary body back to the safety of his comrades. Only after confirming the safety of Lu Shui behind him did he exhale with relief. His own crimson count was not insignificant. The number of players he had felled was considerable. Should Hongya fall, the repercussions would be dire, while perhaps not as catastrophic as Lu Yuan's demise. His death would certainly result in a loss of 5 or 6 levels. He had narrowly escaped failure, yet he had succeeded. He had achieved it. A rush of exhilaration coursed through Hongya as he searched for Lu Yuan amidst the chaos. However, a glance revealed that the familiar figure was nowhere to be found, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. How could the righteous man survive after drawing so much fire from the Proud World members? Alas, Hongya sighed in regret. Turning to console the sister of the righteous brother, he was startled to see a familiar name. Righteous Madman? To his astonishment, the individual he had sought had appeared before him. A quick glance confirmed that this righteous madman still bore the mark of a red name. Brother Righteous, you are alive? Hongya exclaimed in disbelief. He had already mourned him in his heart, only to discover he had not perished. Lu Yuan twitched his lips. Something about this statement felt peculiar. What? Surprised? Hongya, realizing his verbal misstep, hastily clarified. No, I simply did not expect it. I never anticipated that Brother Righteous could break through such a formidable encirclement. Your prowess is truly unparalleled, commanding my admiration. Lu Yuan swiftly interrupted. All right. Let's get to the point. He had grown weary of such flattery. Hongya blinked in confusion. The point? The point is, there is no point. I'm just praising you, brother. He stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Yet, a message from his private chat soon provided him with an escape from the awkwardness. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Brother Justice, the guild leader urged, let us see if we can vanquish this boss first. Otherwise, when the members of the Proud World Guild arrive, this boss might thwart our plans. His hopeful gaze rested upon Lu Yuan, having previously conquered hellish difficulty dungeons alongside him. He now held unwavering faith in Lu Yuan's abilities. Brother Justice could dispatch even the 2 chief bosses from that hellish dungeon in an instant. How could this mere level 30 chief boss pose a challenge before Brother Justice? Glory Maple was convinced that with Brother Justice's assistance in dealing with the level 30 crimson-horned white-maned bull chief, they could surely eliminate the boss before the Proud World players arrived. Naturally, Lu Yuan saw no reason to decline. The value of this chief boss was immensely high, and it could drop exquisite purple crystals. After contemplating, Lu Yuan decided it was prudent to clarify a few points in advance. Chapter 85. A single hoof topples an array. Let it be known from the outset that the spoils of this boss battle shall be claimed by those of the magical class. To avert any misunderstandings, Lu Yuan resolved to clarify this matter beforehand. In his previous life, numerous conflicts had arisen due to a lack of communication regarding the distribution of equipment and items prior to engaging the boss, leading to a continuous buildup of discord. Although this was not the first collaboration with the Glory Guild, Lu Yuan thought it prudent to mention it. Glory Hongye nodded vigorously in agreement. Naturally, he didn't even need to inquire about the stance of their guild leader, Glory Huaxia. Even without asking, he could surmise the leader's inclination. Given Glory Huaxia's attitude towards this righteous lunatic, he would gladly bestow the entirety of the boss's loot upon him. The guild leader had always been this way, fervently seeking talent. Many viewed such behavior as somewhat foolish, yet it was precisely this approach that fostered unity within the Glory Guild, allowing it to flourish and produce numerous talents. As a member of the Glory Guild, Hongye saw no fault in his leader's actions. Having received a clear response, Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Accompanied by Lu Shui, he made his way towards the location of the crimson-horned white-maned bull leader. Before reaching the boss, Lu Yuan had already observed its current state. It appeared less than favorable. The crimson-horned white-maned bull was struggling to rise, its massive form laboring under the effort. One of its hooves was bent at an odd angle, and the remaining hoof could hardly support its considerable bulk. Maintaining balance was an arduous task. Its body swayed precariously to one side, yet it stubbornly fought to remain upright. Were this captured on film, it could serve as a documentary of life's relentless struggle. Nevertheless, the players would not be so easily deterred. In its prime, the boss would have required a multitude of players to bring it down. Now, however, it was injured and rendered immobile. This was a veritable gift of a boss. What player could resist such temptation? Under Glory Huaxia's direction, a throng of Glory players swiftly gathered around the crimson-horned white-maned bull. Many had already commenced tentative assaults, but upon realizing that the boss was truly incapable of movement, they could hardly contain their delight. "Little bull, meet your demise," they exclaimed. "For the many members of AO sure you have slain, we shall grant you a swift end. Hurry, hurry, why is this creature so resilient? I can't even breach its defenses." The boss's defense was almost despairingly high, as players, mages, warriors, and archers alike could only inflict one consistent damage number upon the crimson-horned white-maned bull. -1, force damage. -1, force damage. Occasionally, there are unfortunate souls who are unable to inflict any damage at all. The boss, with a staggering health of 100,000, has lost approximately 1/10 of its vitality due to the injuries sustained. Yet, despite the concerted efforts of numerous players, it still retains 80% of its health. A resounding and prolonged bellow echoed from a distance. Lu Yuan's expression shifted slightly. "This is bad." He gazed at the distant boss, his brow furrowing. Having already grasped the impending calamity, he hastily warned his companion, Glory Redleaf, "Be cautious. Keep them at a distance from the boss. The warriors should not approach. Let the archers and mages engage from afar." His words flowed rapidly. Glory Redleaf was momentarily taken aback. "What?" Lu Yuan, with a resigned expression, observed the colossal bull boss in the distance, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. The boss is about to unleash a skill. Glory Redleaf, slowly coming to understanding, nodded hesitantly. Was that earlier bellow a precursor to the boss's skill release? Wait. Glory Redleaf finally sensed something amiss. Her gaze filled with trepidation as she looked toward the scene unfolding. There, beside the boss, players from the Glory Guild were tightly clustered together, relentlessly assaulting the formidable creature. It was evident that the boss had lost its ability to move, struggling even to maintain its footing. Initially, everyone had kept their distance, wary of the potential wrath of the red-horned white-maned bull. However, as time progressed and it became apparent that the boss could not rise, their courage swelled. Some warrior players, elated, boldly approached to attack. Their swords and blades struck the boss, which, despite its desperate attempts to resist, found it exceedingly difficult to retaliate. After a prolonged assault, they remained largely unscathed. The boss's health gradually dwindled, and the players' wariness diminished. Although their damage output was minimal, the boss stood like a target, making it seem almost effortless to defeat. Most players harbored such thoughts. Thus, when the boss's roar resounded, they finally sensed the danger. They attempted to retreat. But the crowd was so densely packed that movement was impossible. In an instant, they found themselves immobilized. The red-horned white-maned bull launched a sudden counterattack. No longer attempting to rise, it lay sideways and unleashed a ferocious kick with its powerful hind legs. The ferocity of the boss's assault showed no mercy. A warrior player positioned behind it met a grim fate. The kick landed squarely on his chest. In a flash, he was sent hurtling backward. Yet, the chaos did not end there. As he flew backward several meters, he collided with other players, all of whom vanished in a burst of white light. That single kick cleared a line of players spanning over 10 meters. Dozens of players were instantaneously obliterated by a single kick. The survivors gazed in terror at the fallen boss lying on the ground. How could it be that such a swift move resulted in death? They had witnessed firsthand how the players sent flying resembled projectiles. Every player grazed by this projectile suffered grievous harm. They once again beheld the terrifying damage inflicted by this boss. Even without a direct assault, being hit indirectly led to demise. Many players swallowed hard, their eyes fixated on the boss, fear flickering in their depths. This boss was utterly merciless. Remarkably, even after losing a crucial hoof, its combat prowess remained dreadfully formidable. What if this boss were at full strength? They dared not imagine the number of players required to barely bring this creature down. Moreover, this skill appeared not to be the boss's ultimate strike. Any boss unleashes its true terrifying abilities when its health plummets below 50. In that moment, silence enveloped the area around the boss. Few players dared to advance, fearful of receiving another kick that would send them to their doom. Just then, Lu Yuan finally arrived. Observing the toppled boss, he waved his hand, and a massive fireball hurtled toward the red-horned white-maned bull boss. The boss, sensing an imminent threat, began to thrash wildly, attempting to regain its balance and rise once more. Yet, it was all in vain. Chapter 86, A Fireball in an Instant. Lu Yuan stepped forward, swiftly appearing beside the leader of the red-horned white-maned bull. He raised his hand to unleash a skill, and a massive fireball drifted towards the beast. The leader, sensing impending danger, frantically writhed in an attempt to regain its balance and evade the attack. Yet, it was all in vain. The fireball ultimately struck the leader with a resounding explosion. Boom! The explosive sound echoed, reaching even the members of the Proud World Guild several dozen meters away, who exchanged bewildered glances. What had just transpired? An explosion? Truly? Could it be that these Glory Guild members had devised a bomb? Then, they witnessed a scene that left them utterly astonished. The colossal boss, its body shattered in half, fell silently to the ground. Was this truly the end? One skill had annihilated it? What kind of absurdity was this? The boss, with hundreds of thousands of health points, could not have been vanquished by a single skill. Not only were the members of the Proud World Guild in a state of shock, but even those from the Glory Guild standing beside Lu Yuan could hardly believe their eyes. Surely they were not mistaken? This boss could be taken down by one skill? It still had 70 of its health remaining. How could it have perished so swiftly? The ease with which this formidable boss was dispatched reminded them of an earlier encounter in the mine, where another player had similarly demonstrated exaggerated prowess. Dispatching a boss with a single skill. Wait a moment, these two individuals, could they possibly be the same person? Goodness! It was only then that some of the more observant members of the Glory Guild recalled Lu Yuan. Was he the one who had effortlessly defeated the mutated Rat King with a single skill? Oh my, I remember now, he is indeed the Justice Madman. How astonishing it is that he has once again obliterated a boss of such caliber with a single skill. Numerous players stared at Lu Yuan with dazed expressions, their discussions bubbling with excitement. The death of the red-horned white-maned bull swiftly propelled Lu Yuan's experience bar into a frenzy. A golden light flashed around him, and his level surged to 30. He became the first player to reach level 30. Meanwhile, the second player, Quang Lan, having died once, experienced a significant drop in experience and fell from level 29 to level 28. Lu Yuan, multitasking with ease, allocated his skill points while his gaze continuously swept over the spoils of the fallen boss. The dazzling purple glow quickly caught the attention of the surrounding players. A purple crystal artifact had emerged. Could it be double purple? What incredible luck! Wait, what was that? A staff? Lu Yuan was in close proximity to the boss's carcass, and one orb of purple radiance landed directly before him. He promptly picked it up. The wristband, shaped like a guard, bears a crimson hue. Hornbull wristband. Quality, amethyst. Level requirement, 30. Strength 20. Attack 100. Critical hit 8. Special skill, Hornbull charge level 3. Evaluation, Donning this grants one the strength of a bull. This wristband is passable, yet in Lu Yuan's eyes, it is somewhat lacking. Inside Lu Yuan's satchel lies a more formidable treasure. The amethyst wristband acquired from vanquishing the ghost wolf chief in the dim forest. The horn bull wristband is merely a level 30 amethyst item, while the one in Lu Yuan's possession is of a higher caliber, level 40. Moreover, it is a wristband that enhances strength, more suited for warriors. For Lu Yuan, its utility is minimal. Since Lu Yuan delivered the final blow to the boss, he enjoys the privilege of first pick of the spoils. The other players present can only watch enviously. Before them lies an amethyst item, yet they lack the right to claim it. They cannot even glance at its attributes. For some, this is undoubtedly a torment. They can only watch as Lu Yuan picks up piece after piece of equipment, their eyes filled with envy and their mouths watering. Look, there is another one. Don't let it slip away. 2 amethyst items. The luck of this expert is truly remarkable. I see there is an amethyst wristband. I wonder if the expert can make use of it. Taking everything. Is that really fair? We too have paid a considerable price. Countless brothers fell to this boss. Surely our efforts deserve some recognition. Some players grumbled quietly. However, no one dared to voice their thoughts openly. It was abundantly clear to all. Lu Yuan's single skill eclipsed the combined efforts of hundreds, even thousands of them. They had toiled for hours, contributing a mere 10% of the overall damage. Yet, this righteous marauder, with a casual fireball, obliterated the remaining health of the boss. There was no room for dissent. This expert single-handedly equaled the might of their entire army. In the presence of such a figure, who would dare to utter a word against the equipment now being claimed? Even if Lu Yuan collected it all, they had no grounds for complaint. After all, they had remained silent in the face of their own leader's presence. Coupled with the prior achievements of this righteous expert, who had faced hundreds of proud members with unwavering composure and departed unscathed, they had every reason to believe that if this righteous marauder were to join their guild, he might well ascend to the position of vice president instantaneously. With this thought, members of the Glory Guild gazed at Lu Yuan with even greater fervor. Lu Yuan picked up another fallen amethyst item. After casting a quick glance to ensure no equipment was left behind, he confidently strode towards a gathering of members from the Glory Guild. Among them were the figures of Glory Maple and Glory Crimson Lotus. Their expressions marked by a sense of reverence as they regarded a fellow player beside them. It was Glory Huaxia, the president of the Glory Guild. At this moment, Glory Huaxia's gaze towards Lu Yuan had transformed. It was a look that spoke of a worthy adversary, a meeting of exceptional talents. Brother Justice, you must join our glorious ranks. Even before Lu Yuan could approach, he took 2 steps forward and eagerly grasped Lu Yuan's hand, his countenance brimming with excitement. Observing the youthful visage of Lu Yuan, Glory Huaxia felt a surge of exhilaration. A prodigy, undoubtedly a prodigy. Initially, he believed that this brother Justice merely boasted high damage output, but now it was evident that he was far more than that. His skills were equally extraordinary. To survive against such a multitude of hostile players was nothing short of miraculous. He could think of no better term to describe the young man before him than genius. Glory Huaxia's vision extended even further. He could see at a glance that this justice madman was no ordinary individual. It was imperative to recruit him into our Glory Guild. Chapter 87, The Staff of Knowledge. With a radiant smile, Glory Huaxia clasped Lu Yuan's hand. The thought swirling in his mind remained a mystery to Lu Yuan, yet he could distinctly sense a chilling presence creeping along his spine, as if someone were keeping a watchful eye on him. Slightly impolitely, Lu Yuan withdrew his hand. He rummaged through his backpack and handed over several pieces of equipment that were of no use to him to Glory Huaxia. Without even glancing at the items, Glory Huaxia waved dismissively. Brother Justice, without your assistance, we would surely struggle to conquer this formidable boss. Please, accept these purple crystal items. Nearby, Glory Hongya's lips twitched. The president's reaction mirrored his own thoughts almost perfectly. However, this was not the moment for such extravagance. This great benefactor, Brother Justice, was not even a member of our Glory Guild. President, your actions may very well bring tears to the eyes of our guild members. He grasped Glory Huaxia's hand and whispered, President, perhaps we should just accept them. Brother Justice has already mentioned that as long as it's magical gear, Our warrior class is also in dire need of equipment. He glanced at Lu Yuan with a resigned smile. Understanding his plight, Lu Yuan initiated the trade once more. After some persuasion from Glory Hongye, Glory Huaxia finally relented and accepted the equipment. The guild's development required substantial resources, and the financial strain was considerable. Glory had extravagantly spent millions to acquire the hidden class transition in Lu Yuan's possession. It was indeed a gamble, wagering on the strength of this hidden class. Fortunately, Glory Hongye did not disappoint Glory Huaxia's expectations, as they ranked within the top 10 on both the level and power leaderboards. While it was not a loss, it did leave the guild's finances somewhat strained. For the vast player base of the Glory Guild, their daily expenditures were a staggering sum. This meant that the guild was currently facing financial constraints. Lu Yuan paid little heed to this. The purple crystal items were of little consequence to him. With his formidable damage output, he was confident he could defeat a level 30 to 40 boss with a single skill. The drop of purple crystal items could easily be achieved by vanquishing another boss. In fact, Lu Yuan began contemplating more challenging bosses. Above the bosses were the overlords. However, in the wilderness, the probability of encountering an overlord-level boss was considerably low. Even the boss-level creatures were already quite elusive. The overlord-level bosses boasted higher attributes and equally enhanced drop rates. It is worth noting that overlord-level bosses could yield dark gold quality equipment. Such dark gold gear was incomparable to the purple crystal tier. Lu Yuan handed over the remaining equipment to Glory Huaxia. What he left behind were merely a few pieces of magical equipment, a violet crystal staff, and a pair of blue shoes. Both items were rare treasures for him at this moment. Thus, Lu Yuan had no intention of passing them up. After vanquishing that formidable boss, his level had ascended to 30, satisfying the requirements for both pieces of equipment. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan swiftly donned the two items. The enhancement brought by the staff was markedly evident. A chill coursed through his mind, sharpening his clarity of thought. He understood well that this was the benefit derived from the increase in intellect. Each time he leveled up, he could sense the clarity in his mind brought about by the rise in intelligence, though the incremental points were often too meager to be discernible. Now, with the new staff equipped, his intellect surged significantly, awakening his mind to a greater degree. He examined the staff now in his possession. Staff of Erudition. Quality, Violet Crystal. Level requirement, 30. Intelligence 30. Agility 10. Spell attack 225. Spell critical rate 5. Attached skill, Insight Weakness, Level 1. Evaluation, well-versed and knowledgeable, a symbol of the wise. Undoubtedly formidable. With the upgrade from the level 10 Frost Staff to the level 30 Staff of Erudition, his intelligence experienced a remarkable escalation, reaching an astonishing total of 247 points. Such an exaggerated figure. With this significant boost in intelligence, Lu Yuan's spell attack soared explosively to 1690. Just a step away from 1700, Lu Yuan adorned himself with numerous violet crystal pieces of equipment, all prestigious items recognized on the equipment leaderboard. The blue shoes also contributed considerably to his prowess. Resilient leather boots. Quality, blue. Level requirement, 30. Agility 15. Speed, 25. Resistance 15. Physical defense, 45. Attached skill, haste, level 2. Evaluation, sturdy leather. Wearing these can mitigate certain special effects. These shoes enhanced Lu Yuan's speed, facilitating his maneuvers. However, what he valued most were the special attributes they conferred, resistance 15. This resistance effect was rather impressive, capable of diminishing control durations, making it a rare trait indeed. With his new equipment, Lu Yuan's strength was further augmented. Contemplating briefly, he soon approached Lu Shui and handed her the frost staff he had just replaced. Although this frost staff was merely a level 10 weapon, its attributes were formidable, rivaling those of a level 20 blue staff. It was perfectly suited for Lu Shui at this juncture. Lu Shui appeared somewhat solitary, as the battle ahead was beyond her capacity to intervene. For safety's sake, she maintained a considerable distance, observing from afar. When she witnessed Lu Yuan obliterate the boss with a fireball, a look of triumph graced her face. Regrettably, the members of the Honor Guild nearby paid her no mind. In fact, Most of them were entirely unaware that she was the sister of the distant justice maniac. The expression on her face gradually faded, and with her arms crossed, she gazed at the distant battle, her eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment. She rubbed her chest, feeling an inexplicable unease that lingered within her. After a brief respite, the anxiety finally subsided. Lu Shui glared at her attributes with a mix of frustration. She was not idle either. She was browsing through posts on that forum. The more she delved into it, the more irate she became. Clearly, this SSS-level talent should be the most formidable in the entire divine realm. Yet, why did her SSS-level talent seem so lackluster? What good was luck, after all? Lu Shui found herself perplexed. If it were any other SSS-level talent of a damage type, surely it would have wreaked havoc by now, wouldn't it? She yearned to assist her brother sooner, even if it meant merely providing a bit of healing. However, at present, she felt utterly incapable of aiding him in battle, rendering her akin to a burden. This realization left her somewhat disheartened. Yet, as she caught sight of Lu Yuan approaching, a smile blossomed on her face. Brother. Chapter 88. Glory Victorious, Pursuing the Win. Lu Yuan's previously tense expression finally softened. As usual, he gently caressed his sister's silky hair. He handed the replaced frost staff to his sister. Lu Shui blinked in surprise. A purple crystal artifact? She accepted the purple crystal with a sweet smile. This scene was swiftly captured by several live-streaming players. Within the student dormitories of Jiangnan University, a chorus of lamentations erupted. How could this esteemed figure possess such an exquisite girlfriend? Cursed be this fortunate soul. May misfortune befall him. Nonsense. Did you not hear? She is the esteemed one's sister. Such a delightful sister. Oh heavens, why am I not blessed with such a sibling? Brother-in-law, you know my plight. Lu Tao gazed at the live-streaming screen. Captivated by that petite and enchanting sister, his heart stirred. Sister Chan, I can do it. As he beheld the handsome figure on the stream, Lu Tao felt tears welling in his eyes. A high level is one thing, but possessing strength and good looks and a charming sister? This is the epitome of a life well lived. Such envy stirred within him. With gritted teeth, Lu Tao felt he might weep. Having been solo for 20 years, he hadn't even held the hand of a lovely girl. Unbelievable. The live stream chat was filled with players lamenting their fate. Our FFF guild shall seek retribution. My eyes, no. Brother is so handsome. I envy him. I want a brother like that, strong and dashing. How could this esteemed figure defeat a boss with a single skill? This is simply outrageous. Amidst the astonished exclamations of the bystanders, Lu Yuan had no time to dwell on them. He strode purposefully toward the battlefield. Now that he had escaped danger, the threat no longer resided with him. His gaze fell upon the distant members of the Proud World Guild. It was time to strike back. Under the layered protection of the Glory members, he need not worry about his own safety. All that was required of him was to unleash his full potential. There was nothing simpler than this. With mana swirling around him, elements flowed continuously, ultimately coalescing into a series of skills that launched forth. Lu Yuan effortlessly cast his spells, swiftly causing widespread devastation. -153000. Instant kill. -149500. Instant kill. -150000. Instant kill. Damage figures soaring into the hundreds of thousands were beyond the capability of the current players to withstand. This damage was even more terrifying than that of a boss. Proud World's frontline tanks. A fireball comes flying, and they perish. What on earth is the difference between them and paper? The support priests in the back line were equally exasperated. Could you not die so quickly? We can't heal at all. Is it possible to endure? What kind of tank is this so fragile? Their grievances reached the ears of Ao Shizhanhan, who, upon glancing over, found himself utterly astonished. Initially, the balance between Ao Shi and Glory seemed evenly matched, neither side yielding an inch. Yet, in an instant, the front line of Ao Shi's guild was torn asunder. The warriors of Glory surged forth like a dagger, piercing directly into the ranks of Ao Shi. What of the front line? The higher-ups beside him expressed their helplessness. The losses were too swift. President, the enemy's firepower is overwhelmingly fierce. We simply cannot withstand it. Our healers are rendering little assistance. How could this be? Ao Shizhanhan gazed into the distance, as if he could see through the crowd and discern the path amidst the throng. The disparity between A.O. Shur and Glory was ostensibly minimal. Both sides had stalemated for a considerable duration. How could the defense lines be so suddenly breached? When had the warriors of Glory grown so formidable? A hurried A.O. Shur executive approached. President, we have confirmed that an additional player has joined the ranks of Glory. A.O. Shur Zhanhan felt a flicker of disbelief. An additional player? How could one individual so drastically alter the course of this battle? Unless it was him? A name surfaced in his mind. Yet, he had already dispatched Quang Lan and A.O. Shur Zhanlong to eliminate that individual. Surrounded by hundreds of A.O. Shur members, there was no way that person could escape. The executive managed to utter, albeit with difficulty, "It is he, the justice maniac." A.O. Shur Zhanhan's expression turned incredulous. Had Quang Lan and Zhanlong truly failed? They were the premier warriors of the A.O. Shur Guild. One ranked third, the other fifth. Two of them sent to capture a justice maniac. Yet they had not only failed to eliminate him, but had suffered 2 casualties in return. The presence of this individual had indeed swayed the outcome of this grand battle involving nearly 10,000 participants. Observing as the warriors of Glory penetrated deeper into A.O. Shur's territory, A.O. Shur Zhanhan could no longer remain passive. The boss had already perished, and the ensuing battle held little significance. Should victory still be within grasp, he would not easily concede. Yet the current situation was decidedly detrimental to A.O. Shur. Continuing the fight would only lead to further losses among A.O. Shur's members. A retreat began to form in his mind. Members of A.O. Shur fall back. At last, witnessing his comrades fall one by one while the warriors of Glory sustained minimal losses, he recognized that this would undoubtedly lead to A.O. Shur's ruin. Finally, without hesitation, he issued the command. Upon receiving the order from A.O. Shur Zhanhan, the members felt a wave of relief and swiftly began their retreat. There was no choice but to flee. They stood no chance. The enemy's warriors were nearly upon the back line, while their own fighters lay silent as if lifeless. Alas, they remained oblivious to the fact that their comrades had fallen silently. Escaping would prove no simple task. The players of the Glory Guild were filled with excitement as they relentlessly pursued their foes. Particularly fervent were those such as the previously harried Glory Maple Leaf and the recently resurrected Durian, who had returned with fervor. It is often said that fortune shifts like the tides, and now it was their turn to chase down the proud Ascent Guild. Glory had always stood as an equal to Ascent, each guild harboring mutual disdain for the other. Now, with this rare opportunity at hand, they were determined to unleash their pent-up frustrations. Don't run away, you wretched pups of Ascent. You were quite bold when chasing your prey earlier, were you not? Is it just the multitude that emboldens you? Why the sudden cowardice now? Attempting to flee? Not so easily. Prepare to meet your end. The Ascent players could only stifle their indignation, scurrying away with their heads down. This relentless chase, marked by the fallen bodies of countless adversaries, finally reached a conclusion. From a distance, Glory Huaxia observed the unfolding scene with a sense of amusement. He made no effort to dissuade his guild members from their course of action. The long-standing enmity between Ascent and Glory had finally provided an opportunity for his comrades to vent their frustrations. He certainly would not impede their catharsis. However, his expression soon shifted, for he spotted an individual who had no business being present in this fray. Chapter 89. An Inimitable Miracle. Glory of China gazed at the figure before him, his voice trembling slightly. Why you? How could you be here? Lu Yuan glanced at him with mild surprise. If I'm not here, where else would I be? Glory of China looked into the distance, his tone growing awkward. Then what about them? Lu Yuan understood immediately. They went after the members of Proud World. I have matters to attend to, so I won't pursue them. With that, he made his way toward Lu Xue nearby. Clearing his throat, Glory of China hastily contacted the senior members of the guild. He instructed them to tell the brothers to cease their pursuit. The senior guild members regarded him with astonishment. President, wasn't it you who said to pursue vigorously? Glory of China's cough intensified. Cough, that was under the impression that. Never mind. Do not chase a desperate enemy. Under the persuasion of Glory of China and several senior guild members, the players of the Glory Guild finally abandoned their chase. However, their spoils remained exceedingly rich. On the plains, the bodies of numerous Proud World members lay strewn about, their white light flickering like an abundance of snowflakes. On their return journey, the players wore beaming smiles, basking in their triumph. It was a rare occasion when they managed to bring down the members of Proud World. With Proud World in retreat, the Glory Guild celebrated a resounding victory. In an instant, the forums of the Divine Domain surged with a flood of posts. The clash between Glory and Proud World left many in awe. They had not anticipated such an extraordinary conclusion to the battle. Informed players began to analyze the ins and outs of this monumental conflict involving thousands. Yet they soon realized a critical point. They could not reconstruct the events from the very beginning. The Justice Maniacs found themselves surrounded by hundreds of Proud World members. From the emergence of the boss to the subsequent reinforcements from both Proud World and Glory, no matter how they approached it, the circumstances remained unfathomable. How could these mere 7 individuals survive encirclement by a guild of hundreds? And the timing of the boss's appearance was astonishingly perfect. This serendipity granted the 7 a slender chance of survival. Subsequently, the arrival of onlookers transformed the situation. The live-streamed event, recorded for posterity, rendered a replay unnecessary. In a studio in Huainan, a few desks, computers, and a handful of fervently passionate young individuals filled the space. They gathered around a computer, their eyes betraying their astonishment as they reviewed the meticulously organized posts. This is simply outrageous. Indeed, I can hardly wait to see the players' reactions. Is this fellow a deity? Are we ready? Let us publish it. One young man pressed the mouse with determination, and the post swiftly made its way to the forums of the Divine Domain. The emergence of a post on the Divine Domain forum was akin to a single drop of water plummeting into an ocean. It stirred no ripples, not even the faintest quiver. It wasn't until a curious player clicked on the post that the young members of the studio clenched their fists in anticipation. Finally, the post registered its first view. After a few seconds, the view count climbed to 2. Moments later, the numbers began to rise steadily, increasing from single digits to tens. The young individuals exchanged high fives, their faces alight with excitement. As the post gained traction, the viewership began to expand exponentially. Within a mere half hour, the initial single-digit views soared to over 100,000. Every second saw hundreds, even thousands, of players engaging with the post, and the responses skyrocketed into the thousands. Concurrently, the post's popularity on the Divine Domain forum surged dramatically, an unreplicable miracle. The Battle of Glory in the suburbs of Maple Drop City includes live recording. Countless players, driven by curiosity, flocked to the post. The tale of the battle for glory and supremacy circulated wildly, although many had not witnessed it firsthand. They had certainly heard whispers of it. Upon entering the post, numerous players were soon left bewildered. The reason was simple. The video demonstration featured crude modeling, rendered in a chibi style that vaguely recreated the scene outside Maple Drop City. How on earth did this make it into the top 10? Surely, money was involved. My assessment? It was a total flop. The modeling appeared to be worth no more than a nickel. 7 chibi figures strolled along as players critiqued while they watched. Suddenly, a flurry of tiny dots appeared around these 7 chibi figures, resembling a pocket that threatened to engulf them. In a critical moment, a chibi bull-headed character emerged, charging directly at the pixelated dots. One by one, the pixelated dots swiftly extinguished. Following closely, a chibi figure stepped forward, donned in familiar mage attire. And with a name hovering above its head, players quickly recognized this chibi figure's identity: the Justice Madman. The chibi figure moved about, releasing chibi spells that precisely obliterated the dots. To the players' astonishment, these chibi figures seemed to actively follow the bull-headed character, resembling a valiant tank leading their charge. Yet, those familiar with the lore understood the truth. This bull-headed creature was, in fact, a boss. How audacious were these players to trail behind a boss, seemingly unafraid of being trampled into oblivion? However, other players were particularly drawn to the spectacle. Brave bull, undeterred by adversity. Oh my heavens, that cow is my classmate. It sat in front of me during the college entrance examination. Alas, if only the tank in my team could possess even half of this cow's resilience. Does no one care about how this cow came to be here? Could it be that the Justice Frenzy can summon a boss? I have heard that members of the Proud World Guild have slain an excessive number of monsters. thus provoking the emergence of a boss. What? Such incredible luck seems improbable. The Chibi Bull swiftly tore a rift through the encirclement of the Proud World Guild. Even by merely gazing at the chibi art style, many players could envision the scene. When this fierce bull forcefully broke through the circle of hundreds, the spectacle must have been utterly terrifying. It appeared that this squad of chibi figures was on the verge of escaping alongside the bull boss. However, the once vibrant bullet comments suddenly ceased. In the distance, tiny lights flickered back to life. The sheer density was not in the hundreds, but in the thousands. Thousands of Proud World members firmly occupied the escape route for the chibi figures. It was only at this moment that the players finally grasped the predicament. Whether ahead or behind, they were pursued by foes numbering dozens, if not hundreds, of times their own team. Some players were left dumbfounded. How? How can one possibly survive this? Chapter 90. Have you noticed my luck? Chapter 90. Have you noticed my luck? Within the Divine Realm Forum, a post emerged that swiftly astonished the masses. The post endeavored to recount the grand battle at Maple Fall City. However, the visuals presented in the recap left countless players in utter disbelief. 7 chibi figures were ensnared by a dense swarm of small dots surrounding them. Each dot represented a player from the Proud World Guild. The sheer number of these dots nearly engulfed the entirety of the scene, leaving the chibi figures with no avenue of escape. Merely gazing at this overwhelming multitude, the players felt an inkling of awe. They struggled to comprehend the despair they would experience if they were to witness such a vast assembly of players on the battlefield in person. To face one enemy is challenging. To confront 100 is an impossible feat. And what of facing 1,000? Yet, these chibi figures accomplished the extraordinary. Following the chibi minotaur, they charged forth with reckless abandon. Subsequently, the art style transformed dramatically, adopting a live-stream format that allowed more players to grasp the shifting dynamics of the battlefield. Kill, kill, kill. Their gaze was almost entirely fixated on one individual. Although Glory Red Leaf beside him executed impressive and powerful moves, he paled in comparison to the figure at the center of attention. The players felt an overwhelming sense of mastery emanating from the Justice Madman, a mage perched high above, seemingly in complete control, accompanied by an insatiable desire for destruction. His damage output was nothing short of astonishing. The players buzzed with excitement. For a level 25 mage, a fireball inflicting 550 damage without magic resistance reduction is utterly absurd. How can this powerhouse's damage be so incomprehensible? Is this damage real? Who can withstand such hundreds of thousands in damage? Wow, this is exhilarating. I wish I could eliminate opponents like that. As the battle progressed, the players found their mouths agape in disbelief. What kind of skill was this? That the damage from the fire ring could be so high? How could this be possible? Why could his fireballs be unleashed in such abundance? How did he possess so many formidable skills? At that moment, the video's background music surged, igniting an involuntary fervor within the viewers. The scene shifted, revealing the figures of Quanglon and Proud World Dragon appearing synchronously in the video. Their target was unmistakably the Justice Madman. The rapid approach of these two melee combatants caused the hearts of the viewers to race. Some mage players found themselves immersed in the perspective of the Justice Madman. If they were in such a perilous situation, how could they possibly survive? They swiftly reached a grim conclusion. There was no chance of survival. Allowing 2 of the top-tier warriors to close and meant certain death. There was no escape. Yet, the video continued to unfold. The righteous madman remained utterly unyielding, withstanding the assault of both warriors with remarkable fortitude. Countless players, though aware that this righteous madman would undoubtedly survive, could not help but feel astonished. Their curiosity piqued. They pondered how this madman managed to endure. Upon witnessing Lu Yuan withstand the explosive skills of these 2 elite fighters, they were left in awe. Is this truly a mage? They questioned. The combined might of 2 top-tier warriors had only diminished his health by 2/3. Such resilience surpassed even their own. Unbelievable. Did you see that? A flash emanated from this powerhouse. Another extraordinary skill? What kind of ability is so absurdly powerful, akin to a mage's exclusive artifact? After witnessing Lu Yuan absorb the damage and effortlessly eliminate both adversaries with 2 swift skills, the mages watching the video were left wide-eyed in disbelief. Did he truly dispatch them so easily? They struggled to grasp how combat could be so straightforward. Observing the righteous madman's battle was not merely a visual spectacle. It ignited within them a fervent desire. Could it really be this simple? I believe I could manage it too. Their enthusiasm surged. So mastering mage techniques is this easy? I can do it. It's not difficult. Arena, engage. Give me a few minutes. I shall venture into the arena. They eagerly awaited the results from above. Moments later. All right, I'm matched with an assassin. The battle ended in 3 minutes, utterly obliterated. Another added, I encountered a warrior. As soon as I got close, I was finished. Why is this mage so weak? They laughed. Do you not understand your own equipment and abilities? Lu Yuan closed the thread, diverting his gaze away. The post he had been reading was the latest sensation on the Divine Domain forum, titled An Unrepeatable Miracle. The content recounted his earlier experiences. Unrepeatable? Lu Yuan reflected on the previous battle. If there was a miracle to speak of, it was undoubtedly the timely arrival of the boss. The moment of its emergence was impeccably timed. Had it not appeared, leading his team to safety would have been nearly impossible, and his own survival would have been highly improbable. Truly, it was an unrepeatable miracle. Beyond that, Lu Yuan found no other challenges. Everything was well within his grasp. Beside him, Lu Shui excitedly clung to his arm. Were they praising her brother? She too had glimpsed the posts on the Divine Domain forum. Seeing the multitude of compliments directed at her brother filled her with pride and exhilaration. Lu Yuan was about to respond to his sister when he suddenly froze. It seemed he had recalled something important, gazing intently at Lu Shui. Shui, what was that innate skill of yours again? Lu Shui scratched her head, a look of confusion flickering across her fair visage. Fortune, brother, have you forgotten? She captured her gifted skills in a screenshot and sent it to Lu Yuan. As Lu Yuan gazed at the image, a solemn expression crossed his face. How could such extraordinary luck possibly be on par with his infinitely evolving talent? The potency of this infinite evolution was, without a doubt, formidable. Even at the mere 3rd tier, it was capable of amplifying skill damage by a staggering 100-fold. If this talent were to continue ascending, what monstrous level of skill damage enhancement could one anticipate? Lu Yuan found it unfathomable. What truly astonished Lu Yuan, however, was that his sister, Lu Shui, possessed this seemingly unremarkable luck, which turned out to be an SSS-level skill, rated on par with infinite evolution. Wait, luck? Miracles? Could it be that the resurgence of the red-horned, white-maned bull leader was somehow summoned by his sister? Yet, that seemed implausible. Lu Yuan had previously summoned the boss by defeating monsters, necessitating a specific quantity to draw its ire. Unless, it just so happened that at that moment, the members of the Aoshire Guild had vanquished the last requisite monsters. Everything felt so coincidental. Was this the true strength of luck? Having contemplated this, Lu Yuan could no longer contain himself and spoke up. Little Shui, can you perceive everyone's luck value? Have you seen my luck value? Chapter 91. The Lucky Revelation. Shui, can you see everyone's luck value? Have you seen mine? Lu Yuan softly inquired, lifting his gaze toward his younger sister, Lu Shui. He was unable to discern his own luck. His personal attribute panel displayed only the most conventional 4 core attributes. The special attributes, charisma and luck, were concealed and invisible. The element of the unknown stirred the curiosity of players. Equipment that could enhance these special attributes was invariably priceless. Often, an item with a luck value of 1 could be sold for hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Lu Shui nodded obediently. In her eyes, the luck values of all players appeared as rigid numbers, quietly hovering above their heads, impossible to overlook. She raised her brow to glance at the number above Lu Yuan's head, 34. While not alarmingly low, it certainly bore no resemblance to that of an exceptionally fortunate player. Lu Shui covered her mouth and let out a melodious peal of laughter. Upon hearing her giggle, Lu Yuan could no longer maintain his composure. His stern demeanor crumbled, revealing a hint of anxiety. Stop laughing. Just how much is it? His sister's laughter filled him with foreboding. The significance of luck values was self-evident, directly impacting the crucial drop rates within the realm of the divine. The higher the luck value, the greater the probability of acquiring high-quality equipment. Conversely, a lower luck value meant merely scavenging for scraps. No one wished to be anything less than extraordinarily fortunate, and Lu Yuan was no exception. His skill could be honed through practice, and attributes could be improved. They were not fixed. However, luck was an elusive concept. Enhancing it even slightly required considerable sacrifice to purchase from other players. Why purchase, you ask? It is a given that an unfortunate player could hardly expect to unearth rare equipment that boosts luck. Furthermore, those capable of dropping high-level equipment with luck enhancements are seldom burdened with low luck values. Despite Lu Yuan's unparalleled prowess, his luck left much to be desired. He was all too aware of his own fortunes. When sealing the first rare pet, Lu Yuan had braced himself for a protracted battle, 999 attempts. Fortunately, he succeeded in sealing the rare pet after only around 300 tries. Had it not been for his exceptional skills, he might have struggled to equip himself adequately. With a level of 30, Lu Yuan had just recently defeated the red-horned white-maned bull leader, which dropped the arcane staff, the Staff of Knowledge. Otherwise, he would still be wielding the ice staff he acquired at level 10. Approaching level 30 while still using a level 10 staff felt rather meager for him. In conclusion, Lu Yuan felt he was certainly not extraordinarily fortunate, yet he remained a considerable distance from being utterly unfortunate. Thus, Lu Yuan's gaze towards his sister grew increasingly hopeful. "It's nothing, brother. It's already not low," Lu Shui reassured him. However, if only her smile had been somewhat more restrained, perhaps Lu Yuan might have truly believed her. The way this little girl beamed when she was pleased resembled a sly fox that had just pilfered a hen. Lu Yuan felt a heaviness in his heart, though he did not show it on his face. What is the maximum value of luck? He clung to the hope of struggling a little longer. Could it be 50? If the cap for luck is indeed 50, then his 34 would not be considered too low. At the very least, he had crossed the passing mark, indicating a modicum of fortune. Yet, his sister Lu Shui cruelly shattered his fantasy. "Don't be foolish, brother. The maximum is 100. Lu Yuan clutched his heart, his expression one of agony, as if he had been struck by an arrow. 34 seems to be less than half. Your face looks so dark. Your luck is terrible," Lu Shui teased, her eyes twinkling with mischief as she continued to jab at him. Another arrow struck Lu Yuan's heart. He stubbornly replied, 34. "Is not that low? And this luck value is trivial. My strength is formidable. What does luck matter?" But at the sight of his sister's sympathetic glance, he finally could not maintain his facade. "All right, it seems I can no longer hide my status as a person with bad luck. So what is yours?" Lu Yuan halted his words, redirecting the conversation to Lu Shui. He should have kept quiet, for upon this inquiry, Lu Shui's expression grew even more impish. She placed her hands on her hips, raising an eyebrow. "Guess, but aim high." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan ventured, 100? Lu Shui's breath caught, her expression swiftly transforming into one of indignation. "Brother, why did you guess so accurately?" Lu Shui was somewhat exasperated. Revealing a luck value of 100 should have startled her brother momentarily. She had envisioned him guessing several times before she would dramatically unveil it, only to see him gaze at her in astonishment. "Wow, this is my brother's sister. So impressive." With this thought, Lu Shui's face slightly flushed. This was the proper sequence of events. Lu Yuan shrugged. How could he fail to guess? His sister's exuberance was nearly emblazoned upon her face, coupled with her SSS-level talent. It was almost difficult not to deduce it. Observing his sister's puffed-up cheeks, Lu Yuan couldn't help but gently pinch them. This affectionate gesture only made Lu Shui's cheeks redden even more. "Brother, what are you doing?" She pouted. By this time, Lu Yuan had already withdrawn his hand, feigning nonchalance. He cast a glance at the distant monster and nodded. Had he known Lu Shui's luck value was so high, he would have held back, letting her deliver the final blow to the creature. With Lu Yuan's 34 luck value, he was still able to maintain such a wealth of high-quality items. If Lu Shui, with her maximum luck value, were to take a turn, wouldn't she simply become wealthy by collecting equipment? What does it mean to possess a luck value of 100? As Lu Yuan reflects upon the lengthy expanse of his previous life, filled with decades of relentless battles, he realizes that the number of fortunate players he encountered was woefully scarce. He remains uncertain of the precise luck possessed by those fortunate players. Yet he is confident that it pales in comparison to that of his own sister. Does one comprehend the intrinsic value of an SSS-grade talent? Among billions of players, those endowed with such a remarkable talent can be counted on one hand. In the depths of Lu Yuan's memories from his past life, he recalls none other like it. Had he not personally drawn this SSS-grade talent in this life, he would have believed it to be a mere legend. The S-grade talent, too, stands as one of the most formidable classes within the realm of the mundane. With this thought, Lu Yuan's gaze toward his sister grew increasingly fervent. Every talent possesses its own unique strengths. Even the A-grade talent he had in his previous life, fire amplification, when fully developed, provided him with an awe-inspiring boost in power. Should luck be harnessed to its fullest potential, Lu Yuan could scarcely fathom just how formidable it might become. Perhaps he could indeed replicate that legendary feat, unearthing truly mythical grade equipment from ordinary treasure chests. At that moment, it may very well be time for him to cling to his sister's coattails. Lu Yuan resolved to conduct a modest experiment, eager to witness firsthand the immense power of his sister's extraordinary luck. Chapter 92. The Embarrassment of Overwhelming Damage. Upon discovering that his luck value stood at a mere 34, while his sister's luck was a perfect 100, Lu Yuan's thoughts underwent a significant transformation. Such an exalted level of luck must not be squandered. It would be prudent to allow Lu Shui to deliver the final blow to the monster. With Lu Shui's remarkable luck of 100, the spoils she would acquire would far surpass those obtainable by Lu Yuan. Just as Lu Yuan prepared to test this strategy, he quickly realized something was amiss. His initial enthusiasm dissipated, and he became acutely aware of a more pressing dilemma. While it was indeed true that his sister possessed maximum luck, how could he ensure that she delivered the final strike? Lu Yuan found himself lost in contemplation. Ever since his talent level had risen to level 3, he had not encountered any creature capable of surviving a blow from him. Even the most basic skills, such as the Frost Arrow, when amplified by his substantial magic damage and a 100-fold increase in skill damage, could obliterate ordinary monsters in mere moments. The prospect of allowing Lu Shui to land the final blow seemed utterly impossible. Realizing this, Lu Yuan felt a sense of dismay. He had never anticipated that excessive damage could present a disadvantage. Upon further reflection, he recognized that he truly had no feasible solution. His skill damage often exceeded tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Not even a boss-level monster could withstand one of his abilities, let alone a typical creature. Reluctantly, Lu Yuan accepted that his intention for Lu Shui to deliver the final blow had fallen through. However, he soon devised another plan. The manifestation of luck was not solely reflected in the drop rates of monsters. The probability of treasure chests yielding rewards also played a significant role. Determined, Lu Yuan resolved to locate a few treasure chests for his sister to try her luck. Fortunately, he recalled a certain ruin that contained several chests of reasonable quality. He promptly prepared to venture to that ruin with his sister. After some consideration, Lu Yuan decided to send a private message to Glory Red Leaf, inviting them along as well. Perhaps they too would benefit from a stroke of good fortune and gain something worthwhile. Within the Glory Guild, the higher-ups were engaged in a meeting, their faces adorned with unceasing smiles. The triumph over the Proud World was one aspect. Moreover, this battle had significantly enhanced the guild's reputation. Glory Rabbit, responsible for recruitment, remarked, "This victory has truly been a boon for us." In recent days, the number of players applying to join Glory has reached an unprecedented high. Our display of strength in the battle outside Maple Fall City has certainly made an impression on the entire Divine Realm. Glory Huaxia cleared his throat, his expression turning grave. Let us not celebrate prematurely. Although we have temporarily repelled Proud World, we must remain vigilant. In the realm of competition, our glory stands shoulder to shoulder with the formidable A.O. Sure. This recent victory may indeed serve to widen the gap between us and A.O. Sure. Let us remain humble and steadfast in our pursuit of self-improvement. To all members of Glory, this month's salary shall be doubled. Glory Huaxia, with a grand flourish, exudes boundless generosity. The senior members of the guild were momentarily taken aback. The number of Glory's members is not insignificant, and the funds being dispensed by Glory Huaxia are substantial. Glory Hongye stared wide-eyed, concealing his surprise while inundated with private messages. President, isn't the guild currently short on funds? Why would we? Yet, the private message from Glory Huaxiao eventually allayed his concerns. Hongye, our guild's performance this time has been remarkably impressive, establishing our reputation in the divine realm. We have also received several financial injections, just in time to reward everyone and motivate the team. Glory Hongye was left speechless. Another series of messages flared up on his screen. He initially presumed it was from Glory Huaxia, but upon opening it, a familiar name greeted his eyes. Justice Maniac? What brings him here? A wave of inexplicable excitement surged within Glory Hongye. Hongye, I'm taking my sister through a dungeon. Would you all be interested? Upon reading the message, Glory Hongye swallowed hard. A dungeon run. Given Justice Maniac's current prowess, what dungeon could pose a challenge? This was evidently an invitation for the members of Glory. Glory Hongye nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. Very much so. Regardless of the dungeon, they would accept the invitation without hesitation. An offer from the esteemed Justice Maniac is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. At the guild meeting, he promptly shared this news. Upon hearing that Justice Maniac had proactively extended an invitation, the reactions from several senior members of Glory mirrored that of Hongye. What? He actually reached out to us? Let us agree to it first, and then select a few of our strongest members from the elite ranks. Where are they? Let me check if any of our Glory members are nearby and see if they need assistance. Their faces flushed with excitement as suggestions flowed. For the current Glory Guild, the name Justice Maniac was certainly familiar. Not only was the president constantly mentioning him, but his reputation as the foremost mage in the divine realm had been firmly etched in their memories through previous encounters. Glory Huaxia's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Yes, yes, yes. His gaze lingered thoughtfully. The invitation from Justice Maniac was no trivial matter. With so many guilds in the divine realm, why did he choose them? Clearly, this was intricately linked to their previous efforts. Through the cultivation of relationships, Glory had officially caught the attention of this top-tier figure. This invitation, without a doubt, bore a hint of reciprocity. Such a response illuminated a glimmer of hope for Glory Huaxia. What does a response signify? It indicates that their previous gestures of goodwill have indeed borne fruit. Next, what they must do is to continue to repeat their efforts incessantly. Although it may not guarantee the inclusion of this righteous figure into the ranks of the Glory Guild, aligning both parties within the same faction should pose no difficulty. For instance, if this proud entity could maintain a united front with the righteous zealot, the question of joining Glory would become somewhat trivial. Glory Huaxia swiftly reached a decision. Hongye, take the previous team and collaborate with the righteous figure. Strive to become familiar. This righteous zealot is certainly not an ordinary individual, Glory Huaxia stated with unwavering determination. Hongye of Glory nodded solemnly. Without the need for Glory Huaxia to mention it, Hongye had already sensed it earlier. The aura emanating from this righteous zealot undoubtedly indicated that he was far from an ordinary player. Chapter 93, The Enigmatic Stone Forest. Lu Yuan, accompanied by Lu Shui, awaited in silence. It had been merely a few minutes since he had dispatched a private message to Glory Red Leaf. In the distance, several figures hurried forth, led by none other than Glory Red Leaf himself. Lu Yuan cast a glance and recognized the familiar 5 individuals, the tank at the forefront, Durian Never Returns, along with the players in the rear, whom he found somewhat familiar. After exchanging nods, the members of the Glory Guild greeted him with warmth. Justice Boss. Long time no see. Lu Yuan's lips twitched slightly. It had hardly been a long time since their last encounter. Was it not just hours since their battle with the Proud World Guild concluded? Durian Never Returns' eyes sparkled with excitement, and even before approaching, his voice echoed across the distance. Justice Boss is incredibly handsome, effortlessly navigating through the throngs of foes. Those who claim to rival him, like the Storm and Proud World's Dragon Slayer, are hardly worthy of comparison. Just a slight display of his prowess is enough to leave them in the dust. Not wishing to encourage his exaggerations, Lu Yuan cleared his throat a couple of times, managing to stem the tide of flattery. While Durian's praises were grounded in truth, Lu Yuan had grown weary of such adulation. Sensing Lu Yuan's indifference, Durian swiftly redirected the conversation. Justice Boss, what dungeon are we tackling next? Upon hearing this pivotal question, the members of the team perked up, eager for the answer. Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, "You will find out when we arrive. As for the difficulty, it should be manageable. There is no need for concern with me around." The team members nodded vigorously, reassured by their first-hand experience of this Justice Madman's formidable strength and extraordinary damage output. They felt confident that overcoming challenges in his presence would be a mere formality, allowing them to enjoy an effortless victory. Even Glory Redleaf, ranked among the top 10 in strength, waited in silence, mentally preparing for a victory that required little effort. However, as time passed, his curiosity grew. What sort of dungeon would this Justice Boss lead them to? A level 30 instance? This seemed the most plausible, as he had previously mentioned the level 25 Hellish dungeon. With Justice Madman's level now elevated to 30, it appeared that a level 30 dungeon was indeed the most likely option. He still had 2 attempts remaining, though it was uncertain if these would be sufficient to elevate to the 30-level threshold. Glory Redleaf glanced at his nearly full experience bar, now at level 28. Pondering the challenges ahead, it would be difficult, but not impossible. If Justice Boss chose to tackle a hellish difficulty, the potential for substantial experience from 2 level 30 hellish dungeons was enticing. Even divided among the group, it could yield significant gains. Once more, Glory Redleaf scrutinized the level rankings, noting that his current standing was insufficient to place him among the top 10. However, after successfully conquering the Hell-level dungeon, Lu Yuan surged into the top 10 of the level rankings due to the substantial experience gained during the grand battle outside Maple Fall City. He also managed to eliminate both Quanglan and Aoshi, 2 players ranked in the top 10. The demise of these 2 prominent figures significantly impacted the rankings. As a result, Glory Redleaf ascended to the 3rd position. First, Righteous Madman. Second, Junimo Xiao. Third, Glory Redleaf. Fourth, if he can conquer the Hell-level dungeon 2 more times at level 30, Glory Redleaf is confident that he can secure the 2nd position in the rankings. As for the first, that seems unattainable. The gap is not merely a trivial matter. He might entertain thoughts of reaching 2nd, but first is beyond imagination. As he walked, listening to the conversations of his teammates, Glory Redleaf's eyes narrowed in realization. They must have strayed far from Maple Fall City by now. Casting a glance at the silent Lu Yuan and Lu Shui, he couldn't help but marvel at the 2 siblings. They truly embody the essence of brother and sister, not only sharing strikingly similar features but also exhibiting remarkably alike personalities. Throughout their journey, apart from the occasional excited chatter from their glorious companions, these 2 remained largely reserved and aloof. Unbeknownst to him, while Lu Yuan led the way, he discreetly glanced at his private messages. Contrary to Glory Redleaf's assumptions, Lu Yuan could be deemed somewhat aloof, but Lu Shui was quite the opposite. From Lu Yuan's perspective, Lu Shui was fervently sending a stream of private messages, a stark contrast to her seemingly demure demeanor. If Lu Yuan were to discover Glory Redleaf's thoughts, he would undoubtedly chuckle. When did Lu Shui become the epitome of cool detachment? In the presence of these unfamiliar members of the Glory Guild, she hesitated to speak. Yet in solitude with Lu Yuan, her chatter was unending. Even now, she bombarded him with messages, her wide, innocent eyes curiously surveying their surroundings. Lu Shui possessed a commendable talent for the divine realm. After a brief introduction from Lu Yuan, she quickly grasped the mechanics of the divine realm. As Lu Yuan instructed her, he simultaneously admired the scenery around them. The surroundings gradually melded with his memories. Coming to a halt, he finally spoke. "We've arrived." The spirits of the team instantly lifted. Finally, they had reached their destination. Glory Redleaf felt a mix of emotions, yet a hint of confusion also crept in. Before them lay a stone forest, with jagged pillars thrusting upward like swords aimed at the heavens. Is this truly the level 30 dungeon? Where is the entrance? As he surveyed the desolate surroundings, a sense of isolation enveloped him. Glory Redleaf pondered further. How could this righteous madman possibly know of this place? This place does not appear to be one typically discovered by ordinary players. Could it be? The expressions of the others in the team reflected their astonishment at the scene before them. Lu Yuan's gaze was firmly fixed on a particular area within the stone forest. There, the stone pillars stood in a sequential arrangement, faintly resembling a bizarre, grand formation. This was the very destination of Lu Yuan's journey, the ruins of stone. Difficulty level, above level 30. The challenges presented by the ruins of stone surpassed those of similarly leveled dungeons by a considerable margin. However, the rewards within these ruins were equally substantial. Lu Yuan hastened forward into the heart of the stone forest, with his companion swiftly following suit. "Justice Master, where are we?" The system's prompt finally resonated in their ears, providing clarity to their confusion. "You have entered a special map, Mysterious Stone Forest." Lu Shue's body shuddered suddenly. Upon entering the stone forest, an eerie melody began to play in her ears, coupled with the somewhat terrifying ambience surrounding them. She instinctively leaned closer to Lu Yuan. The expressions of several team members shifted, gripping their weapons tightly as they anxiously surveyed the forest, dreading the emergence of any lurking monsters. Lu Yuan sighed. Having already surmised the cause of their sudden alarm, he summoned the system to disable the background music. They had not yet reached the point of encountering monsters. Chapter 94. The Ruins of Stone. Lu Yuan and his companions had arrived at this peculiar stone forest. Upon their arrival, the inexplicably resonating background music startled the members of the group. Fortunately, they soon heeded Lu Yuan's advice to silence the music, and the eerie atmosphere dissipated almost instantly. Following closely behind Lu Yuan, they quickly reached their destination. This was indeed the place. Lu Yuan surveyed his surroundings. Noting the arrangement of 8 stone pillars in a formation akin to a magical array, here lay the entrance to the ruins of stone, as etched in his memory. Guided by recollection, he strode confidently toward the center, approaching a half-meter-tall stone pillar that jutted out prominently. This pillar resembled a small platform, atop which rested a small, protruding stone. Lu Yuan stepped forward and pressed down on the raised stone. As he did so, the pillar trembled violently, as if a mechanism had been triggered, causing the surrounding pillars to resonate in unison. The other members of the party looked around in terror at the tremulous stone columns. Even Hong Yao, with her heart racing, felt the gravity of the situation. These pillars were far from diminutive, with some towering over 10 meters, while others stood at 2 or 3 meters. The multitude of pillars formed the bizarre landscape of this stone forest, which seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse. If these pillars were to fall, what chance would they have of survival among the dense stone formations? Instinctively, several members of the team positioned themselves protectively in front of Lu Shui. They had come to recognize the hierarchy within their group. The highest priority for protection was not the self-righteous hero, but rather the sister of this formidable figure. It was evident to them that Lu Yuan held great concern for his sister. As long as they could ensure her safety, it would suffice. They would gladly sacrifice their own lives if necessary. They had disowned that this righteous hero was impervious to persuasion, save for his deep care for his sister. By safeguarding her, they could easily win his favor. Of course, there was another underlying reason. Did this righteous hero truly need their protection? What they could confront? He could easily